You're watching Force 13's live streaming service. Hello and welcome to Force 13 Live. We are covering Hurricane Idalia, which has just been upgraded by the National Hurricane Center to Category 2 status. And that will be reflected on the graphic down there in a few moments. Before that update, it was a Category 1. But now they have declared Category 2 with winds of 100 miles per hour and a pressure estimate of 972 millibars. Moving north at 16 miles per hour, this storm is a very dangerous threat to the coast of Florida. An extremely dangerous storm that we're looking at on radar and satellite right now, a blend of which, and we are doing coverage, continuing coverage all the way up until landfall at this point, because it is a very serious situation indeed. We're also doing a live phone-in for most of this event as well, so if you're on our Discord server, you can join in with the discussion live on the air. My name's Nathan Foyer in the studio, and I think we've got a slightly faulty camera tonight, but that doesn't really matter very much because it's not me that we're really looking at, it's the main event right now, which is this very powerful, or becoming of quite a powerful hurricane. And also Typhoon Saola over there as well reached Category 5 status earlier today, overnight local time, and is an extremely powerful storm. So we're happy to take a few questions on that here and there as well, but please note that the most of our coverage obviously will be on Idalia, which is an extremely big threat to the coast of Florida with a potential 15-foot storm surge. Let's introduce our team right now, or you might call it sort of like a rotating panel that we'll probably have tonight. But one of my stalwarts that will be here for most of the stream, I imagine, will be Patrick, and you're with us right now. You're mad enough to be doing some of the nighttime coverage tonight after I get away for a little bit, and you're on mute. You might want to...
Well,
there you are.
thank you for that wonderful intro, Nathan, but I am actually very excited to be here for coverage tonight as we track extensively Hurricane Idalia. As you may have already known, so I can start here real quick, National Hurricane Center has upgraded Idalia to 100 miles per hour as well as a pressure of 972 millibars. This is confirmed by the latest recon data, which did support a 972 millibar SOND with a 971 extrapolated pressure. So that consensus with SOND data does translate to 972 millibars with a south-southwest wind at 5 knots per the SOND data in the eye, with also a 29.5 degree eye SOND temperature basically recorded by the SOND. They also do state here, I believe they do state in the discussion somewhere, however, based off of the latest vortex data message as well as satellite infrared imagery, the northwestern eye wall end is the weakest side of the storm right now, which could potentially mean, could potentially be the reason why this is not explosively gaining strength right now in terms of rapid intensification. However, this is a gradually intensifying storm on its way to the Florida Peninsula and already bringing impacts known to the coastlines of Florida right now, with the potential for life-threatening to catastrophic storm surge expected to onset going into the evening here, and will be continuing throughout the day and also up until landfall. In addition to this, we are going to be keeping a really close eye on the heavy rainfall threat as well as flash flooding, especially across areas closer to the coast and where landfall is anticipated. In addition to this, also, We're going to be keeping a very close eye on the tornado threat as well, as there is a 5% tornado risk out for much of the west central Florida peninsula, and the threat for tornadoes is expected to increase over the next several hours as conditions will be becoming more favorable as more outer rain bands move onshore from Idalia. Now, Idalia still is a extremely dangerous storm, regardless of its intensity right now. It is expected to bring potentially catastrophic and life-threatening impacts to portions of the Florida Peninsula. So, regardless of where you are, especially if you are within regions near the site of this particular powerful storm when it does make landfall, or if you're already in the potential impact zones right now, especially with heavy rainfall moving onshore with those outer rain bands, you need to be having your hurricane preparedness plans enacted immediately, and you need to need evacuation orders if you are put underneath evacuation orders. We'll go over that in a few minutes here. However, once again, if you are in an evacuation order, you need to heed that evacuation order, and please, you need to evacuate and listen to local emergency management officials as this extremely dangerous storm, regardless of intensity right now, nears the coastlines, Nathan.
View from Anna Maria Island right now, Bradenton, and you can see the view. Actually not looking too bad in that location, although thankfully the beach there is empty. I can't remember if you said the latest update to the watches and warnings. There's been some changes. Do you want me to go through that?
I can go through that here real quick, Nathan. So, as of the 5 p.m. advisory, as we all know, Dahlia is now a Category 2 hurricane on the Saffir-Simpson hurricane wind scale. And here have been some changes. A hurricane watch has been issued from the mouth of the St. Mary's River northward to Edisto Beach. A storm surge watch has been issued for Beaufort Inlet to Drum Inlet, North Carolina, as well as the Neuse and Pamlico rivers. Tropical storm warning has been issued for South Santee River, South Carolina, northward to Surf City, North Carolina. A tropical storm watch has been issued north of Surf City to the North Carolina-Virginia border, including Pamlico, as well as Albemarle Sounds. The hurricane watch from Englewood to the middle of Longboat Key has been discontinued. The storm surge watch has been discontinued south of Bonita Beach, Florida. Here is what we currently have right now in terms of no major changes. A storm surge warning is in effect for Englewood northward to Indian Pass, including Tampa Bay. A hurricane warning is in effect for middle of Longboat Key northward to Indian Pass, including Tampa Bay. Tropical storm warning is in effect for dry tortugas in Florida, including Chokoloskee northward to the middle of Longboat Key, west of Indian Pass to New Mexico Beach, as well as Sebastian Inlet, Florida to South Santee River, South Carolina. A storm surge watch is in effect for Bonita Beach northward to Englewood, including Charlotte Harbor, the mouth of the St. Mary's River to South Santee River, South Carolina, Beaufort Inlet to Drum Inlet, North Carolina, and Neuse and Pimlico rivers in North Carolina. A hurricane watch is in effect for mouth of the St. Mary's River to Edisto Beach, South Carolina, and a tropical storm watch is in effect for the lower Florida Keys, west of the west end of the 7 Mile Bridge, as well as north of Surf City, North Carolina to the North Carolina-Virginia border, including also, finally, Pamlico and Albemarle Sounds. And that is the latest updated watches and warnings from the National Hurricane Center.
A few webcams that we're looking at and trying to bring to you right now as well, because they're obviously quite interesting to look at today. I'm trying to get Sunset Beach to show you, which is in the St. Petersburg area, and I don't know what it's doing. Well, it's not working for me right now. And then we have the view from Steinhatchee, which is north of Cedar Key, and this is one location that we're particularly worried about for a potential landfall or very close pass, and certainly dangerous storm surge. There's one location that we certainly are very concerned about. And Cedar Key as well, we have a view over there. Let's take a look. There it is, and quite breezy by the looks of things there, with some cloudiness in the distance. Not the best quality webcam, but still you can get a decent view on what's going on. So loads of things to cover throughout this storm, and we've got lots of different imageries that we can look at as well. Radar imagery showing that eye is really looking pretty good and really tight near the center with the eye wall there. Although I think you mentioned a little break in that northern side.
Yep, Vortex data message has confirmed that the northwestern side of the eye wall is open, which is probably due to some potential dry air interaction, perhaps off to the west, which the NHC as well as models have been indicating. However, does need to be um, it does need to be seriously stressed here that although the NHC has lowered their peak officially to 115 miles per hour, they do still state that Idalia is likely to continue to strengthen up to landfall, which is where the rapid intensification period could potentially take place. It currently isn't doing that right now, given some hold off from the
Hmm.
northwesterly to relax. It still has some northwesterly shear to deal with. However, that should generally die off and relax relatively soon, which will basically kickstart its rapid intensification period. They do explicitly state here that it could potentially strengthen up to the previous peak of 120 to 125 miles per hour before a landfall um, along the eastern Big Bend. So it is urgent that you do need to realize that although the NHC has lowered their peak, it still could potentially go higher than what they are currently forecasting, especially from their previous advisory of 120 miles per hour, which would be 105 knots.
Pretty crazy, and we're looking at the National Hurricane Center's cone right here, and that M obviously being the major hurricane point, the 115 mile per hour point, and I would say after that that's the 2 a.m. point. So there's a good 6, 7, maybe 8 hours after that in which it could intensify a lot more, because think about things like that in the past, and in 8 hours a storm can intensify a lot. And here's our 4 panel view. As you hear lots of noises in the background because this webcam keeps messing up. It's quite frustrating. But nonetheless, you can see everything that's going on right now. Not in a particularly logical order, it has to be said. The typhoon on the top right and bottom left. And of course the Idalia cone on the top left and Idalia itself on the bottom right. And here's another view of both storms right now, or should be. Oh, just loading in. And there's the latest on both of these major storms that we're watching right now. It's not just Idalia, which of course is a hurricane now. It still says TS on that graphic. That would have been from yesterday. But of course, we also have Saola, which is a Category 5 no less, and a very powerful storm. Let's see if we can talk to someone else in our chat or in our panel right now. I believe Joey, you're with us now.
Yep, hello.
You've been keeping tabs on mainly Idalia as well today, and are you surprised by its current progress? Some suggesting that maybe it's a slight lack of progress compared to what they were expecting.
No, I don't think I'm not surprised at all. I think we were all expecting some form of rapid development, rapid organization with Idalia at some point in its life, and that is what's happening now. Whether or not it's a maybe lack of rapid intensification or less than what some people were expecting, it's still going to bring devastating impacts to parts of Florida. You know, storm surge 10 to 15 feet in some areas. And so whether or not it's intensifying as fast as we expected, it's still going to be devastating, and everyone on the west coast of Florida should have some form of preparation.
And once again, it is 100 miles per hour right now. We're still waiting on our graphic to update, which for some reason is taking an extremely long time. I'm not sure why that is. All of our software seems to be falling apart tonight. But there we go. But it will update shortly. But for those who are just wondering, it is 100 miles per hour, pressure of 972 millibars, and that's from the last advisory, which came in just 15 minutes ago. We'll be here all evening watching Idalia's progress step by step as it gets closer to making landfall, which we expect will happen in the morning hours tomorrow. We're still not entirely sure when, although looking at the projection, we're probably looking at about 9 a.m. is my tentative suggestion at the moment. Now, I know there's a few other people on our panel right now as well. Oscar, you're with us. I'm not sure whether you're mainly here to mod our phone in, or whether you want to participate more in the coverage as well. But hello to you.
Hello. I'm here for both, really. I should be
Yeah.
here for the next about 4 or 5 hours.
All right. Nice to have you. Any thoughts just now?
I think Idalia has been basically doing what's expected of it. It's steadily dropping in pressure. Its wind speeds have actually started to catch up to the pressure by now. Last night it did have a quite low pressure for what it was, but I think the wind speeds are starting to come up now. However, as Joey mentioned, it's still an incredibly concerning situation, and anyone in the projected path, even if you are not in the cone to the north or the south, you could still be heavily impacted by the storm, and you need to be, well, rushing your preparations to completion. All day today, we've seen the outer bands of Idalia move through Florida, causing tornadoes and rain and already some flooding and surge. And we're, still about 18 hours out from landfall, so very, very concerning.
There it is on radar once again, and some significant, they look like significant thunderstorms moving up the coast, or central Florida, I should say. Patrick, just quickly, anything of interest within all of that?
Let's take a look at this here real quick. As of right now, there is nothing I am actually seeing that's notable right now in the waterspout / tornado department, but I do want to note that the Storm Prediction Center in Norman, Oklahoma did issue a mesoscale discussion in association with Idalia. This is mesoscale discussion number 2058. The mesoscale discussion does read as follows, and I will throw this in our live output chat, so maybe you can throw this up on screen. The risk for a few tornadoes, while perhaps not negligible, the risk for tornadoes still appears low in the near term, may not increase until near and after 8 to 10 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. Potential for an isolated brief tornado may not be completely negligible in the near term, but still appears generally low and may not increase appreciably until at least this evening close to the Fort Myers and Tampa Bay vicinity. After migrating north-northwestward for at least a period late this morning, the motion of Idalia has trended a bit more to the north across the southeastern Gulf of Mexico. This is 200-plus miles offshore of southwestern through west-central Florida coastal areas, which have been increasingly impacted by the far outer eastern convective bands. The arrival of the lead convective band and some preceding discrete cells appears to have coincided with some strengthening of south-southeasterly flow to 30 to 40-plus knots in the 850 to 700 millibar layer, basically in the low mid levels of the atmosphere, and this south to southeasterly flow is basically 30 to 40 knots of low level shear. However, based on the North American model and rapid refresh forecast soundings and vertical wind profile data, which is basically a measurement of the wind profiles in the atmosphere, speed shear dominates the low level hodograph. Hodograph is a measure of the wind profile, with weak turning with height limited to a shallow near surface layer. These type of hodographs may not change appreciably until near or after 0 to 02Z this evening near the Fort Myers and Tampa Bay vicinity, where and when forecast soundings indicate a period of some increase and turning with height and increasing speed in the low to mid levels and enlarging clockwise curved hodographs, basically the way the wind profiles are oriented to support these tornadoes, and therefore, as such, with the continued northward progression and closer approach of the circulation center to the coast. So as of right now, a tornado watch is possible for this particular region over the next several hours, although it is not anticipated as of this time, given some uncertainties. However, as the threat continues to gradually increase over the next several hours, I do expect that a few tornado watches could be put out for portions of the region. However, I think that we're going to be mainly focusing right now on the heavy rain and storm surge impacts for the time being, the potential impacts from this very powerful storm. As the tornado threat, we're not going to be really diving into too deep. We're going to be diving into that or taking a look at that more in depth when the SPC does put out their first tornado watch, or when the SPC does update their 0-1Z outlook at 9 p.m. Eastern, 8 p.m. Central. So
Just a
we'll
little
be looking
question
at
for
that.
me there. Will it be
Yeah.
particularly? Will the threat be particularly a nighttime threat, or will it be tomorrow?
The threat will basically begin at 0Z and will last all the way until 19Z tomorrow. This is going to be a long and prolonged nighttime event and will continue into the early morning to mid-afternoon hours of tomorrow. The threat will actually increase substantially with time, so therefore this is basically going to be starting at 0Z and increasing intensity and coverage over the next 8 to 10 hours of tomorrow as we do extend into portions of the Carolinas and southeastern Georgia with a tornado risk out 5%, which could potentially get upgraded given the very favorable environment being depicted on the models right now. So I would say if you are anywhere from Fort Myers Beach all the way up to Savannah in Georgia, I would keep a very close eye on the tornado threat, especially if you are also within areas 25 to 50 miles inland, as the conditions will be quite favorable over the next several hours to support a widespread. However, it's going to be mainly brief, weak tornadoes. However, as you've seen with Ian of last year, they could potentially cause significant damage in just minutes. So basically, they spin right back down and spin quickly up. So you got to be preparing for that and making sure you have a way to receive watches and warnings this evening, especially if you're underneath a tornado warning. And quickly before I throw it back to you, Nathan, if you're underneath a flash flood warning and a tornado warning at the same time, it is urgent that you treat the tornado warning threat as the more immediate threat. You want to seek shelter underground if you have a basement. If you don't have a basement, you want to get to the most interior portion of your safe room, preferably on the lowest floor. A hallway, bathroom, or a closet will work. Use blankets and pillows to protect your body and to protect yourself from flying debris. And then once that tornado warning is expired or you have been given an all clear message by your local officials, go back up to the highest point of your structure in a safe, secured area, preferably in the central portion of that structure, and making sure you are remaining at higher ground if you are put underneath a flash flood warning.
Just a small note, National Hurricane Center have corrected their advisory, correcting surge values in Tampa Bay. Not sure what it said before, but it's 4 to 6 feet in case you saw something different on their website, and they've apparently corrected that. Let's see if we can talk to... actually, Alex is also with us as well, just before we go on to some callers. Alex, any thoughts for us right now?
Well, really, I'm honestly quite nervous since this storm is said to be a historical storm since no Category 3 threats have actually really done something like this for Appalachia Bay ever,
Yeah.
honestly.
And this is the view from Sunset Beach, I think it was, right now. We've just got it on a different tab. Just wanted to show you the view, and a lot of people out there. This is in the St. Petersburg area. They are in warning, storm surge as well. I'm not sure why so many people are out there, but they are. 100 miles an hour. Let's see if we can talk to our first caller then. Let's try and get a hold of Mike if we can. Just waiting for them to come on through. I know they've been waiting for a little while. But they're not picking up just yet. Go ahead.
Oh, it's Chris, by the way. I
Chris.
just wanted. Yes, hey, I'm here. I don't know if earlier on any of the evacuation orders were read off for Idalia, but I have a list of evacuation orders in front of me.
Okay, go ahead.
So, Bakers County, west of Jacksonville, has issued a mandatory and a voluntary evacuation order for low-lying and flood-prone areas and mobile homes. Citrus County, north of Tampa, ordered a mandatory evacuation for all areas west of U.S. Highway 19 and several sections east of the highway. A list of evacuation zones, emergency shelters, and additional resources can be found at... Standby. There's a link that I'll put in the chat for people. It's just like a map of where your evacuation zones are.
Okay.
Dixie County, west of Gainesville, has issued a mandatory evacuation order urging residents to complete preparations by sunset on Tuesday. Franklin County, south of the Tallahassee, has issued a mandatory evacuation for all of those on the barrier islands and low-lying areas in mobile homes and in recreational vehicle parks starting at 6 a.m. Tuesday. So if they haven't evacuated by now, they might want to make sure they evacuate.
All right. Hello,
Coastal
Mike.
County.
You're on the air. Oh, I'm sorry.
Hello.
Let's just talk to Mike quickly. Go ahead.
Currently, it is literally pouring right now. And I have multiple supercells from what I've seen off of multiple different radars headed towards right where I live. So to anybody in like the west central, even central Florida area, northern, just try to get your tornado shelter ready or your safe place ready anywhere in your home, your backyard, anywhere you can, because tornadoes are probably our biggest threat tonight, and especially flooding.
In Central Florida?
Yes, sir.
And you're inland?
Yeah.
Okay. Thanks for that, Mike. Anything else?
Not really, other than if you are mandatory to evacuate, then try to get out as quick as you can.
Thanks for the call. Let's see if we can talk to Tiger as well right now.
Nathan, before you go ahead and do that here real fast, I do want to read a little bit of the key messages graphic that was posted by the NHC. This is as they're updated 5 p.m. It is only I will read only one of these, but I'll summarize all three of them real quick just to keep it simple and quick. Catastrophic impacts from storm surge inundation of 10 to 15 feet above ground level and destructive waves are expected somewhere between the Ocala River and Yankeetown, Florida. There is also the potential for destructive, life-threatening winds where the core of Idalia moves onshore in the Big Bend of Florida, with hurricane conditions expected elsewhere in portions of the hurricane warning area along the Florida Gulf Coast. Strong winds will also spread inland over across portions of northern Florida and southern Georgia near the track of the center of Idalia, where hurricane warnings are in effect. And finally, areas of flash, urban, and moderate river flooding with locally considerable impacts are expected across the Florida Big Bend, central Georgia, and South Carolina through eastern North Carolina later tonight into Tuesday, where we do have a moderate risk for excessive rainfall out for the day 2 period stretching from Tallahassee northward into portions of the Carolinas, including southern Georgia.
All right. Hello, Tiger. You're live with us right now.
Hello.
What would you like to tell us?
Well, if you saw my message in the North Atlantic chat, you would know that the area near Orlando, Florida, is in a state of emergency and they needed to evacuate. And that is pretty much all I have to say.
Orlando?
I think so, yeah.
Needs to evacuate because what?
Because of the hurricane, that's why.
Well, yeah, but they're not going to be getting as strong winds as the western coast. That would be quite surprising.
I mean, when Idalia passes through, maybe, but right now, not really.
So Tyler, I have a question for you. So I'm looking in you said the North Atlantic chat, correct? Or where you put your message?
Yeah, North Atlantic.
Okay, I'm looking for it. Do you happen to know?
I do want to quickly point out here that I am taking a look at the official Florida disaster evacuation notices, and there are currently no evacuation orders out for Orange County, including the city of Orlando. However, counties off to the northeast and west are underneath mandatory to voluntary evacuations orders at this time. And Orange County, where Orlando is currently reporting no evacuation information at this time. So therefore, they are not underneath any evacuations from what I can gather.
All right, well, well, anywhere to the northeast and the northwest of Orlando is what
Okay.
Vorticity is trying to say.
All right. Well, thanks for that.
You're welcome.
So apparently some evacuation notices there to the north of Orlando. Why is that exactly? Northeast is particularly surprising. Is that also a surge threat, or is it just the winds?
So here is a list of the counties that are underneath a mandatory evacuation order that are outlined in red. This is per floridadisaster.org/evacuation-orders / the counties. Flagler County is underneath a mandatory evacuation for potential evacuation order for mobile manufactured homes and RVs. A voluntary evacuation order is in effect for Volusia County. They are issuing a voluntary evacuation recommendation beginning 10 a.m. today. People who live in RVs, mobile homes, and low-lying areas are particularly in this. Marion County, voluntary evacuation for residents who live west of Interstate 75 in a mobile home, RV, or other substandard housing are recommended to evacuate. In Sumter County, which is just to the west of Lake County, evacuation. They are advising considering evacuation out of the storm path or evacuation to a shelter includes low-lying, or actually, these are actually people who they're advising. These are people who live in mobile, manufactured, and modular homes and recreational vehicles,
Okay.
low-lying and flood-prone areas near the river, individuals with special needs, and those who do not feel safe by themselves. And as you further go up to the northwest throughout the northwestern shores and eastern Big Bend, you gradually increase in the amount of mandatory evacuations, basically stretching from Levi County. Actually, this goes from Pinellas, Pasco, through Levi, and up to counties, basically including the Tallahassee area.
All right, Cedar Key right now, we're looking out over the water there, and certainly quite blowy in those trees. And this is one area that could be very close to ground zero in where this storm ends up.
I just
Certainly a
wanted
concern.
to bring something up real quick that I'm noticing in the tropical stage chat real quick if I can.
Yeah.
I don't think like this has to be said. Like, don't throw a hurricane party, please. Like, I understand. Yes, you guys are getting a hurricane, but please, for everybody's safety, don't throw a hurricane party.
I may be dumb in thinking this, but I can't imagine there'll be that many, considering what happened just last year in these sort of same areas. But I guess some people still will.
I do want to kind of shift, if I can, to the reason that I'm actually on board and the whole preparation sides of things, if I may.
Okay.
So, for anybody that's new, hello, I'm Chris. I was brought on. I lead one of the U.S. teams. So kind of one of the things that I wanted to kind of bring up is the preparation and what you should bring with you if you have to evacuate. So, in the event that you have to evacuate, you want to bring all your documents with you, and you want to make sure they're in a waterproof container. Because documents that are soaked in water are really not good to anybody. In the event that you stop somewhere, you want to make sure you either have cash, or if your area is card only, make sure you have a card, credit card, debit card, whatever. But if they take cash, have cash. And you want to make sure you bring first aid kit, medications, food, water. Even though they'll have that there, you always want to make sure you have that. And if you have any pets, what you should do is try to find a pet-friendly shelter. And go there. If you have a pet, go to the pet-friendly shelter.
Thank you for that. Just someone passing by there on a bike of some sorts on Cedar Key.
Yeah, I am.
Got some news to share, Nathan.
Okay.
Radar from Key West, all right, radar from Tampa Bay is confirming that the northwest or next red Doppler radar coming out of Tampa Bay is potentially indicating that the northwestern side of the eye wall may be trying to close off here. It is being scanned from a very considerable distance up from the Tampa radar, although radar may be indicating satellite, well, not satellite, but radar imagery coming out of Tampa Bay next red is potentially indicating that the northwestern eye is finally beginning to close up. It's not quite there yet, but it is definitely progressing to close up on the northwestern side. You can kind of see it there. It's trying to wrap back around on the northwest side. And radar does depict that from the Tampa Bay radar. And we'll have to see if that trend does continue. However, still a very, very intense eastern eye wall with some pretty high reflectivity values on the eastern side. So that is probably where the strongest.
I'm not sure yet. It still looks like it's just moved round sort of towards the southwest now, but that's the far side of the radar, so we may not know exactly what's going on here and whether that actually is closing up until it swivels back round there in probably an hour or so.
It's definitely something to point out, and we'll watch that radar and the satellite trend over the next. Or actually, I think radar's going to have a better way of depicting this here since you don't have a well-defined eye feature. So we'll have to watch radar trends over the next hour or so here and really see if that is indeed an attempt to close off that western to northwestern eye wall.
A moment of lovely thank you for your comment earlier and your support. Thanks for the stream, they say, and stay safe, everyone. We're going to do our best tonight. We're doing a lot on this storm throughout its approach to Florida. Start your message with Force 13 all in text if you want to ask us any questions on here as well. Like Hurricane Altony Bron, who says, any more lightning in Idalia now compared to yesterday's live update? I'll have a little look for you and see what that lightning view is looking like. In the meantime, let's see if we can get someone else on the air right now. Let's see if we can talk to Shep, if they're around, or if they're ready. I know that some of these people are wait for quite a while, so it can be a little surprise when I finally say something. But in the meantime, I'm trying to get them on here. We're still looking at that radar imagery and gradually moving towards a pretty much due north motion at about, I think it was 16 miles per hour.
I want to point out, Nathan, that there's now, real quick, I'll let you go ahead and take a few people here before I relay what I was going to say.
Okay. We got someone in the Tampa Bay area. Hello. What is your name?
Asus. It's a weird name.
Okay. So my
question in this is about river flooding.
Yep.
Because, well, I have family that lives on a river, and their house flooded in two of the storms in the past 6 years.
Which ones?
2017's Irma and 22's Ian. As they live just a few yards away from the Alafai River.
Yeah. What do you think of that, Patrick?
River flooding.
I am actually trying to pull up data right now from NOAA, which is basically the hydrograph. I'm trying to actually find this out here real quick, and I'll let you know what I find.
Got it.
I'd certainly be concerned, though, all along the coast. I mean, it can back up rivers, and obviously with rainfall as well. Although the rainfall probably won't exacerbate things. I think we're only expecting, I'll say only, it's about 3 inches of rain, I think, for the general areas along the western coast of Florida there. but it's nowhere near like what we sometimes see in hurricanes where it can be 10, 15, 20 inches. But you can get, obviously, with the storm surge. Tampa Bay, was that where you were? 4 to 6
Yes,
feet. So
the Bay Area.
yeah, 4 to 6 feet. So it certainly could be quite something to contend with. Although, trying to remember back to those other storms that you talked about. With Ian, I don't. Wasn't it the opposite in Tampa Bay? Didn't it like drain out a little bit?
I think so, but my memory is very fuzzy from like a year
I
ago.
would imagine.
So I do
if-
remember the Irma
Yeah.
flooding,
Right.
like the back
I-
of my hand. As
I would imagine if
it was all the way back up to the arterial road
Hmm.
of the area.
Yeah, I would imagine if Tampa drained during Ian, it may have been because Ian was quite far south of Tampa,
Yeah, well,
and the winds might have been pushing the water back out of Tampa and then into Cape Coral where it was making landfall. But
it's certainly going to be pushed in this time.
yeah, it's on the south side of where Idalia is going to make landfall, so I wouldn't be surprised.
I'd be quite concerned, but 6 feet, so it's not the maximum from this storm, but it could cause some moderate storm surge issues there.
Noted.
Yeah, we'll see how it transpires throughout the evening. Thanks for calling in. Let's see if we can talk to Adriana right now. Or if not, we can show you some imagery here again. Someone who requested lightning imagery earlier. There's actually very little, at least on this product, near the center of the storm. Whether that's true or not is another matter. Certainly a lot of lightning over the Florida peninsula.
Hey, Nathan.
Mm-hmm.
We do actually have information here coming from one of the areas here I do want to point out here. Suwannee River above Gopher River confluence is currently reporting a flood level right now of latest observed value here is 1.7 feet. Or actually, the flood stage is 1.7 feet, but the latest observed value is 4. Actually, no, 1 second here. So the hydrograph right here is from the Suwannee River above Gopher River confluence.
Right.
Latest observed value is 0.91 feet. Flood stage is 1.7
Okay.
feet, and they previously recorded a 1.47 feet peak before dropping a little bit down to areas just below flood stage or perhaps even below action stage. So floodwaters are not rising high in that area right now. However, I do expect that to dramatically change once this storm does near those
Yeah.
areas, as the Suwannee River is going to be where we could see some pretty high storm surge, especially across areas of the eastern shores of the Big Bend, including Northwest Florida.
You had me worried then because you almost said 4 feet. S. Tampa, thank you for your support and message, says that water has been draining out in Tampa. Adriana, you're with us right now. Hello.
Hello.
Hi.
Thanks for having me here. I'm here in Hamilton County in Texas, and it's still sunny, little to no clouds, but that doesn't mean that Idalia won't do anything.
Well, it won't really in Texas. They're quite far away from where the storm is.
Oh.
It's a fair distance. I mean, if it was an extremely large storm, then you may get you may see some of it, but it's still not the largest, not an extremely large storm, so you won't be seeing anything in Texas.
Oh, that's good.
Well, thank you for that.
And you're welcome. Anyways, for the safety of you and your family, for those tuning in, if threatening weather approaches, you should take shelter accordingly. That if authorities tell you to prepare for evacuation, you should do that. get that finished as soon as possible.
Yep, that's the advice right now. Thanks for calling in. Let's see if we've got anything else going on at this time. What is Recon up to with all of this? I've not
I
heard a
believe
peep out of them yet.
Recon right now, there's currently NOAA 3 is currently right now in the storm. It is basically doing a full center pass right now.
Okay.
And I believe as of what they found, so far they found extrapolated pressures in the 980s. And I will go to something else here real quick just to find out what we're looking at in more depth here. In more depth for this particular recon mission. As of right now, recon has found two SFMRs of 60 knots. They are unflagged and are associated with pressures in the 986 range, just near the eye. Still seeing a very tight pressure gradient as of the latest passes, and I believe they have also put down a sonde. Actually, we don't have sonde data right now, so wait and see what happens on that. But NOAA 3 is currently in there right now and is finding 69 SFMRs right now, and I'm not as well versed on the recon side of things, but I do believe that they are still finding 69 SFMRs. I believe there is also another plane in there, if I'm not mistaken, as well. Besides NOAA 3, it appears that AF 304 is also heading off to the north, and has sampled the storm already. They have found a sonde or a drop sonde of 972. And indications of 91 knot flight level winds, as well as, from what I last heard, 69 knot SFMRs, which is basically the reasoning why they went with 100 miles per hour, as well as 972 millibars on that, basically off the sonde data and the extrapolated pressures, basically taking them all into account. However, I don't have strong information right now from NOAA 3. Hopefully in the next maybe, let's say, 30 or so minutes, we should get more data from NOAA 3 as they do sample more parts of the storm. But I believe AF 304 is leaving Idalia right now. I don't know if it's trying to sample the northern side, but I do believe that it is leaving the storm right now, or it could potentially make another quick turn back down to the south. We'll have to see what happens. I do know that they did sample the eastern, or maybe they're trying to go around for the eastern eye wall sampling. I'm not 100% sure, but we'll see what happens.
Anna Maria Island, this is one of the webcams there, and that is probably the closest camera to the center of the storm right now. And that would place it, let's see, trying to figure that out. Well, it certainly isn't the closest, but it's getting to be one of the closest. About, trying to work that out in miles. I think it's something like 180 miles from the center of the storm's eye. So, looking the storm square in the face, really, there, looking towards the southwest.
Oh, Nathan, information from Recon. They are actually, I did say NOAA 3 is actually currently sampling the northeast side right now, which is around the region of the strongest side. So they're currently sampling the strongest side of the storm right now, and hopefully more data will be coming in relatively shortly. Do want to retract a little bit of my statement there from what I previously said. It looks like they're actually sampling the northeast side right now, and actually not leaving the storm.
Okay. And actually, National Hurricane Center made a second correction to their advisory that they issued. They corrected the tropical storm warning area, so I'm not sure what was wrong in that. But just to reiterate the warnings right now, we have a storm surge warning for Englewood northward to Indian Pass, including Tampa Bay. A hurricane warning for middle of Longboat Key northward to Indian Pass, including Tampa Bay. Tropical storm warning for Dry Tortugas, Chokoloskee northward to the middle of Longboat Key, west of Indian Pass to Mexico Beach, and Sebastian Inlet to Surf City, North Carolina. Sebastian Inlet in Florida, of course. Storm surge watch for Bonita Beach northward to Englewood, including Charlotte Harbor, mouth of the St. Mary's River to South Santee River, South Carolina, Beaufort Inlet to Drum Inlet, North Carolina, and the Noosa and Pamlico Rivers in North Carolina as well. A hurricane watch for the mouth of the St. Mary's River to Edisto Beach, South Carolina, and a tropical storm watch for the lower Florida Keys west of the west end of the 7 Mile Bridge, north of Surf City, North Carolina, to the North Carolina-Virginia border, already up there getting those watches, and the Pamlico and Albemarle Sounds tropical storm watch for those locations. If you're just watching for the first time, this is the National Hurricane Center's latest forecast cone. They're going with a 115 mile per hour point at that next point there where the big M is. That's 2 a.m. Wednesday, and probably stronger, and then before landfall, and then landfall. So that landfall could occur at a high-end Category 3 or maybe even higher, depending on how things go.
Recon data coming in right now, Nathan. They are turning back to the southwest and is now going into the northeastern core of the eye wall. And it appears that they are currently turning southwest and are going for a northeast to southwest pass at this time.
Amon of Lovely, thank you for your support once again. It's great to see you here. Says, I feel like I need to share this. National Hurricane Center's live update just now said that it is no longer secure alongside all the western coast of Florida and stay away from the coast. However, some people aren't doing that, because we saw on the earlier webcams that a few people, or well, more than a few people, were actually outside and still, you know, surfs up and all that. We might be able to take a look at that again in a moment on some of those webcams, but that's what the National Hurricane Center is saying, obviously doing their due diligence and their job to advise people to stay away from the coast, which is pretty common sense if you ask me.
Breaking news, Nathan.
Okay.
AF 304 Recon has found 103 knot flight level winds and 84 knot SFMRs in the northeastern eye wall. Or while they're sampling it, they have found 103 knot flight level winds and 83 knot SFMRs. This is coming in right now from AF 304 Recon. They have found 103 knot flight level winds and 83 knot SFMRs. Another reading here said somewhere around the 103 knot. Yep, 103 knot 84 SFMR. And that is breaking news right now coming out from Recon of a pretty substantial find in that northeastern side.
So to iterate to anyone who might not know.
Now we do await the drops on data from the storm as they continue to make a northeast to southwest pass.
To iterate to anyone who might not know, we're talking about the reconnaissance aircraft which are currently flying around in Idalia. SFMR is a way of measuring and estimating the wind speeds at the surface level. And also we have somebody waiting to speak, I think, Nathan, if I can let them in.
Yep.
All right, then.
And Nathan, I do want to point out that given that data, that does blend to 90 knots.
Right.
Yeah.
So that would translate to 105 miles per hour and a stronger storm there. So who knows where we go from here. A dangerous storm with a potentially dangerous storm surge of up to 15 feet in a few spots. Some people saying in the chat that it's a Category 3. It isn't. It is 100. It corresponds there to 105 miles per hour, which is middle Category 2 status, if the National Hurricane Center are happy with that data. They'll have an update in 2 hours' time. That's when the next update from the National Hurricane Center is due. Mateo Fur in the chat says that my house is on the Gulf Coast, around 20 feet from the water, but is elevated on a hill 25 feet high and is away from any storm surge threat. do you think this is a safe location? Well, I mean, the Gulf Coast, that's a very broad area. I'm not sure how I can really advise you on that. I'll have to reserve my right to comment there and wait for some more information. In the meantime, we're looking again at this radar imagery, frame by frame, minute by minute, and looks to me as though there may be a very slight westward element in that track right now. If you're finding this stream useful, please support us and share the stream as well. We're all over this storm all the way up until its landfall. TV Man says, can Idalia become a Category 4? Not out of the realms of possibility. And what do you think its max peak intensity could be? A similar question there by the Hurricane. Did you want to say something?
120 miles per hour at the very least. And also, given the latest recon data, I think that this is intensifying further at this time.
Huh.
We'll have to wait for that. We'll have to wait for the SOND data to come in, but recon has potentially found a Category 3 flight level winds. They won't translate to the actual intensity of the storm, given it also is a little bit removed from the actual core. However, that does blend when you do blend flight level winds and the SFMRs. That blends to right around 90 knots, which would be 105 miles per hour. And then we are going to be waiting crucially for that SOND data to confirm if indeed pressure is also dropping.
Oh goodness, I forgot what I was going. Oh yes, Mateo Fo was clarifying their location north of Tampa Bay, so I would say not to take any chances with being near the coast. That's I think that was the National Hurricane Center's advice. So
we are waiting upon 2 people that I have invited to the call, although I believe one of them is having problems accepting the invite.
no idea why that is. I think a lot of people are having that, from what I've been seeing. But feel free to call in and ask a question or let us know your observations or any other points you'd like to make that you think we may have missed on our stream so far.
I know we are now joined in our stage by Jonesy.
Jonesy, one of our main US folks, and I'm sure you'll be on top of this storm throughout the night.
I would have to bring myself into here to speak. I was just working on some. I was taking a little bit of a nap real quick, but
yeah, you still sound like you're in a nap right now.
I know recon came in. I know it's a Cat 2 now.
Yep, Category 2, and
they're going to be updating that on
just from recon. We've heard there that it may now support 105 mile per hour winds. So we're still waiting.
Recon's about to go in there, so we'll see from the northeast. So we'll see what happens.
If you once again from Cedar Key here, one of the locations that could be very close to the epicenter of this storm's potential landfall tomorrow morning. I believe we're now joined by Carolina EAS. Hello.
Good afternoon.
Hi.
Just wondering, do you think that the tornado threat would be significant over the states of Georgia and South Carolina?
That would definitely be correct. So basically, the low-level wind profiles are expected to basically increase across the board once it does reach the 0Z time frame. So pretty much from 0Z to 19Z is going to be when there's going to be a tornado threat. It's obviously not going to last the entirety of the time frame, but there will be a tornado threat from 0Z to 19Z, as reflected by the SPC as well as from what I've been looking at. The coastal areas of Georgia and South Carolina appear to actually have the greatest threat right now. based off of what the models have been indicating at. I do potentially think that a upgrade to the tornado probabilities could be not entirely out of the realm of possibility. I don't think they're going to be hatched because with this particular environment, you're not really going to be seeing significant tornadoes left and right. Although these particular tornadoes can actually spin down and cause significant damage in minutes, spin quickly back up. So regardless, the threat will exist there. Although there appears to be a more greater threat once Idalia moves inland to Georgia and South Carolina with a potentially even more heightened tornado threat. However, the tornado threat is pretty much going to be taking off from basically right around 0, maybe even 02Z, all the way until 19Z, as Idalia continues to spread its heavy rain bands in, and this is going to be mainly in association with any low-top supercells that do form in the rain bands, and then this will extend into portions of the northeastern Florida peninsula, into portions of southern Georgia, into the Carolinas, going into tomorrow, which will be Wednesday.
Anything
also,
else?
Another question.
Yeah.
With the path it's taking, does it look like it possibly might be going south and reaching Florida again?
Oh, you're talking about the longer range.
Range.
That's still a very, very much an uncertainty, but you can even see the National Hurricane Center's cone. They've got no idea what to do with it when it gets to the weekend. They just have it stopping in place because they've no idea which way it's going to go next. And ensembles are all over the place. A few of them take it back into Florida, probably only as a remnant low still, or maybe a very weak depression into eastern Florida. Can't be ruled out.
All right. Well, that's all I got to do.
Yeah.
I'll leave this now.
Thanks very
Have a
much.
good day, y'all.
Thank you. That was Carolina EAS, one of our callers there as well. And you're watching 413 Live. Let's just go through the warnings right now at the top of the hour here. It is just after 6 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time, and a storm surge warning is in effect for Englewood northward to Indian Pass, including Tampa Bay. A hurricane warning for the middle of Longboat Key northward to Indian Pass, including Tampa Bay. A tropical storm warning for Dry Tortugas, Florida, Chokoloskee northward to the middle of Longboat Key, for west of Indian Pass to Mexico Beach, and for Sebastian Inlet, Florida to Surf City, North Carolina. A storm surge watch in effect for Bonita Beach northward to Englewood, including Charlotte Harbor, the mouth of the St. Mary's River to South Santee River, South Carolina, Beaufort Inlet to Drum Inlet, North Carolina, and the Noosa and Pamlico rivers up there as well. Hurricane watch for the mouth of St. Mary's River to Edisto Beach, South Carolina. Tropical storm watch for the lower Florida Keys, west of the west end of the 7 Mile Bridge, and north of Surf City to the North Carolina-Virginia border and the Pamlico and Albemarle Sounds. Latest information at the top of this hour is that Idalia is strengthening, is a Category 2 hurricane, and we believe that there's support for now 105 miles per hour, and we're waiting for confirmation. It could be a very catastrophic landfall with potentially 15 feet of storm surge along the coast of the Big Bend area of Florida. Jonesy.
Give me a second to confirm that. And
What happened?
I did not realize that a second recon was in there. I was like, AF 304 did not find that. NOAA 3 is actually in there right now. It looks like they came in from the east side, or they tried to do a northeast one, but it looks like they just missed, so they had to go north and then come down the southwest side. But it looks like, from what I'm seeing, is that they found a flight level wind of 103 knots and a SFMR of 74 knots. And that looked to be on that east side, probably because they missed a true northeast pass. I'm going to say that that probably came out of the east-southeast side. So we're going to wait for Air Force 304 to head in from the northeast, which is what they're preparing to do right now. And we are also still waiting the drop zone to come in from the
We've just got some data, drops on data. This was dropped in the eye, and it is estimating a pressure at the surface of 968 millibars.
4-knot wind, so that is accurate. So 968 is the pressure now on Idalia.
Two
after
major
that
storms
zone.
active right now. Idalia on the right-hand side, which is strengthening, and Typhoon Saola, which peaked as a Category 5 not long ago, and still is one, by the way. An extremely powerful typhoon that we can't forget about during this stream tonight. We'll talk about that more probably in the next hour. I believe we've got Laura is better. Welcome.
Hello.
Hi.
I finally got noticed for like 5 minutes. I've been here for like 5 minutes.
I know you've been here for quite a
Wow.
while waiting. We had a little bit of information there. Go ahead.
Just ask what I had to ask, I guess.
Sorry?
So there's like a thing apparently where the like storm thing could like possibly like come back, like loop and come back.
Oh,
So
yes.
I might just be affected 2 times.
That again, yes. Well, we just spoke about that not long ago, and there is that. There is a possibility. I would give it a 50-50 shot right now, but it probably won't come back as very much, more than the remnant low.
I will say that it does look like, based on microwave
Thanks for
and
calling.
based from Dvorak, it looks like that the south and the northeast sides are the strongest parts of the storm right now. So it looks like that is the case, and it looks like that we're going to be seeing. Looks like recon data is coming in from one of the planes. I'm not sure exactly which plane is sending in recon data, and it was Air Force 304. They have found flight level of 84 with an SFMR of 80 in the northeast side of the storm.
Jose Rivera says, could you go over any severe weather warnings currently in Florida for the hurricane right now?
I was actually about to go ahead and do that, Nathan, but I wanted to wait and see if we have a little bit of time. But we do have a severe thunderstorm warning, which is currently active for northern Miami, Dade, and Broward counties. This is going to be for the cities of Fort Lauderdale, Miami, Hialeah, Pembroke Pines, and Hollywood. It does have a tornado possible tag on it, although I do think that this is going to be expiring relatively soon, given the fact that this is pretty much moved out of the warning polygon. However, still, if you are located in Fort Lauderdale, Oakland Park, Pompano Beach, Deerfield Beach, Parkland, Coral Springs, and Tamarack, especially if you are in the Miami, far northern Miami and Fort Lauderdale. This is pretty much past Miami, so if you are in the Miami metro, you should be fine. However, if you are in the northern Fort Lauderdale, including downtown metro areas, including also areas off to the north along 95, possible tornadoes embedded within the outer feeder bands of Idalia right now, or actually could be completely separated from them. I'm not 100% sure if this is indirectly related to Idalia or completely separated, or actually with Idalia. I will check satellite to confirm that as well. However, still, if you are in Pompano Beach, Oakland Park, Fort Lauderdale, and Deerfield Beach, especially, possible tornadoes with 60-mile-per-hour winds also a threat, and these are located along a line extending from 6 miles north of the intersection Alligator Alley and Miami Canal to intersection I-75 and Griffith Road to near Fisher Island, moving north at 40 with a tornado possible and 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts.
All right, we're just looking at that one down there in southeastern Florida, and there's a wide view of what's going on. If we just take away the radar for the moment, you'll be able to see exactly how the visible looks on this storm, and all of that convection that's bubbling over in at least 3 distinct parts of the storm. It's wow, that's really impressive to see it going like that right now. That is a sure sign of significant intensification. What we're talking about there with 968 millibars in the center, that's a drop of 4 millibars in how long? Less than an hour?
About
It'd be 83 minutes.
Yeah, around about 83 minutes.
It looks like,
83 minutes.
from what people have been saying, it looks like Tim in North Atlantic chat was saying it looks like about 3.14 millibars per minute. Xavier Hunter was saying about 2.89 millibars, not minutes, sorry, per hour.
Per hour.
per hour from Xavier Hunter. Tim was saying 3.14, so it's definitely looks like that. If that is the case, it looks like it's some sitting somewhere between dropping 2 to 3 millibars per hour at this point. We're gonna wait for the sun to come in from AF 103 to confirm that that is the case.
Well, as soon as you hear any breaking news here, I'm sure our team will be mentioning it. And, of course, if I see anything, we'll bring it straight to the stream. Right now, though, I'm still intrigued by just this ever so slight west movement in that west element in that northerly movement there.
Severe thunderstorm warning that I did point out that was for Fort Lauderdale proper has now been extended into Pompano Beach, including Deerfield Beach. This is warned for 60-mile-per-hour winds. No tornado possible tag on it now. However, it does include Central Palm Beach and northern Broward counties, including Fort Lauderdale, Coral Springs, West Palm Beach, Pompano Beach, and Boca Raton.
I would like to mention I can actually see on satellite the eye really starting to try and pop out now.
It is also trying to, on satellite, you can also kind of see the, on the satellite in the infrared where the strongest winds are most likely. That would be the case. Jet interaction will probably come in the next few hours, starting in the next few hours, but it's definitely looks like it's getting stronger. We'll definitely keep an eye on this as it goes throughout the Gulf here, but it is definitely stuff to watch, and I am waiting for that new recon data to come in probably within the next 3 to 5 minutes, and that will give us an idea what we are seeing the extrapolated pressure being on the Air Force 304 plane.
Who are we joined by now? It just says N on my screen.
NS Fan.
NS Fan?
Sorry, I'm nervous. I'm just nervous. Sorry.
Don't
be. We're all nervous out of this storm. I mean,
yeah, clearly. I've been tracking this for the past couple of weeks. I've been tracking it even before it was like a designated area because I've been predicting like something this bad was probably going to happen, and it just so happens I was right. I don't know if that's if that was a bad thing, but yeah.
Do you have any questions for us?
Here's my thing. Now, I cannot guarantee this. This might be a bit of a bullish claim. I'm not saying it's gonna happen, but I'm giving it a very slim chance of a Cat 5. Very slim.
Oh.
I think that is gone now, if we're being honest.
Yeah, I can see that. But basically, this storm is getting really its act together, and an eye is starting to form. I've noticed that on satellite as well.
Yep. I mean, very clear to see the eye really appearing, satellite. And in fact, I've not checked the infrared for a while. Let's see if we can have a quick look at that.
I just checked it. The temperature.
Yeah, just looking.
Not too remarkable rain.
No, not much on infrared, but it's
looking at
very
recon.
visible and certainly radar.
I'm looking at recon, and it's getting stronger. Like, this is not gonna be a good thing. Not saying it's gonna pull a Michael. It probably won't, but we'll see what happens. Again, a lot could change. And as you know, yeah, as you know, Gulf waters have been warm all season. I was just fearing this would happen, and it's happened. But,
well, you know, with the some people say that the Michael comparison should never have been used ever. But I think earlier on there was a little argument for that. If that real rapid intensification had begun from the offset, but it didn't quite, and as such, we'll be looking at a slightly weaker storm. Yes, go ahead. Yeah. Thanks for the call.
As the information coming in from the latest vortex data message, it pretty much confirms that the eye has a little bit of a more ragged feature, but is contracting. Okay. And as such, also to point out here that given the rate at which, given the rate of intensification in terms of pressure, if this rate were to sustain up to landfall, Idalia will likely make landfall if it does sustain at this rate. And one of the participants in the public server pointed this out as well. If this does sustain
Yes.
at its current rate it is dropping, Idalia will likely make landfall somewhere in the 928 to 920 millibar range. So we really hope that that is slowed down. However, if it does sustain the current rate at which it is intensifying in terms of pressure drop, it could potentially get really intense.
Now look, between now and about just after midnight, that has always been what the models have said would be the time for the most rapid intensification. After midnight Eastern time tonight, the chances of rapid intensification will drop a lot. So I would just really caution saying things like that. It's a little bit, I don't know. I don't want to say scaremongering, but I would say after 8 hours, I don't see any models that are still forecasting rapid intensification. So
now, all I'm saying is that if it currently holds its rate now, it's not likely to happen. But if it holds its current intensification rate right now, we'll see. But it doesn't mean it's going to happen.
yeah,
This is an
but
unlikely
no models
scenario.
are saying that it will.
But no models are saying it will, so probably we'll have to play it by ear by ear.
Even the crazies, that they're not saying that.
Yeah, so this is likely just an unlikely scenario, but definitely do need to keep a very close eye on data coming in from Recon.
We're looking again at Clearwater Beach right now, and a few dark clouds over there in the distance near the sea. Some interesting colours contrasting there on the horizon. A few people out there as well, but it does look fairly calm at this moment in time. See if we can get any more cameras right now. I don't think there's anything remarkable on any of the cameras at the moment, apart from the one that we had earlier at Sunset Beach, which showed a lot of people like surfing and all that. But I think that camera is down now.
Already?
Yeah, already. Probably not related. Might not be related to the storm.
Might not be, but
from what I've seen, it's down already. So I don't know what to tell you regarding that. Certainly didn't expect that it would be gone so soon, but I don't know. Sometimes these cameras come back, so it could be temporary or it could be a more permanent thing. But yeah, I'm not getting any signal at the moment. So let's take a look at somewhere near the very center of where the storm is likely to track. Maybe not the very center, but somewhere that could get a really raw deal with storm surge, and that's Cedar Key. Looks like this right now. No real changes to how it's been looking. Some dark clouds gathering over there in the distance, but nothing really crazy at this moment in time. So let's go back to some of the radar imagery, and you can once again see a few little storms popping up above Orlando, Deltona, that sort of area. They've all got, I think, special weather statements on those. No severe thunderstorm warnings at this time. There was one earlier near Melbourne, but not right now.
I'm gonna wait for the sond, but it looks like AF304 was just circling around the eye for a little bit. Exfoliated pressure of 966.1. I'm going to wait for officially for the drop sond to see if that matches up. But exfoliated pressure on now to 966. Gonna wait on the sond now.
Let's wait on that. If you've just joined us, welcome to our coverage on Hurricane Idalia, a storm that's still strengthening, a Category 2 with at least 100 mile per hour winds, and it's quite clear that it is strengthening at this point. And it looks to me on radar and satellite that its movement might just be ever so slightly west of north, or maybe it's just had a little jog. But generally a northward motion is continuing at this time. And a moment of lovely there. Thanks once again for the support that they're checking out at this point. And there'll be a lot of people checking in and out on our stream as well as on our panel. But please support us all you can on our social media platforms. Subscribe to us on YouTube. There'll be plenty more updates throughout the course of the next few hours. Of course, we'll be live the whole time. And of course, not forgetting the Category 5 typhoon that's near the northern Philippines as well. That's that middle picture, and on the left as well there, both of those are Saola. That's the very strong typhoon, Philippine name Goring, over there near the Philippines. We're doing a phone-in tonight as well as our live coverage. And taking comments from viewers as well. Start your message with Force 13 all in text, and we'll be taking your comments live on the air. I know that Mr. JJ wants to speak, and I keep sending invites. I don't know what the issue is, but when they get here, we'll be able to have a little chat. A comment there from XZ's channel. Could Saola make landfall in Hong Kong and Guangzhou in China? It could, but it's more likely to pass further to the south and might stall for a little bit and die off, actually. Or it will bend right back again towards the northeast, and goodness me, what a kind of track that would be after what we've seen already. How fast is Idalia moving now, and what is the cloud top temperature? So currently moving at about 16 miles per hour northwards, and cloud top temperatures, I'm not actually sure right now. Let's see if
I can quickly check for you.
I'm going to go to the Force 13 imagery, and you can also look at this imagery all on your own on the Force 13 website as well. There's plenty of imagery. Wow, the eye is coming out on infrared.
Yeah.
So let's show you this. Wow, look at this imagery here. This is the latest loop of Idalia right now using the RAM enhancement, and cloud tops, one or two tiny spots there into the -80s, but in general that is a red ring with blue in the center, so around a -55 degrees Celsius eye.
Yeah.
And that is a major concern right now, because I've seen storms look like this and be Category 3s. So, of course, we don't have... Satellite isn't absolute. Of course, we get that from the recon planes, and we're thankful that they're in there right now to give us the latest info. But honestly, if it looks like that's still in a few hours, that's probably a Category 3. So that's that right now. A few more comments here, and some of you may have noticed that we had Tropical Depression 11 form in the Atlantic as well, way out at sea, won't affect a soul. And a comment there on, do you think it will form? I assume you mean become a tropical storm. I think it will briefly by the looks of things on National Hurricane Center, and its name would be Jose. Let's hope that happens, because I don't like Jose very much, and I'd like it to waste its name on a tiny little storm out at sea.
Goodness.
Yep. Now, more comments then. I'm trying to keep serious, but we do have to have a little bit of a light moment here and there. It's going to be a long night tonight. Mateo first says, how likely is it that Tampa Bay will receive hurricane force winds? Those chances are pretty low. Pretty low for hurricane force winds, but storm surge is going to be a much bigger threat there. Gaming with Cam says that they're in Nassau County, Florida. How bad do you think it could get here? Now, I'm not familiar with that one.
Neither am I.
So I'm going to have to take another look. And there's more than one. Excellent. Nassau
Right.
County is the northeasternmost county of the U.S. state of Florida. Okay, yeah, so it's way up there. Right. Well, you probably going to get tropical storm force winds there. The question again was, what was the question now?
How badly would it affect them? I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was.
I doubt it's going to be hurricane force, but tropical storm force winds definitely for that area. Coastal areas will have, a difficult time as well. Certainly rip currents, possibly a little bit of surge, strong winds along the coast especially. So that's for tomorrow, round about late morning onwards, I would say. Maybe a bit earlier actually. I was wondering why it's so quiet. That's because Patrick has taken a few minutes away there, Joey.
Yeah.
And
Yeah, I was wondering.
what are your
We
thoughts?
had sorry to interrupt. We had a question come in on the voice chat. How will Lee County be affected?
Lee County.
Yeah, Lee County is one of the western counties. I once again forget exactly which one that is along the coast. It is further south, yeah, Fort Myers. The storm. Well, if you look at this imagery right now, it's making its closest approach to that area, Cape Coral, Fort Myers, and on that radar view, you look a little bit to the east. There's not a huge amount going on there right now, but there is the potential for some of this activity from below to move up here and possibly cause some locally strong winds and maybe a little water spout.
For those that are asking if this is undergoing eye wall replacement cycle, we do not believe that. Recon and radar is showing and reporting concentric eye walls.
Yeah,
which means it seems less like an eye wall replacement cycle and more like a banding eye feature. Yeah. Probably because of the dry air that we did mention in the lead up when this was still a tropical depression and all that, and an invest. We're seeing that what could hamper this storm is shear and dry air that's located in the northern Gulf. And it looks like that there was some dry air entrailment that wrapped around the outer eye wall. And that's what you're seeing on the recon data and also on the what you're seeing on radar. So it's not necessarily an eye wall replacement cycle. It's just working through that dry air. And I think it's done with the shear, but there still might be some shear in the area. If it's able to work through that dry air, then it's going to go. But that looks like dry air is the only thing that's causing it to not really rapidly intensify wind-wise. Obviously, the pressure is still dropping and will continue to drop. But as soon as it's able to get that dry air out of there, then you're going to see it go.
Our phone in continues. Hello, Mr. JJ. You're on the air with us right now.
Hey, what's it called?
Hi.
Sorry about earlier. Just dealing with some technical difficulties.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on. I think a few people are having that.
Yeah.
Yeah. But been mildly concerned because I had family that just moved out north of Tampa, so I've been looking out for them. But I'm just really getting the same kind of vibes all over again from last year.
Yep.
With Ian, where we saw overnight just an absolute explosion of intensity. And I don't think the same thing's going to happen with Idalia, where worst case scenario, we're waking up with a mid-range Cat 4 at landfall. But what do you guys think where it's going to be coming in for Florida, like intensity-wise?
Well, I'm not liking the look of this right now either. Time is not fully on its side. It's got how long now till landfall? Probably about 15 hours at most.
Yeah, I'd call it.
Probably.
And we're expecting most of the rapid intensification to be occurring right now, and it looks like it is. So
southwest side
it's
is
going to be at least a Category 3.
71 flight level, 64 knot SFMR, it looks like, coming out of the southwest side.
It's going to be at least a Category 3 landfall. and could
Yeah.
get to Category 4 if things go badly. But I'm somewhat pleased to say that it's very remote that we're going to see it get to Category 5, which is, I guess, a tiny little bit of comfort, my goodness, but I don't know.
That's the one thing that I was really. It didn't have a lot of time really coming out of the Caribbean to really like start like blowing up in intensity compared to Ian, where as soon as they finished up that Iowa replacement cycle, it was able to shoot for the stars.
Yeah, as a matter of fact,
Cap.
Ian looked better than this storm does now when it was emerging off Cuba, so it certainly had. Now
I don't
I'm
think it's
looking
gonna get.
now I'm looking at this radar. It looked like a western jog earlier. Now it looks like an eastern jog occurring.
Yeah, it probably isn't gonna get as strong as Ian. It's definitely still
No.
gonna get to major, but it's not gonna get as strong as Ian.
I think it's doing little wobbles around itself, maybe. That's why it's shifting westernings.
Any other questions for us, Mr. JJ?
Yeah, no, that's it. Thank you for having me.
Thank you. And we've also got Matthew Shoes with us right now as well. Hello. I don't know if you're here mainly to chat mod or if you're wanting to.
I'm just here.
All right, you're just here in the background. All right, we've got
Hi,
some
Matthew.
background folks and we got some
what's up
front of house like us here. All right, then let's see if we've got some more comments right now. A comment here. I'm not going to attempt to read the username. What chance Idalia could shift randomly somewhere and change track? Very vague
Very unlikely.
question, but it's not just going to turn left. That's one thing. But as with every storm, there is uncertainty as to where exactly it's going to go, especially in the later part of that track. But even in the immediate future, National Hurricane Center, even that cone even doesn't represent 100% of cases. So within the scope of the cone, though, we're looking at landfall anywhere from around, trying to look at where exactly that area is, some small communities.
Between Cedar Key.
Wakula County on the western side to, almost to Cedar Key. It's, I would say it's Sewanee actually on the eastern side of that cone. And it's quite a distance still, even only about 15 hours out. And a lot of real estate along the US East Coast under tropical storm warnings as well, and even hurricane watches for part of Georgia and South Carolina. They're still concerned that it could be a hurricane as it nears the coast, and well, I mean, if there's any shifts to the east on that track, could you fathom the possibility it could still be a hurricane when it emerges out over the east coast? I don't know.
Goodness.
We have Shep here.
Shep, we've been trying to get hold of you for ages. Hello.
Hi. I was at the store, so I couldn't talk.
All right. Any thoughts on the storm?
It definitely is going to be a pretty historic storm. From what I've heard, apparently a jet interaction might occur, which could propel the storm to maybe Category 4. I don't really know.
Not out of the question, and that is what's going to be really accelerating that storm's movement.
I've also heard that it might get to Category 3 before jet interaction.
It looks like it's going to get to Category 3, like, probably in the early hours at this rate, or maybe sooner.
No, quite soon. It's on its way there now.
Yep.
Yeah.
And I appreciate just how much this storm's going to speed up before it makes landfall. It's currently around, I'm trying to figure out miles to kilometers quickly. It's nearly 300 miles from its potential landfall point, and moving at its current speed, 16 miles per hour. That would suggest that it will only get there in nearly 20 hours, but it's going to undercut that by quite a bit. So it's definitely going to speed up a lot more before it reaches land.
Yeah, it definitely will. Definitely has been speeding up over the last few hours. I think a couple hours ago, I think it was only moving at 8. Now it's up to 16. So
Yeah,
it's definitely
once
moving.
the eye wall on Idalia is nearly closed, and once I just got word that the eye is now closed, which could mean it's gonna start booming.
Well, it already was kind of booming. I think if it wasn't
I
already
don't necessarily.
now.
I don't think it's closed. The recon has only found ragged.
Really?
Still waiting. I'm still waiting for the
Before it
drop
closed.
son to come in, and then after that drop son comes in, you'll get a few minutes later from the NHC the data that came out of that sonde.
Really, the only evidence I have for the closed eye is a radar right now.
Well, we're gonna go off of recon.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And they'll
because radar, it's not really that close to it, so you don't really know.
Bit of a
Our
distance.
recon.
We don't really know. It might be closed. It might be not.
Yep. Thanks for the call, Shep. We got to move on. What were you going to say about recon just then?
Are they still in there?
Yeah, there's two recons in there. You got an Air Force and a NOAA plane are both in there.
So as we go back to our dashboard right now, you can see both systems active. I don't know what happened to the Typhoon imagery there in the middle. It looks like it's changed to something else. But on the right hand side, obviously, the latest on Idalia and the cone at the bottom right, and the track forecast for the Typhoon at the bottom center image. A lot going on with hurricane warnings and storm surge warnings, and major concerns for the western coast of Florida over the next 24 hours and indeed less. Let's take a look at some of our webcams once again. This is a live shot from Clearwater Beach. It's actually looking a little bit brighter there, but still dark clouds all over the horizon. The storm is in the vicinity. But to be fair, looking at the immediate bands in the storm right now, it's stretched out and there's a lot of rain moving up through Orlando, Daytona Beach. But there's a big gap now in between those areas, if we look back at radar, and the main bulk of the storm, you know. Big gap here where there's actually going to be a brief interlude of fine weather by the looks of things before some of this will start moving back in to that region. West Palm Beach getting quite a bit right now as well, extending further south too. Looks like there's another little cell moving through Miami possibly. We're just looking at one radar here from Tampa, so it's struggling to pick up that. But it's Tampa's got the best view of the storm itself, which is well into its radar range now, and very interesting appearance on what the eye's been doing in those latest frames. A massive, probably trochoidal wobble that's been it's probably going to go that way next, so we'll see what happens with that.
Okay, that eye sonde is in, and that's 965. It doesn't say surface, but that is basically surface. 965 with a
22 knot wind.
No,
Is it
I
not?
don't. No, that sonde is going to be unreliable because it did not hit the surface. So that sonde is unreliable.
So we're not going 965.
Nope, unreliable sonde. It didn't hit surface.
Okay. Does it tell us anything else, or are we just going to have to wait for a whole new sonde?
It says it's in the eye, but because it didn't hit the surface, it's an unreliable sonde. So you go off the last sonde that did hit the surface, which was the NOAA 3, and we're gonna have to wait for a new sonde from either AF 304 or the the NOAA 3 plane.
Well, if you've just joined us, this is our live coverage on Hurricane Idalia right now, becoming a very powerful storm. At least 100 mile per hour winds sustained with higher gusts. And regardless of the winds at this point, it looks like the storm surge is going to be the major impact. Obviously, it's quite clear now that it's going to become the major impact from this hurricane, with up to 15 feet expected. Let me just briefly read out the storm surge expectations for all of these areas involved. It's quite a long list now, actually. The Osceola River to Yankeetown, Florida, 10 to 15 feet. And before going any further, let me just go and show you the graphic for it, because that's obviously helpful on a visual perspective. So here's the graphic from the National Hurricane Center, and look at all this that's going on. So 10 to 15 feet for the Osceola River to Yankeetown. That's all of that purple area. Some red zones there. 7 to 11 feet for Yankeetown to Chattahoochee. Also 7 to 11 from Ocklawakanee to somewhere else. I don't think it's even marked on the map because of the proximity of locations there. 4 to 7 feet to Carabel, and 6 to 9 feet from Chattahoochee to Anclote River. Tampa Bay, 4 to 6 feet. Anclote River to Longboat Key, 4 to 6 feet. 3 to 5 feet from Carabel to Indian Pass. 3 to 5 feet from Longboat Key to Englewood. 2 to 4 feet from Englewood to Bonita Beach. 1 to 3 feet from Mexico Beach to Indian Pass. 1 to 3 feet for Bonita Beach to East Cape Sable. Florida Keys, 1 to 2. Dry Tortugas, 1 to 2. 1 to 3 for the Flagler-Volusia County line to the mouth of the St. Mary's River. 2 to 4 feet from there to the South Santee River. And also 2 to 4 feet for the Beaufort Inlet, Drum Inlet, Noosa and Bay Rivers, Pamlico and Pungo Rivers. And 1 to 3 feet for South Santee River to Beaufort Inlet, and for Drum Inlet to Dark, 1 to 3 feet. And you hear all of those names get thrown around when we speak about the potential and the warnings. Well, there's a graphical depiction of where they all are with our peak storm surge, and it's quite clear to see where the main cause for concern is, and that's that Big Bend region of the Florida peninsula / panhandle. And right on that bend is the community of Steinhatchee, which looks like this right now. Very calm and still. Still quite a distance away from the main part of the storm. I'm actually quite surprised at the stillness there, but no real indications of heavy stuff occurring there yet, as far as I can tell.
Hey, Nathan.
Yeah.
Looking at some imagery right now, it appears that our trough up to the north might be starting to interact with Idalia right now, which is that jet interaction we've been talking about here for the past hot minute here. So we'll have to see what that trough does. Depending on the way it interacts, it could be a big factor in its future intensity.
Do you want to elaborate on that?
So basically, what's happening is basically it's going to be an upper level trough. That's basically an upper level jet that's going to be interacting with Idalia. Idalia has opened up its polared outflow channel, or has polared outflow channels, dual polared, going out of the north and going out of the south. And this upper level jet is going to interact with Idalia, and it's basically going to pull it northward. And also, with that upper level jet interaction, it's going to increase mid-level shear, which will further increase the tornado threat, given the fact that it's also going to speed up Idalia slightly as well. So once that jet interaction pretty much is happening, and once it does start to tug it a little bit more northward, which is probably what is going to be the case, although it has shifted a little bit west of track from what we've been noticing, at least over the past several hours, but still that northward jet interaction is going to probably be a factor in its future intensification. We'll have to see what happens, but this storm is definitely intensifying right now and could perhaps even be starting its period of rapid intensification. We don't know for sure because we don't have enough sufficient recon data in, but we might have some signs that could be beginning that period, Nathan. And I think regardless of it, if it RIs, if it doesn't RI, regardless of what happens, regardless of the scenarios, future scenarios, all of that, you have to prepare for the worst case scenario, hope for the best. We want to make sure you're preparing for the worst case scenario, as impacts are going to be catastrophic to life threatening along the northwestern Florida Peninsula. Basically, anywhere across the Florida Peninsula could see life threatening impacts from rough surf, high seas, storm surge, flooding, heavy rainfall, tornadoes of all that sorts. We need to make sure that regardless if some of the scenarios are unlikely, we have a likely scenario going to happen in terms of all aspects of this powerful storm. Prepare for the worst, but make sure to always hope for the best. Stay calm. Do not panic, as panicking will only make the situation worse for those and you around your local area, especially those that you are close with to, including your loved ones who may be with you at this time.
And two other webcams that we're looking at right now live. Bottom one is probably one of the closest webcams to the storm, Bradenton Beach, Anna Maria Island, and the northern one is Clearwater Beach, I believe. Both of them showing quite murky skies in the distance and very look like heavy clouds, which obviously contain the bands of the storm as it draws ever nearer. Now, the storm won't be making landfall in these two areas, but we are watching to see what happens with a potential surge there. In both of these areas, the National Hurricane Center is expecting around 4 to 6 feet of storm surge. So we'll keep watching those cameras closely. This is Force 13 Live. We've got a long night ahead of us as we keep watching all of our viewpoints, whether it's satellite radar or on-the-ground footage. Let's go back to our radar and the fascinating quick movement of the storm's eye there. Certainly a wobble and a half, but in general that motion is still northwards, and interesting to see what's exactly going on with that eye.
Okay, so the sun did hit the surface. It hit it at 968 pressure. The issue is we do not know what it would be because there was no wind at the surface. It didn't get a wind reading. The elevated was right above it was 22 knots of wind. I don't know how far up was that. Let me ask. How far elevated that?
You're typing that to who?
So there's a participant in the North Atlantic saying that
I thought you were like asking a sond bot or something to tell you.
No.
I'll be right back, guys. I gotta go do some stuff.
Yeah, of course.
Yep.
So it sounds like, according to the participant, the 22 knot winds with the 965 is 30 meters up. So I guess they're saying translated it down, it probably would come in around 966. I don't know necessarily if that probably would translate, but I'm going to, for consistency's sake, until the NOAA 3 sonde comes in, going to say 968 on the pressure.
Okay.
Interesting.
It could be lower than that, though. I will say it could be that 966 that someone was saying. We're just going to have to wait and see for the NOAA 3 sonde to come in.
Well, the clear message is still that it is strengthening, and this is at least a 100 mile per hour Category 2 storm. We heard about that pass earlier that got what we call it to 105 mile per hour winds. Would you be happy with running that if you were the officials?
I have no restriction. 105, 968.
Yeah.
No. No, I meant, what was the flight level and SFMR on that again?
I believe it was 103
flight level.
84.
And 84.
SFMR.
84 SFMR.
Someone blend that together, but definitely I would keep it for consistency's sake.
So, still looking at the live imagery here. Still visibles. We've got a little bit more light left. And let's see if we
blend
can...
to 83.
It blends to 83.
Blends to 83.
So that's 100 miles per hour.
Yeah, that keeps it at 100.
Okay, interesting. TJ says a good evening to our team. Nice to have you with us. If you are joining us
Actually,
this evening.
no. Let me retract that here real quick. I know that someone pointed that out. Yeah. So actually, this blends somewhere closer to 90 knots.
Right.
I don't believe this was a low-level reconnaissance flight, so therefore it would not be a 0.8 factor. I did say 90 knots at first, but then I realized that I don't believe this was a low-level reconnaissance flight. Right. So
Pretty sure
blending gives us 9 knots.
Pretty sure both are low-level reconnaissance. I'm not sure.
Well, whilst you figure
I need
it
to
out,
find
let
the
me just
formula.
talk to everyone right now. Thanks for joining us, by the way. Our continuing coverage on Hurricane Idalia, which is becoming a massive threat to the coast of Florida. If you joined us for the first time, welcome, and we hope you're enjoying the coverage, at least as best you can during this big event, or at least finding it interesting. Subscribe if you haven't already, and you'll have more updates on all storms that occur around the world, and of course our continuing live coverage tonight. Please spread the word. We'll take comments and questions, of course, as always, on our phone-in format tonight and on our YouTube chat, if you're on there right now. So, Titanic Sadness says, how much rain will be with Idalia? That's a very broad question, considering that the rainfall amounts will vary considerably. On the Florida Peninsula, we're probably looking at about 3 or 4 inches generally, and then further north towards Tallahassee, we could see 10 inches maybe. And into southern Georgia and into the inland in the Carolinas, we could be looking at 8 to 10 inches possible for some of those spots as well. Mainly inland, along the coast, we're probably looking around 3 to 5 inches in general. So it is
Nathan,
variable. Yep.
Quickly, real quick, I was able to find the blend. This was a 700. They are flying at 750 millibars, so therefore you use a 0.9 conversion or somewhere around there. Blending the 103 knot flight level to the SFMR, which would be around 83, 84 knots. That gives us a blending of 88.4, which pretty much rounds closer to 90 miles, or not 90 miles per hour, 90 knots, indicative of 105 miles per hour, Category 2.
We'll see
The
what
NOAA
National
Recon
Hurricane Center
is at
say
7.
in an hour.
So the NOAA Recon's at 750, so the factor is 7. That's what the blending is. So
one's close to 105.
More comments? What are the chances of tropical storm force winds in Polk County? If I remember where that is, I think you will be getting tropical storm force winds. Let me just double check the location there. But I do believe you will be getting tropical storm force winds there. Probably not too strong, but certainly considerable. Yeah, I'd probably stick with that. And you could be looking at rainfall amounts of maybe 2 to 3 inches, maybe a little bit more in a couple of spots, but it shouldn't be a serious event for you. But obviously take common sense precautions. And Xavier Nostalgia says that NOAA 3 is heading into the Ifa south to North Pass. Is that what you were just talking about?
NOAA 3 is doing south to North Pass. I didn't know that.
Yeah. A few people saying they're hunkered down. You know what? We're hunkered down here as well at Force 13 HQ. I've got a little bedspread that I've put down in my studio here, because I don't sleep in here. I obviously have my room elsewhere, but I've got a little bedspread here for overnight. Well, when Patrick will be doing coverage for a few hours whilst I take a little nap, because we're going to be doing that sort of thing tonight. It's going to be a long, long one tonight. And during, I mean, those will be the wee small hours, so during that time, hopefully the wires will be pretty quiet, and I don't know, it'll sort of feel like a different place on this stream. I don't know what's happened with the radar imagery. It's not working right now. Sometimes it can come in and out, but there it is. So yep, there's that eye doing a lot of wobbling as far as eyes go. But that's not really, it doesn't really say anything about it. It's just, well, I suppose what it does say actually is that it's ragged, as the recon were alluding to earlier. So it's a ragged eye, but certainly a decent looking one, and certainly got potential right now. Another comment, what's the chances of tropical storm force winds near Atlanta? They have family there. Near nil. And even rainfall, I think, is only going to be about
couple inches, maybe
1 or 2 inches. They got more the other day, didn't they?
During the marginal risk, yeah, during that severe weather.
Yeah.
They got more from that
than they'll get from this, yeah.
Mm.
Another comment, is it going through an eye wall replacement cycle? No, I can tell you that it is not going through an eye wall replacement cycle right now. But I am interested to see what they're going to say about that south side. Whether it's a radar artifact or whether the south side has still got some work to do there.
It does look like that it may have, I know Visible's ending soon, but it may have wobbled a bit to the north and east of the...
Oh, it's wobbling, all right. We can see that.
AF304, when they did their center pass, looks like it may have wobbled a bit. Let me look at the NOAA. NOAA's coming in due south, so yeah, it may have wobbled a bit.
A few more comments here, and keep them coming in, especially if you're somewhere near the storm and if it's safe to do so, like Christopher Campfield, who says that here in Sanford, Florida, we had a couple big rain bands come through, and we already have some heavy ponding on some roads. Well, there is a big gap after this, by the looks of things, for you, so there's a big moat of sort of relative dryness for a bit. And to be honest, that those storms that came through earlier, they're probably the worst that you'll get during this storm. Maybe a little bit more as it goes past. We'll wait and see. But those winds will be getting up regardless of what the weather is above your head. So, and Buddy Toys says, when does Jose form? Oh dear. Well,
oh dear.
Not yet. Certainly no name yet. Prince Wenkel says, is Saola getting stronger? Well, it's a Category 5. I don't think it's getting any stronger, though.
I don't think it will. Maybe it gets, if it goes any more into Cat 5, it goes only to 165 miles an hour, but it won't go anywhere past that.
AF304 is going for a southeast to northwest pass right now per that's coming out of recon.
All right.
Well, they better not crash into the plane that's going south to north.
No, I don't.
Actually,
think they
no.
will.
Oh no, they're not even in the southeast part of the storm yet, so they won't.
Another comment there. Did you say that Florida will get rain-band tornadoes later on tonight?
Yes, so the tornado threat is expected to gradually take off from around 01Z to 12Z for Florida, at least. These are mainly going to be in association supercells, which are basically supercells that don't have high cloud tops, they could potentially form in the outer rain bands of Idalia, and if those cells do indeed form and do rotate, I think they will have no problem with if they do form, given some very, very strong low-level shear and those clockwise oriented hodographs and wind profiles, as well as sufficient instability, as well as that basically the entirety of the atmosphere, taking into account the moisture, instability, as well as high low-level shear. These cells that do form and do rotate will have the capability of producing tornadoes. They are going to be mainly in association with cells that do fire out in the outer rain bands of Idalia, which means they will likely be rain wrapped in nature. And plus, given that this is a mainly overnight or evening to overnight into early morning threat, um, these are going to be rain wrapped. It's going to be dark at night. You won't be able to see them, or you may not even be able to hear them. You will not likely be able to see or hear a tornado and confirm one at night. So you have to be prepared once you put underneath a tornado warning, regardless of what the technical tag is, if it's an observed, PDS, or anything like that. If it's even radar indicated, you need to treat it as if a tornado is on the ground and doing damage in your local area, and making sure you are seeking shelter immediately in an interior room on the lowest floor of a sturdy building, or if you do have a basement, make sure to go to that basement.
Looks like that we have 69 knot SFMR just coming in, with it looks to be 78 knot flight level, unless there's an 87 knot flight level somewhere. Someone's telling me there is, but I don't see it here in the raw data. But I can definitely see a 69 knot SFMR. I can definitely confirm that much.
Actually, note here as well. Actually, the state of Florida doesn't really have basements or a lot of basements across the state. So if you're put underneath a tornado warning, your best course of action is to seek shelter in the most interior portion of the lowest floor of your building. This can be a hallway, bathroom, or closet, especially if you're put underneath a tornado warning, as most Florida homes do not have basements. So you want to make sure you get to the lowest floor, interior hallway or room, closet, bathroom. Make sure to remain far away from windows and use blankets and pillows to cover yourself and protect yourself from flying debris.
Looking back at National Hurricane Center cone here, and just a little bit of news that the fire station in Cedar Key is closed, and police are telling remaining residents to head inland.
Nope, we cut out a little bit.
And as we heard earlier on, I think, that the National Hurricane Center were advising everyone on the west coast of Florida stay away from the coast. Quite obvious. Live view from Cedar Key right now, looking out over the water once again. A little bit pixely in the sky, but you can still see the trees swaying all the same. And it looks very dull over there in the distance.
We do have some news here. Radar is indicating some lightning that is going up right now in the northeastern eyewall.
Comments right now. Ryan says, what impact could be in Lake City?
That's inland, I think, right?
But they could get really serious conditions there, if I recall.
Yeah, they can.
Lake City is underneath a hurricane warning. They're also located about maybe 25 to 50 miles inland, away from any storm surge warnings. However, Lake City, you could potentially see upwards to 80 to 100 mile per hour wind gusts, especially as the core moves over you. Essentially, as the core moves over you, as you are underneath a hurricane warning with the potential of hurricane force wind gusts, perhaps even exceeding that.
All right.
Definitely could be possible, especially near Cedar Key, where there could be the potential for 100 plus mile per hour winds, as this is going to be one of the more areas that could see a potential landfall from this powerful storm.
And some more questions as well. How high is storm surge currently in Cape Coral? I haven't seen much there. And James C says, what about Charleston? Well, they could get stormy conditions.
I think projected right now 2 to 4 or 3 to 5 feet of surge.
Yeah, it'll be in that ballpark, I think. We don't actually have cameras there anymore. I moved them elsewhere. But here's one view that we could look at. Clearwater Beach right now. And the camera's just starting to rock a little bit there for the first time. Still a couple of people out there on the beach. I think they're people. And heavy weather over there in the distance. But I don't know where the water line usually is, but it doesn't look like any significant surge there at this point. And now comments about the supermoon. And how could the supermoon affect the surge and floods?
Well, I know the Perigee, I believe it's called, is supposed to be happening tomorrow around 8 and 9 a.m. Eastern, which is supposed to be when Idalia is coming in. So it doesn't even matter if it's going to be at low tide or starting to shift towards high tide. Because of the super blue moon, it's going to be the largest full moon of the year. It's going, which means it's going to be the closest point to the Earth, not only this orbit, but I guess out of all the full moons this year. That is definitely going to funnel water and surge in there. It's going to basically ignore the low tide if it is going to be low tide. And you might get you might get some higher surge totals than what's currently forecasted.
Yeah, pretty wild. Let's see what other comments we've got right now. Will Orlando get it bad? Well, they'll get probably some tropical storm force winds. Could Idalia rapidly intensify or even explosively intensify with the jet flow?
Yeah, it could. It's definitely possible. I will go back to the surge real quick. Areas here along the Big Bend and the western coast of Florida, the totals that are being forecasted, we're talking about storm surge totals that you have not seen in at minimum 30 years. And that was from the storm of the century 1993. And that was an extratropical in March, while people forget that storm literally had a line go all the way from Canada to Honduras, connected.
It was crazy.
And you had snow up in the north, dropping like 40 inches of snow. It got cold enough to where there was 4 inches of snow on the Florida Panhandle, and then into the Big Bend and western and central parts of Florida, where Idalia is going to come in. They got a derecho, and because the system formed in the Gulf and actually moved northeastward, that derecho funneled water into the Big Bend and west coast of Florida, where there was up to 12 feet of surge in parts of Appalachia Bay and also on the west coast of Florida, north of Hudson. I think the name was by one of the keys that's on the west coast of Florida. Let me get the exact name. It was Pine Island. So they had 12 feet of surge, and we're talking about something similar here from Idalia of 10 to 15 feet. Steinhatchee had 11 feet back then, 30 years ago. So we're talking about surge totals that we have not seen in some of these areas. Tampa had 7 feet of surge back then in 30 years. And that was off-season as well, from an extratropical.
Looking back at the radar right now, and this is the latest on Idalia, it's really wobbling around all over the place. Trochoidal wobbles, they're called, where it sort of pirouettes around a sort of center. Very difficult to explain, to be honest, but that's basically what it's doing right now. I'm seeing more yellow wrapping round, so could it be getting stronger? And is the eye definitively closed?
Mm-hmm.
It is.
So that's what we're gonna wait on these passes. Someone on Twitter who's a team specialist, they were saying that caution with the guidance from the F304 recon. Hurricanes wobble. It's what we like to call triocondial oscillations, and these occur as the dynamics create vorticity maximums within the eye wall, which favors the forcing of the storm to become lopsided. And this is what forces the hurricane to wobble one direction, and as the vorticity goes around the other direction of the storm will wobble back the other way, and that's why you get that sidestep motion. And obviously, we're going to be watching these passes as they go through the storm, both from the NOAA 3 aircraft and the Air Force 304 aircraft. We're going to see if these are concluding that the eastward turn is starting earlier and it's not an oscillation. That is what it most likely will be, but that's what we're going to wait and see closely on these passes. Okay. If the east turn is starting now and it's this early, not a sign for Tampa Bay. Not a good sign for those in the Tampa region.
NOAA 3, breaking news from NOAA 3. NOAA 3 reconnaissance has found an extrapolated pressure of 963.4 millibars.
We're going to wait on the sun because the Air Force had a 962.
Could be a potential low bias as well. I believe that the
looks like the
NOAA 3 does have a slight low bias.
It looks like the SFMR, where those pressures came in, were actually flagged. So we're going to wait on the Sond. But I do see a 79 knot SFMR going into the north side, which is not flagged. Let me refresh the data. This is NOAA 3 that just went through the center, correct? Yes. So coming out of that north side, we had 80 flight level, 79 SFMR.
All right. You're watching Force 13's live coverage of Hurricane Idalia as it draws ever nearer to the coast of the Florida Big Bend area, and of course high implications for the whole west coast of the state. Reiterate the latest information from the National Hurricane Center ahead of their next advisory, the intermediate, which will be in an hour or 50 minutes now. Their last update, they had 100 miles per hour and a pressure of 972. And to reiterate these warnings, a storm surge warning for Englewood to Indian Pass, including Tampa Bay, a hurricane warning for the middle of Longboat Key to Indian Pass, including Tampa Bay, a tropical storm warning for the Dry Tortugas, Florida, Chokoloskee northward to the middle of Longboat Key, west of Indian Pass to Mexico Beach, and Sebastian Inlet to Surf City, North Carolina. Storm surge watch for Bonita Beach northward to Englewood, including Charlotte Harbor, mouth of the St. Mary's River to South Santee River, South Carolina, Beaufort Inlet to Drum Inlet, North Carolina, and the Noosa and Pamlico Rivers, North Carolina. Hurricane watch for the mouth of St. Mary's River to Edisto Beach, South Carolina, and tropical storm watch for the lower Florida Keys west of the west end of the 7 Mile Bridge, north of Surf City, North Carolina to the North Carolina-Virginia border, and the Pamlico and Albemarle Sounds. We're expecting up to 15 feet of storm surge, which could be incredibly dangerous for that whole coastal region of Florida on that west coast extending through the Bend area. They're expecting a 115 mile per hour dot there. That's that first M on the chart, early in the morning local time, and then possibly further strengthening up to landfall. A category 4 could not be ruled out before it reaches land. That's the latest, and we'll have more in an hour with their next intermediate advisory. Here's the latest satellite imagery of the storm with that eye appearing briefly and possibly here to stay. We've now got Dimitri on the line. Hello, welcome. You there? Okay, perhaps not just yet, but I'm sure we'll hear from him shortly. Send in your questions, start your message with Force 13 all in text, and we can take your comments live. You can also join our Discord server and join the phone in, where you'll be able to call in with your thoughts on this storm right now and any questions you might have as well. We like to make things as interactive as possible. Dimitri, you there? Okay, we're not getting anything from you right now. Let's see if we can talk to AC instead. Hello? You're on the air.
Morning.
Morning.
Hello from the middle of nowhere.
Okay.
Yeah, I've been watching the storm over the course of the last few days, and oh dear, this is terrible timing. I will have to return.
Oh.
Oh.
Okay,
Well.
apparently they were interrupted by something.
Hey, it happens. It happens to the best of us.
Dimitri, welcome.
Hello, how are you doing?
We're alright. We're watching this storm, doing all of this wobbling right now, and very interesting radar appearance at the moment.
Yeah, it has definitely gotten better in terms of its structure over last compared to last night. That is definitely why it's a category 2 at the moment here. One of my questions I was already asked earlier, that was the question regarding the supermoon and the tidal cycle and stuff like that. More important question at the moment here. First question, how is Franklin doing at the moment? Because Franklin, I know, is close to Bermuda.
It's a fish. They're keeping it from the earlier fixes of 125 miles per hour, 947. I think there's a one more recon going to Franklin, and that's going to be the final recon of it. Unless that's maybe what that recon was supposed to be. What that was going to go into Franklin is not going into Franklin anymore. I will find, and that's why it showed up on Tropical Tidbits, because it was heading back from the Virgin Islands to Biloxi. Let me find that out.
Franklin with a massive eye on the right-hand side. Let me just point out Bermuda quickly for those who want to know. Bermuda is right here, just off the edge of the storm.
There is supposed to be one more scheduled recon for Franklin. And that was supposed to take off at 20Z and would have been getting to the system right about now. I'm not seeing anything on there about Franklin, but what it does look like is what would have been that final Franklin recon. I think they just decided to cancel it because there's a recon plane that earlier flew from the Virgin Islands, and it stopped responding once it got up towards the coast of the Panhandle, but that probably means they turned off their responder because they were heading back to base. So it looks like that final recon on Franklin got canceled, so we're going to have no more recons for Franklin. So now it's just how strong it's going to be. It's going to be based on you're going to have to look at Dvorak, you're going to have to look at ADT, you're going to have to look at microwave, all that kind of stuff. The eye has gotten much larger on Franklin.
Yep.
So for those who are wondering, is it going to get back to Cat 4, maybe Cat 5? No. It's going to start to weaken from here on out. And as it moves off to the north and east, it's going to weaken, it's going to run into shear, and it's going to turn extratropical in about 4 days' time.
Second question I have is on the RANM MMB, there is a product called the RIPA forecast, RIPA.
Yes.
Does
On the RAM
anybody
website.
know what that is?
Rapid intensity
No.
potential.
Oh, that. Okay.
Rapid intensification potential. I'll have a little look at that right now.
The graph
and see what
is
it's saying.
confusing.
Okay, I'm going to have a little look at it now and see what it's saying. Let's see. The RIPA forecast. It's well out of date. That's one problem with it by the looks of it. So I don't think you can really bother with that. Oh no. Yeah, I see what it's doing. Although I'm a bit confused about what it's showing myself.
How does that actually work? Our eyes, whatever this is.
I wouldn't bother with it. I would take a look at the ships instead. I think that might be a better solution.
I guess I'll go in. I guess I'll look into that a little bit later.
All right, there we go.
Welcome back, AC.
I tried. I just had to help around the house for a moment is all. But
ahead.
yep. Looking at the storm for the last couple of days. And something about Idalia is that it's had some time to strengthen. The reason it's getting to where it is because it was so darn slow coming out of the Caribbean. And it'd probably be even stronger if it took that westerly route.
We've lost you. But I think... Hello?
Sorry. Yeah, I'm here. Okay.
Westerly
Sorry.
route.
Yep. Yeah, about the... Okay. Had it not interacted with Cuba and taken that more westerly route, I think we'd be looking at a much stronger storm. So, I guess good news is that this is probably not as potent as it could have been. And really, it probably won't have nearly as much time. I mean, it's not going to make much of a difference, but I mean, move easterly, there's more Florida. So, I mean, not going to get as much time to reach higher intensities, but that doesn't mean we're not going to have a major hurricane on our hands, because we are, and that is exactly what it is trying to do as we speak. But the ceiling, I will say, is at least somewhat lower than it was, and that's...
I would agree with that, yes.
A little bit of both.
Probably looking at a ceiling still in the category 4 range, I would suggest.
I do have some news to break in here from Recon Nathan. Recon has dropped a sonde in the eye wall, and they have found a sonde pressure of 965 millibars, and with a north-northwest wind at 2 knots.
2
knots in the eye wall, which does look to be...
That is from the sonde data, 965 millibars with a north-northwest wind at 2 knots. This was dropped to the surface with a 965 millibar sonde with a north-northwest wind at 2 knots.
So that's clearly in the eye.
Yes.
All right. Okay.
You said eye sonde?
Sounds like 965.
We
then.
have an eye sonde.
And that... Okay, so Air Force is going to come in from the southeast. Let me see. 965 at 2 knots. Yep, 965. That supports it.
AC, anything else we can help you with?
I'm just kind of... I just made my comments, and, this is going to be a storm. And...
It certainly is.
This is... From what I know, this is the first major hurricane to hit this area, at least in a while.
Yep, a very long time.
I think this thing's easy. 1950 or 55, one of those years.
1950, that was the last Category 3 landfall in this area. 120
beyond
20
nuts.
miles per hour, and the last storm that was stronger than that was a 125 mile an hour landfall in 1896. And there are no 130 mile an hour landfalls north of Cedar Key, or anywhere near.
There you go, I guess, just to reiterate how weird, wacky, and wild of a season it has been. There is
already
there is no analog for a lot of this. Like, we've seen a lot of weird, strange, and kind of scary stuff this season, and the Atlantic pulling things like this despite an El Nino with the of course high SSTs basically all over the basin. They're in the reds as far as anomalies go. And,
there's been quite a bit.
It's a little odd, maybe even a little absurd. And now that we're starting to see the big canes start to develop as we approach the peak season, a lot of our storms to this point, the strongest was Dawn, Category 1 storm.
Up to this point, yeah.
At a high 4, Idalia is headed for major status. And then there's other storms probably down the road, which we could see more majors coming out of. Probably not 11 at the moment. I don't think that's going to become a major anytime soon.
No. It's going to be a short-lived tropical storm.
Yeah.
And I don't know what's going to become of that wave out in out towards Cabo Verde, but I don't expect that it's going to be that much.
No, that's only going to be a fairly weak system and won't last too long, I don't think.
If it even gets to tropical storm, I think the model's only wanted to be a tropical depression. That's what I have it on Ticos, being a tropical depression, maybe as it is right over or gets through the Cape Verdes.
That checks out. But
all right.
Yeah.
Thanks for the call, AC.
I'll try my hardest.
Thanks.
There's some interesting advice, this great advice from preparation I just put down on the tropical stage chat. And here is what I am, and here's some of that information. Here's some advice for that. If you are evacuating, and for many they're under mandatory evacuations, grab your emergency supply kit. If you don't already have one, there's a link in that on here's how to pack one. And the essentials are cell phone, chargers, medicines, identification, and cash. Unplug your appliances, turn off gas, electricity, and water if there's time. Follow the roads that emergency workers recommend, even if there's traffic, but never drive through flooded areas. Contact your local emergency management office and ask if others offers accommodations for owners and their pets. If you're willing to stay home, or if you're able to stay home, keep your emergency supply kit in a place you can easily access. Listen to the radio or TV for updates on the hurricane. Stay inside, even if it's calm. Wait until you hear or see an official message that the hurricane is over. Stay away from windows, even in a room without one or in a closet, to avoid broken glass or flying debris. And of course, be ready to leave. And if emergency authorities order you to leave, or if your home is damaged, you need to go to a shelter or a neighbor's house. For your family, including pets included, review your emergency plan together. You should have already prepared for an emergency plan well before this storm. Watch TV, listen to the radio, or check online for updates about the storm. Call the hospital, public health department, or police about special needs. If you or a loved one is older or disabled or won't be able to leave quickly, get advice on what to do. And you gotta make sure you put pets and farm animals in a safe place. And there's a link on the NPR website that explains more details about that. For your home, clear your yard, securing anything that could blow around and damage your home. Move bikes, long furniture, grills, propane tanks, and building material inside or under shelter. Cover up windows and doors and use storm shutters or nail pieces of plywood to the outside window frames to protect your windows. Be ready to turn off your power if you see flooding, down power lines, or have to leave your home. Fill clean water containers with drinking water. You can fill sinks and bathtubs too. And check your carbon monoxide detector's battery to prevent carbon monoxide poisoning. For your car, fill your car's if you are driving, fill your car's gas tank in advance and make sure it's at least half full. Move cars and trucks into your garage undercover, and always keep an emergency kit in your car.
We're looking once again at a very calm view still at Steinhatchee up the coast in western Florida, just further north than Cedar Key, and this is one of the locations that could get the very worst from this hurricane. As we look back towards Cedar Key itself, we can take a look. This is how it's looking right now, and I'm certainly seeing those waves getting a little bit more feisty than they were earlier, and those trees blowing just a little bit harder as well. So wind getting up a little bit at Cedar Key right now, as you can see there, and still quite a murky distant cloud scene there. We heard not too long ago that the fire station has closed down, and the police are advising people, instructing people to move inland. So it doesn't sound like there's going to be any emergency service support there during the height of the storm, as is the case in many of these places. So you got to be absolutely sure if you want to stay behind during this and be completely prepared. But a lot of these locations, indeed some whole communities, could be inundated with up to 15 feet of storm surge. That's Cedar Key right now.
Hey Nathan, I don't think we've gone over this here real quick, but I believe that Saola is intensifying.
Oh no, really?
And Ethan is pointing out this as well. He's observing that this is also likely an intensifying Saola right now.
Yeah, visible's coming up on it. It's past the Batons and the Babayan Islands. We will be switching its region as it moves further away and goes more toward Hong Kong.
Let's take a look then at some imagery of Saola right now. We are tracking several things across the tropics. Here it is, new visible imagery of the storm this morning. Well, it's a looker, isn't it? Very powerful storm, Category 5 status, near the Babayan group of islands off the northern tip
Past them actually now.
of the Philippines. Look at this imagery as well. A latest image of the storm there, as it continues to move slowly clear of those islands, gradually sort of moving northwesterly. I'm not convinced that's stronger than it was before though, but still a Category 5 nonetheless.
Let me take a look at if microwave has come in on it, and let me check on the website. So there was a microwave, a Simus, that came in at 20Z, but that looks like a missed. There are some other passes that we are waiting to have come in. I want to see that imagery when it does come in, but let me see the one that did come in. Oh, that looks nice.
Just update one of those images there.
I'm not able to share my screen in the stage, but from what
you should
not
be
letting
able to.
me. I don't know. It's not letting me. Regardless, it's definitely very, very nice on microwave. Let me throw this into the live discussion back in the contributor hub, and I will throw it into the tropical stage chat as well. That's the microwave imagery, and
There it is.
You know, I tend to agree with our analysts behind the scenes, and I'm gonna probably be in agreement with them. We're gonna be upping Saola to 145 knots here at 0Z. So it will be 165 miles an hour.
Maybe. I'm not sure.
I do want to see another microwave pass, though, because
not sure,
very...
but I'm not able to go into depth on that as we're covering Idalia a much.
Yep.
Well, I mean, I'm not going to go into the nitty-gritty of analysis during all of this, but here's the latest satellite on Idalia. Not far from nightfall now, or at least sunset. The imagery will probably last us another half an hour to an hour before we go into the nighttime. So it's getting closer, still moving northwards, around 16 miles per hour. National Hurricane Center will update in the next 25 minutes, and so we'll be able to bring you the latest news.
Hey, Nathan.
If you know people who are around, get them to watch our stream. We're doing this coverage all night. Go ahead.
Yeah, I do want to point out here, I will send this in the live. I will send this in the tropical discussion chat real fast. Or actually, I will post this in live output. It appears that low-level wind profiles, I don't know if you want to put this up on screen, but this is from Tampa. And low-level wind profiles are beginning to enlarge across the western Florida peninsula right now, and low-level shear is also beginning to increase. So therefore, I do expect the tornado threat to ramp up from this point on. With any cellular convection that does form out ahead of the outer rain bands, low-level shear is beginning to increase, and as you can see here by this representation, this graph right here, this is basically sampling the entire region of western Florida from Tampa. Tampa covers a large region of radar in terms of radar length and whatnot. In terms of region, you can see here by the westward curve, you can basically see where the lines do connect right in that middle, basically where the blue line and the red line connects, and then you have those two squiggly lines connecting on the bottom. With inside that, that is your low-level shear content, and the profiles are definitely becoming much more larger and inflated. Which means that low-level shear is beginning to increase and given some strong instability, which is also being fueled by those very strong and very warm sea surface temperatures. I do expect that at any given point over the next few hours here, we could start to see an uptick in tornado potential in the outer rain bands from this point forward.
And don't worry if you have no idea what that chart says. I don't either.
So basically, this is what this base. I'll break this down simply here real quick. So this chart is what we like to refer to as a vertical wind profile. This vertical wind profile graph basically shows the orientation and representation of basically how the winds are turning with height in the atmosphere. And basically, once you see like this more larger shaped and clockwise turned photographs, these basically they're turned clockwise and they're large. These large and clockwise turned photographs or wind profiles are what we really love to see with these outer rain bands, with these cellular convection or supercells that do fire out in the rain bands. This shear is going to combine with those sea surface temperatures, basically fueling the instability that we've had from heating of the atmosphere earlier this morning and throughout the day yesterday. Some instability is still remaining from yesterday as well. And we have a lot of moisture in place as well. So basically, the larger those wind profiles are on the graph and the larger the hump basically is, we like to refer to it as a low-level hump. The larger the hump and the larger the profile, the greater the ingredients are in place for the potential of tornadoes. Now, these tornadoes, while they're not going to be overly intense in nature, they can potentially cause significant damage, like I've said, in just mere minutes. So make sure to seek shelter immediately if you're underneath a tornado warning. Flash flood warning and tornado warning, obviously treat the tornado warning. The with the first immediate threat, and then treat the flash flood warning with the more higher threat. And I will be keeping an eye on the scenes for further observations, and will let you know if I noticed anything of concern to bring up on air. And we do expect here that the National Hurricane Center will be updating their advisory. They'll be giving out their next intermediate advisory at the top of the hour.
Recon
I have
news,
a
I guess.
recon. 97 flight level, 69 SFMR.
Okay.
Southeast side of the storm, by the way.
Southeast. Here's the view once again from Anna Maria Island, Bradenton, Florida. Looking out to sea still. Starting to get lose light now. There won't be a nice sunset like there was yesterday along some of these western shores. It's a very cloudy one as the storm persists just off the coast. And I'm not sure whether we've seen an increase in this surge, but certainly those waves getting larger compared to what we saw earlier in the day. Most of the coast is rain free at this point as well. A large gap in the rainfall through Tampa and northeast of there to Orlando. In fact, you may not encounter rain at all between those two cities. But one of the outer bands or moderate bands now is starting to rake that western coast. Sarasota getting a little bit of rainfall. The Tampa Bay area is getting a little drizzly now as well. I don't think there's anything massive right now, but there are some more significant showers just off the coast that might be trailing onshore fairly soon. And that's what my assessment was from radar at any rate. Let's take a look at some of the last visibles as we get towards nightfall, and it certainly when this happens, when we get close to sunset, it sort of not exaggerates, but it really shows off the cloud tops a lot more with the low sun angle. And I'm just looking here, and it looks to me in those latest frames as though we've got blow-ups of convection, the hot towers, on opposing sides of the eye, which whenever we see that usually means rapid intensification.
I do want to point out here real quick that we do have a question coming in from our tropical stage from one of the callers that we had earlier. He is asking, he's in West Central Florida right now in the tornado risk. Can I get some advice? I'm a little bit nervous. Well, the first thing you want to do is not be nervous. The second thing you want to do is make sure that you are not panicking at all. Do not be in a panicked state. Panicking will only make the situation worse for those and you that are basically around you. You want to make sure that if you're underneath that tornado risk tonight, and we'll let you know about this throughout the entirety of the coverage at points where we will I'll let you know what's ongoing. You want to make sure that you are seeking shelter in an interior room on the lowest floor of a sturdy building. It's at the centralmost portion of that building. You don't want to go to higher ground. You want to go to the lowest portion on the ground as much as you can. Most Florida homes do not have basements, so you want to make sure that if you have to seek shelter during a tornado warning, it's the interiormost portion of your safe room on the lowest floor. If you're in a hotel, if you're in a restaurant, go to the interior portion, go to the stairs. Do not take the elevator down the stairs. When you go down the stairs, if you have to try to go down in terms of going down to the lowest floor, do not take the elevator. Take the stairs. Elevators can malfunction in high winds as well as potential tornadoes. So you want to make sure you get to that lowest floor. And in general, you want to get to the lowest floor, but since Florida homes don't really have basements, you want to get to the lowest floor in that central portion of that safe room, hallway, bathroom, closet, and you can use blankets and pillows to protect your body from flying debris. You also want to make sure you remain in the centralmost portion of that structure and put as many walls, as many elements between you and the outside world as possible, as you can have debris literally fly through your home in the span of a second. That's how intense the straight line winds can be, especially when we are taking into account the the winds from Idalia. You also have to treat the intense winds, extreme winds. I do think we could see extreme wind warnings eventually issued down the line once this does near to shore. Extreme wind warnings, these have to be treated like they're tornado warnings. Extreme damaging winds can cause damage similar to significant to intense tornadoes, and they can basically represent that a tornado is coming. So obviously, lowest floor, centralmost portion of an interior room, sturdy structure away from windows, and use as much things to protect yourself from flying debris. If you're out on the road somehow and you are this is taking into account more inland areas that are going to be more susceptible to the heavy rain and tornado threat and not the closer threats to shore. You want to make sure that if you're along any highway, if you're driving in these conditions with heavy rain and tornadoes, make sure to pull over immediately, pull over to a gas station, pull over to a restaurant, a local convenience store, anything that you see that is open. They will allow you to go in if you say, hey, I need to seek shelter. There's a tornado warning outside. There could be a tornado coming. Please let me seek shelter. And I believe they should most certainly allow you to seek shelter, especially given the potential seriousness of this threat. But obviously, we're going to be taking into account that heavy rain, flash flooding, as well as close to the coast, that very life-threatening and catastrophic storm surge threat, as those are going to be the biggest concerns. However, the tornado threat is also something that we cannot completely discount. As we have seen with intense tropical cyclones, like we've seen with Ian last year, they can drop significant tornadoes in the span of minutes, and they can quickly spin one down and spin one right back up. So you got to just be vigilant and ready for the potential for tornadoes.
Blimey.
I
believe we're now joined by Farhan.
Hello,
Hello.
everyone.
How are you?
It's doing fine. I think I like many people are quite amazed by the turn of events that happened in the last 24 hours. Of course, Idalia is the main focus, having intensified into a hurricane, and it's currently, well, I don't think racing is the correct word for it, but it's certainly approaching the Florida coast, and people's attention, at least the vast majority of our audience at Force Station, is certainly drawn to it. But on the other side of the planet, I also like to mention that what happened to Saola is quite incredible. Like, during yesterday's live, we were expecting it to perhaps re-intensify a bit, but certainly not to become a category 5 super typhoon, which is quite amazing and certainly out of my expectation. And what also amazes is to see the signal, the Pagasa tropical cyclone wind signal number 5 to be hoisted. It's only on one island, but still, it's kind of surreal to see that be hoisted in August. You kind of expect that for the really strong late season storm like October, November. So to see that in August is quite something.
I think they may have gone down from Signal 5. They did.
Yeah, it has now.
Signal
but
5 and Signal
it was
4
there.
are gone. It was there. The newest Pagasa advisory is out. They still have Signal 3s out for the Batans and the north and western Babayan Islands. There are still a few Signal 2s out on Luzon and plenty of Signal 1s, but it is going to be moving more and more away from those islands, and they expect that by 5 a.m. on the 31st Philippine time, so that'd be 5 p.m. tomorrow, so under 24 hours, they expect that it will be outside the Philippine area of responsibility as it heads off over towards Hong Kong.
Lucas Marble says, how much time does, I assume, Idalia have left to intensify before landfall? If it intensifies all the way, of course, which it may not, and I would say it's probably going to be about 12 hours at this point.
Hey, Nathan.
Hello, we're here.
Breaking news coming out of Storm Prediction Center. Mesoscale discussion number 2060 has been issued. Tornado watch is likely coming for the western Florida peninsula, stretching from Tampa Bay and Clearwater Beach down towards actually stretching up northward towards areas bordering upon Levi County. This is from Mesoscale discussion number 2060. This concerns the western Florida peninsula. A tornado threat is expected to develop across the western Florida peninsula this evening. Once a tornado threat begins to develop, a tornado watch will be needed, likely later this evening. Hurricane Idalia is likely to continue moving north-northeastward across the eastern Gulf of Mexico this evening. Outer bands of Hurricane Idalia will begin to impact the western coast of Florida in a few hours. As these bands move into the coastal areas, strong low-level shear will be maintained as a low-level speed max brushes the coast. Latest WSR 88D vertical wind profile data at Tampa Bay, which we did show earlier a few minutes ago that I was pointing out, has 0 to 3 kilometer storm relative helicity, or basically the storm relative spin, basically the tendency for storms to spin in the atmosphere near 500 meters squared per second squared, which is very strong. And RAP forecast soundings increase low-level shear along the western coast from south to north over the next few hours. This means that any discrete supercell that does form the outer rain bands of Idalia may develop tornado potential, and the threat is anticipated to gradually transition northward to the area southwest of Gainesville, Florida by the late evening. So tornado watch is likely coming for the western Florida peninsula.
Blimey. So there we go. That's that image that we're looking at there. We're expecting the next intermediate advisory for Idalia in a few minutes' time. So we're looking out for that advisory. Who knows what they'll go with next? But are they waiting for any more recon info before they pull that trigger? Are they still in there?
They probably are. There was a recon update that happened. 97 flight wind. Sorry, I was just reacting in the contributor hub to the newest Saola microwave that came in.
Oh, right, another one.
Yeah, and it looks better than the one that was from 2 hours before that. Saola definitely with both microwaves has support of 145 knots. You could be talking about possibly 150 knots on Saola.
In the meantime, looking at Idalia and possible recon?
Yeah, so the recon, 97 flight level and 284 SFMRs, 84 knot. That is 384 knot total, and all from NOAA 3. The flight level of 103 or 104, whatever it was also from NOAA 3.
Some comments here, and also our phone-in is still underway if you want to join in on our Discord server. A comment there: did Haikui enter the Philippine area yet?
It should be by now, but there's because it's quite far away from the Philippines, they're only doing 12-hourly advisory, and that's going to be at 11 a.m. Philippine time, or about 2 hours from now. But it should have entered the PAR by then, and it would receive the next name on the Philippine naming list.
Wow. Waiting for news from the National Hurricane Center. There'll be a few minutes.
So the 80 SFMRs are actually from Air Force 304. The ones that just happened with the 97 flight winds, and I believe that. Where did they get that? Did they get that in the southeast or the northwest side? They got that in the southeast side. So they got that on the southeast side. Extrapolated pressure has 962.4. We'll wait for the sound. Someone just told me that Hong Kong has 900 millibars for Saola. Hong Kong
Observatory.
I cannot confirm that. Can someone confirm that for me?
I don't know.
I cannot confirm that at this time.
Maybe. In the meantime, we'll have the NHC update shortly. If you're finding this stream useful, please feel free to share. We appreciate anyone's support as we cover this very big event, and obviously an extremely serious one, and we're doing it with all of our resources as best we can. TV Man says, thoughts on the explosion of activity in the Western Pacific? Well, on average, the peak day in the Westpac is August 31st, so we're pretty much there. Not surprising at all to see a lot of activity.
While perhaps expectation has been somewhat dented due to how the last 3 years has been what typhoon chaser James Reynolds described as a bit of a rut with the prolonged La Nina going. So I guess people's expectation of the Western Pacific has somewhat been dented due to the last 3 years. So now that we're having an El Nino again, and suddenly there's a bit more activity, be like, whoa,
I've got to
that's
interrupt
like
you.
a bit
The
more
update
active.
is out. 8 p.m. update, and it is stronger, 105 miles per hour, and a pressure of 965 millibars. 105 miles per hour, 965 millibars, moving north at 16 miles per hour. And no changes to the warnings. Likely to become a major hurricane soon, is what they say on their headline. So no other real changes on that. Let me just have a look at some of their text. Observations from Hurricane Hunter aircraft indicate that the maximum sustained winds have increased to near 105 miles per hour with higher gusts. Additional strengthening is forecast, and Idalia is expected to become a major hurricane tonight before it reaches the Big Bend coast of Florida. Idalia is likely to still be a hurricane whilst moving across southern Georgia, and possibly when it reaches the coast of Georgia or southern South Carolina on Wednesday. So, hurricane force winds extending out up to 25 miles from the center, and tropical storm force winds extending outwards up to 160 miles, and the minimum central pressure 965. We're still expecting up to 15 feet of storm surge from Osceola River to Yankeetown, Florida. 105 miles per hour, we'll reflect that on our graphics in just a couple of moments, but that's the latest line there from the National Hurricane Center, their intermediate advisory.
We do have some observations coming out of northern Florida from the outer convective bands of Idalia right now. Report coming out of Putnam County, Florida, of a 47 mile per hour wind gust report at the AWAS station, K2AJ, Kilo 2A Juliet Palac Airport. Sorry if I butchered that pronunciation. And in addition to this, on the very far northeastern convective, convective feeder band of Idalia, 40 mile per hour wind gust report logged at the Mesonet station, weather stem 1.6 miles just to the east of Palm Coast in Flagler County, Florida. In addition to this, we have received several 50 mile per hour wind gust reports in the Keys and near the Homestead, Miami area. This is indirectly related to Idalia. However, these are on the far southeastern and far northeastern convective feeder bands, or perhaps even outer convective bands from Idalia. So impacts are being felt from Idalia as far north as areas near Jacksonville in terms of the outer convective or outer feeder bands, however you want to determine it with that. Indirectly related to the main outer bands, though.
This here was the 5 p.m. cone. Any minute now, we will see the updated. The cone won't update, but they will change the position to reflect the 8 p.m. Point, and we'll be able to see just how that's lining up with that forecast cone whenever they get to update that. No changes in the watches and warnings at the latest advisory. It's still as you see it there with regards to the storm watches and warnings, with hurricane warnings for large parts of the coast of Florida. It's from the middle of Longboat Key northward to Indian Pass, and a storm surge warning for Englewood to Indian Pass. And both of those include Tampa Bay.
If I am correct, I believe our cyclone analyst team is going to make their latest fix for Saola, and I believe they are going to be going with 165 miles per hour and a pressure of 912 millibars.
Maybe.
I already said that on the air. That's what
you
they're
did.
going to be going.
Okay.
Yeah, because I agree with them, and then the new microwave came in when we were saying it could possibly be pushing 170 miles an hour, but we're
Gotcha.
they're gonna 65, but just know that 165 miles an hour on Saola could be interpreted as conservative.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure that was brought up on air. Little tiny convective burst going up on the northeast side of the eye wall, so that could be something telling of its intensity right now. And still have those
there is
dual
a
hot powers going up.
There is a recon pass that came in on the northwest side. Northwest side, still its weakest side, but it is at hurricane force now of 69 knot flight level, 7 knot SFMR. So that northwest side is starting to strengthen up a little bit.
Now, I don't know if we're audible at the moment, but we're having a few little issues here, and I have no idea why that is, but I think we're slowly getting through it. This is Force 13 Live. We're looking at the latest National Hurricane Center cone, and the 8 p.m. cone should be here anytime, which will give you a little position update for the storm shortly. Hope this stream has been useful to you so far, and please continue to support our coverage. Very important that we stick together during this time, I suppose, as we get towards this storm and its main impact, which is well on its way. I'm still trying to fight with everything that's going on here. Is my team there? Can you hear me?
Yeah, we hear you.
All right.
We can hear you.
We're just stuck with the NHC cone here. I'm still waiting for that update, but nothing just yet. I think we're back to normal now. Start your message with Force 13 all in text, and we'll be able to answer any questions that you have live on the air. There's a live view of the radar for Idalia at this point. We're just losing visible now, so we'll be left with just the radar as we look at it through the overnight hours. McGrubber MD says, great work, y'all, and I appreciate that. Thanks for being a member for 26 months. Wow. How time flies. Let's take a look at Cedar Key then briefly, and yep, starting to get dark here now, and a lot of places will be like this in the next hour as darkness falls over western Florida. So probably one of the last looks that we're going to have here at Cedar Key today, and goodness knows what it'll look like tomorrow morning. But there it is, looking out towards the waves, which are slowly building in Cedar Key. Any news from our team right now? Any on the ground news?
Nothing at the moment right now, Nathan. But I am just going to take a look at the Tampa radar real quick, see if I noticed anything interesting. Right now, I'm not seeing a whole lot in terms of tornado activity, as the outer rain bands have not even fully made it on shore yet. So it will take a little bit of time, but that threat, like I said, will increase quite notably, mainly with the outer rain bands as this storm continues to intensify and approach land. We'll be making landfall tomorrow, but the outer rain bands will likely be bringing a substantial risk for the potential of a few tornadoes as we head into the evening and overnight period.
So NHC has just upped the odds on the AOI going to the Cape Verdes to 30-60. So 60% odds now on that.
Just looking to see if there's any other interesting news right now. Nothing much at this point. So we continue to look at Cedar Key, which is showing the trees rustling there and last bit of light. Could Franklin absorb TD11? I'm not sure.
I think that is what's forecasted from the models. So I know that is what's forecasted. I will say it was hard trying to figure that out on T-Coast because it does get combined into Franklin, but then I can't tell if it detaches from Franklin and just shoots off and then eventually goes and becomes something that goes over towards Iberia, but that'd be getting into the long to Scilly range. But I'm going to be real, it is most likely that, and the reason that 11L is not going to last long is because it's going to get absorbed into Franklin as it's turning extratropical and frontal. So that is why, our TICO scores aren't the highest on 11L, and they won't be high on 11L. And that's why the NHC only has it getting to maybe 45 miles an hour max.
Certainly. Any new convective bursts in Idalia right now? Well, here's the latest satellite imagery showing that, to be honest, its appearance hasn't changed that much, although I would say in general the convection wrapping around the eye has gotten a little bit better, and I think it's starting to look better on radar imagery as well.
So Air Force just finished their southeast and northwest pass. NOAA 3 is about to do a northwest to southeast pass. So they're about to pass by each other as they do it. They are saying, we're going to talk about Franklin real quick, because Franklin, they're expecting tropical storm conditions to begin tomorrow in Bermuda.
Okay.
And the newest cone, they actually have it, Franklin being a hurricane throughout the cone, even as it goes extratropical. I know at the last advisory, they had it being a storm at that point, at that last point. So that's interesting to note.
Took a while, but there's the 8 p.m. NHC cone, and it's pretty much in line with what they were forecasting at 5. So pretty much due north movement right now, and that will continue until probably about midnight. And then that northeastward turn they're expecting will absolutely begin as it heads towards that landfall. So 105 miles
Nathan,
per hour
I am going.
and a pressure of 965.
All right, well, I gotta go find that tropical
Nathan, I'm
Atlantic
going
website.
to
Yep.
Nathan, I'm going to remove myself.
All right, sure.
From here for a little bit. I might rejoin a little bit later, but for now, I'm going to take it easy.
Well, it's going to be a long night for everyone, so people, I imagine, will be in and out quite a lot tonight.
All right, then. Peace out.
Pretty much all night, so.
Sure. Farhan, any further thoughts on Idalia right now? I briefly saw, before we lost visible imagery, that they that it looked like there were two bursts of convection hot towers around the eye of Idalia at opposing sides of the eye, which is usually a strong indicator for rapid intensification.
Well, I'll be perfectly honest with you all. From seeing how the media has been reporting on Idalia, I honestly kind of think that it's behind schedule. Like by the time the last life ended, I thought it would have been a hurricane, but it was only officially declared a hurricane a few hours after that. And after that, I kind of expected to be a strong Category 2, maybe even Category 3 by now, but that hasn't happened. So if you want my thoughts on it, that is my thought. Because I frankly think it's kind of behind schedule when considering the media reports of the storm right now.
Well, it looks like models think that the storm's rapid intensification, it's right now, and that it would probably end in about 6 hours from now. And by that point, it will sort of maintain until landfall, pretty much, or slightly weaken. One or two other models perhaps had a little bit more rapid weakening just before landfall, which could be a little lifeline due to rapidly increasing wind shear. But certainly the time for rapid intensification is now, and probably for the next 6 hours, according to what I've seen from virtually all the models. I didn't see any, very few had intensification all the way up until landfall. NEC still think that's possible. Of course, you'd want to err on the side of caution. Worst case scenario, that will happen. But given that this storm now has, what are we thinking, maybe 11 or 12 hours until landfall, then it could still do quite a bit in that time. Certainly can't get to category 5 in that time, which is one thing. Possibly get to low end category 4. Don't think it will get to a higher end category 4. Not that it fully matters, because just a category 3 landfall, or say just, but there's still a 15-foot storm surge possibly out of that. So a very dangerous storm, and that is pretty much locked in.
Yeah.
Whether we actually see much of it as it occurs here on our live event, I'm not sure. A lot of its approach will be under the cover of darkness, and by the time we get to morning, there aren't that many cameras along that part of the coast, and areas that are, they might have been knocked out by dawn, so I don't know what we'll see come the first light. But there's the view from Steinhatchee right now. Looks like just caught a little bit of a sunset there, or catching one, and the light's starting to come on in the distance there. Well, I think that's on the pier. So that's the view in a location that's likely to get a really serious hit from this storm, but you wouldn't think so looking at that water, which is very idyllic and calm. Who was that?
Yeah, it's me, Shep.
That's Shep. Hello.
Yeah, hello. It appears I'm checking Idalia right now, but I'm also looking at Saola.
It's a notification.
I heard about that from the Hong Kong observatory that you pinged me for. I can't confirm that at this point.
Yeah, I just saw it from someone who is from Hong Kong, though, so...
That wouldn't surprise me.
I'm lost at this point. What are we doing?
Hong Kong observatory was saying Saola's pressure was 900 millibars flat, but I'm not going to confirm that until I have actual proof of that in front of my face. So I'm not going to confirm that, but I do know that I know NOAA 3 is heading in.
Yeah, okay, it
on
looks
the
like
northwest side.
the eye of Idalia looks to be rapidly warming, currently negative 50.8 degrees Celsius.
That's not necessarily true because ISONs are getting much warmer. I think SONs are finding something else.
I don't know. No idea on that. Thanks for the call, though, Shep.
Yeah, thanks.
Thank you. Farhan, you have something to show us right now.
Yeah, this is some recent on the ground images from Saola, more specifically from Batak City in Ilocos Norte, and they are under signal 1 tropical cyclone wind signal warning right now. However, from the picture here, I think everyone could make out that the problem here is the rain. It's not quite up to the bridge where this particular photo has been taken, but you could probably see that it has burst its banks. Yeah, you see, this telephone pole definitely is not supposed to be in the middle of the river flow, but it is now. And this is a wider shot. it's starting to go into the buildings and roads besides the river. So although the Babayan and Batanes Islands are feeling the worst when it comes to wind from Saola, currently the rest of northern Luzon and even a bit to southern Taiwan by this point is experiencing extremely heavy rainfall. And here's another one.
Absolutely, seriously enhanced monsoon even further south there in the Philippines. And some areas could be receiving well over 20 inches of rainfall, 500 millimeters. And that's way
certainly
more.
a serious. Yeah, it is. It is way more than, certainly way more considering how long Saola has been pretty much anchored near northern Luzon at this point. So yeah, it's a very serious situation.
I was going to say way more than anything that Idalia is going to be producing rain-wise, but
Oh, yeah.
of course, rain
Definitely.
is not going to
Yeah,
be.
I mean, Saola, we're talking about that up there is definitely got a lot of winds and definitely has a lot of rain. On the seacoast, it's that dark red color. I mean, it's 160 points. Mind you, the max Tico score is 180. So, I mean, Saola is definitely also tapping into that monsoon moisture. So you're seeing a lot of areas that are far away from the center of Saola. They're in the Philippines that are getting more than 250 millimeters, 10 inches of rain. As far south as what's that giant island south of Manila and Luzon there? In the
Mindoro,
western
they always
Mindoro,
get
yeah.
very enhanced monsoonal rains there. Yeah. Let's see if we can get some more imagery of Saola whilst we're on it. See if we can take a look at some rapid scan imagery. Oh no, rapid scan is looking at Haikui instead. Excellent. Not the category 5 in the Western Pacific, but a tropical storm to the east. Of course.
Well, I mean, to be fair, it has potential to be a huge threat, but it is kind of strange, as you said, to focus on it now when there's a more pertinent threat to its south.
Yeah. Well, there is a wider shot
Nathan.
of Saola right now with its beautiful looking eye. Go ahead.
Nathan got some breaking news right now. This is coming out of my own observations here, as well as other people are noticing this as well. Dahlia's eye is rapidly warming at this time and is now up to a negative 40, somewhere around the negative 47 degree range, and is still rapidly increasing in temperature right now.
Yep.
Which may be a sign that the eye is clearing. It looks like on infrared, it's getting really more well defined. That eye is definitely clearing out and rapidly warming. So this is just not good news we want to hear. And this storm is likely continuing to intensify at this time.
970
No doubt. This
bars in
is
the northwest eye wall is wild.
This is rapid intensification right now.
Now up to negative 45, Nathan, and still rising.
Yeah. It's rapidly
I will let you
intensifying
know
right now. You don't need satellite to tell you that.
So
satellite at all.
So the IR imagery is currently glitching, so we're gonna wait about 30 minutes before we use that again. It's glitching on both DuPage and Tropical Bits. It moved Idalia from in the Gulf to off the Delmarva for some reason. Just ignore the IR for now. It's just glitching out.
Here's a view of Typhoon Saola once again this morning. Look at that imagery. Wow.
It's even glitching on
I have infrared back. I got infrared back on Idalia, and I see a rapidly clearing eye with a rapidly warming eye as well off of Depaya imagery.
There's some more Saola. I was looking for Idalia. Let me just go and find more. Well, first we'll go back to radar whilst I try and find my tab that I had Idalia on. Over there somewhere.
Update on eye temperature, now negative 37 degrees.
Let's take a look at this on Force 13 imagery, and it is looking better in those latest frames. Red wrapping around a little bit more again after it lost it for a little bit, and the eye is deepening.
Warming as well, I hear.
So this is in progress right now, and we're trying to get to grips with all of it, but it's looks like not a good situation. Quickly getting dark now in Florida. Steinhatchee is the view once again. I don't think you'll be able to see much once it properly gets dark. At least there's some lights around, though. You might be able to see something when the storm surge comes in.
Looks like the Air Force plane might be heading back. Their recon mission might be done. I think. Unless they're going to set up to do one more pass. They might set up to do one more pass, but they are flying very far out of the storm, so that I
Oh,
cannot
what
really...
luck. Cedar Key has infrared camera. That's fantastic. We can actually see it at night. That's some good news. So we'll be looking at this a lot overnight, I'm sure. The view from
Breaking
Cedar
news
Key.
coming out of Recon.
Okay, let's go.
Breaking news coming out of Recon right now. Recon has now found an extrapolated pressure of 960 millibars.
Oh. Whoa.
And we are going to wait for SON data to confirm that. As this is just an extrapolated pressure, and we'll wait for SON data.
Isn't it true that once the eye starts clearing, that the pressure continues to drop quicker too?
So yeah,
I'm not seeing... Oh, never mind. I see that. That looked like that was coming out of the eye wall, actually. Wait a minute. Huh?
There's going to be a feeder band that's about to hit Sarasota, Manatee, Hillsborough, and also Pinellas County, which that's close to Tampa. So, and I think I'm noticing some rotation possibly, but I think it's the radar.
And that's Tico. Hi there.
Did that miss? Did that miss? I can't tell. That's weird because what was it? The northwest side on the what were we getting? 69 flight level, 67 SFMR on the northwest side from the Air Force plane. NOAA, it looks like the NOAA plane is only having... Oh, wait, no, that came... I'm sorry, what?
I have no idea what you're talking about right now. There's an emergency vehicle here at Clearwater Beach going along the beach right now. And you often see these patrols. They are looking out for anyone who is out there when they sort of shouldn't be, I suppose.
Okay, it came in. 75 knot SFMR on the northwest side.
Okay.
With a flight level of 71.
I do want to point out two things here real quick. The first thing is that the eye temperature, as of the latest update, is now up to negative 34.6 degrees Celsius. And Nathan, also of courtesy or interest of here, you can now see the core of Idalia from the Tallahassee radar station.
I'm not going to switch yet, but...
Yeah, the core, but you can see the core from Tallahassee. Also, you can mainly see a core from Tampa, which is kind of closer.
Okay, I'm gonna wait for that eye drop sound, and I'm very interested to see what they end up finding out of the southeast side, and then I would really like for NOAA 3 to go onto that northeast side, because they've not sampled that yet. Or, well, they did not sample that until way earlier in the afternoon. I would like... If they have enough fuel, I'd love to see them sample it one more time.
So once
I temp
again,
now up to -33.
once again, this is our split screen of both of our big storms that are currently active right now. Typhoon Saola in the western Pacific, entering the South China Sea, and Hurricane Idalia, which is also, of course, strengthening, and Saola a Category 5, Idalia getting up through Category 2 right now, and it looks like it's still strengthening, and by the sounds of things, we're going to be looking at Category 3 numbers probably by the 11 p.m. advisory.
Probably. I mean, yeah, it's looking pretty good.
Nathan, do want to point out something here. If you take a look from the Tampa radar, you can see the signs of beginning rotation
Yes.
within the outer rain bands.
Not.
Let's have a little look here.
You can
So,
see they're southwest of the city of Venice.
Yes. Those ones there, the red
right
ones.
there.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, southwest of the city of Venice, you can see
They're
off
starting
the
to get their
coast by
own
about
little bit of discreteness about them, aren't they?
Yep, and that's what the SPC was specifically noting here. Any of these cells that do form out in the outer rain bands are going to have the best chance for producing tornadoes. So, if this does move in its northeasterly direction, remains on track, and does remain intact, this will be likely moving into the Venice area. And if this does hold, which it definitely could, we could see some special marine warnings issued for this particular cell, or particular clusters of cells, as they do appear to have some signs of low-level rotation beginning to kick up. And we'll have to see what happens. But latest coming out of Idalia right now, eye temperature is continuing to substantially warm with a -32 degree eye right now, which is continuing to rapidly warm. It's around -32.2 degrees Celsius, and is continuing to rapidly warm and actually rapidly clear out based off of visible high res as well as infrared imagery. So this is no doubt about beginning to rapidly intensify at this time, based off of the latest trends. And that actually that is a very, very small
Oh my, it really is.
I hope that's not what I think that is, but that is a actually very small, tiny little indent there on infrared. I hope that's not what I think it is.
Well, look at this. Naughty Idalia starting to really pop out its eye just after sunset when we can't see it no more. No, that ain't good. Look at that. Really, really opening up. This is just a matter of, I think, a 30-minute loop this is, if that, and showing just how that's developing very, very quickly here. This is Idalia right now. And I would say
the Storm Prediction Center has issued tornado watch number. Storm Prediction Center has issued tornado watch number 660 for parts of Florida until 6 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time. That is once again 6 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time. Some of the cities underneath this tornado watch include, this is tornado watch number 660, includes Gainesville, Ocala, Homosassa Springs, Spring Hill, Tampa, Sarasota, Northport, Cape Coral, as well as Bonita Springs. The threat information is as follows, and I do think you should put this up on air, Nathan. A few tornadoes are likely at isolated hail up to half-inch size possible, and isolated gusts up to 75 miles per hour possible. I'll look into the more specifics on this watch here real quick.
Yep, just getting this now.
And let's see here real quick. I wonder if more information, because I have a website that can access more watch information, and yep, they do state right here that bands of thunderstorms associated with Hurricane Idalia will move inland this evening and overnight. Strengthening winds aloft will increase the risk of tornadoes in a few of these storms. So tornado watch number 660 has been issued by the Storm Prediction Center.
And a large area implicated in that tornado watch. So to add on to the impending seriousness of this storm, we have tornado watches also in play.
It looks like that the aircraft is going to set up to do a southwest to northeast pass, which is, I'm pretty sure, the first pass that they ended up making. No, that was the second pass, I think. I don't even remember anymore. All I know is they're going to get ready to do a northeast pass. It looks like no. We are still waiting on that eye drop sound, and I'm still waiting on new data to come in from the Hurricane Hunter craft.
Here's a super close-up of what Idalia looked like at sunset, and there it goes into the night, switching to unenhanced infrared on this particular imagery. Let's see if we can look at sandwich imagery. There it was again, just before nightfall, and look at the eye really starting to appear in those later frames. If you've just joined us, this is Force 13 Live. We are covering the landfall all the way up, the build up to the landfall of Hurricane Idalia, which is right now rapidly intensifying, and also updates on Super Typhoon Saola, which has at least 165 mph winds in the Western Pacific, a very powerful Category 5 that's barreled through
I'll break in with recon data, Nathan.
Babayan Islands. Go ahead.
Recon has found flight level winds of 94 knots with a 79 knot associated SFMR.
Let me see that. I was not.
That is once again 94 knot flight level winds and 79 knot SFMR. The eye is also continuing to substantially warm with an eye temperature now up to negative 27.2 degrees.
Oh, the data is not coming yet. Okay. Okay.
Pretty crazy. General movement is still pretty much due north, and that is very much in line with the National Hurricane Center's forecast. They'll be updating their forecast at the next full advisory, which takes place at 11 p.m. Current time right now is 8:32, and you're watching Force 13 Live coverage on mainly Hurricane Idalia, with landfall expected in the next 12 hours, probably.
Sond is now dropped, Nathan. We have now received a Sond. Sond has found 962 millibars with a south wind at 25 knots, which continues to indicate that pressure is perhaps considerably to almost even rapidly dropping.
I'd say that it's at least 960, maybe 959.
My goodness.
Definitely in the sub 960s, getting to that point.
View from Steinhatchee again. It's dark and it's quiet still there. No inkling of anything that's about to go down, but that is one of the locations we'll be looking at for a potential direct hit or landfall. And looking again at Cedar Key. Now I don't know whether that's the camera or if it's rain. I think it's the camera. I don't think there's much rain going on. So I'm familiar with this. Sometimes with these cameras, the insects are all buzzing around it because it's a heat source or something to do with all of that. So I think those are all just little flies. They're just buzzing around the camera. I don't think it's rain. But the trees there, they're blowing around, and you can just about in the distance just see the water over there. And that's the view from Cedar Key at this point. We'll be checking in with these cameras throughout the night and into tomorrow morning as long as they're available. We do expect that they'll probably go down at some point, especially these ones that are near the middle of where we expect these major storm impacts as we get towards the morning hours. Our live coverage will continue throughout the night. I'll be going for a nap in about 4 hours, 3 hours. And
yeah, that song looks good.
Patrick and others will be taking on the night shift. And I'll be back to cover the landfall at about 5 a.m. Eastern Time.
I want to point out, Nathan, that real quick, Nathan, I just want to point out here real quick that based off of the latest pressure intensity trends, potentially a rate of deepening is somewhere around the 3 to 4 millibar per hour range.
So let's assume it's 3 and it's got 12 hours. So that's 36. 929 or more.
Ooh.
But that's not
also,
that's
I think that's likely not going to happen, but it is definitely considerable deepening of this very powerful storm. And I think once that jet interaction really begins to kick in, this storm is going to have fun with it in the terms of it could potentially intensify even further. It will increase the tornado threat as well on the eastern side, where we have a low-level speed max ejecting into the region, which is why we've seen the Storm Prediction Center issue that tornado watch 660. That is likely to extend into portions of the northern half of Florida, more interior northern half of Florida, including the Carolinas and Georgia tomorrow. We'll have to see what happens with that. But I am just I don't know what to say. I am actually quite surprised by this storm. Not surprised in it intensifying rapidly, but just impressed at the satellite, infrared, radar presentation, and I really hope that the worst case scenario isn't realized. But still, everybody along the coastlines, especially if you are within these areas that are going to be seeing Idalia's impacts, regardless of what happens, regardless of what could be the overall outcome, you need to prepare for the worst, but hope for the best and prepare now. You should have already been prepared. And if you are still underneath any mandatory evacuation and you have not evacuated, you need to evacuate this instant. You are going to be running out of time to evacuate if you do not evacuate now, as conditions are expected to deteriorate over the next several hours as this dangerous and powerful storm nears the shorelines of the Florida Peninsula.
Thank you, Patrick. I just wanted to say there, it's not going to mean very much, but the worst case scenario isn't going to be realized. If you remember some of those model runs which were calling for high-end category 4, they wanted this storm to be at category 3 by 5 p.m. I think it was. So that didn't happen, which was good news. No, or maybe it was 8 p.m. I can't remember. But nonetheless, it's not there yet. So, a little bit, but it's still, by the looks of things, probably going to get a high in category 3 or maybe low category 4. WPG, I'd like to thank you very much for your chat there and your support on our stream this evening. All the support we get ensures that our next streams are always better. And says, where is the Florida SPC tornado watch map located /link? Well, the one that we showed on the stream was from their Twitter updates. NWS Tornado.
You can go to so what you can do is you can go to spc.noaa.gov. That is once again spc.noaa.gov. And you can go to their website. They show the risk that is basically issued, which is obviously a slight risk, 2 out of 5% tornado risk driven. You can go to that, and basically what it will show is that on the right-hand side, you'll see the tornado watch that is active 660, including the polygon, what the probabilities are, which, by the way, Nathan, is at a 60% chance and a 20% chance, basically 60% chance of 2 or more tornadoes, and 2% chance of 1 or more 2 EF2 to EF5 strong to violent tornadoes. However, you can go to spc.noaa.gov, which will be linked in the live chat down below, and you can view the active watches, mesoscale discussions, and SPC risk zones. This is mainly going to be in association with Idalia, so you really don't have to be paying attention to the Pacific Northwest, as that is really not our concern. Our concern is obviously going to be the Florida Peninsula and Idalia this evening.
plane that was being evacuated from the MacDill Air Force Base in Tampa, Florida, because I guess it's on the water near Surge. On its way out earlier tonight, or I guess last night, it recorded. I'm assuming this is from today though. Recorded St. Elmo's fire, which is a lightning-like weather phenomenon, which is a coronal discharge of plasma. So a very large lightning show there in the Tampa area.
Wow. So the Elmo's fire. Hurricane Altony Bronze says, did a tornado watch get issued when Ian made landfall? Question mark.
Yes,
Absolutely,
usually
yes.
tornado watches get issued usually with most tropical cyclones that landfall in the United States. Even Hillary
Speaking
Hillary on the West Coast had a tornado watch get issued.
Speaking of which, Nathan, we have our first special marine warning, which is in place for offshore waters approaching Venice. This is for coastal waters from Bonita Beach to Inglewood, Florida, out 20 nautical miles. Coastal waters from Inglewood to Tarpon Springs, Florida, out 20 nautical miles. Waters from Bonita Beach to Inglewood, Florida, out 20 to 60 nautical miles. And waters from Inglewood to Tarpon Springs, Florida, out 20 to 60 nautical miles. And get this, Nathan, at 8:38 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time, a severe thunderstorm producing waterspouts was located 19 nautical miles southwest of Manasota Key, moving north at 35 knots. Waterspouts are ongoing. Locations impacted include M16 Reef, M17 Reef, M10 Reef, and M5 Reef. So there's observed waterspouts ongoing off the coast of Manasota Key and Venice.
And you can see their signatures on the vorticity there. One after another, by the looks of things. Yeah.
Nathan, sorry, I didn't realise I had my I was unmuted then. I actually had a question for if Matthew was here.
Matthew, think you're still here?
Or anyone.
I'm still here.
Do you know what the traffic situation is on the interstates out of Florida for evacuation routes?
Like out of Florida? Like, do I know which interstates to take to get out? Or...
Do you know how the traffic is on them currently? I'd imagine it's quite
probably
bad.
Like the people who are evacuating, there's like maybe 70 to 100,000 people in the evacuation zones. Like, it shouldn't be too much. And they all evacuated earlier today. Like, right now, the traffic's pretty light.
Yeah, I'm looking. The traffic isn't too bad across.
Yeah, I was
everywhere.
just wondering how bad it would be if anybody hadn't evacuated and decided at this moment that they immediately wanted to now. How bad would it have been for them by traffic? But...
I can't see any black spots on the
two
Florida
major
traffic
highways to get in and out of the state. So you have 95 and you have 75, and you have 10 going east or west. So if you wanted to get out, you can take I-10 to go west to get out of the state, or you can just take 75 to go north into Georgia and then Tennessee and then so on. Or you can jump on I-10 and go 95, which just goes up the East Coast. But I don't know why anyone would do that, because then you're just be in the cone still. So,
Yeah, you're gonna get in the path of it.
Yeah, so I would just take I-75 and just go up to like Atlanta for a few days in a hotel over there.
Nathan, breaking news.
Or you could go south towards
breaking
Miami.
news, apparently.
Yeah, you could go south to Miami or like West Palm area, but I don't know.
We have some breaking news. The eye temperature is continuing to warm once again with now a negative 22.7 degree eye. And from the Tampa radar, assuming undersampling here of radar reflectivity values, someone measured in the eye from southeast to northwest and apparently is measuring an 8-mile wide eye.
On radar.
Quite small.
On radar.
Interesting.
Not 100% sure if this does translate to actual observations, perhaps, but assuming that is the case, that is a
pinhole.
That is a 8 to 10 nautical mile wide eye.
I'm not convinced by that. Not yet. Just here's a quick view looking at some traffic
Radar
cameras
confirms it.
now. Lots of traffic cameras have been put up again. This is at Crystal River, so that's a view there, looking very quiet actually right now. But this is one such area that could get a pretty nasty hit from storm surge. Let's digest that.
Somewhere around
then. Let's take a look.
Somewhere around the 11, actually, Nathan, from what I last measured. So it definitely is contracting. It has contracted considerably.
Okay.
So somewhere around
Actually,
the 8 to
look at that. 8-9 miles. I stand corrected on that.
Yeah.
So certainly
somewhere in the range of 8 to
small
11.
eye around 9 miles there on that latest radar.
Are we able to take Shep back in to speak?
We've spoken to Shep a few times, but go ahead.
Yeah, it
Hello,
looks
welcome
like
back.
it looks like Idalia has a might have a pinhole. Might.
Yep, we're talking about 8-9 miles here.
It is quite
Aren't pinholes less than 5?
Yeah.
So yeah, it's just small.
Some are saying it could be a little bit bigger.
Yeah, I don't think it's a pinhole because pinholes are like Wilma stuff. Like this is just a
It appears
smaller
that the
eye.
radius is 8 nautical miles in diameter, but it appears the actual width of the eye. So the radius is definitely getting smaller. The eye width appears to be somewhere in the. Oh wow. I'm measuring it from west to east on Tamba radar, and I'm getting somewhere in the 10 to perhaps even 12 range.
Oh.
So this may not.
Why did the
In
same
terms
thing
of
in your
diameter.
So we have some microwave that just came in on Idalia, and this looks good.
Where can we see it?
I will post
Send it
it
to me.
in. Yeah, I will put. Where do you want it? You want it in C Hub live discussion or the Tropical
output,
States
please.
chat?
Yeah, you can put it in the stage chat.
Output,
Put it
please.
in output.
That's
Right,
where
heading
all
your
of our
way.
live stuff goes. So, okay, so let's take a look.
I'll get.
There
That's,
it is.
That's from 22Z. The data just came in. Actually, closer to 23Z. I will get the. Let me look at the 37.
So there it is. We're looking at it right now. What can you tell us based on this imagery?
Strengthening. It's getting pretty strong. It did probably show what some people were reporting earlier and what the hurricane hunters were reporting earlier. It looked like that southwest part of the eye wall was not closed fully, but it is definitely getting closed off by now. But that definitely is some very good looking microwave, and I want to really see what we're gonna get out of that northeast side. And that north side, because that microwave is looking very nice.
I'd like to say thank you to John Barnard. Thanks very much for your support this evening, and hope you're finding the stream useful. We're doing our very best here, and we will be running all night long here with Idalia coverage, as well as Saola on the side there as well. Two very powerful storms who really ought to have their own coverage in their own right, both of them. Unfortunately, they've both happened at the same time, and covering them is quite difficult. Typhoon Saola, look how beautiful that looks on the left hand side. Unfortunately, it passed through some of those northernmost Philippine islands in the last few hours. Category 5. Go ahead.
I just want to ask.
There might be the tiniest convective burst right on the fringe of that clearing eye.
Yeah.
On infrared. It's very hard to tell, but I think that might be a convective burst right over the eye. Or right on the northeast side of that eye.
Is there any update on the temperature right now? The temperature of the eye?
It's somewhere in the negative 20s to 22. I'll check Depaya just to get an update here.
ADT. ADT is looks like their final number is a 4.4 4. The adjusted is a 4.9, but the
breaking
raw
news.
T number is a
Breaking
5.7.
Breaking news. They went 155 miles per hour once again for Saola.
Who's they?
It's 165 right now.
That's ATCF. They love to. They are. They just love to use the ADT, but I mean, they're just disregarding everything else when this is clearly 165 miles an hour. Don't know what they're doing.
I am.
Franklin on the ATCF is the National Hurricane Center kept it at 125, but the ATCF has brought it down to 100 knots.
Okay.
So
All right.
Franklin is now bare minimum major.
Thanks for the
And a
call,
pressure
Shep.
9.
I'm sure we'll see you again soon.
Thank you.
Christian, you're with us right now. Hi.
Hello.
Now, you see Idalia every so often in and around your busy schedule. Well, seeing it tonight, what are your thoughts?
Well, I'm just about to push a video to the main channel. As of right now, from what I think, well, hang on, let me take a look at the actual project file.
You are? I wasn't aware of this. Is this a proper update or short?
It's a proper update.
Cool.
I've basically gone. I'm not sure what the status on it now is, but this is following the latest NHC advice.
Yep.
I believe 105.965.
Yep. That won't change for another 2 hours, so.
Okay, that's what I've gone with on the update, and I'm just about. I'm putting the tags in now. I will publish it very shortly.
Yeah, we like to
I
try
is
and
now
do
down to negative 30 degrees.
I like to try and do as many different kinds of things. When we do live events, people sometimes complain that we sort of dereliction of duty, that we don't do our shorter updates, and people prefer sometimes the more concise updates. I can certainly understand that. And some people prefer the live events. It's very difficult to do both at the same time, but we're trying it.
I mean, I could make.
Nathan, real quick, I do want to point out that based off of the latest infrared imagery trends, it definitely does appear that a northern convective burst is, like I said, is popping up just along the fringe of that very tiny eye. I would not be surprised if microwave imagery confirms a pinhole core.
Someone was saying that there might be another one popping up in the south.
Radar does confirm that. Radar does confirm, based off of echotops on that southern section, radar does confirm that tops are skyrocketing, so therefore I think that is another convective burst on the southern fringe of the eye. So dual convective bursts right now going right up in and around the region of the eye, and just no words for that.
It was happening around sunset, but I'm not seeing much infrared. Not to say it's not happening, but maybe it's just not picking it up on this imagery, but it was happening at sunset on visible. Let's go to Farhan. You've got some more impact news from the Philippines, I believe.
Yeah, this is from, God, how do you pronounce this? Pawai municipality, which is, funnily enough, is right beside Batat, which I showed earlier. And if anyone's a bit unsure over the flooding level from the last from Batat, the imagery from here will probably give you a better idea. This is the first one. Now this is a wider shot of that first one.
So flooding from Typhoon Saola
here we go.
In the Philippines.
This is probably the most telling of the level of flooding. There you go. It's up to people's hip, an adult male hip, so it's definitely pretty bad.
So dangerous flooding there in the northern Philippines, I think that is.
Yeah, Ilocos Norte still.
So that's the northwestern, pretty much tip there of Luzon in the Philippines, which wasn't even the area that was being most impacted by the strong winds. That often does happen with enhancement of rainfall all along that western coast of Luzon and further south down towards Mindoro and even Manila, which could have up to 12 inches from this storm event. Wow. Once again, No idea what that noise was. Side-by-side view of Typhoon Saola and Hurricane Idalia right now. Idalia with 105 mile per hour winds and an estimated pressure of 965 millibars, but what we've been hearing from Recon all evening is that it is still intensifying, probably rapidly. What did we settle on in the current estimate? 960?
960.
960.
Yep.
So that indicates...
also coming out of Recon right now, they have dropped a sonde in the southeastern quadrant of the eye wall, and they have measured a pressure of 976 millibars at the surface with a south-southeast wind at 88 knots.
Wow. That's crazy.
Per the sonde data coming in the southeast eye wall.
I've had a question come in on
And Noah 3 is turning around.
Yeah.
Laura is better asks, how is Fort Myers going to be affected overnight?
Well, are they in that tornado watch or are they too far south? I think they're in it.
I believe Fort Myers is underneath the watch. Let me check.
Sorry.
I don't think so, but let's check here real quick. Fort Myers. Let's find you. Yes, they are.
Yeah, they could get some stuff. This edge of a big band moving through the area now.
Sorry,
Looks like one's about to touch down.
Just as you were saying earlier, like some people prefer long form updates, some people prefer live, some people prefer shorts. Charlie's gonna publish a short fairly shortly as well.
A little bit of everything, man.
Viewers can't complain. They're gonna get whatever they.
Yeah, basically. There's the view once again from Clearwater Beach. Now this area could get some significant rainfall shortly as well. It's a shame that I don't have the other webcams configured further south where some of this significant rainfall is occurring. However, there's a lot of those cameras down there as well where they don't have very good lighting, so we may not see much anyway. But there's the view of Clearwater Beach.
Nathan, are we able
Noah
to...
3 is turning around to sample the northeastern quadrant of the storm. I repeat, Noah 3 is turning around right now to sample the northeastern quadrant. They are heading straight for it.
Go ahead.
They're literally in the south. They're literally in the southeast side. They're gonna have to go north first.
Are we
That's what they're planning on doing.
Any more call-ins? We've got 3 requests here.
We will in a few minutes. I'm actually going to take a short break from the desk here for about 5 minutes, so I'll let you guys just chatter away and with your latest observations. Maybe now's a good chance to reel off the latest watches and warnings and expected storm surge whilst we look at this radar.
I can.
I will go ahead and.
Oh, you want to do that? Okay.
I'll do that real quick. Yeah,
Let Christian do it. Let Christian do it. Because
I've got to find
he just
it.
joined us.
Because I mean, I did just publish it in the long. All right, so right. Once again, I just want to say if I butcher any of the pronunciations of these names, I do apologize. A storm surge warning is currently in effect for Englewood northward to Indian Pass, including Tampa Bay. A hurricane warning is in effect for the middle of Longboat Key, northward to Indian Pass, also including Tampa Bay. A tropical storm warning is in effect for the dry Tortugas in Florida, Chokoloskee, northward to the middle of Longboat Key, west of Indian Pass to Mexico Beach, and Sebastian Inlet, Florida to Surf City in North Carolina. Onto the watches now. A storm surge watch is in effect for Bonita Beach, northward to Englewood, including Charlotte Harbor, the mouth of the St. Mary's River to the South Santee River in South Carolina, Beaufort Inlet to Drum Inlet in North Carolina, and Neuse and Pamlico Rivers in North Carolina. A hurricane watch is in effect for the mouth of the St. Mary's River to Edisto Beach in South Carolina. And finally, a tropical storm watch is in effect for the lower Florida Keys west of the west end of the 7 Mile Bridge. and the north of Surf City in North Carolina to the North Carolina/Virginia border, and finally Pamlico and Albemarle Sounds. Once again, if I butchered any of the pronunciations of those place names, I do apologize. Hello?
No, you're good. I don't think you did butcher any of them.
All right.
Yeah, thank you there, Christian, for that. So I'm gonna check and see if we have any questions here coming currently in our live chat right now. This is once again Force 13 live on continuing coverage on Hurricane Idalia, as well as around the wide world tropics, including Typhoon Saola. Hurricane Alton Ebron 913 says, "Can a recon plane change the temperature of a hurricane?"
That's one of the. Well, temperature is one of the temperature is one of the things that they eye temperature is one of the things that they measure on from the recon. They can't change it physically, but they can. But they measure the air temperature and the temperature at the surface and the dew point in the recon flight. So.
But no, the aircraft itself is not changing the temperature.
The aircraft itself doesn't change the temperature. They just measure the temperature.
Yes, correct. Another question here. Let me scroll up and see if we missed any questions. I don't think we did. SJ says, I'll reiterate this here again. Any risks for the St. Petersburg, Florida area? And I believe they're underneath a hurricane warning.
They're on the hurricane warning, and that's on the other side of the bay. That's right on the Gulf. So yes, there's plenty of risks for St. Petersburg.
Alrighty. Amethyst, you're here with us right now as well. Welcome. If you are here with us.
Yeah. Sorry, I've got some bad audio right now. I'm just using my AirPods as a mic right now, so it's not going to be that clear.
No, it's all right. What are your thoughts on Idalia this evening?
I mean, I can say that it's done a good job at least following what we've expected up till now, but now it definitely looks like the rapid intensification that it's entered and that it's going through is pretty concerning, especially just with how much the pressure has deepened. And for example, that drop sond in the southeast firewall that measured 88 knots, that's not good. So it's followed what we've expected up till now, but going forward, it's looking to rapidly intensify pretty quickly.
Yeah, absolutely. Taking a look at the latest infrared imagery, courtesy of Tropical Tidbits right now, on Idalia. I'm just waiting for this to update on my own end. I will flip over to yeah, you can see that eye is almost pretty much cleared. It is definitely looking more compact and quite honestly more intense as we continue to wait for more recon data that is still coming in right now from Jonesy. Correct me if I'm wrong. How many planes are in there right now?
2. You got the Noah
And that'd be
craft.
Noah
You got
3 and AF304.
yeah, and also Noah 3 is turning more to the north now, so they can go to that northeast side. So both planes are going to try to get a northeast pass. The Air Force, they're going to come out of the southwest.
And we're still
By the
looking
way,
at Hurricane Idalia at this time.
I have to ask, what is the deepest pressure reading that we have from a drop sond, or the
960.
lowest pressure?
960.
68?
960. Yes.
Okay.
All right, let's see if we can take one or two calls then. If people waiting are ready. Hello,
Okay.
Tate Rowe.
Yep, it's me again. So I just wanted to state this. There's an evacuation from my grandma Carla. She's safe. And also, my question is, or it's not really a question, but the Weather Channel just said that it's gonna hit an island in Florida. Let me double check my script.
It's gonna hit what?
It's gonna hit Cedar Key.
Mm-hmm.
Could come in around there.
Just found it on the Weather Channel, and they said it's gonna be above 9 feet, which is the max the Weather Channel can simulate. You know.
Right.
15 feet. I saw someone say in the chat, so I want to let you guys know. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So yeah, they are calling for potentially up to 15 feet, and there is Cedar Key right now, and that's the view. It might look like extremely heavy rain, but I think those are bugs or flies or something in front of the camera. Although it looks like there's a hell of a lot of them.
Hey,
if that's
Nathan.
true. Yes, go ahead.
Take a look at what I just sent in not North American, the live output chat. That is the latest up-to-date vertical wind profile data being sampled from Tampa Bay, and all I gotta say that if you are in the Tampa area, if you are along a line stretching from Clearwater Beach, Tampa, down through the Tornado Watch region, that is classic, and I mean the most classic sampling of the environment, for basically the atmosphere, for some very prolific tornado producers, especially in the outer rain bands. And I personally will not count
that's
this
not
one
good.
out, but that might be, and I will point this out here real quick. You can see how the at the low level hump, or basically the separation between that red and blue line, which is the right motion vector, and the red line, which is the left moving vector. You can see how there's a lot of separation between them, basically where that purple line is.
Yes.
You can see how there's a lot of separation between those two. That is some very, very high amounts of low level shear. And given the environment that's setting up with some strong surface instability and some moisture, I would not completely rule out a SIGTOR or a significant tornado out of this out of any of these bands, especially ones that have stronger low-level mesocyclones, as the environment definitely does support it, and we will likely see this threat continue to increase over the next several hours. And one particular rotation that I'm going to be keeping a very close eye on is the rotation that is located southwest of Venice, or west-southwest of Venice. It appears to be moving generally offshore for now. However, it has continued to intensify in the latest frames. And the other one I'm noticing here is due southwest of Venice. That could be another concern as well. So there is actually a warning out right now for a confirmed waterspout. I don't know if that's still ongoing, but if you are in the Tampa area, if you are along a line stretching from Tampa down to Sarasota and Venice, I would keep a very close eye out for these outer rain bands, as you might be in for a long night in terms of potential for tornadoes. And I would not personally count out a significant tornado, given that very impressive wind profile that was sampled from Tampa.
Here's a live view in Venice right now on one of the road cams, and as you can see, a very quiet night on the roads, just that one car going by and another one coming up now. So a little bit of a breeze there, clearly a wet road surface, and it is actually raining there. You can just about make that out on the road. So they've got rain there at this point in Venice, and some of the really strong parts of those cells just offshore at this point.
I'm just going to state this out for those in the chat, because people were talking about 955 at a buoy. Station 41018 is in the middle of the Caribbean. So I know somebody said that.
Oh, really?
Then somebody was talking about 41048, which that's where it was from. That's by Bermuda, folks. So that 955 that you're seeing from buoy 41048, that's in Franklin.
Yeah, Franklin.
That's in Franklin. That's Franklin, and that's why the ATCF brought the pressure up to around 953, because that 955 was very close to the board, to the eye. So for anybody that was saying that, oh, Idalia 955, that's for Franklin. That's not for Idalia.
See.
I want to make that clear.
Here's another view from the Venice area. Roads getting quite waterlogged there at this point. And lots of rain falling there right now by the looks of things, but still only in those, I think, sort of yellowish zones on that radar. No red over land yet. Oh, what was that? Was that a big thunder strike there? Lightning strike? That really lit up.
That was lightning.
Seems like it.
Yeah. So there's a storm there.
Yeah, that was lightning because the power's still on there, so that was not a transformer going.
Yeah, so there's definitely a storm near Venice right now. So Florida, to be honest, has a really good road camera network, so we'll be able to look at a lot of things.
Alright, Air Force 304 is heading into it's going to head into the southwest side of the storm. NOAA 3 is on the east side still. They are still trying to get up to that northwest quadrant.
Let's go back to that latest radar imagery, of course, with no visible satellite anymore. It's nighttime now, and we've got radar and we've got the infrared views. So here's the latest radar. Still a lot of wobbling going on with that eye at the minute.
I mean, probably when it turns off to the east, it's it is getting
Yes.
Sorry, I was looking at the chat. What was I going to say? Oh, when it moves off to the east, it's probably going to slow down its movement speed a little bit when it starts that east turn, because if it kept going due north, then it seems like it's going to, landfall's going to be quick, but
it's speeding up.
I don't know.
It is speeding up.
Oh, is it speeding up? Even if it turns to the east? I don't know then.
Yeah,
then we might have less than 12 hours until the landfall at this point.
Well, if it kept going at the same speed, it would be about, I think it was 20 hours. But it is going to make landfall in about 12 hours or less, so it's going to speed up.
Let me see here. What do we have? We do have on Saola that the IMD, which is, I'm pretty sure that's the
IMD, Indians Meteorological.
Yeah. They have gone T7 140 knots on Saola. So
it's interesting, really, because one of our cyclists, whom in the country perhaps just know that at his prestation at the GTWC, because pretty much all other agency has been consistently putting Saola at T7.0 category 5, but they still stubbornly stick to T6.5 155 miles an hour category 4. So kind of funny that you brought that up now.
What is the JMA doing?
And on other occasions, they go category 5 for no reason.
Yeah. Hey, Nathan.
Hello.
I am now indicating that, as I've been mentioning, I am now indicating 6 separate tornadic circulations off the coast right now. Some of them are very tiny to indicate, but they are definitely there as they do approach the shore. Some of these could die off when they reach shore. Some of them could produce. So the environment's definitely there for it. So I will be watching this very carefully and closely. And as soon as a tornado warning for any of these cells do go out, I will make sure to quickly brief that in as soon as I get it.
We have officially, we have the JMA did go T7.5. The JTWC did not go 7.5, although they've been met. The Chinese Meteorological Agency, they went Cat 5, 915 pressure, and everybody's going Cat 5 except for the Joint Typhoon Warning Center.
And that's just a reminder, that's for Typhoon Saola
That's
in
for
the Western
Super
Pacific,
Typhoon Saola, yeah.
which still is looking phenomenal on this
It
imagery.
does look phenomenal. We have it up at 165 miles per hour.
Speaking of Saola, actually, Nathan, the new warnings from Pagasa just came out. If you want to check that out,
we can look at the map from the warnings. This was earlier when we had that signal 5 warning for Babayan Island. Here it is now, if we can refresh it.
You know what's the funny thing, and I'm looking at this now? The
No, we
Dvorak number, the Dvorak has 136 knots, 157 miles an hour. That is the bare minimum of Cat 5. Yet the Giant Typhoon Warning Center does not want to go Cat 5 at all.
And there's Pegasus cone from much earlier as well, actually. Can we get these updated? It seems not.
well, I can screen share it, the news one, if that's
it's
not
gone.
updating. Oh, never mind.
Both gone.
Never mind it.
They've both completely disappeared. We're left with the Force 13 logo. Well, there we go. You can continue watching Force 13's coverage. There it is. Goodness me. Go
Okay,
on then, if you're able to show us then. We didn't get much luck here. Alright, so there's the latest. So signal 3 for a lot of those northern islands, northern Babayan Islands and the Batanes Islands. Signal 2 for the southern Babayan Islands and that northwestern extremity of Cagayan and part of Ilocos Norte, the northern tip. And signal 1 extending further south there. And what's
and
this?
Here is the new cone.
Okay, yeah. New cone there.
What's interesting to me... Yeah, go ahead, Nathan.
A close one for Hong Kong, perhaps.
Yeah, it's funny because the storm from the current track projection seems to dance around Hong Kong. I don't know why, but I find it kind of amusing how it sort of knocked on Hong Kong's door, but it didn't go into that door, so to speak. It's sort of just skirted around Hong Kong, just dripping rain, lots of rain into that. And in fact, actually, I remember earlier saying that Hong Kong is already raining quite heavily right now. So that's definitely not good.
Wow.
So you're saying it ding dong ditched?
What?
I will say that yesterday, it started the day before, but definitely yesterday, it was showing Hong Kong was going to get a landfall from Saola, but the models, mainly the GFS, started to shift it, and it would start to shift it to where it would just go parallel to the shore and then eventually head over towards the Hainan Peninsula there and make a landfall over there. However, the European model still wants to have a landfall in Hong Kong, in Hong Kong and parts of southeastern China. So it is going to be very interesting to see what happens. The Euro is the only model that's doing that. Regardless, most of those models have Saola doing that curve there as it gets to Hong Kong, and then it curves as it goes away from the shoreline. However, as it drops wind and it has rain and it has land interaction, that it may weaken Saola a lot. But that's still multiple days away from that being the case.
Back to Idalia's radar presentation, and its eye continues to flop about. A little bit elongated, actually, by the looks of things, but it is taking a little bit of a better shape.
Nathan, are we able to take some callers in? We have 3 requests.
Alright, let's first speak to some people that we haven't spoken to yet tonight. So let's see if we can get hold of Dorothy Z. Hello?
Hello?
Hi.
So like, I forgot what I was gonna say. So, how much storm surge would I be getting?
Manatee, Florida. Where exactly is that?
So like it's in the Tampa Bay area.
Well, all of Tampa Bay, we're looking at 4 to 6 feet.
Alright.
So I don't know how that compares to what it was in Ian last year. Do you recall that?
I don't remember,
No.
but I'm gonna look it up.
Yeah, well, that's the Tampa Bay area, the whole region around there, 4 to 6 feet. But obviously, maybe some strong winds too. Have you had any strong winds yet there?
So like right now, it like seems a bit calm. It's raining a little bit.
Yeah, I guess that's going to be the case for a little while. There's some bands on the way though, so things might get a little bit more interesting soon. But thanks for the call. Let's see if we can talk to Maximilian. Hello?
Yeah, you guys, how are you?
Hi Max, welcome.
Thank you. Good to be here.
And you are, if I recall, in the Clearwater area.
Yes, about 10 minutes north of, about 20 minutes north of Clearwater, but yeah. We're kind of in the, like, storm surge area. Yeah, and I live on the water, or we're near the water, so, yeah.
So are you concerned about this upcoming potential storm impact and what preparations are going on in your neighborhood there?
Sorry you broke up there for a minute.
I was just asking what preparations have taken place over there, and were you considering evacuating?
No. We're not considering evacuating. Surprising, like, obviously, no surprise, a lot of people are just getting a lot of things, like gas stations, grocery stores. Like, I work at a grocery store, and, I don't think you knew about it, but, like, yesterday was packed.
Yeah.
Like, yesterday, people were, like, getting, like, water cases and, like, wine and drinks and all
Wine?
kinds of stuff.
They're not throwing a
like,
hurricane party, are they?
Probably not. They probably
Let's
just
hope not.
want to do it for. But no, they're getting like bunch of water, and it was so
Yeah.
bad that the grocery store literally had to put a limit on the water.
Wow.
Because they were buying so much.
Not
but
panic buying, was it?
You mean like panic buying? Like it was non-stop. Like I worked for 5 hours yesterday. It was non-stop. Like on and on and on. I think people didn't want to buy, like, go to a grocery store today. They just wanted to get it done yesterday. But yeah, I think everyone's getting ready for the storm. We have a generator. We're preparing for worse. I'm hearing that we are under a tornado watch right now.
Yes, tornado watch issued not so long ago for your area too. Very large area involved.
Lettuce County, yeah.
And your area, I think, is 4 to 6 feet, unless you're north of the Anclote River. But I think
Yeah. We're we're south of the Anclote River, so yeah, 4 to 6 feet is expected. But yeah, we're just waiting out. I don't think it's gonna be bad. Oh, I have a question. So, do you think that I should sleep downstairs because I'm in my room and my room is on the second floor because of a tornado or?
Patrick, what do you reckon?
I would reckon that if you have the second floor, you need to go to the first floor. If you have a first floor, definitely go to the first floor and go to an interior room on the lowest floor of that, or we'll go to the most interior room on that particular lowest floor, preferably in the central portion of your house. If you have a bathroom near the central portion of your house, go in there and put as much stuff on top of you to protect yourself from flying debris. Make sure if you have
Well, that's if
anybody
there's a
else there
warning, right?
with you. That is only if there's a warning.
But in
But I would
general,
treat any kind of a tornado warning tonight as if it is a dangerous situation. Also, do need to break in here,
Yeah,
Nathan.
no, in a
Very
lodge, like, should I be upstairs or downstairs?
you should be downstairs entirely during a tornado warning. Downstairs is the way to go.
he's
And an
talking about the
interior room,
watch.
uh, the
Yeah, the
watch.
lodge. Yeah.
In preparation for a tornado warning, yes, you should definitely be um, downstairs if you're underneath a tornado watch and making sure you're located near the most central portion of your house. Once a tornado warning is issued, go to a bathroom or other sturdy location inside your central portion of that structure. Nathan, I do need to break in here some very
Thanks, Max.
important and some perhaps even considerable recon information here. Reconnaissance has found a extrapolated pressure of 959.3 millibars, 110 knot flight level winds, and 91 knot SFMRs, and fully blending that in. That would give us an intensity of 95 knots or 110 miles per hour.
Oh my.
We will be waiting for a sonde to confirm the pressure on that, and that appears to be. I'm not sure where that was logged, but that appears to be on the east or northwest side. But we'll be waiting for sonde data to correlate with that. But that is once again 959 extrapolated pressure, 110 knot flight level winds, as well as 90. What did I say there? 91 knot SFMRs, and if you blend that together, that would be 95 knots, and we'll see what sonde data confirms. And that was they're flying at 750 millibars to use around a 0.9 conversion, which then blends to around 95 knots.
National Hurricane Center's update is in 1.5 hours, the 11 p.m. advisory, and that's when we'll get the latest regarding this storm. Let's see if we can get some more calls right now. Camden, if they're ready, we'll be able to talk to you now. And as we continue to look at this radar imagery of the storm, which looks like it's continuing to develop, and by the sounds of things, might be now a high-end Category 2. Don't think Camden's there right now. Let's see if we can talk to Maple instead. Hi, Maple.
Hello.
What do you got for us?
I guess the recon data just got in. I was gonna ask what y'all were going to predict for the pressure of this pass, but it just got confirmed to be 959. Well, it
It is
seems
not
like
confirmed to be 9.
well, not
It's not
confirmed, but
confirmed to be 9.
but around
Yeah.
that area.
We're waiting for
Around
sonde
that.
data. Yeah, we're waiting for
Around
sonde data. We're
959.
waiting for our recon to drop a sonde.
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry about that. We're just waiting for recon to drop a sonde near the location so we can get an accurate pressure estimation.
I'm thinking 961 or 960 for the sonde. Well, it also seems like the sondes, like it seems like in the past 4.5 hours, Idalia has really been deepening. Like, I think at 5 p.m. it was like 972 by sonde, and then it was 968 by I believe 6:30, and then 965. I want to say.
Yeah, all happened quite quickly.
Yeah, it's going down quite quickly, and I'm just wondering. Then, what do y'all think it'll be for the next pass? Like by the 11. Okay, by the 11 p.m. advisory, what do y'all think that pressure's gonna be?
Well, if it's been steady like it has been, you could be looking at like 957 by then.
Yeah.
And we continue the conversation as we look at this webcam from near Cedar Key, and they're getting a lot of rain in that location right now. Some of those cars look a little bit fast. I'm not sure that I would be driving so fast.
I've been looking on GR2 Analyst.
The newest convective burst on the northwest side shoots up to 48,000 feet.
I've been looking at GR2 Analyst from the Tampa radar, and I'm noticing that the whole eye wall is at least the whole eye wall. It seems like 30 decibels at minimum, and I'm seeing areas in the northern eye wall, like northwest, going all the way up to 47. Oh, new frame just got in at 48. And in the southeast eye wall, I'm also seeing up to 48 decibels. I'm seeing up to 43 in the southwest and up to 43, 43 as well in the northeast.
The National Weather Service Melbourne have posted a tweet stating to set weather alerts loud enough to wake you while you sleep and make sure do not disturb or silent mode is turned off. I don't know who it was earlier that was asking whether they should sleep downstairs, but I know a couple of people probably aren't going to be sleeping tonight. But if you are, please do make sure that your alerts are loud enough to wake you up.
It looks like this camera is just being hit by possibly a cell right now. It's really getting pretty rowdy, the weather there. The camera's shaking a little bit more. You can see streams of rain blowing across the road there. So conditions have deteriorated on this stretch of... Now, what road is that? Trying to figure that out. That's the US 41 near Cedar Key, near South Sarasota, which is right next to a red area on the radar at the moment. So that's probably one of the worst affected locations of the moment as we watch all of that rain. And a few vehicles coming up now. Hopefully they get through all of that. I wonder where they're all going at this time of evening.
Just want to chime in one last time.
Yeah.
When y'all see that spiral, all those spirals, it just looks like a cinnamon bun on reflectivity.
Yeah. I just wanted to ask you, in Orlando there, what are your current conditions?
Well, looking at GR2, I haven't gone outside in a bit, but it looks like from GR2, at least in my area, it's clear, but that big band coming through is really going to cause some problems overnight.
May well do. Thanks very much for the call.
Have a great day.
Thanks. We'll try. Let's see if we can talk to Zach as well, who's wanting to join our little chat here. I think they're in Tampa area. We may hear from them in a moment. But right now, the radar imagery there, and we just saw some of that rain lashing down near South Sarasota. Which, if you look at that radar closely, in the latitude stakes, it is pretty much online with Sarasota right now. And probably in a couple of hours, it will be level with St. Petersburg and then on to Tampa. So places south of there, they are now on the backside of the hurricane. Places like Cape Coral, Fort Myers, Port Charlotte, Naples. Naples probably going to be getting away with not too much from this. Further north though, they could get some of that potentially tornadic activity and severe storms perhaps. Start your message with Force 13 all in text and we'll be here for you. We are live until this storm makes landfall. It's going to be, well, let's say until the bitter end. It's going to be a difficult night, so we can say that. In about an hour and a half, in 2 hours and a half, I'll be vacating the chair, and Patrick will be filling in on the night shift until 5 a.m. Eastern Time. And by that point, the storm, as we get towards first light, will be getting very close towards making its very dangerous landfall that we're expecting tomorrow morning. If we're just following the National Hurricane Center's cone there, you can see that the latest information shows that landfall will probably occur at about 8 or 9 a.m. Eastern Time. And if it does strengthen all the way until landfall, it could be a Category 4. But the National Hurricane Center are expecting a 115 mile per hour Category 3 by that first dot there, which is 2 a.m. tonight. So that's sort of like a little benchmark there. If it exceeds that by that point, then we could be looking at a Category 4 landfall. If it doesn't, if it's 115 right where the NHC forecast it there at 2 a.m, then I would forecast a high-end Category 3 landfall. Not that it makes a huge amount of difference, because storm surge will get up to about 15 feet possibly, even if it weakens from this point forth.
Yeah, it certainly doesn't really make...
Nathan,
yeah.
Really quickly, ADT currently right now has fixed raw, this is raw data, and this is pointed out by one of the participants in the North Atlantic chat. The raw data of ADT have jumped to near 6.0 on the T scale. Raw data. Raw data. That is raw data. That is not consensus. That is raw. T's on ADT have jumped too near the 6.0.
We don't really look at raw though, to be honest.
For what? For Idalia?
I think so.
That is raw T.6.
Well, it does look good. You look at what the latest frame of it, and it's pretty good. But you gotta get a consensus of that. And to be honest, satellite.
I only see a raw. I only see a raw
recon. We throw it out the window, basically.
I only see a raw T of 5.8, the final T of 4.4. So I'm throwing ADT out the window.
The raw T is approaching T6.0.
All right.
Yeah, the final T they got was a 4.4. Yeah, I'm throwing that out. What do we see? I see SFMRs of 64 knots in the southwest side. Looks like exfoliated pressure of 962. That may have risen a little bit. What happened with the NOAA 3? It looked like they were going to go in from the east side, and then they just turned around.
Oh. Maybe
they got to the east side, and then they just turned around. What? Let me see. I know they got something. What'd they get in there? I'm seeing on the east side, may have became the southeast side, flight level of 100 with a SFMR of 88.
Ooh.
Actually, wait, no, excuse me, 110 flight level, 91 SFMR.
Oh, wow.
So it looks like they did get it. They went out into the eye and then went back out through the east side. That's weird. Right. That's a weird pass, but if that that looks to be the case, I want to see what the Air Force Hurricane Hunters get on that northeast side.
There we go. Now I'm in.
I want to see what they get on that northeast side.
Hello, Zach. You're in Tampa right now. What have you got for us?
Yes, sir. Earlier it was light drizzle. Now the rain is starting to pick up. Now the feeders are starting to go here.
I see. And how are people prepared for the storm there?
Overall, we're well prepared at the moment. I am expecting a tornado in like the next few hours around that time. Because obviously when you have feeder bands, you're gonna have a tornado. That's just known. I've already been in 7 hurricanes. This is my 8th one.
It's been a busy period for Tampa.
Yeah, I've been in 8 of them since 2004. That was the first year I went through one. Yeah, like there's still some traffic, but now that it's raining, people are gonna drive like idiots because they always do.
Well, yeah, I've been seeing some of these cameras. I don't think I'd be driving as fast in those conditions.
Yeah, like it just picked up. Like I'm south of the Alafia River, but we are lucky that there is a big bridge in between where I'm at, which is Gibsonton, and to the north, which is Riverview. There's a bridge, and they're probably going to raise it later.
Yeah.
But I am expecting some flooding from this rain.
I will say the circulation is a bit iffy on it. It's a little elongated, but from what I've seen and what others have seen on the cyclone analyst team, even if it's not a full low-level circulation, 94W has enough support to have tropical storm force winds in there at bare minimum, 40 miles an hour, 35 knots.
Not another one.
Based on ASCAP passes. And we are just going to wait for it to become basically fully closed and not elongated, but there is enough support in there for tropical storm force winds. There is enough in there. So there is a chance that that might become full on, and it doesn't look like it's closed off yet, but because it's dealing with shear, but it looks like it's on its way to becoming a tropical storm. It already has the winds, 94W does. It's on its way, though, to becoming a full-fledged tropical cyclone. And do not be surprised if you see the JMA mark it as a tropical depression if it's already not marked as one.
Yep.
This camera is US 41 near Osprey, south of Sarasota. Looks like there's some heavy weather here right now as well.
Yeah, the rain just picked up over here.
Yeah, it looks like it's getting.
And it is a little windy.
All right, Zach, anything else for us?
One thing I'm going to say is this storm name, this was Irma 6 years ago. This was Irma. This is Irma's replacement.
And it was Irene as well.
And Irma was Irene's replacement.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Yeah. What's next? 6 years later, the replacement name for Idalia, if this does get retired, which I'm assuming it will be, because this is looking like a rough one.
That's a to be
determined.
It's a
to be determined.
I mean,
who knows? If this gets retired, the next replacement name ends up being just as bad.
I mean, in recent years, you've had
Ian was Igor, which was Ivan.
I was gonna say in recent list 3 years. I mean, Irene was around for the longest time.
Yeah.
Then it got retired, and then Irma came in as its replacement. That got retired, and now Idalia is here as its replacement, and that might get retired. So list 3, interesting. But
list
we can't.
3.
Keyword is might. You can't say for certain until after the storm. After the storm, finishes.
I'm assuming next update from the NHC, they're gonna move it to a free.
Well, we're gonna see we're gonna see what they find in that northeast quadrant before we make that.
We will see. We will see.
I don't think there's enough support there yet for a major, but it's on its way.
It is.
One more note on Irene since we're just quickly going over cyclone history. It's been used that name's been used in every basin but the Eastern Pacific.
Oh wow, I didn't know that. Thanks for the call, Zach. Let's see, Farhan, you have some more impact photos or damage effects photos there from the Philippines from Typhoon Saola.
Yeah, I'd like to highlight this for people that didn't watch the live yesterday to say that although the main focus of the coverage for the impact of Saola is of course to north of northern Luzon and the islands north of Luzon, the Babuyan and Batanes Island. To the central and southern of the country, they are also experiencing heavy impact because Saola is enhancing the effect of the monsoon, and this can be seen here because this is from Iloilo City all the way in Panay Island, which is in the
Yes.
Visayas, which is quite some ways away from northern Luzon. As you can see, this is picture from
Hundreds of
daybreak
miles.
earlier. The rain is quite significant. And this is a video, I believe.
Hundreds and hundreds of miles from the storm.
Yeah, even then, the effect is still quite significant, as you can see. Quite severe flooding in the streets. And of course, the authorities are not sitting idly. They are doing evacuating from people who are in most severely affected area.
Yep.
As such, like so.
So yeah, flooding impacts there across large parts of the Philippines, even far removed from the main effects of Typhoon Saola. Of course, the local name there is Goring, and it's moving sort of northwest at this time, away from the Babuyan Islands. Thanks for that, Farhan. This is Force 13 Live. Latest coverage on Hurricane Idalia. What's that?
I'm just saying you're welcome.
Hurricane Idalia. The National Hurricane Center will be updating in just over an hour's time. Let's get the latest in terms of watches and warnings right now if you missed it earlier. A storm surge warning remains in effect for Englewood northward to Indian Pass, including Tampa Bay. A hurricane warning for the middle of Longboat Key northward to Indian Pass, including Tampa Bay. Tropical storm warning for Dry Tortugas, Jokolosky northward to the middle of Longboat Key, west of Indian Pass to Mexico Beach, and Sebastian Inlet to Surf City, North Carolina. Storm surge watch for Bonita Beach northward to Englewood, including Charlotte Harbor, mouth of St. Mary's River to South Santee River, South Carolina, Beaufort Inlet to Drum Inlet, North Carolina, and Noosa and Pamlico Rivers, North Carolina. Hurricane watch for the mouth of the St. Mary's River to Edisto Beach, South Carolina. You can see it there. Tropical storm watch in effect for the lower Florida Keys, west of the west end of the 7 Mile Bridge, north of Surf City, North Carolina to the North Carolina-Virginia border, and Pamlico and Albemarle Sounds. We are expecting still between 10 and 15 feet of storm surge between Osceola River and Yankeetown, Florida, if it occurs at high tide. And let's see if we can throw it back to one or two of those cameras, or at least let's take a look at the Cedar Key camera once again. And to be honest, you can't really see much on it. Here it is, and it looks like bugs have inundated that camera. It's either that it's a heat source or something to do with the infrared light, but I'm not sure they can actually see that infrared light. But I think some of them can. I did read up about it once. But that's the view at Cedar Key right now. You can just about make out those trees, but loads of bugs.
I think I'm going to head out to bed now. Thank you for having me on. I hope everybody in the path of this storm has their preparations near completion. Please stay safe. And thank you for doing this coverage.
Yep, thank you very much for being part of it. We'll be right here throughout the course of this evening. That was Oscar, one of our chat mods, and there's quite a lot of stuff with us as well, mainly on the UK side of things, but we often see him here as well. Looks like Sarasota is about to get a drenching. Let's see if we can take a look at one of the cameras in Sarasota proper and see what things are looking like right now. Here we go. Oh yes, look at that. That's a busy scene in terms of weather there, and dead empty roads. Certainly looks like a hurricane, but that is just one of those spicy little bands that are on the external part of the storm. How strong do you reckon those winds could get in some of those little sort of mini cells that are popping up in that band, Patrick? Or Jonesy?
Before I step away for a little bit here, before I step away here for just a few minutes, just so I can rest up. Basically, the outer rain bands right now are dealing with some very high shear, and given the fact that tornadoes are possible in these bands, you could see upwards any to around maybe 30, 40, perhaps even 60-mile-per-hour winds. Not going to be too overly strong, but definitely decent enough to blow down unsecured objects, including trees, tree limbs, and other things of the sorts. I'll be back in a few minutes.
Sure thing. Let's get some more comments right now in the chat. Not Mr. Popular says, any Doppler radar observations for Idalia, or at least any ground observations? Well, we've been showing our radar. Ground observations, I'm not sure right now. But these little cells here are producing probably decent storm force winds and lots of rain right now, and complicating travel. And the few people that are still out on the roads there. And lightning. Weather alert says, will it strengthen once it leaves the Carolinas and hit the Bahamas? The Bahamas? Well, if it does that turn, then it could, but it's probably not going to be much if it goes that way. And it will probably be a weak to moderate tropical storm if it heads towards Bermuda as well. It will, whatever happens to it, it's going to be...
All right, we have some news coming out of the Westpac.
Uh-oh.
94W. It was originally marked still as 94W. At 0Z, we now have an override. And that's based on the ASCAT. It is now marked as 11W.
Oh.
So that is now an override. 94W has formed. Or sorry, 94W has formed into 11W.
You know, I guess probably sounds a bit insensitive, but I honestly kind of funny. You know? After yesterday, just after, well, actually yesterday, a few hours after the stream, the Atlantic decided to pop out a new tropical depression. It seems like the Westpac didn't want to be left out and decided to pop up also another new tropical depression, just to add more into our
I'm guessing this is it here, one that's quite far east and south.
So the location that it would be... Okay, well, first things first, we have a 961, basically 960 sun, because it's an 8-knot wind, but 961 sun in the eye for Idalia.
There's the Western Pacific right now with, I assume, those 3 tropical cyclones. And I think
so 94, or what is now 11W, is at 12 north, 154 east.
Yeah, so that's that one on the right we're originally zoomed in on. So 3 systems there in the Western Pacific at this time. We haven't actually had a wide shot of the Atlantic at all during our stream. So I'll get one of those up for you as well, so you can take a look at what's going on in the whole Atlantic. Just quickly. Of course, Franklin is still quite big. It's got an enormous eye, actually. Just getting up some imagery here. There they go. So Idalia really strengthening. You can see it there on that wide shot. And then you've got Franklin. And then looky over there on that right hand side, that small little thing, 11L, TD11. And look towards Cape Verde. There's that wave that's moving through, and to be honest, looking quite decent. A little head of convection there over the eastern Cape Verde Islands. I'd give that a half chance of forming.
That's up to 60% now, actually, according to the whatchamacallit.
Yeah, exactly.
At the NHC.
I'm sorry.
Can anyone hear me?
Hello, Tiger. You're on the air.
I actually came on stage to say that I was wondering if you were still alive, and I apparently heard that you were. So, just a little something I noted.
We're definitely live, and we're here for the whole duration of Idalia until at least landfall. But thanks for checking in.
Alright, but
What's
something
that?
I also noticed was that Idalia strengthened. Is that true?
It is strengthening still.
Okay. That's all I needed to know. Bye.
Yeah, okay. And may reach Category 3 status pretty soon. Here it is again on the mesoscale rapid scan imagery. And it still appears to be improving. But the big question of the next hour is, what will the National Hurricane Center say? They are going to be producing their next big update at 11 p.m. Eastern Time. Of course, we're coming up to 10 o'clock now. Let's go back and take a look at a close-up on some of this radar imagery and some of these cells that are moving up through the western coast, Sarasota particularly, and moving on towards Bradenton as it continues, those bands continue north. Let's see if we can take a look at another camera. Yep, so here's a view right now in northwestern Sarasota, I think this is, and a lot of rain and some winds occurring there. Looks like it's on a cycle with several cameras involved. How interesting. Start your message with Force 13 all in text if you've got any comments or questions for us tonight on our stream. It's an open forum, really. We also have our phone-in format. There's a car turning around there, interestingly. Where's he going? And if you want to join our phone-in, you can call in during our stream on our Discord server, discord.gg/Force13 to join our community there. And if you haven't already, subscribe to our channel for more updates, and we'll have updates all the time for, well, we try to cover as many storms around the world as we can, but we always get the most important ones, priorities and all that. But clearly a lot of rain falling right now at this location, US 41 at Braddon Avenue. And we'll just leave this running for a little bit whilst we wait for some more information. Sounds like things have gone quiet out there. Or is that just because Patrick has disappeared?
We're just working. Breaking news.
Breaking
news.
back.
NHC has released a special advisory. NHC has just released their special 10 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time advisory. They are now stating that Idalia is likely to become a major hurricane tonight. Catastrophic storm surge and destructive winds likely tomorrow morning when the core of Idalia moves inland. NOAA and Air Force Reserve Hurricane Hunter aircraft data indicate that Idalia has strengthened further. Maximum sustained winds have increased to 110 miles per hour. The minimal, that is 175 kilometers per hour. The minimal pressure based on drops on data from the aircraft has fallen to 960 millibars or 23.
I will say this. I will say this. That is just a update statement. Besides the full advisories and the intermediate advisories, the National Hurricane Center is initiating hourly position and intensity updates on Idalia as long as Idalia's eye is easily trackable on ground-based radar data. So the NHC has initialized hourly updates.
So this is a special advisory.
Not a special advisory. This is just an
No.
update statement.
Yep. So
Well,
hourly updates have
it
begun.
technically kind of is if you take it into context, but yeah, still same. Yeah,
Right.
definitely an update statement here.
It's just
Yes,
an hour.
Christian.
Got it.
I was just gonna say behave, you're on the air.
They're behaving.
Sounds like they're arguing.
And that ding that you hear in the background is my hardware not behaving, just as I said that. We were doing alright there, at about 2 or 3 hours without it messing up. Anyways, we're looking at our double panel here, Typhoon Saola, with winds of at least 165 miles per hour right now. Are we still running with that?
For what? Saola?
Mm-hmm.
165 miles an hour? Yeah, we're running that.
Saola, I'm seeing...
That was our zero-Z fix.
Our zero-Z fix actually was 145 knots. So
Yeah,
that's 165.
I heard 160, sorry.
That's alright.
Yeah, no, we're still going with Cat 5. The JTWC is the only one that is not going Cat 5. The JMA has Cat 5. They have Violent Typhoon for Saola, which is 105 knot 10 minute, and in the 1 minute that is 140 knots 1 minute. So they do have it as a Cat 5. Pagasa went Cat 5. The IMD went Cat 5. Hong Kong went Cat 5. We went Cat 5. Everyone went Cat 5 instead of the Joint Typhoon Warning Center and the ATCF.
I don't know. Alright, to be updating our
there's an image
bottom bar graphic
coming in from there's an image coming in from the areas of the Big Bend region in Florida earlier today from the outer rain bands, and pretty nice shelf cloud that moved through the area. We're not allowed to show this on stream, but definitely a very nice and very ominous looking shelf cloud from the tweet that was sent here. NOAA Recon has found now an extrapolated pressure of 958 millibars. That is from NOAA 3, and we'll wait to see a sonde to confirm anything else in terms of more of a logistical pressure estimation, but that is an extrapolated pressure from NOAA 3 of 958 millibars now.
There was a flight level wind recently found of 110 knots. SFM is... Who found that? The NOAA 3s, I guess, found that flight level?
So I also...
102 flight level and a 75 SFMR. There was the earlier 100 SFMR with the 88 service. So that supported.
Yeah, I do apologize.
With an 87 next to it, so that did support 90 knots.
Yeah, I do apologize about my judgment on the advisory. I actually was taking a brief break from the desk here real quick, and I saw on the TV that they updated to 1 hour 10. I was thinking, oh, is that an emergency update? But nah, I then just read into it, and it appears that they are now doing hourly updates, which is great. But Nathan, I would also go ahead and take a look at that infrared imagery right now, and oh my goodness.
Yeah, I've been looking at it back and forth.
Looks to be a fully wrapping hot tower now around the eye. With that eye almost looks completely cleared almost. It's getting to that point right now.
In the meantime, here's the view from Sarasota at the moment. And lots and lots of heavy rain over there right now. For they're in a red zone on that radar. And getting an absolute drenching from one of these outer bands. That's Sarasota.
Idalia is actively clearing its eye right now, like I mentioned, and we're seeing now indications of an 81 knot SFMR on the northwest side, and that eye is continuing to warm as well with a negative 18.7 degrees Celsius eye, and that 958 extrapolated pressure was found with a 30 knot wind. I believe it's moved from the center. That is a 958 extrapolated with a 30 knot wind. Believe that is well removed from the center, so we will wait for SON data to come in.
Back to the latest radar imagery, and we await an update to our bottom bar there. 110 miles per hour and 960 millibars on the latest NHC advisory. Just after 10 o'clock on the US East Coast. Read out the full advisory that they issued, the update statement. NOAA and Air Force Reserve Hurricane Hunter aircraft indicate that Idalia has strengthened further. Maximum sustained winds have increased to 110 miles per hour. Minimum pressure based on dropsondes has fallen to 960. And they have begun hourly position and intensity updates on Idalia. The hourly updates will continue as long as Idalia's eye is easily trackable in ground-based radar data. So 110 miles per hour at this point, with a pressure of 960, moving north, and now at 18 miles per hour.
So it looks like that we had the hurricane hunters find the Air Force 304 on the northeast side, found, I believe it was a SFMR of 80 knots.
81.
81 knots. It looks like that the NOAA craft just went through one of the sides. I'm not sure which side they just went through. It looks like, so they went east, they got to the eye, then they came out. And I'm seeing an SFMR of 90 knots.
Here's once again a satellite imagery progression of the storm here in the last few hours. Generally a northward motion, maybe a bit of an easterly jog there, but I'd advise caution looking at that because looking at radar, it looks to me as though it's slightly westward again. So overall, I think it averages out to a due north movement, really. And that's expected. We expect that the northeast movement would begin at about at about midnight Eastern time.
Assuming there is evidence of wind lag, a sonde has been dropped, and they have indicated at the surface a pressure of 978 millibars with a east-southeasterly wind at 72 knots, and another drop sonde which was basically taken in the northeastern eye wall has at 958 millibars, has not quite touched the surface, but basically recording 958 millibars with a northeast wind at 90 knots. And this is not at the surface.
Here it is on the infrared imagery once again. Rapid scan mesoscale. And once again, it's looking as though we're getting some substantial intensification. And the eye slightly clearer. Slightly clearer. This is Force 13 live. Things are getting a little bit quiet now as we get into the later hours of the evening. We don't have as much to look at. Not so many visible webcams, for instance, but there's still a few things that we can take a look. Still calm at Steinhatchee right now, and it looks like this. I know it's calm because you can see a little on the right hand side, a little water reflection, and it's almost like glass. Oh, look at that. That was a distant thunderstorm there viewed from Steinhatchee there on the west coast of Florida. So you can see that some of those storms are getting closer to this location, and this area could get some serious storm surge. One of the areas that are within that area, within the up to 15-foot storm surge on the NHC chart.
Latest vortex data message supports a completely closed eye, 961 millibar, and that's pretty much all I got here. Is that the eye wall appears to be fully closed off.
Mm-hmm.
With that really, really, really concerning infrared imagery there. That might be a fully clear eye on infrared now with a pretty strong vertical hot tower wrapping around the northwest side.
It may
That
well be.
might be fully clear. That might be fully clear.
It looked good on radar for a little bit, although maybe not quite as much in latest frames, but I mean, overall there's not too much to fault it at, really.
But yeah, this is definitely something you'll be monitoring here for at least the next few minutes, perhaps even over the next hour or so.
Oh yeah. And that's what we're doing. This is going to go on for many hours throughout the night into the early hours of the morning. Patrick, how are you feeling about that prospect?
I am ready. And I think I'm going to take one final break from the desk relatively soon, right after the NEC advisory does come out, and I will be back pretty much after that. And then once 04Z hits, you guys will be hearing more from me.
In the
And I'm going to be hopeful that I will have a team. I will likely have a team here to help me out with 5 hours of coverage as Nathan goes ahead and takes a well-deserved rest before he returns back for the main landfall coverage in the morning.
No, I didn't even get much sleep last night because we were doing updates late, and we had an update early this morning on yet another storm in the Western Pacific. So,
speaking of storms in the Western Pacific, the JTWC have done their first advisory and their first warning on 11W, which they have as a tropical depression. ASCAT says this is already a tropical storm, and it has a peak of 60 knots, and it's going to head off towards Japan, which is what the models have been saying. And it looks like maybe similar landfall to where land made landfall, maybe a little bit to the west. But definitely mainland Japan should be watching that.
Huh?
Breaking news.
Oh.
The state of emergency has now been declared in the states of Georgia, North Carolina, and South Carolina due to the impending impacts from Hurricane Idalia.
Oh dear.
So now Florida, Georgia, South Carolina, and North Carolina are now underneath states of emergencies this evening.
Yeah, not really surprising. Potentially dangerous winds. NHC forecasts that it will still be a hurricane over Georgia, and then down to a tropical storm later on. It's will be a tough few days. Rainfall was still expecting up to 10 inches in some parts of interior southeastern United States. Now, Farhan, I think you have some more things to show us.
Yeah, this is once again on the ground footage from Ilocos Norte, this time from Solsona municipality. And what's interesting here is Solsona municipality is actually in between two major rivers, and so at least from a geographic point of view, it certainly looked like the impact might be quite bad here. And I'm just want to show this video because previously with previous footage and footage, we're just seeing like the height of the water. But of course, that's only one part of the danger of flooding. Here we can see that actually the speed of the water flowing could also be a danger because, of course, these are flowing in town streets, and those streets being quite narrow, it funneled the water to make them go pretty quickly. On the surface, it may seems to be not particularly fast, but once you dip your feet into it and get you can really feel how fast it is under the surface, and that could be extremely dangerous. At the end of the day, you could see two people trying to walk against the water. That is very dangerous. If you're not careful while doing that, you can be swept away. And so that is the situation that is happening now in the Philippines. And although I don't think situation in the southeastern US will be as bad, I do think in some spot situation like this could occur, and so that's something that has to be kept in mind for the people there in the coming days.
A reading off coast of St. Petersburg right now is reporting 34-foot waves.
Blimey.
34-foot waves offshore of St. Petersburg. Holy.
Here's the view on Interstate 75 right now near Sarasota. Lots of rain here as well. So definitely those areas getting quite a lot of substantial rainfall, but not heard any tornado rumblings yet.
It will take a little while for that to happen. Just have to wait for more instability to move on shore. So should slowly begin to pick up by the 06, 07Z time frame.
So substantial nighttime threat then.
Yep, once instability begins to move on shore and these outer rain bands continue to persist, that will be when it's go time. But yeah, thankfully the tornado threat for right now appears to be definitely tempered. We'll definitely have to keep an eye out for a few rotating cells, especially one that appears to be right over Minnesota Key right now that is moving on shore. But we will keep an eye on everything for sure. Also, there was a report coming out of Tampa off of Twitter that a house was inundated in flood, perhaps even storm surge, inundated flood waters, or inundated with some storm surge, flooding in Tampa. So yeah.
And we're going to hear more stories like that over the next hours. You can see some of these images now on our screen of both storms, Saola and Idalia, and back to the side-by-side view. You can see both of them once again. And Saola, a very powerful Category 5. Idalia is on its way up, already becoming quite a strong storm, and it's pretty much drawing level with Tampa in terms of its latitude. Thanks for joining in the coverage tonight. Start your message with Force 13 all in text. Hope you're finding it useful, and please support us if you can in our endeavour to make things as good as possible when it comes to streaming tropical cyclone impacts and updates. Let's see if we can talk to someone new? Car guy, let's put you through here. Hello, you're on the air.
I have a question.
Sure.
So I'm currently in St. Petersburg, Florida. What is going to be the most affected area in Florida?
The most affected area?
Yes.
Well, that'll be much further north, near in that storm surge zone between, what were those places again? Yankee Town and somewhere.
Yeah.
But up to 15 feet of storm surge, and we're looking at a few locations: Cedar Key, Steinhatchee as well. Those places could get enormous storm surges, the likes of which we've rarely seen. But how about your area?
My area?
What are your conditions right now? Where did you say you were again?
St. Petersburg.
Yes. So you're in for a possible 6 feet of storm surge. So
Oh my god.
are you prepared for that?
Yeah, I got a lot of sandbags out my front and shutters. And like a lot of food and water, but that's what basically I can do.
And did you consider evacuating?
I considered it, but I decided not to.
Hmm. Yeah, well, probably in about the next 3 or 4 hours, the storm will make its closest pass to you.
Alright.
Yeah. Anything else?
No, that's it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Nice to hear from you. Yep. That was Car Guy.
Recon, Nathan.
Recon update. Okay.
Recon update. NOAA, I believe this is, I don't know if this is NOAA through AF3F4, but NOAA reconnaissance has found an extrapolated pressure of 957.6 millibars pending further SON data. We'll see if that is genuine. That is an extrapolated pressure of 957.6 coming out of Recon right now. We'll wait for more SON data.
Feel free to send in more comments and questions here. Hurricane Altony Bronze says, can there be any EF2 tornadoes inside Hurricane Idalia? Oddly specific.
So I think he means significant tornadoes. The environment is expected to gradually get better for tornadoes. Which would I definitely think that something could happen. It is not yet it's not yet like realized right now, or it's not really there really is no major impacts or activity going on right now because most of our thunderstorm energy is off the coast right now. However, I would definitely not rule out significant tornadoes in the outer rain bands. Just going to wait to see what happens. I mean, this is pretty much a wait and see game. Pretty much after 06Z, things should finally get going. We hope they don't get going to the extent of what could potentially happen in terms of the ceiling, but definitely will be keeping a very, very close eye on the tornado threat in the overnight period.
Yeah,
And
major calls for
looks
concern.
like there might be an indication of potential rotation near Minnesota Key and Inglewood. Doesn't appear to be too intense, but may try to do something here over the next few minutes. We'll have to see if that does get picked up by NWS Tampa. We'll see if they slap a warning on that. I don't think they are going to, but we'll see what happens.
So the National Hurricane Center's big update, the 11 p.m. full advisory is on its way in just over half an hour. Now that they are doing hourly advisories, we expect that usually when we look at National Hurricane Center advisories, especially full advisories, they tend to do it a little bit early. Sometimes they can be up to half an hour early. But with these hourly advisories, they ain't going to cut any corners. They will publish absolutely on the hour, every hour, whether it's a full advisory, an intermediate advisory, or just a mere update statement. So lots of updates to wait for from National Hurricane Center. I'm surprised they did it so late, actually. I thought they might have started a little bit earlier. But they are now doing those hourly updates, and that will, well, give us a lot more information about the storm every hour. Now, let's see what some of the worst places are for rainfall right now. In fact, there's quite a bit of stuff moving in towards Tampa as well at the moment. So let me just go and grab some webcams. We just managed to get the graphic updated. It took that long, man. Nearly half an hour. Let's have a look at the Tampa Bay area and see which webcams look interesting right now. Let's see what St. Petersburg looks like. And here is a view. This one's a very high mounted camera. So you can see a lot that's going on down there. And they're certainly getting a lot of rainfall. Interstate 75 in St. Petersburg is nearly completely empty. Just that one car going by there. And we're seeing less and less vehicles on the road. It is going to be a ghost town tonight. And hopefully in the morning as well. I say hopefully because that means that people are not taking unnecessary risks. Y'all Dylan says, could it become a category 4 before landfall? It certainly could at the way it's going right now. On track to be a borderline category 3 at the full advisory. So
just trying to see here real quick. There appears to be some potential indications that looks a little bit contaminated. This Inglewood Minnesota Key thing, I'm really keeping a very close eye on. It definitely now appears to have a more well-defined low-level mesocyclone on it, southeast of Venice. I'm not confident on it producing right now, but that actually should be tornado warned. If you're in Inglewood, Florida, if you're in Northport, I would be keeping an eye on this. I would get ready to go to the lowest floor of a sturdy building. It doesn't look anything too crazy right now, but that lines up with reflectivity and lines up with the velocity area. So I think that should be warned just out of precaution. But regardless, if you're near Inglewood, get to the lowest floor of a sturdy building and your shelter place. Nothing too concerning right now at the moment, but definitely just as a precaution, make sure to get ready to go to that lowest floor once that tornado warning is issued, or if it even is issued. We'll have to see.
checking in again with the latest satellite imagery, the mesoscale, and a little bit of red starting to blow up again on the northeastern side. I just wonder though whether well, there can't be because it's satellite versus radar, but satellite looks like there's a little gap on the northern side, but obviously radar has nothing of the sort. In fact, it looks like the northern side is the strongest on latest imagery on radar.
There might be I don't think this is this definitely isn't ERC prone, but it looks to me like there's a strong northerly spiral band wrapping around the main eye wall. It actually appears to be connected to the inner eye wall itself. So that might not even be an eye. That's not even an eye. That's nowhere near to an eye wall placement cycle. That just might just be a very strong spiral band connecting and wrapping around from the north.
Gosh,
Yeah,
I don't know
that is
now, you
nowhere. That is nowhere near a eye wall placement cycle right now. Structure-wise, I'm not confident on it, but that is definitely what looks to be a strong spiral band, basically wrapping around. Definitely interesting.
And this is something else that's interesting. The camera at Cedar Key is zoomed in a little so we can see things better. There's the view right now, and you can clearly see the water, the waves. It's being lit by something. Not sure where that might be. A vehicle headlight or a light from somewhere, but I don't know whether that's for the camera's benefit, but we're seeing some of those waves moving in Cedar Key. I don't think there's much difference there though in terms of the surge increase, but I'm sure we'll be noticing that by morning. Absolutely. Let's see if we can get some more comments and questions. Meteo First says, is it possible for the track to have a sudden change east or westwards, or is it firmly set in place? It's quite firm. We're only looking at probably maybe 50-mile deviations either way, if that, at this point. How far?
Nathan, let's go ahead. Actually, after you do that, I want to go ahead and see if we can welcome back another caller.
Oh, how far will the surge go inland? That depends where. In a lot of these locations, probably not a huge amount, but places like Cedar Key are particularly vulnerable. Do you think the Category 4 is getting more unlikely now?
No.
No.
I'd actually incline to argue against that. But we will see what happens. Simple as that.
Yes.
Let's go ahead and see if we can welcome back Mike to the stage, if possible, Nathan.
He's over there somewhere.
Mike, you are now back with us live on the air.
Hello. So I am currently under the tornado watch, and I do see the supercells that are moving in over the hours. And since I am in a really high risk area that is already pretty flat land, would I be getting like a wedge type of tornado, or like a what type of tornado would most likely touch down?
Well, I would explain that first off, it doesn't even matter what kind of tornado drops. If it's a weak one, it's a wedge, it doesn't really matter. I don't even know. I know that LCL heights, which are basically the lifted condensation level slash basically the heights at which you can see it, like the clouds that basically like block the condensation funnel and whatnot. If that we put that in the simplest of terms,
It's an odd
I
sentence.
do not. It's an odd sentence, I know. I'm trying to think of the best way to actually explain this here without going into some meteorological jargon, but I think you need to be preparing for any kind of tornado. It is going to be rain wrapped, most likely. You're not going to be able to see it. You might not even be able to really confirm it at night. So, lowest floor, interior hallway or room, bathroom closet. Use blankets and pillows to protect yourself from flying debris. Do not be outside. Do not wait to see or hear the tornado. You need to take shelter inside your safe, secured shelter. Most Florida homes do not have a basement, so you need to get to an interior central portion of your safe room on the lowest, most possibly lowest floor that you can. I don't really think it really matters on what kind of tornado it is. These tornadoes could likely be dangerous at nighttime, even though they may be weak, they may be strong. You really never know.
Yeah, because I am currently on the second floor of my home right now.
I would advise going to the first floor of your home as soon as possible and prepare for potential tornado warnings.
Yeah, I'm currently getting my stuff ready to go down there for the night.
Yeah, just make sure you have food, water, clothing, anything of the sorts, potential medical supplies, and battery power radio. Also, another two things to note here. You can enable your wireless emergency alert system on your phone. That's basically a WIA for short. You can also, if you have a no weather radio, you can definitely get that tuned on as well. They will have 24/7 up-to-date information on not just Dahlia proper, but local weather across your region. So definitely the NOAA weather radio and the wireless emergency alert system on your phone is definitely the way to go. They will alert you if you have if there are extreme wind warnings, tornado warnings, or flash flood warnings, or anything of the sorts. They now also do destructive severe thunderstorm warnings. I don't expect any of that tonight, but still, if that were to happen in the slightest bit, those wireless emergency alert system notifications will keep you updated and will wake you up in the night if you do decide to go to sleep. But
Yeah.
make sure you are on the floor. Make sure you're on the first floor and just stay safe and be prepared.
Okay, thank you.
And a
course.
comment earlier about whether the storm is rapidly intensifying. I would say yes.
Definitely.
Well,
I
it's
don't think.
going. I mean,
I don't think
it's
it's a question at this point.
yeah, it's 5 mile an hour nearly every other advisory. So
I'm
that's
actually
pretty
gonna pull up
crazy.
WSV3, Nathan,
All right.
for my own self real quick.
All right, Patrick.
Um,
I gotta tell you this right now. You know, I didn't sleep very well last night, and I am literally falling asleep on the stream right now. So I think, could we put our schedule forward an hour, and at the top of the hour you go ahead for 5 hours, and I'll return at 4 a.m. Eastern time?
That would actually be perfect.
That's probably better for you, actually.
Yeah, it will definitely be better for me. Thank you, Nathan. Appreciate it.
Me too. I mean, I'm almost gone here. I don't know what's going on, but no, it's just been we knew this was going to be a tough one to track, and obviously it's very important that we cover all of it, because this is a
Yep, just making sure I have. Yep, just making sure I have all my tabs ready to go in case, you know, scan everything ready on my end, folks.
yeah, no, it's still a little while before we get our updates from the National Hurricane Center, so but let's take a look at, there's another big not big, but a cell that's just slammed into Sarasota right now. So let me just go and see if we can have another look at this latest one that's moving through the city, or Bradenton. They're getting it as well. Here's one, yeah, this one shows quite a bit of the sky, so maybe we'll see some, yeah, a little bit of thunder perhaps, or lightning. Here's the view here near Bradenton in western Florida, and the rain is pouring there as well at this point.
So I'm currently eyeing right now, Nathan, and maybe you want to zoom in on this here real quick. I am eyeing right now a potential rotation area just to the southwest of Northport right now. It is in association with the outer rain bands. It is located northwest of Punta Gorda. Looks to be right now crossing, or will be crossing, the just trying to go street map level here for this, but appears to be right now crossing near Northport, and will be crossing over I-75 as well as State Route 41 and 96 relatively soon. Appears to be north of Charlotte Beach. That is definitely an interesting little note to point out here. I'll circle it on stream. You can see right here is where the rotation is. Appears to be going off to the northeast right now, perhaps even due north. Probably going a little bit more northwesterly than due north, and perhaps even northeast. But you can see right here, this rotation is where I am eyeing right now. It's going off to the north, perhaps even northeast. I would say around maybe 35 to 40 miles per hour. So if you are in Northport, you can see basically how this has evolved, how these rain bands have not actually evolved quite significantly over the past few hours here, actually over the past few minutes. And you could see as we go to some data here, you can kind of see right now that based off of the latest mesoscale forecast analysis here, you can see right now we have a pretty solid amount of instability basically right off the coast. You can see there those contours of 4,000 to 3,500. As we move forward into the next few hours, you can see that energy is going to pretty much accelerate up the coast and move further inland. So then you should probably expect to see a more potent increase in the tornado threat once these outer rain bands do move further inland. And you'll definitely be seeing quite a lot tonight. Like I said, make sure to have a way to receive watches and warnings, and make sure that you are preparing for the potential of nighttime tropical tornadoes, as this threat is potentially looking quite serious. And I'll be making sure to let you guys know about this threat throughout the entirety of the night here, as I will be anchoring coverage from the 11 p.m. to 5 or 11 p.m. to 4 a.m. time frame, and I'll be glad to help you out. I'll be glad to be here to run the night shift, if you want to call it, and be glad. Um, I will be glad to do this, and I will have a team right around
Of
perhaps
sorts.
the 10 p.m. daylight time frame. So I will definitely have people here to support. And if you do want to, I might not be able to particularly allow people on the stage, given the fact that Nathan will be on my screen share. So I may not be able to actually let people onto the stage, but hopefully I
Oh
will have
gosh,
people
yes.
who do that.
I never considered that. But that's okay. Storm right now, general movement still. In fact, when we look at this imagery, it's gotten a lot smoother actually in the last few hours, minutes, past half hour to an hour. It's looking so much better on radar in my view. South side, maybe, I don't know about that so much, but I think it's looking better than it did earlier on.
Yeah, absolutely. We are now going to be joined by Seek. Seek, you are out of Brevard County. What are your thoughts on Idalia this evening, and what are you currently seeing right now with these outer rain bands, these feeder bands moving on shore?
Yeah, so this is so very dangerous with these feeder bands. They're coming on shore, stretching to just south of Cape Coral as they are starting to spiral around Tampa Bay area. As this will likely cause some flooding rains in Tampa on top of some minor storm surge, as Tampa Bay is still under a storm surge warning as well as a hurricane warning for the next 2.5 hours. We'll see if that gets expanded once those expire or upgraded, possibly. Um, but it does appear that they have lessened some of the wind potentials in some of these hurricane warnings. So some of these might be switched to tropical storm warnings.
Huh.
But the storm surge warnings will still likely be in effect, as there's a possibility for surge up to 6 to 9 feet in some areas, just north of Tampa, between Palm Harbor and the Hudson area, and a little further north into the Big Bend.
And a few comments now as well. What's the difference between tornadoes and tropical tornadoes?
They are basically the same thing, except tropical tornadoes are basically a term, in simplest terms, to describe tornadoes that form in a tropical environment, which is basically very high moisture, strong low-level shear, and amplest instability or surface instability. They mean the same thing. However, tropical tornadoes are more quick. They do spin up quickly compared to more supercellular long track tornadoes that we see in the peak months of the severe weather season now in the plains and the southeast and everywhere else. But these particular tornadoes can still be intense in nature, especially given the fact that they can cause significant damage in pretty much minutes. So there really is no difference, but the determination in terms of environment is a little bit differentiated between tropical tornadoes and just regular tornadoes that form in more tornado-esque environments you see in like plains and with high shear and high instability. This is more of a high shear, low cape environment. The cape, the instability is actually offshore. It's actually very, very strong given those very high sea surface temperatures. So I wouldn't necessarily say it is low instability, but we'll have to wait and see. Once more instability does move onshore, tornado threat should pick up from here. But I think mainly we're going to be taking a look at right now this impressive, and I mean impressive, infrared imagery right now coming out from Idalia, and
I just
to
swapped to
see.
your imagery as you said that. But yeah,
So
you're
you do
showing us
see
a
that
view there too.
Idalia.
Look at that.
Yeah, you do see that Idalia really means business here as it does approach Florida right now. It actually appears to be accelerating
Yeah.
northeastward right now. So
Ooh, really?
that might mean that landfall is coming tomorrow morning, and you can definitely see just
Just a
very
slight jump.
nice, very intense southwestern side with some vertical hot towers basically almost fully wrapped around the inner eye there. So yeah, definitely a very compact and powerful storm, and we'll have to wait and see what the NHC does to update or what they will do at the full advisory in about
15 minutes.
approximately 15 minutes.
Cyclone Chaser says, is this speeding up or slowing down as it comes in? It is speeding up. NHC have updated the movement to 18 miles per hour. At the last full advisory it was 16, so it's sped up 2 miles an hour there. Ali Egg says, could Idalia affect the northeast of the United States? It's unlikely. Xavier says, can you explain why you dislike the name Jose? It's a nuisance, especially in 2017, absolute nuisance. What is the closest city to Idalia right now, and when is landfall expected? So the closest city to the storm, that's a good question. It's going to be close, as a matter of fact. The closest city to the storm right now is probably Clearwater. Yep, Clearwater at 174 kilometers, which is 109 miles. So 109 miles from Clearwater. That's the closest city to the storm, and of course we've got a camera there as well, which is actually quite decent at night time by the looks of things. There's the view at Clearwater Beach, and to be honest it doesn't look too bad there, and I haven't really seen the water come much further up than what it was earlier in the day. So that's where we're at right now. Let's see if we can talk to Nuke. I always remember Nuke for being with us during, I think way back during Matthew coverage a long time ago. And now yet another storm here in Florida. It's been a busy period, hasn't it?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. How's it going, everyone? Hope everyone's doing good. I've really just been looking kind of just in the Big Bend region. I know a lot of folks in Tallahassee. The way that I'm interpreting some of this imagery, and I'm looking at the what's it called? The interactive map for the warning from the NHC. It feels like Tallahassee may not feel as bad of an impact, and I say that very like knock on wood, obviously.
Cautiously.
Yes, and the reason I say that is because if we're looking at the 64 knot wind speed probabilities and the 50 knot and the 34 knot, the NHC themselves are saying 64 knot wind speed probability within, kind of Tallahassee regions, kind of around that area. They're saying only 5 to 10% chance of 64 knots, and that is minimal hurricane status, about 73 something miles an hour. 50 knots, that's about 20 to 40%, and then 34 knots, that is minimal tropical storm status, so 39. That would be 60 to 80%, so pretty much a guarantee on tropical storm force. But hurricane, pretty unlikely, according to the NHC. And the National Weather Service in Tallahassee is actually saying, Tallahassee, prepare for 74 to 110 miles an hour. So, I'm not sure. What do you guys think about that?
NHC wind props, I don't know why, but they always tend to underestimate quite a lot. And if I recall, I'm sure there was a time once, some years ago, where I think it was somewhere like New Orleans was at about 17% one advisory, and it was about 24 hours before the storm arrived, and it went up the next advisory to like 60 or 70%. So,
but the thing is too, this has been like 10% since like 11 o'clock this morning, and I haven't looked previous, but I looked at 11 o'clock this morning. Like if we go back to advisory 10, 4 a.m. Today, Tallahassee was only in a 5% chance.
They must have an explanation, but I don't know what it is. But Tallahassee, prepare for hurricane force winds. May not happen, but
may not. We'll see. Certainly.
Gotta make sure it might happen.
Oh, absolutely.
Anytime in the next few minutes, we'll have news from the National Hurricane Center with their full advisory, and I don't expect they'll release it until pretty much on the dot. And what are we expecting for intensity now, everyone? Are they going to?
I assume that they're going to likely. I believe they are going to hold actually at 110 miles per hour. I don't think we have enough substantial substantial evidence. My bad, not substantial support. Substantial evidence to support 115 miles per hour, which would be major hurricane status Cat 3. But it could potentially go to 115. We really don't know, but I definitely do think that they are going to likely hold at 110 miles per hour. I would assume the pressure, however, will slightly decrease to the upper 950s, pending SOND, which I believe they found estimations for 957 millibars. So I would assume they will hold at 110 miles per hour and 957 millibars, or perhaps even go 115. I mean, it definitely is possible, but I don't think we have enough substantial recon data to confirm 115, but you never know. We'll see what happens.
Yeah, it would be a surprise, I think. To me, at least. Let's take a look at what things look like on Interstate 75 right now, and it's a bit of a mess over here. Lots and lots of rain falling there right now. You can't really see it on that imagery, but certainly lots of rain occurring along this stretch of road, which is to the northeast of Sarasota, getting up towards Tampa. Some really gnarly looking cells heading into that area right now. And if we zoom in on it, you can see them here on the radar. Plenty of red zones there that are working their way up that western coastal region of Florida. East Coast looking pretty quiet. And again, you can see that long tail of Idalia, which is wrapping around and pushing into southwestern Florida. This is Force 13
Without a
live.
rain bands.
Without a rain bands. Force 13 live, Hurricane Idalia. We'll have an update from the NHC shortly. And we are getting on into the night shift with Patrick in a few moments. The update's out from the National Hurricane Center, and they have gone with 110 miles per hour and a pressure of 958. And they are forecasting a Category 4 at landfall.
Wow.
Oh boy.
I honestly did not think it would hit Cat 4. Okay.
Yep, that's the latest news now. They are forecasting a Category 4, 130 miles per hour at landfall, which I am also a bit surprised to see. But that's what they're saying. And later on in the forecast, I'm just curious to see what they're saying there too. They don't have it curling back yet
knots.
either. Yep, 115 knots.
115 knots. That is a Cat 4 landfall on the Florida Big Bend.
Wow. Very surprised at that.
But I suppose they're taking into account how it's been looking, and on the strength of that, it can't be ruled out at all, can it?
And this is just to reiterate here. This is the full 11 p.m. advisory, so we should also be getting the National Hurricane Center cone in the next few minutes as well.
The headline at 11 p.m. is that Idalia is still strengthening, and its forecast, that's a picture of me, not the live cam, keeps breaking down. Forecast to be an extremely dangerous Category 4 intensity at landfall. 110 miles per hour right now, pressure of 958 millibars. The graphic down there will reflect it in a few moments. Moving north or 10 degrees bearing at 18 miles per hour. Tropical storm warning for the dry Tortugas is discontinued, and the tropical storm watch for the lower Florida Keys is discontinued. Apart from that, there are no further updates to the warnings, and so we're left with this and a broken camera. I don't know, it's a faulty connection or something. I'm trying to do this, man. It can get quite frustrating. Anyways, a storm surge warning, if you can still even hear me because this whole thing is crashing. A storm surge warning in effect for Englewood northward to Indian Pass, including Tampa Bay. Hurricane warning for the middle of Longboat Key northward to Indian Pass, including Tampa Bay. Tropical storm warning for Chokoloskee northward to the middle of Longboat Key. And the west of Indian Pass to Mexico Beach. And this is really struggling at this point. I'm not sure if you're picking up my full feed here. And Sebastian Inlet, Florida to Surf City, North Carolina. Storm surge watch for Bonita Beach northward to Englewood, including Charlotte Harbor. Mouth of the St. Mary's River to South Santee River, South Carolina. Beaufort Inlet to Drum Inlet, North Carolina, and the Noosa and Pamlico Rivers, North Carolina. Hurricane watch for the mouth of St. Mary's River to Edisto Beach, South Carolina. Tropical storm watch for north of Surf City to the North Carolina-Virginia border, and the Pamlico and Albemarle Sounds. I don't know how much we got of all of that because something really went wrong during all of that, but shortly we will have an update on this cone. And from what I can interpret, probably not much of a track change.
Nathan, the Franklin advisory has also gone out. Tropical storm conditions are expected to begin in Bermuda, basically beginning tomorrow morning. Summary as of the 11 p.m. Atlantic Standard Time advisory, they have gone with 115 miles per hour, 185 kilometers per hour, and a minimal central pressure of 953 millibars. So this is an intense Category 3, barely a Category 3, however, an intense hurricane right now. they do expect further weakening. However, it could potentially make a post-tropical turn as a potentially high-end tropical cyclone at the end of the forecast cone, perhaps even a 70-mile-per-hour extratropical transition. So might be an extratropical high-end TS or perhaps even Cat 1 by the 72 to 96-hour time frame. So that is very interesting to point out there.
There's Franklin, and it is moving northeastwards. Pardon me. And Bermuda might get part of those bands as it moves in that direction. So there we have it. And the main stories there. Typhoon Saola, very powerful Category 5, 165 miles per hour. Hurricane Idalia, 110 miles per hour, strong Category 2. And we are now expecting from the NHC a Category 4 peak.
I guess I also shortly release new dates not only on Saola but also on Hakui, which should be entering the parent receiving Philippine name. So that's pending in a few moments also. But also regarding Saola, the Hong Kong Observatory has released a statement saying that a standby signal number 1 will be issued for Hong Kong this evening.
Wow,
sometime
already.
this evening. Yeah. So that's the latest for Saola right now.
Yeah.
Nathan, question coming in the chat. Someone is asking, will we be doing live streams tomorrow? We are actually going to be continuing full continuous coverage on Idalia going into the overnight.
And into tomorrow's landfall, we will be here. In a few moments, after we get to see the 11 p.m. cone, I'll be retiring for about 5 hours and then returning to the helm at about 4 a.m. EDT. And I'll probably be falling asleep to the sounds of Patrick in my ears. I'll probably sleep with the headphones on, goodness me, I don't know. Just in case there's an emergency and someone's shouting my name, I'll probably wake up. But I don't know. I think I was falling asleep that last hour listening to even myself, actually, just the other people in our call. But our phone-in continues. There's the 11 p.m. cone. So now look at that. That's it looks like a significant shift west, if I'm not mistaken. A Category 4 landfall right on that northern rim of the Big Bend near St. Mark's. So that is, well, east of St. Mark's. Category 4 landfall there. Very close to Tallahassee, and then northeastwards. And what an interesting cone for the late part of that forecast. That's pretty mad. Any thoughts from the team on that crazy cone?
Got to see the wind probabilities before I'd be like, wow. I mean, just judging off the non-interactive cone, I mean, yeah, that's definitely a shift to the west. Absolutely.
It sure is. Interesting how they think that. I mean, according to their last forecast, they're expecting the turn to only start at 2 a.m. It's been following that forecast, so I'm just wondering what's made them think at this point that that they need to shift it west.
Our latest cyclone analyst team fix has also fell in line with the NHC, and we are going once again 110 miles per hour, 95 knots, and a pressure of 958 millibars. Recon has flown through Idalia's eye multiple times this evening, and the latest recon data suggests the intensity has increased to 95 knots, derived from max flight level winds around 110 knots. Further intensification is likely ongoing, and the storm may well peak out around landfall, with the 03Z NHC forecast now showing a 115 knot, 130 mile per hour Category 4, extremely dangerous in nature. the landfall tomorrow morning.
Yes, and real quick, if I can go over the new surge map that they have released for the 11 p.m. advisory.
Oh, yeah.
So they have from Yankeetown to the Wakulla and Jefferson County line, they have upped the surge potential to 12 to 16 feet now. Instead of 12 to 15 feet, it's now 12 to 16 feet. Between the Okalanoe River to the Wakulla and Jefferson County line, 8 to 12 feet of surge. 5 to 8 feet of surge expected between the Ochilokanokie River and Carabel. 5 to 8 feet of surge is expected in those areas. 3 to 5 feet is expected between Indian Pass and Carabel and Mexico Beach to Indian Pass. 1 to 3 feet of surge is expected. 6 to 9 feet of surge is expected from the Ankole River up to Chesahout-to-Witski. In Tampa Bay, surge is expected to be from between 4 to 6 feet. Charlotte Harbor, 2 to 4 feet. Bonita Beach, 2 to 4 feet. Inglewood, 3 to 5 feet. Flagler to Volusia County line, 1 to 3 feet. Mouth of the St. Mary's River up to the South Santee River, 2 to 4 feet. 1 to 3 feet from Buford Inlet to the South Santee River, 2 to 4 feet in the Neuse and Bay Rivers. The Pamlico and Punjo Rivers, 2 to 4 feet. And from Drum Inlet to Duck, 1 to 3 feet of surge is expected.
And there they all are displayed on that chart as well. Well, at this juncture, I think I'll be finishing up my end of the bargain for this initial part of our live streaming coverage for Hurricane Idalia. And now it's time to pass over to the capable hands of Patrick and friends for the overnight, which is easier said than done, doing overnight coverage. But this storm is very dangerous, and we decided that we were going to do this full overnight coverage. We didn't think that lightly because, it is tough. But given how sort of early it's going to make landfall in the morning, we figured it was necessary to do this. So, Patrick, you'll have slightly limited function, as we know, but we've got your screen share. Our bottom bar will not update. So it's stuck there at 110 and 960, but you've got the floor now, Patrick.
I appreciate you very much, Nathan. Thank you guys so much. Or thank you, Nathan, very much for this opportunity. Once again, my name is Patrick. I am the interim acting director of Force 13 United States, and this is Force 13 Live, with now continued overnight coverage on Hurricane Idalia, which continues to rapidly intensify on approach to the Florida Peninsula. NHC is currently indicating that it will likely make landfall somewhere along the eastern shores of the Big Bend of Florida tomorrow morning as an extremely dangerous Category 4 hurricane on the Saffir-Simpson hurricane wind scale, maximum sustained winds of 130 miles per hour. Once again, my name is Patrick, and I am joined by my live team right now, which is going to be consisting of David, Farhan, Nuke, Seek. We also have Matthew here with us as well, and Nathan. Thank you once again for this opportunity, and please definitely do get some well-deserved rest.
Before you guys continue on Idalia, I just want to quickly update everyone on the situation on the other side of the world with Super Typhoon Saola. Pagasa has released a new update, and because it is moving away from the Philippines as a whole, they have now switched back to a 12-hourly update instead of 2-hourly update as before. Currently, there is a tropical cyclone wind signal number 2 up on the Batanes and Babuyan Islands, which is just north of northern Luzon, and for northern Luzon has been downgraded to just a tropical wind signal number 1. The Hong Kong Observatory has also mentioned that they will be hoisting standby signal number 1 this evening for Hong Kong in anticipation for the approach of Saola. And also, another surprising one for me is that Tropical Storm Haikui way to the north of Saola has not entered the Philippine air responsibility and has thus not received a Philippine name yet. The storm is expected to gradually strengthen and become a threat to the southernmost Ryukyu Islands of Japan and to the coast of China later on. That is the latest on the Western Pacific.
Currently going right now over the latest watches, warnings, and advisories out for Idalia right now. This is as of the 11 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time advisory. No significant changes have been made to the advisories and watches and warnings. However, these are the latest. This is the latest updated list here. A storm surge warning is in effect for Inglewood northward to Indian Pass, including Tampa Bay. A hurricane warning is in effect for middle of Longboat Key northward to Indian Pass, including Tampa Bay. A tropical storm warning is in effect for Chokoloskee northward to the middle of Longboat Key, west of Indian Pass to Mexico Beach, as well as Sebastian Inlet, Florida to Surf City, North Carolina. The storm surge watch is in effect for Bonita Beach northward to Englewood, including Charlotte Harbor, mouth of the St. Mary's River to the South Santee River in South Carolina, Beaufort Island or Beaufort Inlet to Drum Inlet, North Carolina, Neuse and Pimlico Rivers in North Carolina. A hurricane watch is in effect for the mouth of the St. Mary's River to Edisto Beach, South Carolina, and a tropical storm watch is in effect for north of Surf City, North Carolina to the North Carolina-Virginia border, including the Pimlico and Albemarle Sounds, and the tropical storm warning for the Dry Tortugas is discontinued, and the tropical storm watch for the lower Florida Keys has also been discontinued. Let's go ahead and speak to one of my team members right now. We currently have with us right now David on the line. David, welcome. What are your thoughts on Idalia this evening, and what could you be seeing out of this very powerful storm?
Yeah, thank you. Well, definitely the National Hurricane Center 130-mile-per-hour peak was not definitely expected by most. The cone shift was not expected, but what I expect from this storm, the main threats are obviously going to be the storm surge threats and the wind threat. The rainfall threat will be there, but it won't be as severe as, for example, the uh, 8, 8 to 16 feet storm surge that you'll be seeing if you are anywhere between Yankeetown and Wakula, Jefferson County. Um, of course, my expectations for this is that it's going to be a catastrophic storm, no matter where it hits. Um, Florida got hit by Ian last year, which was, for those that forgot, or it was a Category 5. Fortunately, this is heading into more of a lesser populated area. But again, this a 130-mile-per-hour Category 4 is not something that you should take lightly, especially if it's no matter the instance. Preparation should have been completed. If you're hunkering down, which we do not recommend, I highly recommend that in order to keep freshwater sources, a bathtub filled with water would be a must-have. Go ahead. Okay.
Okay. So I'll quickly take over here real quick. I do want to point out that we do still have Idalia right now spreading its outer rain bands into the Florida Peninsula right now as we speak. Quickly taking a look at the velocity scans right now. Nothing as of the moment are impressive. There appears to be a few rotations. One particularly that I am noting is going to be located somewhere right around here, south of the city of Verna. There also appears to be another rotation couplet, which I will circle somewhere right around here. There might be one right over here, and could be another one right over here. These are mainly going to be brief in nature. However, they will cause potentially significant damage given the fact that the environment is slowly becoming favorable for the tornado threat to really take off here. SPC has indicated that the threat, as well as correlating with some radar and satellite estimations in terms of also surface observations, including wind profile estimations and observations, are indicating right now that while the tornado threat is in a little bit of a lull right now, conditions are expected to gradually take off for tornado potential over the next hour or so, and will likely continue going into tomorrow afternoon. This will be a long duration potential for tornadoes, especially in the outer rain bands as Idalia moves further to the shorelines.
Yeah.
Let's go ahead and go for it, David.
Just want to go ahead and say, station number 42099, that's located in the Gulf of Mexico, is recording waves of up to 34 feet, or 34 feet, over the eastern Gulf of Mexico tonight, which just shows the tenacity just shows the incredible heights that this hurricane's already producing at a Category 2. Fitz, I think, or not Fitz, wait. Patrick, I think you wanted to say something. Go ahead.
I'm gonna go ahead and throw it right now over to Seek real quick, as he is located in Brevard County, which is near the Melbourne area. Seek, what are you currently seeing right now in terms of Idalia's infrared and radar presentation, as it definitely appears to be quite ominous right now, based off of that latest infrared presentation there. Definitely can see that that eye is almost fully clear. There perhaps looks to be fully cleared right now. You could see definitely a almost fully clear eye, and it looks very small too. Maybe perhaps a pinhole core structure. I know microwave imagery earlier did confirm a possible pinhole structure to that eye wall, but definitely looking quite intense and quite impressive. What are your thoughts on this particular infrared presentation, as well as what you're seeing based off of radar?
Yeah, so I'm thinking, I mean, this is off of Tampa Bay radar, which is what I'm using to view the eye of this monster hurricane. It is definitely still organizing and will likely still be organizing all the way up till landfall. So this is likely going to be a strengthening storm as it landfalls, which is going to be a very bad thing, because that means the risk we see right now could be upgraded more to past what they are right now. And in some places right now, the current forecasts for those areas are catastrophic, and would be god awful for those to only go up in terms of becoming more deadly. But it definitely looks like there is the small eye accompanied by a slightly larger eye wall. So this could still be a very small to pinhole eye ongoing that has cleared out for the most part. There are still some areas with patchiness of clouds, but that should change here soon as it continues to intensify.
I do apologize about that, folks. It appears I was booted from the call. So I do apologize about that. It appears I was booted from the call. So I should have my screen share up now. There we go. That should be now up and running. There we go. So currently screen share right now is showing some reader imagery coming off of the Tampa radar right now. I do apologize about that quick little technical delay. There appears I was booted from the actual stream call. So taking a look live right now. I know it might be a little bit small, so I'll try to zoom in as best as I can. But you can see here currently with Idalia right now on radar, you can see a very intense northern side right now to that eye wall, and that eye wall looks pretty much fully closed off. I'm basically measuring the eye wall as well from pretty much west to east here. Still a pretty small eye of around a 10 to 11 nautical mile eye. So definitely a interesting point to note out there. Also, in addition to this, going back to that infrared imagery there, you can see clearly very well impressive signature here, as it does near the Florida Big Bend. And we'll see if we have any comments coming into the live chat down below. Lucas Coelho says, can Idalia still be a hurricane in Atlantic, being a Category 4 and moving that fast? Any thoughts from our team on that?
Can you repeat it?
Do we think that Idalia still can become Do we think that Idalia can still become a Category 4 and move and accelerate basically to the northeast as it makes its closest approach to the peninsula of Florida?
Well, I mean, it's not out of the question. I wouldn't. I mean, of course, I would take every forecast with a grain of salt, but it's not out of the question. Um, the NHC obviously is going with it for a reason. Um, I think personally that if the maximum it can do is 125 to 120, but if the National Hurricane Center is saying that this is going to peak at 130, then there's something that we're missing or something that they are seeing that we can't see. So the 130-mile-per-hour peak is definitely possible at this current time, given everything that's going on right now.
Yeah, absolutely. You can continue to see this infrared imagery live. Still a very impressive signature there. Let's go ahead and take a look at the current evacuation orders, which are also currently in place. I will close Epic Pen for now. Um, However, if you are located in any of these evacuation orders, you pretty much have had to basically heed these orders already. But just to go over here, in Alachua County, evacuation order is mandatory. We'll actually pull up the map here real quick. So any of these counties outlined in red, which includes Gulf, Franklin, Waukulla, Leon, Jefferson, Taylor, Lafayette, Dixie, Gilchrist, Levi, Citrus, Hernando, Pasco, Pinellas, Alachua, Flagler, and St. John's, you are underneath mandatory evacuations. Anywhere outlined in this red shaded area, you are once again underneath mandatory evacuations. You should have already evacuated. You should have already evacuated if you're underneath these red zones there, as these are mandatory evacuations. Anywhere outlined in the orange areas are also mandatory evacuations, but for more specific area zones, especially including Manatee, Sarasota, Hillsborough, and Sumter counties. Anywhere in the yellow shaded areas are voluntary evacuations, so you're not required to evacuate. However, you should definitely evacuate if you're underneath a voluntary evacuation order, as um, it could definitely decrease your risks of potentially seeing these major impacts. And anywhere in the blue areas are pretty much not reporting any evacuation orders, and the gray is not having any information at all reported. So once again, if you are within the counties in red, you have been advised to already evacuate several hours ago. And if you cannot actually evacuate, if you cannot evacuate in enough time, team, where could or what could they potentially do, especially if they are located further inland? However, if they are underneath a mandatory evacuation order and they have not evacuated, what is something that they can do?
Excuse
If
me.
anybody from our
Sorry,
team
can you
can answer
repeat?
this.
Hold on, can you repeat it, please?
What should people be doing if they do not have enough time to evacuate?
You're gonna need to, I mean, if you're
Shelter in
not,
place.
if yeah, if you can't evacuate, uh, you're gonna need to shelter in place. You're gonna need to hunker down. Uh, Primarily, at least bring uh 3 to 5 days worth of food. Electricity is very likely going to go out. Power supplies will definitely go out. So in terms of water supply, then a bathtub filled with water before the storm starts coming in will be a very safe idea. Um, uh, Having a NOAA weather radio will help a lot. Um, of course, if you're deciding to hunker down, uh, there are more threats that come in with that. But if you have a proper shelter, water, water supply, and food supply, then you should be good to go. But just just remember that these hurricanes, especially the hurricanes that the National Hurricane Center is predicting right now, is no joke.
Yeah, absolutely. Going back to the WSU3 radar here real quick, you can see another image. You can see another radar depiction here of Idalia. Very impressive in terms of the radar imagery here. Definitely not seeing, thankfully for the time being, a lot of tornado warnings across the peninsula here. Anybody from our team have any thoughts on that?
Yeah, nothing. No tornado warnings from Tallahassee, Melbourne, Tampa Bay, Miami. We can get Jacksonville up in a second, but I don't believe there's anything from Jacksonville either. So far, good on the tornado end, but I reckon that will change. It could change.
Right, absolutely. Make sure to start your comments and questions by tagging us at Force13 on text. It will light up in a nice bright color for our team. We'll be able to gladly answer them for you. We also have a phone-in format currently running right now in our Discord server. You can go ahead and hop on over to discord.gg/Force13 and join in on the conversation. And we'll be able to take your comments, observations, and questions live on the air. To reiterate, currently what we have in terms of the latest tornado watch, the tornado watch number 660 remains in effect until 6 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time. That is 5 a.m. Central Daylight Time, or around the 0. I believe that's the 1000 UTC time frame. This encompasses upon the major cities such as Perry, Gainesville, Spring Hill. Just west of Orlando includes the city of Tampa, the city of Sarasota, Fort Myers, Cape Coral, areas north of Naples, as well as including areas north of Marco Island. This tornado watch has the potential for a few tornadoes, which are likely, as well as scattered damaging winds up to 75 miles per hour, also possible within the outer theater rain bands of major, likely to be major Hurricane Idalia. We are expecting to receive the next update statement from the National Hurricane Center in about the next 30 minutes or so here at the top of the hour, as they have decided to now start running hourly updates and position updates on Idalia, as long as its eye is easily traceable with ground-based radar sites. Let's go ahead and see if we can speak to another member in our team right now. We currently have a fuss. I'll throw it over to Farhan real quick. What are you currently seeing right now, and do you have any information for us so you can relay it?
Well, at the moment, not really. I don't think I can really add anything. The situation with Idalia, I'm not exactly, the North Atlantic is not exactly my forte, so I don't really think I have anything else new to add than you guys. And with the situation with Saola and Haikui, it seems like the situation has sort of moved on with Saola moving away from the Philippines overall. So other than what I stated at the beginning and throughout the coverage so far, I don't particularly have anything else to say. And with that, that's going to be my parting words for next few hours, because I'll also be resting for next few hours.
Copy that. Let's go ahead and see if we have any comments or questions coming in from our live chat down below. Is Tropical Depression 11 going to become Jose? Well, we don't want to prename here. However, Tropical Depression 11, if for some
becoming
odd
less and less
reason
likely.
something do happen with other invests there, including the Cape Verde invest, or an area of interest, which is now up to a 60%, it is likely to receive the name Jose, but you never know what can happen. Does anybody now have any updated recon information that they would like to relay? We haven't had an update on recon in the past few minutes. Anybody want to go ahead and relay any recon information?
A new recon mission is supposed to take off in about, I think, 25 minutes from now.
I believe so.
But in terms of the recon mission that was just in, they're about to finish. The recon mission's about to finish. But so far, they've gone into the eye multiple times. They found winds of 96 to 113 knots, but those were in the past 5 passes, so which is consistent. But other than that, we have no new updates with recon.
Yeah, and you can see there on the infrared imagery there how that eye is really beginning to clear out more now. You could see some pockets of more warmer cloud tops right there. So that definitely is an indication of that eye really beginning to warm as well as clear out here. So and also the eye is looking still very small. It could be a little bit of a pinhole feature. Not 100% sure on that front yet, but definitely looks like a pinhole feature there for that eye. The next National Hurricane Center advisory, which will be an update statement, is expected to be released at 12 a.m., which will be in about 30 minutes or so. Actually, we are not going to actually receive another. I don't think we are going to be receiving another hourly update, as I believe the NHC is saying that their next intermediate advisory is at 2 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time. But as you heard earlier from our team, as well as Nathan, I believe they are still going to be doing hourly updates, so we'll have to see what happens. But potential advisory could be coming from the NHC in the next 30 minutes. So at the top of the hour, we could see another hourly update here. And we'll have to see what happens on that front. Let's go ahead and see if we can take any questions here real quick. Coming in our live chat down below. So Hurricane Alton Ebron says, Idalia could make a Cat 4 landfall. Is that true? Yes, the National Hurricane Center is explicitly forecasting now that there could be the potential for a 115 knot landfall, which would be a low end Category 4 extremely dangerous storm, likely to make landfall now by the NHC as a Category 4 with winds of 130 miles per hour. A very intense storm is pushing its way right now towards the eastern Big Bend and is likely to make landfall in just under 10 hours from now, somewhere around the 8 to 9 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time frame is where we're going to be pretty much expecting a landfall here, somewhere around the Cedar Bay, Steinhatchee area, perhaps near Lake City, perhaps even further west towards area south of Tallahassee, as it has taken a considerable westward shift. So this could definitely be interesting here. However, it is expected to make a turn eventually to the northeast to east northeast, relatively soon over the next several hours as this heads towards the Carolinas and Georgia. When is the next advisory? The next intermediate advisory is expected to be at 2 a.m. Eastern with a full update, a full advisory expected at 5 a.m. However, there likely is to be more hourly updates from the NHC, as long as the or the center is able to be easily traced by ground truth or ground-based radar stations. Let's go ahead and see what we have in terms of other things here. Let's go back to radar imagery right now of Idalia. You can see here it is continuing to spin. We actually have a special marine warning now out for one of the outer bands. This special marine warning has been tagged for waterspouts, which means that waterspouts are possible. This is for coastal waters from Englewood to Tarpon Springs, Florida, out 20 nautical miles, and waters from Englewood to Tarpon Springs, Florida, out 2260 nautical miles. This was located 28 nautical miles west of Egmont Key, moving north at 45 knots. Waterspouts and wind gusts to nearly 50 knots are possible, including radar confirming that. So the severe thunderstorm will remain over mainly open waters. However, waterspouts can easily overturn boats and create locally hazardous seas. So you can see there as that warning pretty much pops up here, you can see how these storms are pretty much spinning to the north and north-northwest. And we're likely to see several of these move on shore, perhaps even produce some tornadoes. Not Mr. Popular 009 says, what do you think will happen to Idalia after her landfall in Florida? NHC is expressing unclear future for Idalia. Well, the NHC is currently indicating a potential southward jog in the forecast code and perhaps taking it south of Bermuda, but some ensembles have been actually taking it southeastward and then doing a full westward curve back into Florida as a much weaker system. So definitely things are all over the place right now in terms of where this is going to go after it moves off of the southeastern United States. And we'll have to see on if that is indeed the case. I'm going to go ahead and open the floor right now to my team. if you guys want to go ahead and relay any information or talk about a few things here for the next few minutes before we receive more information coming from National Hurricane Center as well as recon. Or not recon, but more satellite and infrared imagery. Go ahead, guys.
Yeah, real quick, I do, before I would like to speak for a little bit, but real quick, someone in the audience has been wanting to talk for a little bit now, so if you would like to, Patrick, you could introduce them onto the stage here.
Let me go ahead and see who we can actually welcome on the stage. Let's go ahead and see if we can bring up another person to our stage. I know our one of our moderators, Matthew, is currently in our audience right now. I would hope he's able to welcome one of these people on, and maybe one from my team can actually say who is going to be welcomed on the air.
Shep.
So let's go ahead and see if we can bring up Shep to our stage. Let's go ahead and see if we can bring up Shep to our stage. I'm not 100% sure if they have accepted the invite. Hopefully we do get that ironed out. But in the meantime, as we are waiting for that here, Seek, why don't you go ahead and go over some information here regarding Idalia, as you are the closest to this storm, or actually Matthew is the closest one to the storm, as he is in the Tallahassee area. But Seek, why don't you go ahead and relay some information right now on Idalia as we continue to track it live here on Force 13.
Yeah, so they did update one of the hurricane warnings. This is a hurricane warning for the town of Prairie in the Big Bend of Florida. And their hurricane warning, they have updated the wind forecast to sustained winds between 85 and 105 miles an hour, with gusts likely exceeding 130 to possibly up to 175 miles per hour. The window for tropical storm force winds is from about now and some early squalls until late Wednesday afternoon, and the window for hurricane force winds is in effect until Wednesday afternoon until Wednesday evening as well. There is the potential for winds sustaining greater than 110 miles per hour. The wind threat has increased from the previous assessment. Plan for extreme winds of equivalent of a Category 3 hurricane force or higher, which with this update, if you're in Prairie or in that hurricane warning, you should be evacuating. You shouldn't be staying at your house at 100 and possibly gusting up to 175 mile per hour winds. That's just a death wish. That's a horrible thing you can do. But if you do decide to stay, there's also the possibility if you're in the coastal areas, and this is reading in the storm surge warning, sustained winds 95 to 115 miles per hour, gust up to 180 are possible. And this is for the coast, up in the Big Bend, this is east southeast Tallahassee. The window for tropical storm force winds is from now until late Wednesday afternoon into the evening hours. The windows for hurricane force winds is from about early morning hours until early Wednesday afternoon. Potentials for winds greater than 120 miles an hour are likely in that area. So if you're in that area, evacuate, get out of there. Don't stay, because hurricane shutters and those winds could get blown off, which is always a horrible thing. But more and more hurricane warnings are likely to be updated as the hurricane approaches closer and closer to the Big Bend area.
I do want to point out here that on the Tampa Bay radar, there is just an extremely intense northern eye wall right now, with very high reflectivity values right in the center of that, indicating right on the northwestern side of the eye wall, there's some very, very strong reflectivity returns, likely indicating still an intense, really intense and still intensifying storm right now. We'll have to see what the National Hurricane Center eventually does for this particular storm. Likely to continue hourly updates or perhaps wait off a little bit till the 2 a.m. advisory. However, I definitely do think that this storm is likely reaching major hurricane status right now if not already at it. Any thoughts from our team on what potentially they are noticing in terms of the latest infrared imagery or some other satellite imagery trends and potentially even intensity estimates right now on what we're thinking?
I'm trying to confirm something. I believe, but the National Weather Service in Tallahassee has issued peak wind forecasts for the city of Perry, Florida. They expect wind gusts peak winds of 80 to 105 miles per hour, with gusts possibly up to 175 miles per hour.
Yep, we went over that there. Seek did relay that for us here. Really taking a look here at that northern eye wall there, really intense in nature, especially like I pointed out there on the northwestern side with those higher reflectivity values, right on the smack dab northwestern side. So this storm is definitely continuing to intensify, and it wouldn't be surprising if this is currently at major hurricane status.
Yeah, Patrick,
Make
I
sure to
just did I did a velocity reading on the central side of the middle part of that band that is wrapping around the eye wall, and I got winds of about 100 to 107 miles per hour in that section of the band. And on the south side of it, on the south side of the eye wall, I've been getting winds of about still about 100 miles an hour on the south side, between 90 and 100 miles an hour, which is pretty significant as those winds are likely to increase over the coming hours.
And do keep in mind that this is located near the core of Idalia right now, which can be traced by next-rad Doppler radar. So this could be undersampling or oversampling some of the velocity data. So we really don't know, but this is a pretty intense signature right now of a very intense northern eye wall. Looks to be considerably stronger than the southern eye wall. So definitely a very intense northern eye wall there with those high reflectivity values. Let's go ahead and see if we have still any more questions coming in real quick. I don't think we have any other questions. Does anybody think right now that Idalia could potentially pull any potential surprises in terms of faster intensification, slower intensification? Anybody thinking something could happen that we may not have even anticipated here?
I mean, it's in the cards. It's possible. Um, but I mean, given how close it is to landfall, which is a few hours away, I mean, yeah, I don't expect it. But it's definitely a possibility, and we cannot rule that out.
Here's the latest question here, courtesy of Nerdy Guy at 40. What is your estimated on the or basically what is your estimate on the landfall, wind speed, and/or pressure? We are currently going to be pretty much aligning with the NHC of 115 knots or 130 miles per hour at landfall. Pressure we really can't determine until the actual surface observations as well as recon does confirm that before a landfall. So we really need more data in those aspects. However, we are expecting a 130 mile per hour category 4 potential landfall, basically falling in line with what the NHC is currently thinking. And we are going to be tracking the storm continuously throughout the overnight period as we do reach the top of the hour here almost in about 18 minutes or so, midnight Eastern Daylight Time on the East Coast, as well as 0400 UTC.
Yes, and Patrick, I believe we've had some issues with inviting people on the stage. See if you could try to invite them again, if possible.
For those in our Discord stage, we might not be able to welcome you guys on to coverage tonight, due to the fact that I am currently only able to actually man the radar, as I would like to keep radar imagery as well as other things up in terms of keeping the stream something for you guys to watch here. However, I will make certain that we'll be able to answer your questions as much as possible. We will have an extensive team to look through the chats as well as making sure your questions are answered. You can send in your questions to our Discord server at discord.gg/force13 all in text. You can join the tropical stage and put them in the tropical stage call, and our team will be glad to basically glad to answer those questions for you. We do have a moderator currently in our live call right now, so perhaps he can start to welcome people on stage, and we'll be definitely able to take your observations live on the air. We do apologize if you do not have an opportunity to join the stage tonight. We are trying to do the best we can with what resources we have right now, as I'm going to be manning radar as well as other things of note.
Yeah, I want to go
Anyways,
over a velocity reading. I just got northwest of Palm Harbor, pretty much almost due west of the town of Hudson. On velocity, I just got a reading about half a mile off the ground of 73 miles an hour. That was about 5 miles to the west of Hudson, as these are offshore gusts that are eventually going to be heading up towards Cedar Key in the coming hours.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's time we start switching people on to this stuff. People have had their hand up for a while.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's go ahead and see if we can bring up some people here. Go ahead and bring up someone here, Matthew.
All right, just did.
Let's go ahead and see if we can speak to Car Guy. Hello, you're on the air.
So I have a question about where my friend is right now, northern of the state.
Go for it.
He is like where the storm is going to, where a wall is going to hit. And I just want to make sure he's fine.
If he's in the path of the eye wall, there's likely going to be some pretty significant impacts in his area. So if possible, tell him if he's not already, tell him to fortify his house as much as he could, as he could be experiencing very destructive winds in that eye wall when it approaches his area. But since this is likely going to landfall as a very powerful Category 4 hurricane, there's a possibility. I would just say tell them to evacuate if they still can, because you shouldn't stay in this type of a hurricane.
Where are they located, if I may ask?
They're located in Perry.
Tell them to get out of there. That's where the worst of the impacts are going to likely occur.
God damn it.
Around the Perry area to just east of Tallahassee. Between about Monticello to Cross City is where the worst of it's going to be.
He's trying to get out. It's that there's so much traffic, and then his truck broke down.
Yeah, it's the center is expected to pass less than 15 miles to the west of Perry after it landfalls at 130 miles an hour.
Oh my
so
God.
In Perry, they're probably going to be still seeing gusts past 100 miles an hour, possibly near 115, 120 in that eye wall. So if he can't get out of there, tell him to get prepared as much as they possibly can.
All right, absolutely. Car
tell
Guy,
him.
do you have anything else to relay with us right now?
Yes, I do.
All right, go ahead.
I have another question. So, how much destruction do you think this path will make in Florida?
It will
It's not
probably
going over
leave.
populated areas. So
It's not going over populated areas,
bad.
but the places it do hit will likely leave significant damage.
Yeah, I mean Tallahassee's on the west side, so it's gonna, be spared mostly. But
Tallahassee should still see.
Yeah, we'll still see a little bit of down, and
but
the power
places
grid
like
here
Perry and Roach and those small towns right in the course path, likely going to see significant damage.
Yeah, the power grid here is just the worst. So I'm more concerned about power outages and people not knowing what the hell to do than any like structural or integrity damage around here.
I would
Same
say
with like
power
Lake City
outages
2 and the
in that
Panhandle. That's
area
looking to
should
get
be
the eye
kicking
too.
in. Yeah, I'd say power outages around that area should be kicking in around the beginning of Wednesday afternoon, as those outer feeder bands could be producing winds up to 50 miles an hour or greater
Oh my god.
as the storm approaches at a decent pace of about 20 miles an hour or so. And conditions will very rapidly deteriorate as that eye wall approaches.
Absolutely. Karga, do you have any more final thoughts and questions to relate to our team this evening?
No, I do not.
Thank you very much
All right,
for
well,
being
thank
on
you.
our
Have a good
stage,
night,
and we do
man.
appreciate you being on our stage, and we hope that you are safe. We hope your family is safe, and um we hope they are having their hurricane preparedness plans enacted already, and we really hope that they are doing well this evening, and hoping they are heeding evacuation orders as well as really getting ready for this powerful storm. Thank you so much, Car Guy. We're going to return you now to our audience. And we're going to go ahead and welcome up another person to our stage right now. Let's go ahead and see if we can welcome someone up to the stage.
Hi. I just wanted to say a
Oh,
quick
Shep
thing.
is back now. Welcome.
I just want to say a quick thing about Saola. Apparently, like an hour ago, Saola had a MERC or a merger of the eyeballs or something like that.
I
Any
don't think it
thoughts
was a
from our team on
merger.
that?
I think it just ended up just falling apart from what I've
I don't know.
seen.
I don't know.
I've been looking in like other areas, and they're all just like it's basically just like either
Also,
fell apart or
another
just
thing
like
I
merged.
was yeah. Another thing I was gonna say, it looks like I've checked back. Once I checked back, I realized that Idalia looks to be stronger than it saw last time.
Yeah, I think they'll either
Yeah, I
find
think
like
around like
they'll find a major hurricane for sure the next time recon goes in. We're probably gonna be looking at 120, 125 mile an hour storm the next time recon passes, in my opinion.
Yeah. And I'm gonna see if I can find anything else to say. Saola is still looking good. Also, I find it, I don't know how to describe it, but like every agency besides the TWC kinda estimates a Cat 5 for Saola.
Absolutely. Do you have any final thoughts for our team for the time being?
Final thoughts. I hope everyone in the affected. Oh wait, I have one last question. Do
Go
you
for it.
think it could? Do you think it could go do a Michael and like enter Georgia as a major?
No, I don't. It won't.
No.
It will likely only enter Georgia as a dying Category 1 at best. It's forecasted to pass just west of Savannah at 80 miles per hour, and then eventually rapidly weaken and cross over Charleston at about 70 to 60 mile per hour winds. So you're likely going to be still hurricane warnings stretch all the way up towards Hazelhurst and Baxley and far south central Georgia. So hurricane impacts are likely there, but definitely nowhere near as bad as the Big Bend area.
Alright, so I guess that's it. I just hope everyone in the path of the storm is safe.
Thanks, Shep.
Thank you
Really
very
appreciate
much,
it, man.
Shep, for joining our stage. We will hope to talk to you real soon. Let's go ahead and throw it back over to radar imagery right now, and you can really see how intense Idalia is right now, especially taking a look at this radar imagery coming off of Tampa here. Some very, very intense velocities on both sides of the spectrum here. You typically don't really see these sorts of velocities in this radar presentation. You really see this with the strongest and most intense of hurricanes. And I think it's pretty much safe to say that look at this too. You can even see how the eye wall is pretty much beginning to really consolidate here. You can see now that the eastern side is starting to lighten up a bit. However, the pretty much the rest of the eye wall is becoming really more intense, especially with that northwestern side being the more intense side with those higher reflectivity values, and that southern eye wall is really beginning to kick in as well. I definitely think that this could likely be a major hurricane status. We are going to obviously wait for more recon data. I believe the NHC, correct me if I am wrong, are still doing hourly updates. Correct me if I am wrong, but if they are subject to do hourly updates, which I believe they are still, we could likely see some interesting information coming out of them. Still, as of right now, nothing coming out of the NHC. We are potentially expecting a update statement in about 10 minutes or so here at the top of the hour, 12 a.m. Eastern. And to our team, what are our thoughts on this radar imagery right now currently up on your screen? And looking quite intense from that core.
Yeah, radar in Tampa Bay shows that very intense banding in the northern eye wall you were talking about earlier. It is starting to begin to wrap around the southern eye wall, which could possibly indicate that the winds near that area are intensifying, which on velocity, they're intensifying pretty quick. Hold on, let me get this velocity reading. I just got a velocity reading of 111 miles an hour on the southern high wall. So this band is carrying very strong winds with it as it is wrapping around, and I believe the southern eye wall is actually stronger than the northern eye wall now. So they seem to be fluctuating back and forth. As I just got a wind reading of 105 in the northern eye wall. So either way, the core of this thing is going to be a monster.
A buoy currently located off to the northeast of the eye wall is currently situated, like I said, northeast of the eye wall right now, is buoy 42036. So we could get some observations here from this buoy relatively soon as it does move closer to that eye wall. So hopefully we do get some vital information coming out of that buoy. And you can really see that northwestern eye wall really intense, and I mean really intense. You can see there on the radar imagery there of those higher returns of reflectivity values right there on that northwestern band right over there. You can see it right there. Clear as day, clear cut. And as we play the radar loop, you can just see how this eye wall has evolved over the past several hours. Retracting in size and wobbling a little bit, and perhaps even opening up a little bit to the south and east sides, but now appears to be fully consolidating and intensifying with very strong velocity returns coming off of the Tampa radar. Although this is scanning at a very high altitude, so winds are not likely translating down to the surface. However, these are some pretty intense winds aloft.
Yeah, I just got a wind reading in Spring Hill, which is north of Tampa, south of Homessa Springs, of 70 miles an hour. That was about a mile and a half, 2 miles above the surface. So they're likely seeing gusts 50 to 60 miles an hour, and probably sustaining about tropical storm force in Spring Hill. So conditions are probably going to start to deteriorate for a little while longer. And then they might improve slightly, but then you're probably going to get hit by more rain bands, and then it'll kind of be an up and down slope, and then eventually you'll be clear of the rain bands, but that won't be for a while.
Hurricane Alton Ebron states, Force 13, what are your thoughts on the max winds inside the eye wall? Well, the NHC is currently indicating after several recon passes through the eye wall that the max winds have been set to 95 knots, 110 miles per hour, and we should be receiving another update here potentially from NHC in the next mere minutes. We'll see if they do post a special update statement, but you could just really see the really intense nature of the velocities that are being sampled right now from the Tampa radar as the eye wall feature and the eye feature really begins to continue to organize here. Potentially even some potentially the early signs of maybe even some mesovortexes falling in the eye wall, or not falling, but forming in the eye wall as well. Potentially some small little mesovorts forming as well. which really indicates an intense storm. The National Hurricane Center has actually updated. They have now gone ahead and maintained 110 miles per hour, 958 millibars. Their latest update statement at 12 o'clock. They have changed the position though. So they have updated Idalia's position only. So as of the 12 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time update statement, Idalia right now, and we'll actually go ahead and pull up that update statement here live. Let me go ahead and go to the NHC. So as you can see right here, as we pull it up right now, catastrophic storm surge and destructive winds expected in the Florida Big Bend region this morning when Idalia moves inland. This is the 12 a.m. position update. NOAA buoy 42036 has recently reported sustained winds of 49 miles per hour, 79 kilometers per hour, and a gust to 60 miles per hour, 97 kilometers per hour in the northern rain bands of Idalia. As of 4 UTC, the center of Idalia was located at approximately 27.9 degrees north, 84.6 degrees west. It is currently located about 195 kilometers southwest of Cedar Key, Florida, and 280 kilometers south of Tallahassee, Florida. It is currently, right now, still 110 miles per hour, Category 2, with an estimated central pressure of 958 millibars, or 28.29 inches, moving north or 360 degrees at 17 miles per hour, 27 kilometers per hour. And that is the latest position update from the National Hurricane Center on Idalia as it continues to accelerate northward and is holding right now at Category 2 intensity. Perhaps the NHC is going to be waiting for recon data to confirm potentially higher intensities, and we'll have to see what happens. Let's go ahead and see if we can get a question coming in from our live chat down below. Any questions here real quick? Titanic Sadness says, how severe is the tornado watch southeast of Tallahassee? Anybody from our team can go over that.
Yeah, so the tornado watch that has been issued for that area, southeast Tallahassee, stretching down to, I believe, Fort Myers area. It does mention the possibility for quite a few tornadoes, with some potentially strong tornadoes. That's NWS wordings, not mine. There's potential for a few strong tornadoes in the feeder bands of Idalia, which is definitely a possibility.
Actually, to correct that here, they do state that a few tornadoes are likely. However, given the environment that is to set up here, I wouldn't be surprised if we could see one or two stronger tropical spin-up tornadoes from this from these feeder bands here. However, regardless, these feeder bands can still cause significant tornado damage as these tornadoes can spin quickly down and spin quickly back up. Let's go ahead and see if we can now take more callers on the air. Let's see if we can take another caller live on the air right now. We are now joined by, let's see if we can bring up another caller, Matthew. If we have any in the live chat.
I'll bring the captain.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Welcome.
Yes, we can. Oh, awesome. Yeah, two questions. The storm's going north at, let's say, 20 miles an hour, and you have a wind coming from the south at 130. That mean the wind's hitting at 150?
That's a you question.
It's 20 miles an hour is pretty darn fast.
While the forward motion of the tropical cyclone is going to be around 20 miles an hour, yes, the winds maybe could peak around 140, 145-ish, but gusts could definitely get above that, possibly near 160 or 170.
Yeah, Captain Johnny's, we have an echo coming from you.
Okay. One more question. The temperature readings from the eye of the hurricane, why are they in negative Celsius?
Those are the cloud
because
tops.
that basically means that the temperature in the eye is rising.
Yeah, but like say negative 22 Celsius is like an incredibly low temperature.
Those are
Is that at
the
a high
temperatures of the
altitude?
cloud tops
Yeah, the tops of the
around
clouds
Way up
the
are
high.
eye
like
or eye
Okay,
wall.
now I
super
understand.
cold.
Yes.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, thank you there,
So long,
Jonas
guys.
Cafe, for that. We do apologize there, folks, about the echo that you heard there. Hopefully, you guys weren't too startled by that. However, let's go ahead and see if we can take another caller on the air if we do have anybody who is willing to join us right now and who has their hand raised.
Give me a second.
And before we do that, here, let's take a question from Icebreaker. How far inland can
I just
storm
added
surge
somebody.
go in? All right, let's go. Before we go ahead and do that, let's go ahead and speak to SPC Belafonte. Hello? If you are with us right now, you are live on the air. Appears we do not have SPC Belafonte, so we'll try them again shortly. Let's go ahead and answer another question here from Daily Memer 0294. What are the chances of a Category 5? They are unlikely and not probable. I think pretty much safe to say that a Category 5 landfall is absolutely out of the question. It is not impossible, but it is pretty much out of the question, as the NHC is explicitly forecasting a Category 4, 130-mile-per-hour landfall.
Yeah, Category 5 is just basically like less than a 1% chance. It'd have to go absolutely insane for that to happen, and the conditions just aren't there for it to do that. So
I do
yeah.
believe that the conditions are somewhat favorable. It's just that this storm does not have a lot of time.
Yeah, time is in the conditions area, but
It is pretty
if it
much
had another
it's pretty
24
much
hours,
listen.
it'd definitely be possible, but it just doesn't have the time.
It is pretty much right around 7 to 8 hours away from landfall at this rate.
Yeah,
Let's
I'm probably
take a
gonna be
look.
moving at like 4 or 5 ish.
Matthew, I believe we have Bell ready. They've appeared to fix their mic issues. If you want to bring them back on.
We'll wait to do that. Or actually, no. This is never mind.
All right,
This
can
is
you hear
for
me now?
SB
I'm sorry.
Belafonte.
I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
we can. You're live on the
Yes, we can
Windows
hear
was
you
just
fine
being
and
weird,
well.
but I have some questions to make. So I'm here right now, and so I'm right now in Pennsylvania right now, and I heard about the storms that are hitting from this hurricane coming up to Pennsylvania. When is the possible time that will be hitting near center of Pennsylvania, if there is any information about that?
It's not forecasted to come near Pennsylvania. At worst, you guys might get some showers that are mildly associated with the system as it crosses North Carolina out into the Atlantic Ocean. But you shouldn't be seeing any major impacts to anywhere in Pennsylvania, really. You'll probably just see some isolated patches of heavy rain, maybe an isolated thunderstorm or two as it passes well to your south.
All right, here's my last question. Oh,
I don't
sorry, I
even think
apologize.
before you send that last question here real quick. I personally do not expect any impacts at all from Idalia to Pennsylvania, given the fact that this system is although I do think that Virginia will potentially get impacts from this system. I don't think that the wind field and overall storm system will expand far enough to reach even or even southern Pennsylvania at that matter. But go ahead and relay your final question.
All right. So about so how bad is it right now during the storm in Tampa Bay? How bad is it right now? I apologize.
Tampa currently is they have experienced some tropical storm force gusts near 50 to 60 miles an hour in some of these feeder bands. Currently right now, Tampa, as you can see on Patrick's radar, is experiencing some heavier rainfall with still tropical storm force gusts. But this is likely going to be near the worst of what they're going to get.
All right. As if I give one more question, it will be a quick question.
Of course.
But is there the 911 towers are down, or any towers are down. If there's any information about that, I'm
I
sorry.
don't believe we have any data about that as of right now, but
I apologize.
That's
No,
all
it's
right.
perfectly fine. It's perfectly fine. We really hope that's not the case, but
I'm just
we'll
trying
be
to contact my stepfather, and I don't know if I can contact him right now.
You should be able to contact him. If you don't mind me asking, where is he? Because purportedly
Tampa
some
Bay.
places.
He's possibly in Tampa Bay near, or where is it? Where's Disneyland at?
Disneyland is in Orlando.
Yeah, he's probably in Tampa Bay or Orlando. I haven't talked to him. I haven't seen him in a long
If
time, but I
he's
know
in Orlando, they have had no cell issues, so you should be able to contact him successfully. If he's in Orlando, if he's in Tampa, there might be some scattered cell outages, possibly,
Alright.
but you should still be able to contact him.
Thank you very much. Okay, I'm gonna head off the stage now. Hope you guys are keeping watch of Hurricane. I'm sorry, I can't say it, but thank you very much for
Idalia.
inviting me. Yeah,
Yeah,
Idalia.
you're welcome.
Absolute
we just
honor.
had a
Thank you very
positive
much.
temperature.
There.
Have a good night.
Force, thank you very much for
too.
joining us. Yes, we have. The latest imagery is confirming right now that now Idalia's eye temperature has shot up to 3.5 degrees in the positives. So that is a rapidly warming eye.
Yeah. All right, I'm gonna let on one more person. I'm gonna let on the Route 26 guy.
Lamb down.
Go for it. Let's see who. You can welcome one more person up here, Matthew, before we shift it over to our team.
Yeah, it doesn't seem that it wants to cooperate. So.
All
we'll
right,
let
so
on
let's go
Sean.
ahead and shift back to
Oh,
Idalia
I just
right
let on
now.
Sean.
Okay,
Sorry.
Sean, welcome to the stream. You are now live.
Is he in?
Or I don't
I
believe
I
he's
do not
in.
believe Sean is in. We might be having some issues again.
All right. We'll just do what you want to do. We'll make sure they're queuing back in. See if it works next time around.
Alrighty, so let's go ahead and turn our attention back to major and powerful hurricane Idalia as of the latest scans here. Idalia's eye temperature, as you heard there, has shot up into the positives to plus 3.58 degrees. So it has rapidly entered into the positives and is continuing to clear out. We could take a look here actually at some, we can actually take a look at this here in more depth. And more depth here. Right about if we take a look at some imagery here off of the basically the Depaya website here, you could see pretty much right there, negative 5.6, which is definitely getting into that positives there. Although we heard that it's potentially already in the positives right now at positive 3.5. So yeah, definitely an extremely dangerous situation right now. Uh, with this particular storm, going back to radar imagery right now, you can also see some very strong velocities as well, really being sampled right now from this storm. And you can really see right here in this particular core feature right now, you can clearly see some very intense wind velocities being measured right now from the Tampa radar being sampled. And you can also, while not visible on this radar site, I'm looking at my radar scope right now, and definitely appears to be a surge of lightning in the western eye wall.
And that is not a good sign.
Let's go ahead and see if we have any questions coming in. Do we think that the newer convection bursts in a Hurricane Idalia have lightning bolts? I think they do. If we can correlate that with radar imagery from radar scope actually shows lightning detection with the reflectivity values, and definitely shows with those new convective bursts and that continuingly intensifying western eye wall. A lot of lightning in those bursts. I don't think we see a too much amount of lightning in the actual bursts themselves, but definitely seeming likely that we are starting to see some intense lightning coming out of those two new convective bursts on radar, at least in terms of what we're seeing from pretty much the Tampa radar is going to be the most reliable radar here. Yeah, definitely starting to see some lightning coming out of the northern convective burst. Not so much on the southern side though. So we'll have to see what happens. Titanic says, has there been dry air invading Idalia? I'm noticing gaps in cloud tops. I think dry air, for the time being, has pretty much been negated here, and
Yeah, there's little to no dry air.
And likely won't be a issue, a persistent issue, right up until landfall. Icebreaker says, "Why is lightning in the eye wall bad?" Can anybody from our team answer that?
So when you see lightning in the eye wall of a hurricane, like Idalia or however you guys want to pronounce it, this is a good example of it. It means it's intensifying, basically. It means that the convective organization around the eye wall or the thunderstorms that are wrapping around the eye wall are getting more intense, which correlates to stronger winds, which would make the hurricane forecast go up. And basically, short term, it just means it's intensifying right now, if not rapidly intensifying, as that is a likelihood that we're going into, if not already been in.
Yep, absolutely. We do apologize once again if the bottom bar has not been updated over the past several minutes here. This is once again Force 13 live. We are continuing extensive coverage on likely major hurricane Idalia as of the latest satellite and intensity estimates here in terms of satellite presentation, radar, infrared, and all kinds of stuff. National Hurricane Center, as you heard previously, as of their 12 a.m. update statement, have hold at 110 miles per hour and a pressure of 958 millibars, and is currently a Category 2, high-end Category 2, on the Saffir-Simpson hurricane wind scale. Titanic said, there's another question here is stating, I'm noticing the outer bands going further outward due to it moving north. You can definitely see how the outer rain bands are beginning to pretty much expand northward as the system moves northward and out to the eastern side. You can see how these bands are basically rotating around or far off to the east and northeast side away from the core. And some of these can be tornadic tonight. Definitely keep on the lookout for potential for a few tornadoes in these outer rain bands. We have actually, I believe this is from the buoy 42036. Actually, a 54 mile per hour wind gust was reported by station 42013 buoy 22 miles southwest of Longboat Key as of 2:35 UTC, which is almost about 2 hours ago, but still relevant to the situation. Max Hill says there is a buoy just north of the eye wall. See if you can get into that. Yes, that is buoy 42306, which is likely to be in the crosshairs of the eye wall right now. I'm gonna go ahead and throw it over to my team real quick. I'm starting to notice here a pretty interesting presentation right now. It appears that the northeastern side of the eye wall or the inner eye wall might be opening up a little bit, and appears to be a very strong spiraling band on the western side, basically wrapping around. Any thoughts on this?
Yeah, what this likely is that this is probably the band that we've been seeing trying to wrap around the eye wall, and it's just got that little sector left to deal with. But it looks like the band might be kind of splitting off or weakening a little, so it might not fully wrap around the eye wall. And that might be what we're seeing here on reflectivity. But over the next few scans, it will either probably stay the same, or we might see the full wraparound of that band of very intense wind and rain.
This is actually what appears to be a vertical hot tower. Dual VHT is actually wrapping around. And pretty much once they finish rotating and wrapping around the core, it'll be very interesting to see what the presentation looks like. Make sure to keep your questions coming into Force 13. Make sure to start it at Force 13 all in text. Our team will be able to answer them for you in due course.
Yeah, and I want to go over a wind reading on velocity I just got north of Tampa, near, I believe, near Holiday. This is about half mile off the ground. I have gotten a wind gust of 72 miles an hour. So places like Tarpon Springs, Palm Harbor, up to Holiday and Eastlake, those places might be seeing near hurricane force gusts about right now.
If you do translate that down to the surface, folks, that should be somewhere around the 40 to 45 mile per hour potential range, or perhaps even lower than that, getting to maybe 30, 35. So not very strong winds to the surface, but definitely some strong velocities aloft. Seek also could be a little bit contaminated as well, as it is in a little bit of range folding, so could be somewhat influenced by the contamination zone here. However, still some pretty strong wind gusts are moving into Tampa right now with the outer feeder bands. How big is the eye? Is it still a pinhole? We can measure the eye off a radar right now. And I actually want to wait for this vertical hot tower, whatever the heck is happening with this, to finish off and stop rotating before I can actually oh yeah, look at that right there. See how the hot tower is basically connecting and wrapping around that inner eye wall, and it's really beginning to consolidate now again right over here. So that is a concern, but we can measure the radius of the eye wall or eye is right around 11 nautical miles in radius, and in diameter somewhere around, remarkably, 6 nautical miles.
So this is almost a pinhole high, a pinhole eye. A pinhole eye is 10 nautical miles or less. Uh, from top to bottom, it's slightly larger than a pinhole eye, but from left to right, it is definitely meeting the classifications of a pinhole. And all we really need is for that northern part of the eye wall to kind of cave in a little, and then we could return back to a pinhole, or pin eye, as this eye has likely expanded slightly as it's been trying to do all night.
Air Force reconnaissance has just taken off, so we are likely to see data come in relatively soon over the next few hours here, potentially even closer than that. Taking a look at a live cam right now of Captiva Island, conditions are definitely deteriorating there. Heavy lightning and some pretty strong gusty winds pushing ashore. I'm looking at this from my TV right now as I'm watching this live on the Weather Channel. Also, a quick reminder before I throw it back over to my team. State of emergencies once again have been declared in the states of Florida, Georgia, South Carolina, and North Carolina from this storm, Idalia, right now. I'm going to open the floor to my team here real quick. What are we thinking right now is going to be the next potential intensity estimate from the National Hurricane Center? Do we think they're going to go 115 miles per hour, or do we think they're going to hold for recon and go 110?
I'm almost positive. We'll go major.
I'm
It's just
almost
improved.
positive too. With the way that hot tower's looking as it's wrapped around the eye wall, if they manage to get into that and it sustains, they're likely going to go to 115, if not 120, as that
I'm
is
not
a
really
sign of significantly intensifying winds, as that hot tower has
Also,
basically managed to successfully wrap around the eye.
Also, something to point out here in the southeastern inner eye, where the higher reflectivity values are, given some radar calculations here, there could be also the potential for some small hail forming, or a small hail actually falling in the southeastern side of the eye wall, given the fact that we have a 50 to 55 dBz core with a KDP, which is basically an estimation or a radar product that's basically used to determine the spread of basically the spread of different particles slash hydrometeors in the atmosphere, and basically can determine if hail is falling, especially at this range. So potentially, interestingly enough, there could be actually some smaller hail forming, or perhaps even falling right now in the southeastern side of the eye wall.
That is a possibility, but what I think it likely is near full whiteout conditions that the radar is picking up as extremely intense rain bands.
I am going to answer some questions here from our public server chat as well. What is the expectations for Lee County, Florida? Which is Fort Myers.
Lee County,
Myers.
you're just going to be dealing with rain with some gusty winds. You've already basically fully seen your storm surge impacts, as there has been some minor flooding at Fort Myers Beach, as they received about 3 to 4 feet of surge. But right now you could still be experiencing some gusts near or slightly over tropical storm force in some of these feeder bands that are eventually going to pass by you over the next coming hours. So at this point, your conditions should improve as Idalia shifts north and targets the Big Bend.
Teal 73 or Teal 71 actually is the recon flight en route to Idalia right now. So we are hoping to receive more recon data coming in relatively soon. Make sure to continue your questions by tagging us at Force13 all on text. It will light up in a nice bright color, and we will answer them for you in due course. The next National Hurricane Center update statement will be relayed at 1 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time before an intermediate advisory following at the top of that next hour, 2 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time, 0600 UTC. In addition to this, we are also expected to get an update to the Day 1 SPC outlook as well. And given some model consensus here on the tornado threat to evolve across basically northern Florida into the Carolinas and southern Georgia, anybody thinking the outlooks can change potentially? Any thoughts on that?
I honestly wouldn't be surprised if it shifts more west. It's been going north of guidance or NNC's track. So honestly, I think they're gonna go major just based on satellite presence alone. I don't think they used radar because it's not really conclusive of much other than just high level winds. I think that just based off of satellite presence alone, you can go 115. But I'm just waiting on recon because recon, might surprise us.
Yeah, I think for the Day 1 outlook.
I do want to, sorry, I'll throw it back over to you, Seek, real quick, but I do want to go over Super Typhoon Saola right now, as it skirts into the northern Luzon Strait right now, basically passing south of Taiwan, and oh my goodness, look at that
totally
presentation.
forgot that was the thing. That thing is very pretty.
Very solid, very, very classic signature here. Asymmetrical in structure. Clearly a category 5. We are currently going with 165 miles per hour and pressure of 912 millibars, and you can see it does appear that the white ring around the eye has degraded slightly. However, still appears to be an extremely powerful typhoon, super typhoon at that. As it continues to move across the northern Luzon Strait and head into portions of the South China Sea. This is not expected to make landfall and is actually expected to, once it reaches Hong Kong, rapidly weaken from what the JTWC is currently forecasting. We could take a look at the JTWC's latest forecast cone. JTWC currently has 135 knots, 922 millibars, and do expect this to they have dropped their peak here. They are expecting this to not reach category 5, although per our latest observations and per our latest estimates,
JTWC never went Cat 5. They're the only ones that never went Cat 5. JMA went Cat 5. China went Cat 5. India went Cat 5. Hong Kong went Cat 5. We went Cat 5. Augusta went Cat 5. And I think I said JMA went Cat 5. If
yeah,
I did
you
it,
did say
I'm going to say it again. JMA went Cat 5. They're the RSMC. The only ones that didn't go were the ATCF Best Track and the Joint Typhoon Warning Center. They're the only ones that didn't go Cat 5, but this is clearly a Cat 5. Everybody knows it.
Yep, absolutely still has that white ring around it. Still looks quite ominous and is moving across into the South China Sea and basically skirting across the northern Luzon Strait, moving south of Taiwan. JTWC, as in their latest forecast cone, does not expect this to further strengthen, which is quite unusual given the fact that pretty much every single agency, including us, basically correlating with Dvorak estimations, have gone Cat 5. We have gone 165 miles per hour, 912 millibars. This is expected to pretty much rapidly weaken once it does near Hong Kong. However, there could exist the potential for tropical storm or perhaps even typhoon force wind gust off the coast of Hong Kong before this system pretty much drifts to the west-southwest and rapidly weakens all the way down to 50 knots from what the Joint Typhoon Warning Center is currently forecasting. That is a quick look into Typhoon Saola.
I will mention that might just be what the models are showing, because I think it was like 24 or 36 hours ago, it was saying that it was going to be a tropical depression over Hong Kong, and then 12 hours later, it was like, okay, you're going to have near typhoon strength, somewhere between 50 and 65 knots at Hong Kong. Now it's saying it's going to turn away from Hong Kong and it's going to weaken below typhoon strength. So we don't necessarily know what we're even going to get out of the track, but regardless, we don't even know how much of the turning it's going to do over there. It could even still be a major by the time it gets over to Hong Kong. We don't know yet.
Right.
So we'll just wait and see. Once we get that far out, the intensity I've noticed has fluctuated. The forecasted intensity has fluctuated a lot. So there's a lot of uncertainty still later on down the line.
Right. We are once again joined by Jonesy, who is one of our main people here who have been supporting us and has been providing coverage for us for the past several hours and perhaps even the past few days here. He is our U.S. Director of Force 13 United States, and he is also one of our main members here on the project. Welcome back, Jonesy. Taking a look now quickly at Idalia right now, and you can really see that very intense northern eye wall, that really tightening spiral band there. And you could just really see how intense and very tight that band is right now on the northern and northwestern
We're going to
side.
see probably in about an hour or less how strong that is. Recon has just taken off from Biloxi Gulfport.
NHC is expected to update in 30 minutes, likely for a position update. I don't think they're gonna go 115, but
No,
I
they're
think
probably
you can.
just going to update the position, and then they're going to wait for recon for the intermediate advisory.
However, I do think that you can make an argument to based off of satellite and radar. That this could be definitely getting up there right now. Obviously, we will wait for the intermediate advisory once recon gets close to the storm and does provide us with some data. However, NHC is likely to update in the next 30 minutes at the top of the hour, 1 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time, for likely a position update on Idalia and not really changing anything in terms of intensity and pressure. Although, like I said, you could realistically make an argument that satellite and radar can definitely support it getting up to that point.
Regardless, regardless of what it is, the western coast of Florida, anywhere south of the storm, right now, is going to get that onshore flow of water. So if you're in the Tampa Bay region, as this is starting to move north of Tampa, you're going to start to get that on-flow push of water.
Yeah, and real quick, I do want to point something out. 2 hurricane warnings have been updated, including the hurricane warning involving Tallahassee, as the previous hurricane warning expired. They are calling for below tropical storm force winds, peak wind forecast of 25 to 35 mile per hour winds, with gusts possibly reaching 70 miles an hour. But there's the potential for winds greater than 110 miles per hour, which is extreme winds, possibly equivalent of a Category 3 hurricane force or higher, and the potential impacts for winds reads devastating to catastrophic structural damage to sturdy buildings, some with complete roof and wall failures, complete destruction of mobile homes, damage greatly accompanied by large airborne projectiles. Locations may be uninhabitable for weeks or even months. Numerous large trees snapped or uprooted, along with fences and roadway signs blown over. Many roads impassable from large debris, more within urban and heavily wooded places. Many bridges, causeways, and other access routes completely impassable. Widespread power and communication outages are likely. That's the update for Tallahassee, and I'm going to make this one short, but this is the hurricane warning to the south of it, including Crawfordville. Equivalent tropical storm force winds are expected. Peak wind forecast 30 to 40 miles an hour with gusts of 75 are possible. But there's the potential for winds greater than 110 miles an hour, which is equivalent of Category 3 hurricane force or higher. Same exact readings as Tallahassee hurricane warning. Devastating and catastrophic structural damage to even 30 buildings is expected. The surge threat has remained nearly steady from what they're forecasting there.
Yeah, I've noticed all of Tallahassee's area does not have hurricane or tropical storm warnings anymore. Well, they're on the map because NHC, but when you go inland, when you click on a location, the warning does not pop up because I guess there might be a glitch right now. They're probably going to reissue it. Regardless, though, if you're in the Tallahassee area of responsibility, whether that's in Florida or Georgia, even Alabama, you need to make sure that your preparations have been completed, your preparations are done, because this is going up your way. You're still going to be under a hurricane warning. You're still going to be under a tropical storm warning, even though, when you open up your weather app, it might not say that you are, especially, Valdosta, which is inland. They're expected to get possibly Category 2 conditions up there in Valdosta. Even though it doesn't say you're under a hurricane warning, you still are. When you go to weather.com, gov, it's still there, and it will still be there. So regardless, you're going to have these conditions that are going to happen. So just because it's not showing up right now, it probably will show up again later. They're probably going to have to reissue it, so I'm assuming it's probably just a glitch. They'll probably just reissue it. But regardless, on the national map, it's not there for some reason.
The hurricane warning is still in effect for Valdosta for winds potentially reaching 110 miles an hour, but the forecast calls for 30 to 40 mile per hour winds gusting to 75.
It looks like they got rid of everything in the Tallahassee region.
Nope, they're still under a hurricane warning in places west of Tallahassee, including the town of Quincy and those areas, down south of the Apalachicola National Forest. Still under a tropical storm warning and hurricane warning.
That's what I thought. It's a glitch on the weather.gov national map. So just because it looks like you're not under one, don't listen to it. You still are. You're still under. So that's just a glitch. Do not look at weather.gov. Don't listen to it for this time. You're still under the warning.
Yes, absolutely. And we switching radars now to the Tallahassee radar. You can see Idalia right now from the Tallahassee radar. You can also see here still extremely intense winds being recorded aloft right from the core. Still a very intense northwestern eye wall. I think Tampa might sample this eye wall better in terms of reflectivity presentation. So I'll stick with Tampa, but definitely you'd see Tallahassee still depicting that very nice core there. Still, you can see a very intense, pretty much western eye wall at this point. Looks to be wrapping around potentially on the southern side. The southern side and eastern side look a little bit weaker. So perhaps the northwestern side is the strongest side right now. We'll have to see what recon confirms with that. Once again, the National Hurricane Center is expected to update in 25 minutes, and we'll have to see what they do. They're likely going to do a position fix, although, like we've said earlier, this could potentially be argued by satellite and infrared imagery, as well as potentially even Dvorak, that this could be up to Cat 3 right now. However, it is likely to eventually become a Cat 3, or is expected to eventually become a Cat 3 within the next, I would say, hour or so at the very minimum. We'll have to wait for recon to come in and really sample the storm again. Throwing it over to Seek here real quick, are you noticing any of the outer rain bands, and are they potentially doing anything tornadic right now?
As of now, my area of focus for a tornadic development will be around Tampa Bay area. And one storm has caught my eye. It's probably nothing since it's so close to the Ruskin radar site. But it does appear to be hooking a little bit west of Adamsville, which is just north of Ruskin. But this could be a quick spin up. Not too much on velocity is showing up. So we might just need to wait a little and see what goes on. But any of these cells that are connected to the feeder bands as they roll through and eventually north of Tampa could still very well produce quite a few tornadoes.
Yes, absolutely. Once again, make sure to keep your question coming in to Force 13 live right now. Make sure to tag us at Force 13 all in text, and it'll light up in a nice bright color for us to relay your questions as well as take your observations live on the air. Throwing it back over to our team here real quick, just for a few seconds while I do some technical stuff behind the air. What are we currently seeing right now at Idalia, and is there any news coming out of the area right now?
Well, we don't have any news coming out of the area for a little while because of recon still needs to get down there, and that's going to take a little bit of time for that to occur. So you're going to have to give it some time to do that. Although I will say it's very interesting that at the Alabama, Mississippi, Florida coast, pressure is already at 1,005, out ahead of this thing. So I don't know if that's a sign of Idalia is getting ready to, or is starting to initiate with the jet stream. But that's kind of interesting, if you ask me, that it's doing that.
Any other thoughts on that from our other team members currently live right now?
Yeah, something that has caught my eye. It appears that the rain band that we've been talking about that has been spiraling around the eye, it appears it's doing it again, and it looks like it's a little bit stronger than the last time it wrapped around the center of Idalia, as it appears it's moving kind of north-northwest at about 15 to 20 miles an hour, the eye. So as these bands, there's actually a less predominant band just to the west of it, just on the edge of the inner eye wall that's starting to wrap around the eye as well. So this is going to need to be monitored over the next few minutes.
National Hurricane Center is expected to update in the next 20 minutes on Hurricane Idalia. They're likely going to do once again a position fix, and anything could happen in the next hour, as this could likely be a major hurricane or perhaps even already at major hurricane status. I'm going to go ahead and throw it over to Seek real quick. What should people be doing to prepare for the potential of the tornado threat tonight? What should they do? How should they receive watches and warnings? And what can they do, especially given the fact that Florida doesn't have a lot of basements? So how can they seek shelter, and what's the best way to prepare and act?
Yeah, so the areas of the main tornado threat is mainly going to be from Cape Coral, Fort Myers, north of Tampa, possibly even to just east of Tallahassee. So if you're in those areas, maybe even Jacksonville, as some of these outer feeder bands over the next hours will manage to circulate over your area. This is going to be especially for Tampa and whatnot, this is already a nighttime event. This is going to continue through the night, and most people are sleeping in Tampa, trying to sleep off this hurricane as it passes to the west. So make sure your phone's not on silent or do not disturb mode. Make sure you have a way of turning up your notification sounds. If you have a NOAA weather radio, turn that up to make sure you can hear it if you decide to doze off or go to sleep. Make sure you're tuned into your local weather station, or even us, as we are providing updates as Idalia turns into the Big Bend area of Florida. And people up north just get prepared for the possibility of the situation that's been going on between Fort Myers and Tampa, as isolated tornadoes have occurred throughout the day. And if you want to, if you need to seek shelter in a tornado warning, what you're going to want to do, since most Floridians here, and I'm a Floridian, so I know this myself, we don't have basements. Maybe people up by Tallahassee might have basements, but you see, all right, that's confirmation there. You guys don't have basements either up there. So you're going to want to go into either a closet or a bathroom, as those are usually the most well-built places. And you typically don't have windows. So usually a closet, because that's more compact and well built, than a bathroom, because the bathroom's a little bit wider. And just if you're in an apartment or a duplex on second, third, fourth floor, make sure you try to get down to the first floor. And if you're in a multi-story building, you should have staircases. If there is no secure room to go into, try to cramp yourself in as tight as you can underneath those stairs as the tornado passes your area.
Yes, absolutely. Let's go to Idalia. Actually, let's go ahead and hop on over to Franklin real quick. We haven't talked about this beast in a while. Franklin has a very large eye right now and is continuing to gradually weaken. It is still an intense Category 3 on the Saffir-Simpson Hurricane Wind Scale, with 115 miles per hour, 954 millibars, I believe, as of the latest NHC advisory. So still holding on as an intense, barely Category 3 hurricane. But this is Franklin right now, still looking quite impressive for where it currently is at right now. However, it is expected to gradually weaken as it continues to move off to the north and east. However, could still be a potentially high-end tropical storm, as it does turn post-tropical. And it will be threatening areas of pretty much, like, we don't really know where Franklin is going to go from this point, as there definitely is some differences in the models right now. However, the NHC is indicating that this could potentially last all the way, going past Greenland and potentially impacting areas near Iceland.
Well, Greenland and Iceland are right next to each other, and the models are hinting at very strong tropical storm, maybe hurricane force winds for both countries.
Right.
Mainly that and the rainfall from it, and the rainfall it being. Yeah, my dog is crying.
It's all right. Here is Irwin right now, pretty much dead in the Eastern Pacific Basin right now. Pretty much gone. NHC initiated their final advisory, and it's pretty much dead. No sustained convection at all whatsoever. Barely anything, so that's pretty much out of our hands. Here is Saola once again, still an extremely powerful storm as a Category 5 with estimated sustained winds as of our latest analysis of 165 miles per hour, 912 millibars. Still with a very impressive satellite presentation right now as of the local time. Here's Haikui right now, which is a tropical storm right now with I believe I believe we are going to be running here real quick. Let me check from what we are currently running with right now for Haikui. We are running currently for Haikui right now as of our 0Z fix, 50 knots and 994 millibars. So basically what the ATCF is going with. Oh, ATCF actually ran with 990, as well as I believe JTWC. Here's the official forecast cone for Haikui right now. JTWC is anticipating that this could potentially become a quite significant typhoon with still a 95 knot peak as it nears and passes off to the northeast of Ichijakima. I very apologize if I did butcher that name, and potentially making it all the way up towards Shanghai, and perhaps could skirt the coast of Shanghai as a potentially powerful typhoon upwards, perhaps even right around the 80 knot, 90 mile per hour frame. However, this is likely to continue to move off to the west-northwest, or then gradually taking a more north-northwesterly direction as it heads towards Shanghai and China. All right, next storm we'll go over here real quick before we hop back on over to Idalia is Tropical Depression 11, which was recently designated a tropical cyclone, tropical depression with 25 knots. It is not loading, so we're not going to go to that storm. We're going to go to 94. Nope, we're not going to 94L. Here is Invest 90C in the Central Pacific, and that is not loading either. So great. We're going to go back to Idalia now, as those infrared imagery is not loading for me right now. So we'll try that again later. Here's Dahlia still looking very compact, very intense on the radar imagery here. Still got those feeder bands basically circulating around the northeast and far eastern sides. We haven't heard a lot in the tornado department yet. Anybody from our team want to give an update on when they could expect potential for this lull of tornado activity to end? We're really hoping that does occur, but definitely I think the conditions will finally become more gradually favorable for tornado development relatively soon. Any thoughts from the team?
Yeah.
It should be. It should be fine. So it looks like buoy 42099, which would have gone to the eye wall soon, and maybe the eye would have gone past it. The last report is over 2 hours old, so it looks like that buoy is probably GG'd, which is not good. My dog's still being loud. It's probably because my dad's going to work. As I was saying, the reason that Franklin is so high on the T coast outside of its intensity and forecast intensity is that it could bring 10 inches of rainfall to Iceland and Greenland. And as that time gets closer and closer, it might drop down, as Franklin weakens, it might drop down out of code blue, but it will go back as it gets closer. But what might keep it is when it gets closer and closer to affecting those two countries as an extratropical cyclone.
We do have data coming in from about 14 minutes ago from buoy 42036. They have recorded a estimated pressure of 993.5 millibars and has recorded I don't know if this was sustained or gusted to 47 knots.
Cat did hit over Idalia, but because Idalia is over 70 knots, it's useless. But it does show you how large those tropical storm force winds are.
Yeah,
So
absolutely.
it's pretty large.
And real quick,
National
Patrick, we've had some people waiting in the audience. If you can allow Matthew to bring them up, as they have been waiting to ask us some questions. If you're okay with that,
I'm absolutely okay with that. Matthew, you can go ahead and bring up our next caller.
All right, sounds good. I'm out on Peanut. If it allows, let's go.
Hello, Peanut. You're live with us now, or Horace says your name has changed. Welcome, and how you doing?
Good.
You have been a pretty well-known caller here. You were here with us for Ian. So, what are you currently seeing right now with Idalia, and what are you thinking right now about this powerful storm?
I do not like it.
We neither. We don't either.
That's essentially all I can say about it.
A man of few words, but he spoke the truth.
He absolutely
at least
did.
it was correct.
I'm going to be on for a little bit longer. So anyone who wants to speak for the next 10 minutes, go on. I'm going to be taking a little bit of a break. So if anyone wants to speak, request now. We'll run through you guys, and then we won't be able to speak for the next hour because I'll be preoccupied.
No worries. Peanut, if you do want to actually stick around with us here real quick, since we're kind of in a little bit of a lull period, I know you are welcome to stay around with us and provide your commentary on Idalia, but we'll go ahead and maybe pull up another caller here real quick. Make sure to use the raise hand feature in the Discord stage, and you'll be able to be pulled up by our call mod or Matthew, but please make sure to do that quick, as we will be taking a break from that in the next 10 minutes at the top of the hour. Once again, National Hurricane Center is expected to update in the next pretty much 10 minutes or so, and we will have to see what they are doing for that particular
I'm going to
advisory.
add on Sean.
Alrighty.
Looks like College of DuPage just glitched again.
Okay. Discord just glitched the first time you brought me up, so yeah.
Welcome, Sean. You are now live on the air.
Okay. Right now I'm just basically saying that Idalia is gonna be really bad. And yeah, this could easily become the it only takes one storm from of 2023. So yeah. Like some of the damage, like I think for some reason I would think that the damage would be slightly amplified from Ian.
Okay.
Because Ian hit those like same spots, like Tampa Bay. I think it's getting like a bit of storm surge, basically.
Yeah, so Fort Myers, which we all know was heavily impacted by Ian last year, did receive some minor flooding. So some places that were affected by Ian last year got mildly affected by this current hurricane, Idalia. And places like Tampa that still received very heavy rainfall from Ian is receiving impacts such as more flooding, rain, and even storm surge and tornadoes as these feeder bands of Idalia are breezing by.
Right now I am like I looked at the windy charts at windy.com, and they said that this could become a category 4 at peak.
It is likely to actually.
I mean, that's what the
become-
NHC is.
NHC is forecasting a 130 mile per hour peak.
So yeah, how long is it got before like it makes landfall?
Landfall is anticipated at 9 a.m. as of now as a 130 mile per hour category 4.
If it keeps going on a due north trend, yeah, based on the last position update, because what I was doing was I looked at it's a 175 from Tallahassee, so I looked up how much is Tallahassee from the Gulf. They said 22 miles, so I subtracted 22 divided by 17 because that's the position, and it said 9. Exactly 9. So if it keeps going due north, 9 hours. But we expect it to start turning eastward, and we'll see that could make the landfall earlier. That could make the landfall later.
Yeah,
our guesstimate is sometime between 8 a.m. and noon for a landfall is what we're gonna say.
Update from Recon right now. Teal 71 has decided to descend to 700 millibars and is 150 nautical miles away right now.
All right. Right now, if it does go, like I was looking at the windy models, and it looks like gonna be a landfall southeast of Tallahassee. But if it does go east, yeah, it could be a little bit worse.
I remember the days when I used Windy and thought they were reliable. Not that you shouldn't use Windy. I mean, if you want to use Windy, you can. It could come in anywhere on that bay. What's it called? Appalachie Bay.
Appalachie Bay, yes, sir.
Yeah. A major has never made landfall up there ever. And
not even landfall. A major's just like never been there before. Not even like made landfall.
No storm in recorded history has ever landfalled in Appalachie Bay. No storm has ever done it.
No, this is going to be a bit historical, basically.
This will be a very historic storm. Yes.
Absolutely.
NWS Tallahassee.
Sean, before we go ahead and throw it over to Jonesy here real quick. Sean, do you have any final questions and thoughts for our team right now?
I don't really know at this point. Like, the magnitude of the situation is just unreal, basically. Even if I'm not in Florida, I would still think that, this storm would pose some very devastating conditions there. And yeah, Michael basically tore through this area, but even if it's weaker, this could still be
Michael was
pretty
more
big.
west. Michael was more west than this, but regardless.
Yeah, but even then, it's still going to be a big one for Floridians.
Alrighty, thank you very much, Sean,
yeah,
for your thoughts on
I
the
will,
air.
I will say,
Thank you.
I will say the
Alright.
hurricane warnings and tropical storm warnings in the
I'm actually gonna go and eat just because I have school right now. So yeah, see y'all's.
So
Have a good rest of your day, man.
the hurricane and tropical storm warnings are now back up on weather.gov in the Tallahassee area of responsibility. They quote unquote reissued, which is good. So it looks like that when you go to NWS Tallahassee on their socials, and when you go to weather.gov and you click on the Tallahassee area, it says unprecedented event unfolding. If you want to know how many major hurricanes have ever entered Appalachia Bay, the answer is 0. A major hurricane, which is Category 3 plus, has never entered Appalachia Bay in recorded history. And this graphic was done yesterday. It says this is your last day to get prepared. Now, there is no more time to prepare. Preparations need to be completed by sunset, they said. It's already past sunset. If ordered to evacuate, leave. Conditions rapidly deteriorate tonight, which they will deteriorate as we head into the morning hours.
We do have some information here coming from infrared imagery. It appears that still that eye is looking quite compact and potentially continuing to clear out, although it appears that a convective burst may have blown up and kind of has obscured the eye a little bit. Still clearing out and warming, which is definitely a concerning situation. In addition to this,
Update is out because Ami just said NHC is waiting on recon before calling major. 1 a.m. is still 110 miles an hour and a 958 pressure, so they're waiting on recon before they upgrade Idalia to a major. So it's just going to be a position upgrade, position update. Excuse me.
Yep. So this is as of 1 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time. Idalia is still a powerful Category 2 hurricane on the Saffir-Simpson Hurricane Wind Scale. Maximum sustained winds of 110 miles per hour, pressure 958. Moving now, actually, it has slowed down from the last
16.
update statement. It is now moving at 16 due north and is currently located 115 miles southwest of Cedar Key, Florida.
Yep. So it's 16 miles an hour now. And that is, it moved, according to that, it's still moving north. It's 160 miles south of Tallahassee. If you go to the midnight positioning, it's actually slowed down. So 11 p.m. is moving at 18. Last hour was moving at 17. Now it's moving at 16. I'd say it's more moving at 15 because it says it's about, at the 11 p.m. advisory, it said it was about 185 miles south of Tallahassee while moving north. Last hour, it said it was moving north at 17 miles an hour. It was 175 miles from Tallahassee. Now it says that it's 160 miles from Tallahassee while still moving due north. So it looks, obviously you're going to have those wobbles to the left and right, but to me, it looks like the speed is more or less around 15 miles an hour now instead. So it definitely is slowing. It's definitely slowing down, though. It probably
It's
is
also
getting
just
ready.
continuing to go more north, honestly.
Yeah.
It's going way
So,
north of track.
It's probably expected to it's probably
we're going to probably see
the cone
westward.
The cone expects to come in at Appalachia Bay.
Yeah.
Like right at the bay. So
We're
I
probably
mean,
gonna see a westward motion move at
which is
5.
more west than they expected, and they're keeping this more overland. You could be talking about the hurricane point based on the 11 p.m. advisory right over Savannah, Georgia. It could still be a hurricane right over Savannah. It could be coming off the Carolinas as a tropical storm at Myrtle Beach, near the North Carolina-South Carolina border. It could possibly, if it keeps moving westward, it could go as far north as Wilmington. I actually have a friend up in Wilmington, and she was telling me that she hopes that she's going to get her nails done before Idalia gets up
We do have some
that
news
way.
coming out of recon. AF 305 is now heading southeast and is now heading into Idalia at this time.
We're heading to the storm. Okay, perfect. But regardless, it is slowing down, which could affect when it's supposed to come into land. Based on that point, the point says it was on the coast for 12Z, which is the 12-hour point. That would be about 8 a.m. So they're still expecting that. Could be a little later now, actually. We'll have to wait and see on that if it continues to slow down. But it's going to start to make, it looks like, turn east right before it gets to the shore, or right at the shore, which means the more farther it goes into Appalachia Bay, the more before it starts turning east, the more it's going to be over water, which means the more time for it to strengthen. As of the 11 p.m. advisory, it wants to bring it in. There's literally no city here that it would bring it in. It would bring it in to the southeast of Tallahassee, which, if I'm being real here, that they're expecting, only 25 to 35 mile an hour winds. They might want to update that in their hurricane warnings for Tallahassee if it continues to do that, as this could come that way.
I'm going to point out here that our radar may be indicating potential for some mesovorts going up in the eye wall right now, which obviously is a sign of an intensifying hurricane.
Looks like it would come in just to the southwest of Perry, and Perry is a few miles inland from the Gulf. So that's where it's expecting it to come in Appalachia Bay. And again, the more that it goes into Appalachia Bay before turning eastward, the more time it's going to have over water, which means the more time it will have to strengthen.
We got a pretty well defined mesovort now in the northern eye wall, with a very intense western side as well. Very high reflectivity values for this far away from the radar. So still an intensifying storm, pretty likely a major hurricane pending recon data, which we are getting. We are probably going to get here relatively soon, as AF 305 currently right now is heading into the storm and will likely provide us with some very, very crucial data. And I do believe that we could potentially get our call perhaps as early as the intermediate 2 a.m. advisory. We'll have to see what happens, but still an intensifying.
The National Hurricane Center is saying that tropical storm conditions is occurring on the west coast of Florida, and looking at the cone and the interactive cone, tropical storm winds go from an area as far south as Boca Grande, which is right in the area where Ian came in. So Boca Grande is where tropical storm force winds is as far south, and it goes all the way as far north as Hermosa Springs and Crystal River, just south of Yankeetown. But Yankeetown is definitely in the tropical storm force winds right now, though. Definitely, because of, obviously that was from 2 hours ago. So they're definitely in the tropical storm force winds now.
We'll want to note that the eastern side of the eye wall is also beginning to fill in. You can see on our radar that it definitely appears to be filling in.
Yeah, so the west side is definitely on radar. It's the strongest side because when that was forming a few hours ago, that was in the north and the east. So as it continues to rotate around, that west side's going to end up getting, back on the east side. So, they're probably going to start from a northwest to southeast, and then we'll see if they decide to go southwest to northeast or northeast to southwest. It will be very interesting to see what happens.
Radar is probably depicting a vertical hot tower going up on the northern
In the
side
north,
as well, basically filling in that northern section of the eye wall, basically wrapping towards the west of the eye, or the western half of the eye wall. Still, I will say for the range at which this is scanning right now, I'm very impressed by these radar velocities aloft from the core. I gotta say that is a classic look that I think our team can definitely
I'm
agree.
going to say that I have upped the point total for Idalia landfall as we're within 12 hours, maybe even 6 hours, but I'm not getting to that 6 hour point yet. Idalia is updated to 108 points on Ticos, and that will go up depending on recon. So once recon's in and we get the 2 a.m. advisory, I'm going to end up, I'll throw an update out there when it comes to Ticos. If they find winds to be well higher than Cat 3, if they're finding winds already instead of 115 at, say, 125 or even 130 now, then the ball game changes, and I'm going to be pushing out an update to the Ticos on Idalia, and you're probably going to see a fix get pushed out from our Cyclone Analyst team as well. And if recon does find that, you're going to get a special advisory from the NHC. It's not going to be an intermediate. It would be a full advisory if the amount of wind gusts that they find in the storm right now is well higher than a 115 Category 3.
I do want to point out that as well. I think Jonesy, you're already aware of this, but on the USAS side of things, we have also hit code red.
Has Xavier officially put us into code red? Yes, he has. As of 9:15, Tropics code red. That makes sense. So
100 points
on the dot. That's probably going to end up being a little bit higher. I actually did not know that he put us in code red.
Pointing out some trends right now on radar. It definitely appears that I don't know if that was a moat that tried to form in the past few scans, but it definitely appears that northern VHT is really beginning to merge with the western eye wall and perhaps even closing it off. I am still very thankful that these outer rain bands have not gone tornadic at all, which is definitely the good thing. However, I think that's going to change by at least, let's say, 06 to 10Z. So yeah, please still, if you're in the Western Florida Peninsula, look out for the potential of tornadoes, but you could just tell by this radar imagery that this is a quite ominous look. And
And
yeah,
I will say, for those that are that see the bottom bar, just know it is going to be outdated until Nathan wakes up in a few hours. There obviously is no more Signal 4s and Signal 5s out there for Saola. Obviously, the pressure is a bit off. When Idalia gets to Cat 3 or higher, it's not going to be updated because he's trying to catch some sleep before some landfall. So do bear with us when that does.
We will have a site rep out. We will
push out a set rep onto Twitter, and the set rep will also be shown on stream. But I'm just giving you guys the heads up now. If you are looking at the bottom bar, it's not really going to be updated. It's not going to be updated. Not until Nathan wakes up.
Do you want to point out here that AF305 is south of the I believe they are south of the small peninsula, and they are pretty much heading right into
this is AF305. So this was the recon that was supposed to go into Franklin but got canceled, and they decided
it departed from Gulfport. Yep.
Yeah, so funny. So earlier, while NOAA 3 and AF304 were heading into Idalia, AF305 just flew into Biloxi Gulfport from the Virgin Islands. This flight was actually supposed to be the final recon mission for Franklin, but they decided to cancel it, and they brought it home, and now it's going to give us this it refueled. It took a long time for it to refuel, actually, because that was a long flight from the Virgin Islands, and now it's going to give us this recon right here. It looks like I is kind of going away on infrared.
Looking at infrared actually right now, you can see that the central dense overcast, or CDO, is also beginning to slightly cool as well.
So, I mean, we'll see what recon finds. Is that signs of an Iowa
I do also want to point out. I do want to point out here real quick that a brand new mesoscale discussion has also been issued from the Storm Prediction Center concerning tornado watch number 660. They do state that the tornado threat will continue along the west coast of Florida into the overnight hours, extending northeastward into northern parts of the Florida Peninsula. Discussion reads as follows: Hurricane Idalia, continues to move northeastward across the eastern Gulf of Mexico, and it is forecasted by the National Hurricane Center to make landfall tonight. That should say this should say in the next several hours, not tonight, but I think they're referring to the time frame we're currently in right now. Parts of the outer rain bands of Idalia are currently located across the western Florida peninsula where strong low-level shear is present. The Tampa Bay WSR 88D VWP continues to show 0 to 3 kilometer storm relative velocities above 400 meters squared per second squared. As Idalia moves further northeastward, strong low-level shear is forecasted to develop across northern Florida early tonight. This will make conditions favorable for tornadoes within the more discrete elements of the outer rain bands. Basically, from what they said from the previous mesoscale discussion, 2060, basically they are saying that the tornado threat is going to gradually become a more of a concern, especially along the western Florida coast, stretching into far inland northern Florida. However, I do believe that they did mention to say that this is going to, or they meant to say that this is going to make landfall early past the dawn hours, I believe, and before lunchtime, right around 8 to 9 a.m. Eastern, 7 to 8 a.m. Central.
I will say that this is going to be very interesting. This could be this is the make or break recon. Fort Myers, Estero Boulevard, just so you get off the Mentazos Pass Bridge in Fort Myers. Water is now impassable in Fort Myers Beach.
Was just about to point that out from NBC2.
Surge down there in Fort Myers it looks to be in the 2 to 4 feet range, so it's not going to be as severe as Ian, but it's still going to be enough water to make roads impassable. I see that Tampa Bay is now down to 4 to 6 feet of surge forecasted, which is a good thing.
We have a question.
We
We have a few questions here, Jonesy, real quick. A few questions here. No, this is not going to be a Cat 5, not even borderline. Definitely will be Cat 4. Nathan is sleeping right now, and he is going to be returning back to us in approximately 2 hours and 45 minutes at 4 a.m. I will be probably stepping away, but might still be in the call, but sleeping as well. Question from a user says, is there a tornado threat for Punta Gorda? Punta Gorda, you're in the tornado watch, so you should definitely expect the potential for tornadoes, especially a more greater threat over the next 1 to 3 hours.
Punta Gorda is the area where Ian came in, so yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure they're in the watch. I'm pretty sure the whole west coast of Florida is in the watch.
Basically stretching from Levi County down to Lee County, yeah. Titanic says, how strong will the impacts be in southwestern Virginia, specifically Independence, Virginia? That's near Blacksburg, I would assume.
Southwest Virginia is going to be near Tennessee, so near nil. I mean, I'm pretty sure Raleigh, I think what we have on the bottom bar, chance of gales are like 2-3% in Raleigh. So, I mean, Southwest Virginia is not really going to get anything. Maybe you might get some moisture enhancement for rain from this when a front pushes eastward, but not really anything.
We are starting to receive unfortunate reports coming out of Cedar Key that storm surge is beginning to rush into the city.
Cedar Key's on the water?
Yeah, it's like right on the water. Put on like swamp water, but it's on water.
Oh. Yeah. Oh yeah, that is right on the water. It's right on the Gulf. So
also coming out of The Pinellas County Sheriff's Office, a significant amount of water is coming onshore in Madeira Beach. Deputies are going to be closing portions of Gulf Boulevard between 129th Avenue and 150th Avenue.
Where's Pinellas Boulevard again?
It's
Pinellas
Pinellas
County?
south of Tampa.
Okay, so probably like around Bradenton, Sarasota, all those areas. Okay. Yeah, that would make sense because of the fact that Idalia is now passing these places. This is where you're now going to see the surge start to go in because of the fact that Idalia is pushing past these locations latitude and longitude wise.
Absolutely. The far extent of the outer convective bands are now reaching as far north as Lake City, Sava Lake City on the I-10 corridor, and as far south as Fort Myers Beach, Three Oaks, Coconut, and Bonita Springs, far north of Naples. I believe as far down south as the Fort Myers Airport as well. So I would assume that they could be potentially experiencing tropical storm conditions or gale force winds at the very least.
Naples and Marco are south of Fort Myers, and I mean, I'm pretty sure at the 8 and 11 p.m. advisories they were getting tropical storm force winds. I'm not sure if they are necessarily anymore, but they definitely were at some point.
Report coming out of Treasure Island, Florida, is starting to see some flooding from Idalia. Water has started to come over the seawall in some areas in the intercoastal. There is some minor flooding along Gulf Boulevard.
Where is this?
Treasure Island, Florida.
Where is that?
Near Gulf Boulevard.
I'm not really necessarily sure where that could be.
Cedar Key is at 0.8 feet surge from a report.
Yeah, so Cedar Key is... Yeah, so Idalia is not past Cedar Key yet, but it makes sense that there's going to be surge already there because that's
Treasure Island
on the
is
Gulf.
south. Treasure Island is northwest of St. Pete Beach in Pinellas County.
St. Pete. Oh, okay, I see it. So yeah, Treasure Island's right there on the Gulf. That's actually, yeah, that's right next to St. Petersburg Beach. So yeah, all those there: Madeira Beach, Treasure Island. So this is Route 699 there. The Gulf Boulevard. Yeah, water is definitely going to be over that, and these these houses that are on both the bay, they have canals and they have the Gulf right there. They're gonna be talking about those houses. Are gonna get a lot of water in it and gonna be very
We got some
bad.
updates coming in from Recon right now. They are far well removed from the center, and they are already measuring 997 to 998 millibar extrapolated pressures. And I want to point this out here real quick. This is something that I think we need to stress urgently. If you are in Cedar Key, you are in Cedar Key, you are somehow listening to us right now and you have not evacuated, I urge you to get whatever you can, and I urge you to get out now. If you are somehow listening to us right now, and you are in Cedar Key, please, for the love of God, get out of Cedar Key. The storm surge, which is forecasted, and there is actually a representation of this.
12 to 16
Please,
feet. Yeah.
if the storm surge forecast were to come through fruition, there could be the potential for the entire city of Cedar Key to be inundated by 12 to 16 foot of storm surge, potentially putting this is the worst case scenario, which definitely appears to be likely as the NHC is forecasting that explicitly. Cedar Key is likely to be inundated with significant storm surge and perhaps even submerging some areas along the coast, given that storm surge and given how close they are to sea level. So if you are located anywhere, and I mean anywhere in Cedar Key or anywhere located near the coastlines, and you are within the cone of a certainty for a landfall, you need to get out now. If you somehow are hearing us right now, get whatever supplies you can to get out. As the storm surge flooding is only going to get worse from this point on forward. And unfortunately, if you do not have time to evacuate, the best course of action that I can advise is to move as far inland as much as you can, and get to higher ground immediately.
I'm
But
looking.
But if you're able to evacuate and you're in Cedar Key, please do so at this time. We stress it urgently here. This could be potentially catastrophic, life-threatening storm surge in Cedar Key and along the eastern shores of the Big Bend. And this is just a historic situation that is likely to unfold and is likely still unfolding right now.
I'm
Go for
gonna
it.
say this right now because not only is Cedar Key here, the whole area is just called Cedar Keys, and I mean Matthews was right. I mean, this is just a lot of these areas is not just at sea level. Some of these areas are below sea level. This is not going to be catastrophic if you're there. This is going to be deadly. This is going to be something even worse than catastrophic. It could be apocalyptic. Based on what I'm looking at, what Cedar Key is on the Google Maps, you could be talking about this entire city, which is, and I mean, this part of Florida right there at the Cedar Key, that part of the Gulf is kind of swampy and bayou. It's still going to get pushed up. And because a lot of these areas are below the sea level, everything is just going to get washed away. Everything is going to get cut off. Cedar Key is going to get possibly cut off from the mainland. So the photos that you were seeing from Ian last year of Sanibel Island and those islands getting cut off, you might see those again but this time up in Cedar Key. If you're in Cedar Key right now, you need to get out now. You need to take the bridge out now, and you need to take not even Route 24. You need to take the 374 and just go north and go due north on those. You could take the 24 because that goes eastward and northeastward, but you need to go due north out of Cedar Key because if the storm surge forecast comes to fruition of 12 to 16 feet, add in the super blue moon, add in the tide schedules and all that, we could be seeing apocalyptic damages in Cedar Key. And I'm not saying that lightly. I really mean that. So if you're still somehow in Cedar Key, you need to leave now or else you may lose your... I'm just going to say it up straight. You might die if you stay in Cedar Key. And I'm not saying that lightly. I am not saying that lightly. I really mean that.
I unfortunately think that if you are in Cedar Key right now, I would advise to stop what you're doing. If you're somehow watching the stream and you are from Cedar Key, get the hell off the stream and evacuate immediately. If you have a way to evacuate, you need to get off the stream and you need to book it north immediately. I think personally, Jones, that given the existing surge that is already washed in, I think that bridge into Cedar Key might get severely compromised or perhaps even washed out before people could even evacuate. So if you are in Cedar Key, the message is there, the stress is there. Please evacuate out of Cedar Key immediately. The storm surge could potentially be catastrophic.
They might be able to get out, but I'd say they probably only have about another hour, 2 at most.
And right, we had a little bit of a viewer surge here, so I will bring everybody back in. This is Force 13 live. We are live covering potentially catastrophic in terms of storm surge impacts as well as flash flooding. Potentially major Hurricane Idalia. We're waiting for recon data to confirm if that is the case. However, this is likely going to make landfall along the eastern shores of the Big Bend relatively soon over the next, I would say, right around 7 to 8 hours. National Hurricane Center will update here for their intermediate advisory at 2 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time. As of their latest advisory, they have held the intensity of 110 miles per hour, Category 2, and a pressure of 958 millibars. However, I think that is likely to change.
I'm being informed by the chat that
Reed Timmer is there in Cedar Key. So probably what he's doing is similar to what he did to Ida 2 years ago, is putting the surge-ometers right there on the coastline, because he did the same thing in Grand Isle and Port Fourchon. He put surge-ometers there, and then he booked it out because the surge would just come in and it would just cut everything off. I think that he's doing the same thing there. So for those that are
hearing
those
rumors
that are
that,
worried about Reed
hearing rumors real
Timmer
quick. Here,
and
sorry, real
Jim
quick.
Cantor,
I'm gonna cut you off. I'm gonna cut you off here real quick. I'm hearing rumors right now that from what people have been told, that it is going to be too late to evacuate. Also, surge is going up a few feet in St. Pete Beach as well, from some images that are coming in. If you are in Cedar Key, all I'm going to say is that if you are in Cedar Key, although this is going to be making landfall in less than 8 hours, I would say it's going to make landfall somewhere around the 8 to 9 a.m. Eastern Daylight time frame. You need to, in the simplest of ways, get out of Cedar Key. If you cannot get out of Cedar Key and you are not able to evacuate, and you are not able to find a way to evacuate, you could potentially be putting your life in extreme danger if you do stay behind in Cedar Key. Remaining in Cedar Key could potentially put your life in extreme danger and you could lose your life. We are not saying this lightly.
if you stay in Cedar Key,
If we see storm surge up to this level, which I think it could be quite likely given what NHC is explicitly forecasting, if the storm surge comes to fruition, it is likely that the entire island city, I believe it's an island city because it's located near a body of water, the entire
on the Gulf.
island city along the Gulf, Cedar Key, could be potentially submerged fully and inundated with significant amounts of
It's a
water.
bunch of swampy bayou islands right on the Gulf. There's 700 people that live there. So I'm being told that there are storm chasers there. That is mainly Timmer and Cantori. Obviously, they know what they're doing. They're gonna get out before it's too late to get out. The only thing I'm hoping for those that are Cedar Key that are behind is there is some kind of multi-story hotel or lodge or inn that they can stay in to not get hit by the water and debris. Basically, that's how some people that stay behind in Mexico Beach during Michael 5 years ago were able to avoid the storm surges. And I'm hoping that there are some areas like that in Cedar Key where if people aren't able to get out, they are able to go to that location, and so the surge doesn't get to them. The thing is, I have no idea though.
I have potentially a area. I'm just trying to verify this here real quick.
This looks flat. So I don't think that there is going to be that area, unfortunately. Oh boy, this is not going to be that good.
Okay. The Cedar Cove Hotel. There is a hotel on Cedar Key known as the Cedar Cove Hotel. I don't know how high that is up. I don't think personally it's high enough to sustain it, or high enough to be pretty much barely scraped by the storm surge. But if you are in Cedar Key and you know where the Cedar Cove Hotel is, I would put my absolute best bet on that you're not going to be able to have enough time to evacuate.
It's right on the water.
It's right on the water, and it could get potentially structurally compromised and washed out. If you are in Cedar Key, please, please, please heed orders from us here at Force 13, and make sure to also heed potential notices.
I'm assuming that this is probably where all the storm chasers are staying, and there is a bit of elevated structures. It looks like it is on that stilt kind of thing, because you probably have to do it when you're right on the Gulf there. So if you're not able to get out, obviously Tim just posted list of shelters, but if you're not able to get out, that's probably the only area in Cedar Key where you might be safe from the water is around the Cedar Cove area.
We do want to stress here, we are not trying to scare you guys, but this is no joke. This is the real deal. This could be a potentially catastrophic and life-threatening storm surge event for Cedar Key. Regardless if you cannot evacuate, you need to find a shelter place. If you can find a shelter place near you, book it to there immediately, as Cedar Key could likely get devastated by the potentially historic storm surge for the area. National Hurricane Center is expected to update dog in the background. Expected to update their advisory in the next 27 minutes, and we'll wait for recon data to come in. Recon is still going through right now.
I mean, yeah, another thing you can look at is the inundation map, but what that really is not taking into effect when it comes to this is that a lot of this is flat, somewhat below sea level, swampy bayou that is going to be the storm surge thing just shows greater than 9 feet above ground, and we could be talking about stuff that could be well at, well in the 12 to 16 range for Cedar Key. So, I mean, add in the moon, even though there is some areas that say, in the oranges and the yellows for Cedar Key, I would say Cedar Key's not going to be good, but it's definitely also going to push in very far inland for Steinhatchee, for Horseshoe Beach, for Swanee. So these are areas where there's a lot of red on the inundation, where if you're anywhere there in Horseshoe Beach, in Steinhatchee, in Swanee, you need to get out now before it gets worse. Because this is going to be the areas where the surge is going to be the worst.
Sorry, Jonesy, I do want to quickly point out something here real quick. Someone brought up in the North Atlantic chat, yes, that Cedar Cove Hotel, definitely a fairly bad idea to go to. Although it is high in elevation, it may not be high enough to counteract the storm surge. So, unfortunately, there really isn't a lot of options in Cedar Key. So the best bet here is to just
get
hope
out
for the best and just book it out of Cedar Key. And I would assume I would go north. I would not go east. I'd go due north into Georgia, I think, or even Alabama if you can get up there. So do not go to the Cedar Cove Hotel. Do not go to Cedar Cove at all. Any hotel really along the water.
There's already water in Cedar Key somewhere near one of the cameras. I mean,
I believe there's 2 people currently in the water on the live cameras at this time of night. That is extremely dangerous.
Not at Cedar Key. Not at Cedar Key.
But
That is
still.
dangerous.
Yeah. Yeah, it's not from Cedar Key though. It appears to be
I
from us.
can't. Okay, so I can't share my screen because you're sharing your screen. So I'm just going to view the camera of Cedar Key, and I'm not for media.
Yeah, so we advise you.
You can show it. I guess I don't care.
We advise you if you are in Cedar Key to please heed all orders from us here and book it out of Cedar Key.
It might be too late. Looking at the
it might be too late, but there is hope.
No, I don't know where this in Cedar Key is located. This is 83 west and 29 north. Oh wait, that's just the coordinates. I don't know where this is exactly in Cedar Key. The camera. Someone posted it in the North Atlantic chat. It might already be too late.
I don't know if Matthew, you are here with us right now, but if you can go ahead and I don't know if you can do this real quick, but if you can go ahead and pull up the stream pause there for a second. Yeah, there we go, real quick. Okay, so I don't know if you can pull up a few people here real quick, but if we do have Tim and Samuel in our call, can you please go ahead and pull them up? Or Jonesy, I think you have access to do that.
Here, Tim wants to come up. Who else wants to come on?
I believe
Horace?
Samuel, if he's in there.
Sam's not in there. Horace, welcome in. We'll get to your question in a minute. I don't know who Killer Donut is, so I'm going to decline that. Tim, I invited you. If you want to join. Yeah, it might already be too late. I mean, I'm looking at this now. Yeah, the inundation map is actually a little outdated for
I will say though,
the NHC.
Here real quick, I will say though that although there might be a very narrow time for you to evacuate, the first thing is that you should have heeded evacuation orders several, and I mean several hours ago. But if you are in Cedar Key, you are somehow listening to us right now. If there is a way to get out of Cedar Key, which there likely is not, but if there is a way to get out of Cedar Key and you are in the area, you need to find that way to evacuate and get out of Cedar Key. Somehow, some way, you need to move at least 25 miles inland at the very least. But I don't personally know if that is going to be the case, given the fact, like what you said, Jonesy. I don't think this. I think this could be quite historic for Cedar Key, and people. You need to be seriously heeding our advice here and taking the situation extremely seriously. We're now joined by a few people here. We'll first talk to Tim real quick, who is live with us right now. You have been monitoring Idalia on and off from pretty much the past several hours here. As this powerful storm nears into land,
Hold that
what
thought. We've
are
got
you seeing?
recon data coming in. 94 knot. Actually, hold that thought.
100 knot,
SFMR of
SFMR is in the
100
northwest
knot
quadrant.
in the northwest quadrant. So that confirms that if that's reliable, although it did do a loop-de-loop, there are some flagged SFMRs. There is a 90 knot SFMR that is flagged right next to it. But if that is reliable and the explorated pressure of 944.6 is reliable, this is a Cat 3, maybe even pushing stronger than 100 knots.
Tim, once again, you're here with us right now. What are your current thoughts on Idalia as that very concerning recon data just came in?
Yeah, Idalia has been doing some incredible things most of today. As you said earlier, I have been keeping an eye on it most of the day. Back when we had NOAA 3 and AF 304 both in the storm at the same time. And Idalia has been definitely on a rapidly intensification phase most of the afternoon, right before we went on air.
I am going to unfortunately have to break in real quick. We do have a tornado warning in place now, so I will quickly go over that real quick before sending it back over to you. This new tornado warning has been issued for the cities of Avon Park and Frostproof. This goes until 2 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time. I'm not sure where this is. I'm going to find the text real quick on that. But this is a tornado warning. If you're underneath this tornado warning, seek shelter immediately. This is for the cities of, once again, Avon Park. Yeah, it's right here. Tornado warning has gone out for Avon Park and Frostproof. This is for, and okay, hello there. That is a very strong couplet right heading into Avon Park. Tornado warning is in place for Highlands, northeastern Hardy, and southeastern Polk counties until 2 a.m. Located. Oh, there might be 3 circulations right now popping up.
Yeah.
Basically vertically stacked heading towards Avon Park. But I will throw it quickly back over to Tim before we go further into this tornado warning. As more
Now
recon
go
data
for it
comes
because I've
in
got a
this
pretty
point.
long-winded synopsis on what I've seen with Idalia. So yeah, go and cover that tornado warning.
All right, so this tornado warning right now is currently located southwest of Avon Park. There actually might be 3 separate circulations as well. Basically, embedded within the line, the circulation, which I'll point out right here, I will circle this on my screen real quick. This is a tornado warning once again. You can see clearly right here the very intense, or actually this might be, I know the radar velocities aren't as strong, but that is a definitely intense couplet. We'll take a look at correlation coefficient. Can't really confirm anything on CC as of yet, but still definitely 3 potentially potent circulations are heading towards the general vicinities of Avon Park and areas east of Lemon Grove. If you're underneath this tornado warning, which has gone out for, once again, northwestern Highlands, northeastern Hardy, and southeastern Polk counties, you need to be seeking shelter immediately on the lowest floor of a sturdy building, preferably a hallway, bathroom, or a closet. Use blankets and pillows to protect your body. Make sure to remain away from windows. Pretty considerable spectrum with ball as well, so this is quite potent couplet as this storm heads to Avon Park right now. Potentially could be on the ground. We don't know for sure yet, but definitely could be on the ground at any given moment. So if you are west of Avon Park, you need to be seeking shelter on the lowest floor immediately, as this new tornado warning has gone out for the cities of Avon Park and Frostproof.
I will say that the 101 SFMR had a very high rain rate. The 97 rain rate came down a little bit, but the flight levels on that were only 75 and 50. It does happen, you know, you have that stadium effect. And then there was a 89 SFMR with a 90 flight level. That was not flagged. The 90 SFMR with the 94 flight level was flagged, and the one next to it didn't even get an SFMR because that was flagged as well. And then the 91 not SFMR was also flagged with the 82 flight level. But I can say reliably what is not flagged is that 101 SFMR, even though the rain rate's a bit high on that, around a 47 rain rate, and the 97 SFMR, that is not flagged either. The flight level of 90, that was not flagged, but the 294s at flight level were flagged. I'm going to wait and see what the recon data is when it comes in. It looks like they just missed the center, so they had to do a loop, and it looks like they're going to come out the east side. So I'm going to wait for the newest recon data.
Rotation
to
appears
come
to be
in.
tightening on approach to Avon Park. So if you are in Avon Park, especially on the west side of Avon Park, you need to be seeking shelter on the lowest floor immediately right now. This is potentially a tornado developing right now, just west-southwest of Avon Park. I will throw it back over to Tim here real quick. Tim, you can go ahead and continue your thoughts on Idalia.
Yeah, Idalia, as I was alluding to before we had that tornado warning, has been definitely rapidly intensifying at a rate of 2.5 to 3 millibars per hour. There was some thoughts within our community about 9:30 Eastern time on if maybe a possible eyewall replacement cycle had been attempted, because there were some radar indications that we had one, if not multiple, eyewalls. It looked like as the missions progressed throughout the evening hours that the attempt failed for an eyewall replacement cycle, and Idalia was able to get its eyewall structure restabilized and has started re-intensifying, obviously from the recon data that it's coming in from the aircraft in there, that this could be getting down into the 940s. Obviously, that is pending the dropson data that we get from the aircraft.
Yeah, it's pending dropson. I'd say winds definitely now support a Cat 3 because those two SFMRs of Cat 3 strength were unflagged. Both of them were unflagged. So, which we got lucky there, even though the is that a new area of interest next to 11? I'll look at that later. I just saw that pass my eye in the North Atlantic chat. We are going to wait on the pressure, but luckily, even though the rain rates were a little high, well, unluckily if you're in the pack, but luckily for those that are a fan of recon, those SFMRs are unflagged, so this is probably going to get upgraded in the next 15 minutes to
You
a
are
Category
actually
3.
right, Jonesy. There is now a new area of interest located off to the southwest of Tropical Depression 11 right now. Not sure on the chances of formation, but it appears to be potentially a short-lived area of
Oh my
interest.
god, it says remnants of Gert. You're joking.
Oh my.
Well, there we go. You heard it there.
Gert's coming
Gert's
back to T-Coast, folks.
That'll be something we can look at later on. Obviously, we have a much higher threat in Idalia.
Absolutely.
And Saola, by the way. Saola's
And
Cat
Saola,
5
which
out
I
there
will
in the West
I'll
Valley.
quickly turn over to Saola real quick as we are looking at infrared here right now of very powerful Hurricane Idalia. Here is your buddy Franklin, which is still has a very massive eye, but is continuing to weaken on the infrared appearance. Here is Tropical Depression 11, which is still blowing up some pretty robust convection near the low-level circulation.
Franklin
Here
looks
is
pretty
Irwin,
even while dying.
here is Irwin, which is pretty much a misty cloud of nothing, no convection anywhere. Here is Saola, a beast in the making, Category 5 still, with 165 miles per hour, pressure of 912 millibars as from our latest estimations. And I think we have pretty much all evidence to confirm that Recon has now found a 946 millibar ISOND. So expect a considerable drop in the pressure from this next advisory. And I think they are likely to pull major status.
Yeah, okay, wow, they did get an ISOND. 948 at the surface with a 25 knot wind. That's 946. Pushing 945, but that's a 946 sond.
Yeah, that would be. I'm trying to remember from when I was calculating it.
Around up to 946.
That is 25 millibars in about 9-hour time frame
Do you
from
want to
the
also
last two
point out?
missions.
Do you want to also point out that the couplet still remains off to the northwest of Avon Park, although has weakened significantly. But still, if you're underneath that tornado warning, please seek shelter immediately, as the tornado threat is going to pretty much be spotty, but will increase in coverage over the next few hours as we've had our first tornado warning from the main mode of outer rain bands from
4 hours ago, we had the 960 drops on, 961 drops on, and now we're here at 946. So this has gone down 14 millibars in 4 hours.
Absolutely. This is Force 13 Live. We are continuing to track extremely dangerous Hurricane Idalia, likely pending confirmation from NHC and recon data, likely at major hurricane status and has intensified even further, potentially having a pressure right now of, I believe, 946 millibars, correct? And
946, yes.
Yeah,
NHC is likely
946 per the recon data, yes.
So NHC is likely to update in the next 10 minutes and could likely go with
957 millibars in the northwest eye wall, and that at the surface, and the wind with 77 knots.
buoy 42036 or buoy 42036 has also appeared to be entering the eye wall right now.
Unfortunately,
It
that
is
buoy
currently
has stopped
measuring-
responding, I'm pretty sure.
It is currently measuring a it looks like it's gone down. The latest update was from 120, so it appears that buoy has gone down. However, once again, Force 13 Live, we are live tracking Idalia, and we'll likely have an update from NHC relatively soon. In addition to this, we are now going to be joined by Assistant Director of the Force 13 United States team, Samuel. If he is ready to be pulled up, can we have someone pull up Samuel to the stage, please?
Yeah. Tim can continue talking about his thoughts. Tim, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm actually just running some rough calculations going over the past 3 recon missions, counting the current recon mission we have in there. From the first eye drop pass from AF304 through NOAA 3 and into the current recon that we have right now, which is AF305, we're looking at a deepening rate of 2.77 millibars per hour.
Looks like
with
that.
Idalia over the last 9 hours. So definitely, this storm is still ramping up in terms of pressure.
Sorry, I was speaking there and then I was going to let you finish. We did get a recon update that came in, and what I'm seeing here is there is one flagged SFMR, but there are flight level winds of let me see. Actually, I need the raw data file to come in on tidbits. It's not doing it though, but I do know that it is a SFMR of 76 knots in the east southeast quadrant, which is right now the weakest quadrant of the storm, and flight level I cannot confirm at this time because I don't have the raw data file, but it looks like multiple flight level winds of over Cat 3 in the southeast quadrant, but I need this raw data file to update so I can confirm that. And yeah,
7 knot flight level winds.
17 knot flight level surrounded by 105, 104, 102, and 101.
Also want to point out as well that correlating with a 25 knot wind for 948, translating that is going to be 945.5, I believe, which would be right around 946 millibars.
Doing 946.
So if that can be confirmed, then I believe we have seen a remarkable 26 millibar intensification over the past 8 hours, remarkably.
Yeah, just about.
Just about.
Jeez.
Oh my.
And to be honest, we were this was something that we were worried about once Idalia did clear the coast of Cuba. We knew the atmosphere was going to be favorable for intensification. The sea surface temperatures were there. The OHC was there. There's been a lot of talks from our community, which you can join with our link discord.gg/force13. A lot of our community was talking that this would be interacting with the jet coming through this area, and all of that has created an environment that Idalia has taken full advantage of, jumping from 971 earlier this afternoon down to now 946 as of 2 a.m. Eastern time. So clearly Idalia is definitely making a run towards the higher intensities at this time.
In addition to this, looking back at our tornado warn cell, anybody from the team have thoughts on that? It appears to have weakened very significantly, so shouldn't be a threat anymore. However, if you are in frost proof, I would also check that storm out as well. You are underneath the tornado warning still, so definitely seek shelter. We're now joined by Samuel. You have been keeping a very close eye on Idalia over the past several hours.
Advisories in, and they went 120. 120, I was wondering if they were going to go 120 miles per hour or 115. They saw what we all saw. The highest flight level winds was 107 knots in the southeast side, which is the weakest side right now. And your highest SFMR was 101 in the northwest side, which that west side looks to be the strongest side right now.
Yep, that is correct.
120.
That's correct.
Wow.
As of the 2 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time advisory, Idalia rapidly intensifies into a major hurricane, catastrophic storm surge, and destructive winds expected in the Florida Big Bend region this morning when Idalia moves inland. As of 2 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time, Wednesday, August 30th. Location 28.3 degrees north, 84.5 degrees west, moving north at 15 miles per hour. Maximum sustained winds of 105 knots, 120 miles per hour, and a pressure of 945 millibars. So,
and there is no updates to the warning as of the 2 a.m. advisory. So if we have not covered them, just a quick recap of the warnings that we do have going on for this particular storm. We do have a storm surge warning in effect from Inglewood northward to Indian Pass. This does include Tampa Bay itself proper. Hurricane warnings in effect from the middle of Longboat Key northward to Indian Pass, including Tampa Bay. We have tropical storm warnings still in effect from Chokoloskee northward to the middle of Longboat Key, west of Indian Pass to Mexico Beach, and also on the east coast from Sebastian Inlet of Florida to Surf City, North Carolina. Storm surge watch still remains in effect from Banana Beach northward to Inglewood, including Charlotte Harbor, mouth of the St. Mary Rivers River to the South Santee River in South Carolina, Beaufort Inlet to Drum Inlet in North Carolina, the Neuse and Pimlico Rivers in North Carolina. A hurricane watch remains in effect from the mouth of the St. Mary's River to Edisto Beach in South Carolina, and a tropical storm watch is in effect from north of Surf City up to the North Carolina-Virginia border. This does include the Pimlico and Albemarle Sounds. So those are the warnings that are still in effect as of the 2 a.m. advisory.
Recon is turning around for a northeast to southwest pass.
That's what I
so
expected. Also, I will mention that that area of interest in the Cape Verdes is now 94L.
Okay, and that is definitely a couple of big updates that have just come out recently. Yeah, so I do want to coming in. I do want to point out some thoughts on Idalia right now. It is now they did raise that from 110 to 120 miles an hour, which is definitely a sure sign that this storm is continuing to rapidly intensify. And from some of the latest forecast advisories that I've seen, it looks like it's going to be continuing to intensify all the way up to landfall.
I do want to point out quickly, Samuel, that our site rep is currently going out right now as we
Sit
speak.
rep.
Sit rep, yep. I say site rep, but I mean, it doesn't really matter at this point.
Yeah, I mean that would be NH. Well, according to the NHC, this is 120 miles an hour, obviously, but this is going to continue to intensify, and I will not be surprised if this does become another. To be honest, I'd say the ceiling for this is still going to be potentially high-end Cat 4, and could even make a run at Cat 5 if trends continue the way that they do. But it looks like the floor for this storm is going to be a low-end Category 4, which pretty much registers this as a rather violent hurricane. And as this closes in on the Big Bend, the message here needs to be made clear. Nobody should be in the Big Bend region right now, where where storm surge can easily occur. I would say that for anyone who is west of US 98 in Florida, as well as parts of US 19, you need to get inland from US 98 and 19, because the biggest storm surge is going to be west of 98, and even parts of US 19, going all the way down towards Pine Island, all the way down towards the far northern stretches of the Tampa Bay metro area.
I want to point out that our sit rep is now out. Idalia has rapidly intensified into a powerful major hurricane with maximum sustained winds of 120 miles per hour and a pressure of 945 millibars. And is likely to continue to intensify further up into landfall on the eastern Big Bend of Florida as potentially a dangerous Category 4 hurricane. And our latest sit rep is now currently out. I do want to note that if you did notice me actually promoting the sit rep on the air, we have to resort to that given the fact that we can only remain on one primary screen share, and I gotta also manage promoting the stream and also sit repping as well. So do bear with us here, but still, we are still live here with you guys. Force 13, tracking Idalia right now as it continues to rapidly intensify and now is a powerful Category 3 hurricane on the Saffir-Simpson hurricane wind scale.
Yeah, it definitely is definitely very dangerous and all of that.
Let's see if we could take any questions we have in our live chat down below. I'm trying to find this here real quick. We know about the bottom bar. The bottom bar is going to be updated probably by the top of next hour when Nathan, or somewhere around the top of next hour where Nathan does return by 4
2 a.m.
a.m.
So
Eastern.
2 hours. 2 hours.
2 hours at the very least. Trying to find this here real quick. I can't seem to find any other questions real quick, so let's go ahead and see if we have any thoughts from our team on the latest update here from National Hurricane Center.
I mean, I was wondering what they were going to do, and they did not surprise me. We knew it was going to go major. I was wondering, there was a case for both 115 and 120. They saw that the flight level in the weakest quadrant was 107. They saw in the best quadrant, as of right now, recon-wise, there is an SFMR, surface winds, of 101. That is a Cat 3 across the board, and I want to see what they get on this northeast to southwest pass to see if they might update it further. But what we know is what that confirms: support for 100, at minimum 100 knots. They decided that it was enough support across the board, especially with that one flight level earlier being 104, of 105 knots. Now the question will be, what else is Recon going to find?
And this has remarkably intensified over the past 24 hours from 60 knots to now 105 knots. Which is just remarkable for this very powerful storm.
Deep and very
Once
quickly
again,
as well.
Yeah, and further intensification appears likely, I think. Anybody from the team disagree on that?
I definitely do agree with you on that. I definitely do agree with you that it is very much possible that further intensification is definitely likely.
I do want to point out also. I do want to also point out that based off of the latest infrared imagery scans, I believe that the eye is beginning to rapidly clear out again. So that eye may be beginning to clear out once more. We have just crossed the 2 o'clock a.m. Eastern Daylight Time hour on Force 13, still tracking extremely powerful. Category 3, Hurricane Idalia, likely to continue to intensify and bring catastrophic to devastating. I would even go along the lines to say deadly storm surge to portions of the eastern Big Bend of Florida, along the northwestern coastlines of Florida, including portions of the inland western Florida Peninsula, as well as bring the potential for tornadoes as well as heavy rainfall to other locations. Make sure to send your comments in by tagging us at Force 13 all in text, and we'll be able to light. It'll basically be able to light the question up for us in a nice bright color, and we'll be able to take your question right here and live on the air. Hurricane Alton Ebron says, "Does Idalia have a chance to retire?" We're not going to get into that right now. No, not going to talk about that right now.
And it's according to flight radar, it's turning southwestward now, so we're about to get that northeast pass.
I believe Idalia is also starting to initiate a northeastward track as well.
I think I can confirm that an infrared as well appears to be pushing a little bit more to the northeast.
Probably doing
now.
wobbles.
Yeah. Let's check radar real quick on this. Definitely appears to be wobbling on that northeasterly vector there. Still taking a look quickly at the tornado possibilities. Anything of note? Something near southeast of Gardner looks interesting. Nothing too crazy. Could get tornado warned. Frost over cell or frost proof cell might try to recycle a little bit to the southeast. Doesn't look too crazy though. However, I would watch the cell southeast of Gardner closely, as it appears to be picking up some low level mesocyclonic rotation. But going back to radar right now, and as we continue to track the storm live, this extremely dangerous storm, and I would potentially say that if we can have if I know someone pointed this out in the North Atlantic chat that if Idalia can rotate some convective bursts to the drier sector, anybody agree with this that we could see another bout of intensification?
Maybe.
I mean, you've got at least 8 hours before this will make landfall, so anything is still on the table right now.
I would also question if could potentially have a higher end peak than what is being anticipated right now if it does continue on this trend.
I honestly would say yes. I honestly would say
I wouldn't say quite to I wouldn't say quite to Cat 5, but definitely
No.
getting into
I
the
would
mid-range
say
Cat
mid to
4.
high end Cat 4 is looking more likely now. I would
I
say.
definitely think we will wait for more recon data, but I definitely think that that is not a unreasonable claim there.
I wouldn't be surprised if it gets to like 120, like 120 knots.
Which would be mid-range Cat 4,
Yeah.
or right around there. Yeah. Hurricane Alton Ebron once again says, does North Carolina have a high chance of tornadoes? Speaking of North Carolina, the latest SPC outlook has come out for the Wednesday tornado threat. They have gone ahead and kept the 5% tornado risk. Basically extends from Orlando and Jacksonville. They actually have expanded the 5% tornado risk a little bit southward, including the 2% tornado risk as well. Extends into coastal North Carolina, including Wilmington, Surf City, Morehead City, as well as including Charleston, Myrtle Beach, including the South Sandy River, as well as southeastern Georgia, including Savannah. They do state that a few tornadoes will be possible through tonight, through the northern portion of Florida Peninsula, across southeast Georgia into the eastern Carolina, going into the early morning and mid-afternoon time frame for the outer rain bands in association with Idalia. Could be a potentially more potent threat, as models have been depicting some very favorable conditions, including what we're seeing right now in observations with some pretty high low-level shear in place, as well as some pretty strong instability beginning to move inland onshore, which will continue to advect northeastward as the system moves further inland. The last big storm to hit this area was Charlie in 04. I don't believe Charlie made impacts or landfall in this far north. I believe
No, it hit near Fort Myers.
It was down by Fort
basically where
Myers, which
Ian
got hit
was.
by Ian.
Yeah.
The
Basically
last,
where Ian was.
the last major storm to be in this area might have been Elena back in '85.
Martin Kuhlberg says, did there ever exist a hurricane or typhoon named David or Mapolo? We won't get into that right now.
That's a second
Arceus
history
says,
thing. We're not getting into that now.
All I could
Arceus
say
says,
it was like the first name to be retired. David was the first boy name to be retired. That's all.
we're not going to go into that
We're
right
not
now.
going into that now.
But back to Idalia.
Arceus says, Force 13, how long until the next recon mission after this one? Any thoughts on that?
No idea. This recon's gonna be with us for a while, so I'm not really sure exactly.
Mr. Pillar says, is eye clearing again? Does it indicate even more RI? Well, that eye, if we go back to the infrared imagery, you can clearly see that, oh wow, that eye is cleared substantially. Right there, I'll pause the frame. You can see right there in the center. Pretty safe to say that's cleared almost fully. Once again, as it nears the shore, it's actually closer to landfall. Taking a look at a imagery perspective here. So that's likely at least, I would say, 6 hours away from landfall. At the very most. And it appears to be taking a more north-northeasterly wobble.
Do we have any microwave imagery of it? Or
Not recent, I think. Let me check FMOC. Of what, Idalia?
Yeah.
No, nothing recent. There was that microwave imagery from 3 hours ago that I posted, and it was looking good. Very good, and that was before Recon got in there, and that was when That was in between the two recon planes leaving and now recon. To me, the microwave imagery earlier, I was saying that it definitely was enough for major for me then. They just were waiting on recon. The next microwave pass is going to be an S-miss, and that's going to be coming up at 9Z, which is 937Z, which is about
7 hours.
3.5 hours
Never
from
mind.
now.
I misread my time
And
horribly.
that's gonna be 3.5 hours from now. That's if it hits. It looks like it probably will though. That's gonna be the F-18. The only thing I'm going to say about that is, yeah, that's like 3 hours out, and that's gonna be like 3 hours until landfall. So I'm not really sure.
Recon currently is in the storm right now, AF-305, and is sampling an extremely strong eastern side. Yeah, definitely a very strong easterly side being sampled by Recon now. It also looks to be a really strong convective burst now going up in the western eye wall on radar. Check that real quick. Yep, right there. Oh, oh, look at that right there. That is actually very intense. That is widespread 55 plus DBZs. And apparently there was a report of a near 70-mile-per-hour wind gust report at the Sarasota County air.
VDM closed the whole eye wall, because I know you were having that ragged stuff and all that. They found it to be closed. So the eye is closed off, but you could tell that from the microwave imagery from 3 hours ago that it was closed off. It looks like it's officially, it's a pinhole.
And that would do it. We'll go back to infrared and pausing the frame. I would absolutely agree. Wow. So that is a pinhole eye, but a very strong western eye wall. And that pinhole eye is continuing to clear. Do we have eye temperature on this pinhole eye right now? Or can
I
anybody
think
check that?
I
I
think
know
in
I know Depaya updates that frequently.
Someone check the pie. I will say that these were kind of flagged, but not really. The SFMRs were not really flagged. So in that eastern side, flight level winds are, and this is not in the eye wall, by the way. Flight level winds of 84 knots with an SFMR of 55. Not in the eye wall, by the way. And it's nearly hurricane force.
There was an indication of a 60 dBz pixel in the western eye wall earlier. Now is up to consensus 55 dBzs on that western eye wall.
I think there were quite a few scans where they were exceeding 60 decibel, well, DBZ thing, pixels.
Jeez. Wow. So this is an intensifying storm, folks, on our hands. You could see clearly based off of radar and infrared. Pinhole eye right there. And that vortex data message pretty much confirms it right on the money. So you are still looking live right now at radar imagery right now from Tampa. I might switch to Tallahassee, as I think Tallahassee will be becoming more reliable once this moves out of Tampa's area of responsibility. However, still, we are still waiting for that tornado threat to kick up a little bit. Could kick up relatively soon over the next few hours, but thankfully nothing as of yet significant, which is great.
For any of those wondering, the Tallahassee, the Tampa radar scan 053522Z today had two 60 decibel pixels.
I have a 60. I have right now my latest scan. I have two individualized 60.5 dBz pixels. So 62, 61 dBz pixels in the western eye wall now.
Oh, they're back.
Yeah, that is a cranking western eye wall. So you're watching this live right now of a very strong western eye wall, really blowing up here on the western side, like we've been mentioning here. Outer rain bands continue to spread on to the Florida coast and the peninsula. And Idalia is a very powerful Category 3 hurricane. Next advisory is coming at 3 a.m. for their hourly update. I think special updates could be coming if Recon finds anything of notice. However, areas along the eastern shores of the Big Bend, and if you are within the path of this particular storm in terms of landfall, I think it's pretty much safe to say that you have had enough time to evacuate. I don't personally know what else you can do. I would really love to see if maybe my team can give me some help on this, but I feel that if you have no time to evacuate, depending on where your area is, if it's going to have areas where it's not going to have a lot of susceptibility to storm surge, get to the highest point that you can find in a high secured building in the most interior portion. But if you're located in special areas like Cedar Key and areas near the coastlines and you cannot evacuate, I would recommend trying to maybe call emergency services, 911 if lines are still up even in the area. But unfortunately, I think you have pretty much ran out of time to evacuate further inland, and all you can do is hope for the best. We're not trying to scare you guys or make you guys concerned, but there has been too much time given to you guys for evacuation procedures. Mandatory evacuations were declared as early as yesterday. You've been given at least 24 hours to evacuate. And if you do not evacuate now, if you can still hear us, especially if you're areas where there's going to be more higher storm surge, I think it's pretty much safe to say that you have to ride this one out and hope for the best. I can see on the Cedar Key live cam that's being shown on the Weather Channel that water is just rushing into Cedar Key and rising pretty substantially. Pretty much rushing and cresting over Cedar Key and basically rushing right into the city.
Yeah,
And
and something to note about Cedar Key, I actually did some research on this earlier. Cedar Key only sits 9 feet above sea level, so you figure we're getting storm surge to 9 to 15 feet in this area. Good chance the entirety of Cedar Key and surrounding areas does get completely inundated and possibly inundated to the point that it will be underwater. So your time is running out to get out of this area, and that doesn't just go for Cedar Key. I would say anywhere from Alligator Point all the way up by Appalachie Bay, all the way down to Clearwater and St. Petersburg, up into Tampa Bay itself proper. If you're right along those coastlines, you would want to get about a good 25, 30 miles in. I would say getting up even towards Crawfordsville, north of Appalachie Bay. That is still somewhat low lying, still fairly close to the coastline. So I would be keeping an eye on the surge in that area. I mean, you're talking 15 feet. We have seen from previous hurricanes, Laura, a good example a few years ago of where the storm surge penetrated a good 15, 20, in Laura's case, 40 miles inland. Not saying that's going to happen with this particular system, but the storm surge will penetrate inland from the coastline. So if you're up towards places like Crawfordville, I would probably move your way up towards Tallahassee. If you're in Fish Creek, I would probably move up towards Tallahassee. Cedar Key, I would probably be wanting to get east over towards Orlando, to be honest. And Tampa, I would
I don't.
say
I
you want to
personally,
get over
I
towards
personally
Miami
don't.
if you can.
I personally don't think that Cedar Key has a lot of time to him.
Well, no. I mean, at this point, your evacuations should have already been done. I know there's still some people there, primarily storm chasers, meteorologists that are professionals that know how to handle themselves in this kind of situation. If you've elected to write it out, hopefully you have a good plan of action. As the storm surge will be bad enough that you could be putting your life at risk if you choose to ride this out. Hopefully, everybody in Cedar Creek has evacuated by this point.
Someone is questioning about Tallahassee and if they should evacuate too. There, do you mind want to reiterate them there real quick?
Uh, I would say Tallahassee, you are on the western side, so you should be fairly safe. Now, if this does decide it wants to take more of a further west track, which obviously right now, model guides and the National Hurricane Center cone do keep Tallahassee out of the worst of it. So, Tallahassee, you should be okay. You might get some tropical storm force conditions, maybe some heavy rains. But further west from Tallahassee, getting over towards maybe some cities like Mexico Beach, getting over towards Panama City, over towards places like Chipley, Destin, over towards Pensacola, you're going to be safe over in that area. I would say anything from Tallahassee east towards Jacksonville, getting up towards the Savannah area, maybe southeastern Georgia, places like Valdosta, maybe Macon, getting over towards Columbia and Charleston. That's probably where we're going to see the worst impacts. Obviously, by the time we get up towards Columbia and Charleston, this will be down to a tropical storm. But anywhere I would say from east to Tallahassee, over towards Live Oak, Lake City, down towards Gainesville, down towards the suburbs of the Villages, that's northwest of Orlando. Anywhere in those areas is where you're going to see the worst. So Cedar Key, up towards Chiefland, Old Town, Cross City, Steinhatchee, and up towards Crawfordville. Those areas northeast of those major cities is where you're probably going to see the worst of this.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm also if anybody would like to comment from the team on that, very intense western eye wall depicted by radar with potentially several 60 dBz pixels now being picked up on that western eye wall. And all we're trying to say is that once again, if you have decided to stay out in these areas and you were put underneath mandatory evacuations, especially if you're located near the coast, I know we've been saying Cedar Key a lot, but if you're located in any of those coastal communities near the shorelines where this is going to be making landfall, unfortunately, I think at this point we are really pretty much going to say here that if you have not evacuated, uh, we hope that you are going to make it out okay. But unfortunately, it appears that it's pretty much safe to say that if you are in Cedar Key, your time has ran out significantly.
We do
The
have an
best.
update on that tornado warning that we had near Avon Park. Emergency Management Services did report a tornado that was moving northbound from that warning earlier. So these outer bands are starting to either have a history of producing tornadoes as they were doing earlier today, or are producing as we just had one within about 20 minutes ago.
It's heading in on the northeast side now. Those outer bands are very strong, but some of the bands closer to the center aren't. Obviously, the eye wall is what we're here keeping an eye on, and I think I see what's flagging the SFMRs possibly. It might be rain rate being a little bit high. Well, there's the O1, so it's the blue check mark, so it's not necessarily a flag. Not really necessarily sure.
Yeah, the error codes, and I've actually got a pretty good idea on how to read those error codes. An O1 is the time or time date is questionable. if we start seeing, for those that are able to read the raw data off of like Tidbits or Cyclonic Weather, any of those sites that have access to the raw data numbers, if you start seeing O3 error codes, O5 or O6 or O9, that's when the SFMRs become questionable. So as long as we're not seeing those, the data should be pretty good for us to interpret what Recon is seeing.
I do want to point out that storm chasers are going to start going live in these areas. I know Brandon Kopic is going to be going live in just a few minutes here, and then Reed Timmer will be live just about an hour down the road. They will have live camera feeds of where they are in the storms, so definitely feel free to follow them while you continue to listen to us here on Force 13. And I do also want to point out that for any of those who are in Tampa all the way out to Tallahassee, even in the outer areas, storm surge is still going to be an issue for those areas. So you got to make sure you're as far away from those coasts as possible. But I do want to ask, what is the city of Tampa
We got some
proper
breaking
looking
news
like?
coming in from Recon. Recon has now found a 108 knot flight level wind in association with a 101 knot SFMR.
That's flagged. That's flagged.
Flagged. Okay, but flagged, but still, they have found a flagged 101 knot SFMR. However, at 108 knot flight level winds. And they have found an extrapolated pressure of 944.7 millibars. Obviously, going to wait for SON data to confirm that. But I do think that what models have been depicting here, given that jet streak interaction is really enhancing that western side, you could see it clearly. So, yeah, just a very dangerous situation. This storm is continuing to rapidly intensify. It probably is continuing to rapidly intensify.
Here's what I can confirm. Northeast side, which I believe this is probably confirming then by SFMRs that the southeast side is still the weakest. Northeast side had these SFMRs: 84, 89, 91, and 84. The two 84s and the 91 are good. The 89 is flagged. As for what's coming out of this, when it goes in the southwest side, you have the 101 and the 95. The 95 is good. The 101 is flagged. So that means I want to see, and it just got into the southwest eye wall, so I want to wait for the CAS when it goes more in the southwest eye wall, and I want to see what else it finds.
Apparently, Recon has found 100 winds, estimating to around 100 knots in the northeast quadrant. I don't know if those are flagged.
Looking at the raw data, the 103, 101 was flagged. The 108, 95
is good.
That's
in the southwest. That's in the southwest side. The northeast side had the following: 78 flight level 62 SFMR unflagged. 85 flight level 67 SFMR unflagged. 94 flight level 73 SFMR unflagged. 98 flight level 84 SFMR unflagged. 93 flight level 89 SFMR, that is flagged. And 89 flight level 91 SFMR unflagged. 59 flight level 84 SFMR unflagged.
Got some more information coming in here from Recon. Recon is indicating that the central core of Idalia is becoming more warmer, potentially a temperature spike in the core. And oh my goodness, the data from AF305 in terms of flight level temperature and dew point, that is as tight as that pressure gradient can get. That is as tight as the pressure gradient can get.
We do have an update coming in. JMA looks like they're going to be maintaining Cat 5 on Saola. They had DT 6.5, M6, PT 6.5, FT 6.5, but the CI number is a 7. That means they're going to keep it as a Cat 5. The our cyclone analysts are keeping 145 knots on Saola. They are dropping the pressure down 2 millibars down to 910. I will definitely have
Velocities are beginning to increase on the Tampa radar now.
and we'll have everything else. Everything else once it's done, we'll be pushing out a fix on T-Coast here. It's going to be an emergency fix. I know we just had one 3 hours ago, but this is going to be an emergency fix. Not only because of Idalia becoming a Cat 3, but we do also have a code update on one of the other systems out there.
Yeah, you can absolutely just see that these velocities are really beginning to spike in intensity right now, especially near that core. This is being scanned as of about, I believe this is somewhere in the range of 13 to 14,000 feet on both sides, measuring winds easily going over 100 miles per hour. Just over 100 miles per hour on both sides.
I'd like to relay some reports that have just been coming out of the NWS Tampa Bay feed here. First of all, I do want to note that they did confirm a tornado report out of 3 miles west of Avon Park, where Highlands County Emergency Medical Services reported seeing a tornado moving northbound near Avon Park. And I do also want to point out that we have 4 new tropical cyclone reports for 60 plus mile an hour wind gusts being reported at various stations, including this is captured in areas 1 mile south of Whitfield in Manatee County, Florida, as well as 1 mile southwest of Sarasota, Brandentoe, and Anna Maria Island has also reported a 60 mile an hour wind gust. Whitfield has reported a 67 mile an hour wind gust, Sarasota 63, and Palmetto 60 miles an hour.
I do want to point out information coming in from Recon once again. I think, like I said earlier, Recon can confirm that Idalia has a very compact warm core. The velocities, like I said, are increasing. And that jet interaction is really doing wonders for this storm right now as it continues to intensify considerably. And that western eye wall is just massive. In terms of the overall radar presentation, you can kind of see as we go back, pause the frame, you can just see the very intense nature of this western eye wall. Also looks to me that the southern and southeast eye walls are also beginning to ramp up as well, and there looks to be also a new convective burst to the southwest of the eye, and also looks to be clearing out substantially the eye as well. Pinhole, obviously.
Yeah, we do have some information along with the recon. We do have a NOAA buoy that is right in the line of fire of Idalia. It is NOAA buoy number 42036. It is still transmitting data. It nearly has hurricane force wind gusts, 62 knots as of a couple minutes ago. And the pressure on that buoy is dropping rapidly down to 976. It was 985 a few minutes ago, so it's down to 976 within the last 20 minutes. So again, as you guys were alluding to, that pressure gradient is very tight on Idalia at this time.
Recon has dropped a sonde into a Idalia, has found a 946 millibar reading with a west wind at 18 knots. And this was dropped in the eye. This is in the eye.
What did the
944.2, so clearly Idalia still continuing to intensify at this time.
That translates to 944 millibars. Yep, you guys are right. So you heard it there. Idalia likely is continuing to intensify, potentially well on its way to Category 4 status. I'd say quicker than what the NHC is anticipating if it does continue at this rate. We'll have to see what happens. Reports coming out of Gulfport and St. Pete Beach of some pretty considerable storm surge flooding near the Gulfport Casino, where the Gulfport Casino sign is about half a foot inundated, at the very least. So SON does confirm a 944 millibar pressure. So they are likely to run with 944 at their next advisory or next update statement, which would be 3 a.m. 23 minutes from now.
That just dropped 2 millibars in math. 47 minutes.
Yeah, this is a remarkable storm. I've personally tracked several tropical cyclones in my day. I tracked Ian of last year. I tracked Ida. I tracked Isaias. I've tracked a lot of storms. I don't think I personally ever tracked a storm this intense at this intensity currently, and at its rate of which it's intensifying right now, and its organizational structure. I don't think I've ever tracked something ever like that before in a very long time, or perhaps even ever in my life.
I've seen recon data like this once come in and getting this strong, and I was on the air for when it happened, and
I have personally not. So
I remember was doing this kind of shift, and Ida was pulling stuff like this back in 2021. I remember this very much so. Very vividly, I can remember that.
We have
And
some information coming in from infrared imagery.
it was doing similar drops.
Infrared is confirming a eye temperature now of negative 11 degrees Celsius, and eye wall development appears to be underway, and that easterly eye wall is rapidly improving, and I mean rapidly improving now on radar. That western eye wall still so intense. You could see those higher reflectivity swaths there on the western side. Pause the frame there real quick, and you can see it. So likely NHC is going to be running with 944 millibars. National Guard is mobilized out on the Florida Peninsula. So that is definitely also good. 42036 has recorded
Newest raw
970.
data has come in, and I see 94 flight level, 77 SFMR in the southwest quadrant, besides the 98 flight level and the 82. So they're probably going to hold at 105 knots.
But
Though
definitely
if
lower that pressure down.
they'll lower the pressure down, although I will say that even that
North
101
side.
knot flagged it on that southwest side, it's yeah, obviously it's still 105 knots. So now the question becomes, when this wraps around to the east side, when it is fully closed, the eye wall, but when that eastern eye wall starts to strengthen, what is recon gonna find? And also, what is recon gonna find on the west side again?
I will say an infrared imagery, if we actually go back to that and pause the frame at the latest frame real quick. The northern side of that eye wall may be beginning to weaken very, very slightly on infrared. But radar confirms a very intense eye wall, or a very intense western and perhaps even southern and eastern eye wall, so I don't think that is going to make too much of a concern right now. And Reed Timmer has announced that he is still in Cedar Key. Would anybody from our team like to comment on this radar presentation across Florida?
Definitely looks good.
keep your questions coming into Force 13 US live, or not Force 13 US, excuse me, Force 13 live, by sending us a message, tagging us at Force 13 all in text. It'll light up with us. Basically, it'll light up to us a bright color in your question, and we'll be able to take your questions for you guys in due course. Do note that if you do notice me stumble on my words slightly, it is 2:45 a.m. in the morning. I am pretty much going to be here with you guys for a very long time. Nathan will be returning in the next hour or so, and I will be going off to rest. So if you guys do notice I do stumble my words slightly, I do apologize about that, but I am doing the best to basically anchor this coverage as well as have my team basically brief you on the current status on very powerful Category 3 Hurricane Idalia, which is continuing to intensify as of the latest recon data and might be with a slightly lower pressure, 944 millibars. Is that correct? 944?
944.
So NHC will update here in 17 minutes or so, and we'll have to wait and see what they're doing. Likely to hold 120 miles per hour, but I do think they are going to go 944 millibars. And we'll see what happens further on from that point. Once again, if you have any questions, comments, or concerns for our team here on Force 13 Live, make sure to send them into the comment section down below. Tag us at Force 13 all in text, and they'll light up in a nice bright color for us, and we'll be able to take your questions for you in due course. And apparently, I'm hearing reports that an eye wall drop zone has been dropped in the southwest side. Can we get data from that?
Probably it's been dropped.
That confirms a 954. Okay, 954 millibar sonde in the southwestern eye wall with a west-southwest wind at 96 knots.
Mm-hmm.
Which would indicate to me that based off of that sonde data, given the classic V shape and a little bit drier in the 700 millibar level, stronger winds should be able to mix down to the surface relatively soon, given that recent sonde data says, once again, sonde data in the southwest eye wall to confirm 954 millibars with a west-southwest wind at 96 knots at the surface.
Not surprised me. That would not surprise me at all.
Yeah, absolutely. Definitely good points to bring up there. Once again, keep questions coming in Force 13 live, and we will be able to answer them for you once again in due course. Do we by any chance have any people who would like to join our stage as of this moment?
Let me take a look. Not really sure. No, but I mean, Sim and Samuel, you guys can talk if you want.
I'm mainly
Yeah.
doing a lot of behind the scenes analysis. What I am seeing,
That's mainly what I'm
and
doing too,
the Tampa radar is not doing this justice. But looking up the Tallahassee radar, radar velocities would confirm the 120 mile an hour estimate that the NHC has gone with. However, those wind velocities are being picked up about 15,000 feet, which is well above what recon would normally fly at. So,
All right.
so
do
we
have a
are
few
getting
questions
Cat
coming in
4
here.
winds, but they're just above recon flight deck.
We do have a few questions coming in here real quick, so I'm going to go ahead and take this over here real quick. Louis Avery states, how far is Idalia from land? It is about 5 to 6 hours away from landfall. 8 a.m. to 9 a.m. time frame for that. What is our top expectations on Idalia, the team? Anybody want to provide thoughts on that?
I mean, with the time that it has and the way it's intensifying, I would say a low in Cat 4 130 is very possible.
Yeah, I mean, 130, 135, they're definitely not out of the realm of possibility.
1:30 is forecasted to occur.
High temp is now reaching the single negative digits. Now up to negative 8.977.
Idalia 6Z update on the positioning. Obviously, that was that they have it at 28.3 north, 84.5 west. That was at last hour. We'll see what they update it to be this hour. And I mean, Appalachee Bay, where it's supposed to come in, is, right around, hovering around 30 degrees north.
Two questions here coming in from the chat. Could this go Cat 5? No, I don't think so.
I don't think so.
It's unlikely right now.
Unless if it were to do some absolutely crazy stuff, I don't think it's
It
gonna
doesn't even have
happen.
the oceanic heat content to do it.
Nope, not even at all.
Yeah,
the
it's
other
not.
question here from Hurricane Alton Ebron is Hurricane Idalia interacting with the jet stream right now? Yes, it is. It is interacting with
Wow.
that northerly jet streak. Force 13, could this go up to 150 miles per hour? I would not completely rule that out if the intensification rate does continue. But that is really going to be solely based on recon data and surface, or not even surface observations, mainly just recon data and perhaps even Dvorak, ADT, potential microwave imagery, infrared, a bunch of factors to get to that point.
We do have some distances on some of the places that could be seeing impacts. Just took a center fix, and Idalia is 88 miles away from Cedar Key, 113 from Crawfordville, and 96 from Apalachicola.
And eye temperature is now almost reaching the positives and now up to -6 degrees. The ATCF fix for Franklin is out. They have gone with 95 knots with a pressure of 956 millibars. We're likely to see if NHC does fall suit.
Which is essentially what we have as well.
All right, we do have a bit of a recon update. AF305 has completed the northeast to southwest pass, and they are skirting along the southern side of the storm, probably going to be coming around for a southeast to northwest. So we will get a chance to sample that western eye wall to see if the winds are as strong as what radar is suggesting.
And if that's the case, we'll have to see what happens on that. But Tallahassee definitely is sampling those velocities more clearly, I'd say, than Tampa. Although, like you said, Tim, they are scanning these velocities quite high up, so it's going to be a little bit difficult to determine that.
Yeah, they are. Tallahassee radar is picking up those higher velocities at 14,000 feet. Bear in mind that recon normally flies right around the 700 millibar level, which, just for rough translation, is about 9,000 feet. So they are flying much lower than what the radar is picking up for the winds in terms of context.
Well, I will say that we will have had continuous majors only for a couple hours, as Franklin 6Z is down to 110 miles an hour. So that means that at 5 a.m., Franklin's going to be made a Cat 2. So we're only going to have 3 hours of a continuous major. Actually, even less than 3 hours, probably even less than an hour of continuous majors in the Atlantic Ocean. in the North Atlantic.
We do have a bit of an interesting question here. I think our team will be able to answer this here. This is from Hurricane Alton Ebron. Is it true that tornadoes form in the eastern quadrant of hurricanes? Yes, but they form specifically in the front right quadrant. Franklin was already sampled at 95 miles per hour, Cat 2 already. They went 95 knots.
95 knots, which
95
is
knots,
110
110 miles per hour, 956. When can extreme wind warnings start being issued? I could expect those as early as the next several hours, probably right up until landfall.
At land. Once the eye wall gets close to land, it's nowhere near land right now.
Yeah, so it's probably gonna be a while for that to be issued, but still. Treat extreme wind warnings like tornado warnings. Hell, I'd even personally go along the line and say treat them like the highest level of tornado warnings, as those extreme damaging winds can cause damage similar to significant to intense tornadoes. So definitely going to be keeping an eye out for that, and seeking shelter on lowest floor of sturdy building, preferably a hallway bathroom or a closet if you do have one.
Yeah, expect extreme wind warnings to be issued within a few hours. That's going to be issued for areas more immediately along the coast and possibly a little further inland.
And I won't say anything about this now, but if these are issued, indeed they are issued, I believe this would likely make the first extreme wind warnings to be issued in the NWS Tallahassee area of responsibility, since I can't even recall.
What about
Someone will.
Michael 2018?
Is Panama
Might be
City?
Michael
I think
Michael
Panama
2018.
City is in the Tallahassee area responsibility, right? Or are
Yes.
they in Mobile? No, Pensacola's in Mobile, so Panama City's in there. So yeah, it would be Michael.
So it would be the first time ever since 2018 that
5
extreme
years.
wind warnings are issued for the area. Titanic Sadness says, did dry air invade the northeast quadrant?
I don't think so.
Don't
I mean,
think
it's
so
it's a
necessarily.
confirmed. It's confirmed.
Closed eye.
It's a closed off eye wall. The eye wall, the eye is completely closed. It's closed off. So I don't think it is. I don't think dry air is in there. Unless it wrapped it all the way around, because I know the west side was struggling earlier. But I don't think it did.
So we got some information here coming from Recon. Latest SON data does confirm a pressure of at least 945 to 944 millibars, and it looks like they're turning back around again, I believe, to try to go for another pass.
I mean, they're gonna give us multiple passes.
Also, I would like for you, Jonesy, to take a look at the radar presentation in terms of velocities on the on this powerful storm right now, and textbook, just textbook right there.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, just absolutely textbook.
I'm just quiet right now because I'm trying to make sure that I have everything here. Did I do Franklin's position right?
We are now waiting for the 3 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time update statement slash I guess you can call it a special advisory in some sorts. 3 a.m. update statement will likely be coming. They are likely to drop the pressure to 944 and do a position fix. I don't think they're going to go higher than 120 as they'll wait for further recon data. So we might not be getting a considerable upgrade to the wind speeds until somewhere perhaps even around the 4 to 5 a.m. time frame. If you do want to have a chance to speak in our Discord stage, make sure to go to discord.gg/force13. We are live in the tropical stage right now. We will be taking your questions live on the air. Make sure to use the raise hand feature, or raise hand feature, excuse me, and one of our moderators will be able to pull you up on our stage. We'll be able to take your observations, questions, and comments live on the air, and we'll be able to give you some allotted time to provide your own thoughts on live coverage. And once again, it is 3 o'clock in the morning, so I do apologize if I do sound groggy / also stumbling with my words. I am pretty much basically in the same position as everyone here pretty much. We are going to be closely, and I mean very closely, monitoring this very powerful storm over the next several hours. We are likely to be continuing live coverage up to landfall, perhaps even past landfall, perhaps even going into the afternoon time frame as that 20th threat's going to really ramp up from that point as well. So we definitely will be there for that, as well as the eventual landfall of this powerful storm. And based off of the latest infrared imagery and Dvorak estimations, I think, or Dvorak imagery, it is now down to a basically now up to a negative 4.4 degree Celsius I, and it appears to be getting very closer to fully closing its eye, or not closing its eye, clearing its eye. I'm sorry. It already has its eye wall pretty much closed, and it appears likely that its eye is going to continue to rapidly clear out at this given rate. And it'll be very interesting to see what they find in this next pass, as it could be crucial to what the intensity could be in the next few hours. This is Force 13 Live as we do cross the 3 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time frame on the East Coast of the United States as Idalia nears closer to land. My name is Patrick, your host of. So the update is now out. 3 a.m. position update. Catastrophic storm surge and destructive winds expected in the Florida Big Bend region this morning when Idalia moves inland. The estimated minimum pressure indicated by dropsonde data from an Air Force Reserve for Hurricane Hunter aircraft is 944 millibars, 27.88 inches. NOAA buoy 42036 recently reported sustained winds of 63 miles per hour, 101 kilometers per hour, and a wind gust to 78 miles per hour, 126 kilometers per hour in the western rain bands of Idalia. Several observing sites along the west coast of Florida have reported tropical storm force winds during the past hour. As of the 3 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time update, location 28.5 degrees north, 84.3 degrees west, located about 145 kilometers west-southwest of Cedar Key, Florida, or about 225 kilometers south of Tallahassee. Maximum sustained winds are at 120 miles per hour and a pressure of 944 millibars, that is 27.88 inches, and 195 kilometers per hour. And recon is turning right back around to do another, I believe, southeast to northwest pass, Jonesy?
Looks like it.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
Make
this
sure to keep.
was the same thing that we saw with Noah 3 before they got out of the storm. They were making a lot of very short passes in and out of the eye to get as much data as they can. I think we're going to be seeing that with AF 305 during its entire mission.
Absolutely. Keep your questions coming into Force 13 live as we are pretty much continuing our live coverage from this point forward until landfall. I'm going to go ahead and quickly reintroduce the team here real quick. My name is Patrick, your pretty much co-host of this live coverage, and I'm joined by my live team currently right now, which is consisting right now of Tim, Peanut, Samuel, Jonesy, and myself. We also have our very own Nathan Foilfuss, who is currently still on his rest. He should be returning to the his studio in the next hour, and will likely be providing the rest of the coverage of this extremely powerful storm. I will still be in the background, sleeping / providing data for you guys live on the air. And we have now officially crossed the 3 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time frame, with Dahlia now at 120 miles per hour, still at 120 miles per hour. However, now with a lower pressure based off of the latest dropsonde data, indicate a 944 millibar pressure. And this has went from 0 to 100 pretty much in the span of the past few hours here, folks. So, I think given the rate of intensification, I would not be surprised if we reach a higher peak at landfall. What are we currently thinking right now, team?
I am thinking around 100. Honestly, I'm going to be a bit more aggressive on this and go 150
miles per hour.
Yeah, miles an hour.
I mean, if it does continue its current rate of intensification in terms of pressure drop, as well as if recon can find data to support the winds that are catching up and being picked up on velocities, I think realistically that the peak could definitely be higher than 115 knots. If it continues on its current intensification rate, it could likely be somewhere in the 120 knot range. However, this storm still has at least 5 to 6 hours till landfall, so it could intensify further than that. Not saying it's going to have a lot of time to do that, given the fact that OHC content isn't as high. The waters aren't as deep as we were seeing to the farther south when the storm was basically meandering into the Gulf of Mexico. However, still, this has some very favorable sea surface temperatures and that northward jet interaction to continue to have it intensify. So I think that if Recon can find data that can support what we're currently seeing right now in terms of radar, I definitely think that this is on the fringes of having a higher peak at landfall. We'll have to really see what happens. Could have 120, could have 100. Really, it really doesn't matter at this point. The only thing that matters at this point right now is that a potentially catastrophic landfall of a extremely dangerous Category 4 hurricane is anticipated by the NHC. 130 miles per hour is the expected peak and landfall intensity potentially at this time. However, given the latest observations, and given that this is still 4 to 5 hours away from landfall, and it's already at 120 miles per hour and still intensifying given recon data, anybody from our team thinking this could potentially reach Cat 4 relatively soon?
It depends on what comes in from Recon. I just pushed out a new T-Coast update because of Saola, or not Saola, excuse me, Idalia going to Cat 3. So everything is the same from earlier, except the fact that Gert is back, so that's going to be 6 points. Damray is down 2 points. 94L is now in code blue, mainly a rain threat to the Cape Verdes, and also I believe I brought it up to 25 knots, which is 30 miles an hour, and so now it has an intensity, and Idalia obviously is up to 110 points, and that will continue to go up depending on when we get full advisory. The next full advisory, that probably will go up based on whatever we see from Recon, and also probabilities will go up and probably rainfall as well. So you're probably going to get another update shortly after 5 a.m. Eastern to Ticos.
Regardless of
keep going up.
what the intensity is expected to be at landfall, this is likely to bring catastrophic to perhaps even life-threatening impacts to much of the eastern shores of the Big Bend of Florida, especially across areas of Cedar Key, near the Aquila River, down to even as far south as areas like Clearwater Beach and St. Pete's, like Tim has been pointing out. However, the expected area to get the worst impacts is going to be along the eastern Big Bend and perhaps even into portions of the northwestern Florida coastline, basically stretching from like areas like Levi County up to areas of Suwannee County, basically near the Suwannee River, Aquila River, near Cedar Key, and other coastal areas. This is still going to bring catastrophic impacts regardless of landfall intensity. So it's pretty much if this does decide to continue to intensify rapidly, it could have a higher peak than 130 miles per hour than what the NHC is forecasting. That is not a guarantee, but is a definite possibility. Although I think it's becoming increasingly likely that that is going to be the case. But we'll see what happens when the recon data does come in and gives us more information, and then we might have enough support to then really double down on our statements. But
So
regardless, if
this
go ahead, Jonesy.
Recon is going. It actually looked like it wasn't going to originally be a level, but they added it / changed it. Also, it probably was changed level. So this is a fixed one, and that means what we're gonna see is it's expecting. It looks like it's gonna be with us until what time would that be? 11:30 Z. So this is gonna be with us till about 7:30. In 2 hours, the NOAA aircraft is going to take off, and that will be essentially that recon is scheduled to go until 15Z, but they're only expecting probably one center pass, and that's looks to be around 12Z. It says it would get to the storm, but I think that it will probably get there quicker than that, because the Air Force plane is taking priority. But we will have another recon takeoff at 9Z. So then when the Air Force plane is going to leave, it will be the NOAA plane that will take over, and that NOAA plane will be the recon that takes us up to landfall.
Do want to point out that the next recon pass is likely to be through the southeastern eye wall. Also appears to be picking up speed, this storm right now, as it is accelerating northeastward. It appears to actually be picking up speed based off of the latest radar imagery, or perhaps even more imagery than that. Ami pointed out here that the current data that's being indicated is 82 knot flight level winds and 58 knot SFMRs, I believe, unflagged. I think Jonesy will be able to answer that for me.
What?
Ami posted out that current data is 82 knot flight level winds with 58 knot SFMRs.
Yeah, that's in the raw data file. That's confirmed.
Yeah.
That looks like. Is that? That's on its way in. That's not. That's not in the eye wall.
It's going straight for the eye.
That's outside. That's in the bands right now. They're not in the eye wall yet. Yeah, that's in the bands on the southeast side. That is not in the southeast eye wall.
So
they
it's
have
well
not hit
removed from
that
the
yet.
core.
That's
actually
removed
well
from
removed
the
from the
core.
core then.
Yeah.
Now we'll get a better idea of what the eye and that western eye wall looks like here in a couple minutes. They are coming through the southeastern side right now.
Yeah. So they're definitely going through right now, and that data is not going to come in for about another 10, 15 minutes.
We do have some power outage updates coming out of Florida right now. Currently 403 people are currently without power, and the county that is most affected, unsurprisingly, is Pinellas, with 13.4 thousand people out without power, 8.1 thousand people without power in Sarasota County, and 3,000 people across the other rest of the counties, including Lee.
Where is Pinellas County?
Pinellas County is south of Tampa. Tampa is Hillsborough.
That's
Pinellas is,
Manatee. That's Manatee County, and Sarasota.
So the recorded power outages right now are basically tracking across Pinellas, Manatee, Lee, Sarasota, and I believe Hillsborough. I think Hillsborough.
Is Pinellas the county of one of the barrier islands? Because I'm not seeing it on power outage.us.
It is south of Hillsborough County.
Let me look at this. Let me look it up. Pinellas County, Florida.
I know some other I'm watching the TV right now.
Oh, Pinellas County is literally St. Petersburg. Okay. Yeah, so that's got 13,000 out of 567 customers. The most looks to be, let's see, DeSoto County is 673 out of 18,000. Sarasota has 8,000 out of 297. Manatee has 24 out of 243. Hillsborough has 992. Pasco has 930. Hernando's at 439. Wakula up north, possibly in the Appalachian Bay, possibly where this could come in. That's the county south of Tallahassee. Already has 560 customers without power. Gulf County is 488 for some reason, but they're not supposed to get much from that. That's probably something unrelated to this. Charlotte County is 1400 out. Lee County is 3700 out. Collier County is 387 out. Most of those is probably from surge already. Counties that I expect that will have a lot of power outages later on, and this map will rise. It's going to be Wakulla, Franklin, Jefferson, Taylor, Dixie, Levy. These are going to be the counties where it can come in anywhere in those counties. Citrus is going to have a lot. Hernando is going to have a lot. Pasco is going to have a lot because that's where the surge can get upwards of 8 feet plus in these areas, going towards 10 in some spots.
Yep. So Hillsborough County is located to the west. I'd say west southwest of actually located to the east northeast of St. Petersburg. Pinellas County is the area where St. Petersburg is the county seat, and is located off to the south southwest of Tampa, or west southwest of Tampa, where those power outages have been reported.
We do have some interesting data that has been coming off the NOAA buoy that we've been keeping an eye on this evening. We did have a 72 knot wind gust off of the NOAA buoy, and this gives some context of just how much energy Idalia is pulling from the ocean. Water temperatures off of that NOAA buoy have dropped about half a degree Celsius in the last 16 hours.
Also, want to take a look right now at the latest radar imagery. It appears that the eye, or the radar, or not the radar, well, the radar presentation of the eye and overall eye wall is beginning to look more and more complete.
And we are getting reports from our viewers lightning in the western eye wall. Radar does confirm that western eye wall showing a lot of lightning, and that is usually a really telltale sign of an intensifying hurricane. So Idalia is still putting on a show of intensification at this time.
Intensifying even on the northeast side. It is trying to wrap around, and if that yellow DBZ can wrap around fully, then oh boy, that's gonna be interesting to see
This
what
is
occurs.
this is pretty much has been a sustaining classic textbook pinhole eye.
Yeah, no signs of an eye-wall replacement cycle.
It definitely does look eye wall replacement cycle prone, but has not even
shown
made
any
attempt on that.
signs.
The structure, I will say, definitely looks prone, but it has not done anything really substantial to go towards that point.
Latest radar would suggest the eye is about 4 miles in radius, so about an 8 mile diameter eye. So not quite pinhole, but it is fairly small for a storm of this size.
Isn't technically the definition of pinhole 10 nautical miles or less?
That I am not sure off the top of my head, to be honest. I want to say it's 5 nautical miles, but I could be wrong on that.
Let me look it up. Okay.
Less than 10 miles in
less
diameter.
than 10 miles in diameter. Means
Oh
stronger
yeah, this
winds
is
and
so. This
rapid.
is 8. So this is approaching what would be meteorologically a pinhole eye.
We'll have to really wait and see that.
Well,
that
typical
crucial
tropical
recon
cyclones
pass.
have 12 to 40 miles eyes. Pinhole eye hurricanes have eyes less than 10 miles in diameter. A pinhole eye means stronger winds and rapid intensification, making these hurricanes both compact and powerful.
I will say that this next recon pass is going to be really crucial.
The most famous example of a pinhole eye was a It was a Florida landfall, Charlie of 04, of 2.5 miles. Wilma had a classic pinhole as well. So, which is 2 miles. So, I mean, this is what, 8 miles? It's up there. I mean, some of the notable hurricanes with pinhole eyes out there. Opal had a 6-mile eye. Dennis had a 5-mile eye.
All right.
And
we do have an observation coming in from Cedar Key from our live chat. Louis
Dennis,
Avery.
go
I
ahead.
do have to break in here real quick. That this is an update coming from our live chat of an observation in Cedar Key. 3:15 a.m. update from my 3rd floor apartment in Cedar Key. Very wet and rain, very big gusts with the wind whistling, storm surge really coming up, and lots of lightning. Windows are rattling as well. But they're on the 3rd floor.
Okay, what you need to do, is you need to be getting to the centermost part, the highest, most centermost part of your building. You want to make sure that you are I would say an interior room like a closet or bathroom. If your bathroom, as long as your bathroom is towards the center of your home, you want to make sure that, especially considering how strong those winds are going to get, that could easily be exceeding extreme wind warning criteria. You need to be treating these winds as if a tornado is coming, but at the same time, you need to try to stay above storm
Right.
storm
We
surge.
got recon data coming in right now.
extra.
I got it, Jonesy.
Okay, one at a
Recon
time,
has
guys.
just
One at a
came in
time.
with some crucial data. Recon has found 112 knot flight level winds in association with a pretty much at 100 knot SFMR. They have found an extrapolated pressure of 941.5 millibars. Although I do believe that there might be a error code in that, as it does have a 03. But
That is suspect SFMR.
I don't know.
likely
I
is a
don't know.
flag.
People have been saying. I know. I've been saying that you get rid of the whole reading, but I think people are saying you just get rid of the SFMR. To me,
However,
but
112 knot flight level winds in association with an extrapolated pressure of 941 millibars. It'll
you
be
had a
really
98 and a 99 SFMR in the northwest side, and the southeast side is 91 and 89 SFMR. So that is getting, and that's because the southeast side is trying to catch up. It's trying to wrap around completely. That northeast side is getting better, so it's definitely strengthening.
Just some context on that report out of Cedar Key. According to the National Hurricane Center's discussion, tropical storm force winds extend out 120 miles to the northeast. So tropical storm force winds are just outside the Gainesville, Ocala, Florida area, probably by about 20 miles. And as this continues to move north, we will see those tropical storm force winds extend further in. So Cedar Key definitely getting tropical storm force winds at this time.
Recon data confirms 112 knot flight level winds with a remarkable 941 millibar extrapolated pressure. And to put this into perspective, we still have hours to landfall, and this is still intensifying.
Mm-hmm.
If that's not to put something into perspective there, as you need to be heeding all advice and warnings from officials. This pretty much cements it perfectly. And
I would have to say, and I can say this honestly, this is my 28th season of storm tracking. This is not a storm you want to take lightly. I know we had Ian last year that went through the Coral Gables area. We had Michael back in 2018.
Vertical
That was just a
tower.
little bit to the west of this. If you're anywhere from, I would say, Tallahassee to Gainesville, even down towards St. Petersburg, do not take this storm lightly. It is still clearly intensifying in the early hours of Wednesday morning, and given the conditions that it has, we can see this continue to intensify right up to landfall. So that is why the National Hurricane Center is forecasting a Category 4 130-hour peak.
May I remind everyone?
Real quick, Jonesy, I do want to break in with a report coming out of Pinellas County. Pinellas County beaches are reporting roads flooded with storm surge flooding. And also, based off of the latest recon data, recon is still indicating that the warm core inside Idalia is still increasing at a quite dramatic rate. And unfortunately, if you are in the Eastern Big Bend, unfortunately, we are hoping for the best, but unfortunately, it's pretty much safe to say you are out of time to evacuate. You're going to have to ride out the storm and hope for the best at this given point. We pretty much have nothing else to say at that point.
I'm just gonna say this. The reasoning that they went to 120 miles an hour, 105 knots. The highest flight level winds, and this was what we saw from the recon. The highest flight level winds was 107 knots. That was in the southeast side, which at the time was the weakest side. And the highest SFMR was 101 knots. That was at the surface. In the northwest side, which was the strongest side. Now we're talking about 112 knots in the southeast side flight level, which the southeast side is still the weakest side right now, and the northwest side is proving to be the strongest again from what we're seeing on the recon data. 99 knot SFMR. Do we know what pressure they're flying at? So I can
700 millibar level.
700 millibar level. Okay, so if we take that
We have SON data coming in.
So if we take that 112, and that was in the eye wall, you times that by 0.9, and that's going to give you 100.8. So that is Cat 3. Still easily
we do
Cat
have
3.
some SON data, Jonesy, to relay here. They have dropped a SON. They have found 954 millibars in the southeastern Iowa with a wind at 108 knots. At 934 millibars, they have found a wind gust of 136.
That's still a ways up. That's still a ways up in the atmosphere,
That's
though.
a
I
ways
wouldn't put much stock into
954.
that.
The 954 in the southeast eye wall is
108
at the
knots.
surface with 108 knots.
knots.
That's
However, as you go further up, you pretty much increase in wind speeds. Like I said, there with that 134 knots southeasterly wind, which is
and then you go down.
All right,
and
we
then,
do have a sauna that just came in from the eye. Recon getting 944 with a 29 knot wind, suggesting this is down to 941.1.
941 millibars MB sound.
So this is starting to get towards the lower 940s right now, and I don't think the radar presentation on your screen, Patrick, is doing this justice, but I'm looking at the radar scope radar, and that eye wall is pretty well closed off with 35 dBz greater pixels. So that the eye wall completely getting closed off here in the last 10 minutes or so.
This is now where I'm starting to question if. Well, this is obviously a 941 sound. Now I'm starting to question, is this a
Is this 110 knots?
We do have a violent hot tower going up on the
I know, I did see that.
yeah, northwestern eye wall, which is probably also why you can correlate with radar as well. Basically, this is it right here. That's this little violent burst right there.
So, as I was saying, the other notable examples of pinholes was you had, and what's probably going to be similar, this storm is probably going to be similar. Right now, what it's similar to is, in wind speed wise, is Dennis. That had a pinhole eye of 5 miles. Most recently, Delta had a pinhole eye of 6 miles. And some other notable ones, obviously Wilma had the 2-mile one, Maria had the 10-mile one, Andrew had the 7, Charlie had the 3, and Opal had the 6. So this is, if that eye distance, which what we were saying 8 miles, if that verifies and stays, then Idalia is joining a very infamous group of storms that had pinhole eyes, and these are storms that all got very, very strong. And
I do want to point out that the
do
eye
believe that
eye temperature is now breaching into the positives, and at the rate of what's been currently going on, this dropped 20 millibars in 4.5 hours.
I do believe that all of those
man,
I do believe all those storms that I named that had pinholes, they all got the boot. So records tend to show storms with a pinhole eye is not good. Port Canaveral has suspended most of its operations and closed to all vessel traffic and suspended the ship and shore cargo operations because of forecasted gale force winds in the area. That's on the
we do have
east
some
coast.
news. We do have some news. For the first time in Idalia's life, it is now breached the positives in eye temperature and is now a 1-degree eye. 1 degree Celsius.
Northwest eye wall sun has come in, and that is giving us in the northwest eye wall 955 at the surface with a 78 knot wind.
Also notice on radar, Jonesy, and maybe also Tim and Samuel as well as everybody else on the call. Look at the size of the northwestern VHT compared to the rest of the eye wall.
I will say that it looks a little wonky, the sun shape.
But look at how large are the vertical hot towers compared to the rest of the eye wall and radar. Massive is an understatement.
Yeah. What do you think it's a possibility that part could get caught by the ring and make up the whole ring, but I don't know if that's even going to be possible.
Recon is turning back south.
If
And
you
I
want some
believe this could be-
context on that vertical high tower, I just did a cross-section analysis on that
They're
side
gonna
of the
go
system,
southwest to northeast.
and the cloud deck on that side is approaching 59,000 feet on that western side. So that high tower getting way up there in the atmosphere.
It does look like that the storm might be starting, and I'm gonna wait for the position of the 941 sun to come up. But it does look like it is starting to make that shift to a more northeast than an east. So that is definitely something to keep an eye on.
Yeah, and just for some context for the viewers, earlier, and we've been keeping an eye on all these recon missions. We were at 971 millibars as of 4 p.m. Eastern Time yesterday afternoon. We're down to 944 with this last recon pass. That is 37 millibars in just about 11 and a half hours, which is just under 3 millibars an hour. So definitely,
Mind you, the
does-
oceanic key content in this area is not that good, and it's doing this rapid intensification. So I could only just imagine what it'd be doing if it was like that. Obviously, you can thank the sea surface temperatures for that, and and the jet streak interaction for that. But it's been fighting off shear, it's been fighting off dry air, and that jet streak interaction and the sea surface temperatures are really helping that.
I do
Screenshot.
think that,
I do want to point out.
Wait,
some
real
break-
quickly.
Go ahead.
I know Ami pointed this out, and Jonesy and Tim, you might agree with this. If the current pressure drop rate continues from 4 or 5 millibars an hour, and we're still at like 5 or so hours away from landfall, this could easily reach the 920s.
I would say
But
the
yeah.
pressure could reach the 920s, but I don't think the winds will catch up in time. I mean,
Winds are
you're
probably not gonna
probably
catch up in
you're probably
time.
looking then at a mid Cat 4, maybe 140, 145 at the very highest, with a
But it would be
929 pressure.
But it would be a very intense Category 4. At that
I
rate.
mean, people were asking if this would be Franklin's 926, and I'm pretty sure Franklin was officially 150, 925, or 926. Could be Franklin's pressure. It's possible.
Field 71 AF, or basically AF 305, is heading straight into the northwest eye wall. However, there might be some instances of some hail in the vertical hot tower, given some radar data. So
and according to radar, it looks like that it's nearly completed the yellow DBZ ring.
it is actually pretty much completed, and also eye temperature has now went up to 2 degrees Celsius plus.
Yeah, I do also want to point out on a recent screenshot from another Discord server. It's a screenshot of, I believe, one of the news stations broadcasting Hurricane Idalia coverage in the Tampa area, showing flooding in Treasure Island. A lot of roads in Treasure Island are flooded
Flight
right now.
Flight radar is showing that instead of the southwest to northeast pass, they're going for the area where the highest DBZs are in that west northwest part, and they're going to come out into the northeast east part. So that's going to be an interesting pass. And here we go.
Radar is currently depicting a significant spike in lightning in the western and northwestern eye wall.
Especially because the vertical hot tower, and I think they noticed it, is popping off on that west side, so they want to go into that. and they want to see. Current vertical hot tower has hail in it, so that might not be good for the
Oh, and by the way,
plane to go
I know I
into.
mentioned this. I was trying to cut in here real quick and mention, but there's like I've said, there's been a significant uptick in lightning on the western and northwestern side of that eye wall, which is just I don't even know what to say.
Tallahassee radar, according to Xiao Shen, is saying that it's showing 125 knots at 12 kft, which he's saying at the surface would convert to about a Cat 4, which we'll see if that confirms that or not, but I don't know.
Well, the National Hurricane Center is forecast to update in about 23 minutes as we near the 4 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time frame, and Nathan should be returning to us around that time. However, once again, Force 13 Live of continued coverage on potentially intense and very powerful Hurricane Idalia, which is likely intensifying, perhaps even continuing to rapidly intensify right before landfall, and is approaching a potentially catastrophic landfall in the Big Bend of Florida over the next 4 to 5 hours. Go ahead, Tim.
Yeah, we got some very interesting data coming in between the Tallahassee and Tampa Bay radar. Both radars confirming a complete yellow ring around the eye of Idalia, and this is a little interesting point, and this may be why recon is going back through the western side of Idalia. We are getting 140 mile per hour velocities at 12,400 feet in the air. That is roughly 3,400 feet above where recon is flying at.
Let me take a look at the Cedar Key webcam again. Definitely still coming up there to the dock and the beach. I don't necessarily know if the surge is coming in, but definitely there's a lot of waves there. Don't know what the surge is looking like.
We do have quite a few questions here. We've already checked the lightning in the eye. Apparently also Dvorak is going up to T6. Jonesy might want to check that.
ADT Dvorak or Dvorak?
Might be. I think it might be ADT. I'm not 100% sure, but someone in our chat is saying that Idalia is AT6.
ADT is CI 5.6, pressure 947, Vmax of 104.6, that'd be 105 knots, which is essentially right on the dot with what the NHC has. Adjusted T number was 5.7 and the raw T number was 5.9. Center temperature of negative 10 degrees Celsius.
So pretty much right up T6.
Mm-hmm. So it's going towards T6. It's not at T6. That's more T5.5, but it's on its way. The ADT.
Looking at that northwestern vertical hot tower, which is really has begun to ramp up on the northwestern side of the eye wall. The potential is actually shooting up potentially to over 50,000 feet. And you can see here just the absolutely intense core velocities right there. Basically right near the core of Idalia. Remember to send your questions into Force 13 live by tagging us at Force 13, all in text. We also have our continuous coverage also in our Discord server at discord.gg/Force 13 with our phone in format. We are currently unavailable to pull people to our phone in format right now, but once we could pull people, but we are going to be focusing right now on the server recon data as well as the 4 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time advisory. and then we will likely be starting to welcome more people into our call to provide their observations. But as of right now, we'll be waiting for the NHC advisory.
Someone was asking, where's the drops on data come from? Drops on data comes from the flight itself, and you can find it on tropical tidbits or cyclonic weather. It also shows where the planes are doing, and also the planes, all planes are visible on flight radar. So you can track it itself on flight radar. So sometimes the planes aren't visible on flight radar, but you are able to see when the flights are going in a certain kind of path. It looks like that, according to flight radar, Teal 71 may have just gone through the eye, which is Air Force 305. It looks like they have gone through the eye, or are in there right now, and they are. Yep, it looks like they are in there right now.
It
they're
appears
just coming out.
infrared. Appears on the latest infrared that a intense vertical hot tower appears to be
excuse me. No, they are in the western eye wall right now. They are in there right now as we speak.
And we'll be waiting for data very patiently.
They are currently in the western eye wall. Luckily, some people, Hyperactive, who is somewhat a nitro booster in the public server, he has it where they can show precept. It's going into their, it's going into that western eye wall as we speak. I think someone else has it. Well, but I'm not sure, but it's in the western eye wall as we speak right now. Western, kind of more northwestern. It looks like may have missed the vertical hot towers. So it looks like they're going to be only coming out in the north part of, they're going to come out in the north part of the eye, or they're just going to stay in this eye wall. But I'm not necessarily sure, because the hot towers are more on the southwest side, and it looks like they're going through the northwest side eye wall.
The northern eye wall appears to now have a pretty considerable ZDR spike, which probably indicates intensity. And you can even see on infrared.
Is vertical hot towers trying to fire up around the entire storm right now?
You can even see how the inflow band is bursting now on infrared imagery.
Yeah, it looks like the whole storm is bursting.
Looks like there's a vertical hot tower trying to go right over the northwestern fringe of the eye. Looks like perhaps another one out to the west of the eye wall. Looks like perhaps even another one a weaker one might be trying to go up on the southeast side. Definitely a lot of hot towers still going up. And let's shift back to radar.
And the eye is getting close to a latitude of Cedar Key. So once it goes north to Cedar Key, oh boy.
Mm-hmm.
It is currently, according to some people are measuring on radar scope, 71 miles to the southwest of Cedar Key, southwest.
And that is 71 nautical miles southwest.
Looks like that the Air Force plane did do, I think they realized they were coming in a little too high, so they shifted a little bit to the southeast while in the eye wall to come out through the eye to do that west to east pass. But regardless, I believe they came Now they were in the most intense part of the storm.
There is a extremely strong northerly band on that northwestern eye wall now. Like, my goodness. I'll check Tampa as well just to be safe and see what's going on. And whatever that thing is on the northern side, that northern band is really intense. My goodness. That's just classic textbook right there. For sure. It appears that the AF-305 has came in from a higher altitude, so they're probably gonna have to hit the stronger stuff off to the southeast. You noted there, Jonesy, so they'll probably do a west to east pass.
That's what they were doing. They were trying to do a west to east pass,
Mm-hmm.
but what happened was when they were in the eye wall, they were catching the northwest eye wall, the NNW eye wall,
Got some breaking
basically
news
where
here.
all that strong stuff was. So they had
Breaking
to shift.
news.
They had to go southeast in the eye wall.
Breaking news, Recon has just came in with their data and they have found 123 knot flight level winds in association with 116 knot SFMRs.
Oh.
I believe that is bona fide Cat 4 support. That is bona fide Cat 4.
I'm gonna want to see that drop sound to validate that.
I need the SFMR to come in.
940.8 millibar extrapolated.
I need. Okay. That's unflagged. Unflagged.
All right, take it easy, guys.
That is
Well,
unflagged.
that might be a we'll have to so probably what you heard there, folks, is once again a 123 knot flight level wind in association with a remarkable 116 knot
side.
SMR on the west side. So we are going to be really waiting for that SON data to really show what's going to be the case here. But once we get that SON data, we likely could potentially have support for Category 4 here, folks. So this is a rapidly evolving situation, and wow, yeah, that if you blend that down to the surface with that SFMR, you get 113 knots, which pretty much rounds up to 115.
Oh my Jesus. The
I believe
116
is flagged
for longitude. Oh, that's what the blue flags are. Okay.
Also, something to point out is that that is an extremely tight gradient between the surface wind and flight level winds as well on Recon.
So it's a longitude flag.
But it's
yeah,
not
that's not gonna impact
That's
the
not a
data.
wind. That's not a wind flag.
Be really interesting to see what that
An
SON
eye.
data does provide.
And so the 123 flight level was the east eye wall. The 116 SFMR, that was the west eye wall.
So once we do get that SON data, we will let you know as soon as that SON data comes out. But once again, you heard it here, folks. Potentially Recon has found possible Category 4 support. We'll have to wait and see if that is indeed verified through SON data, but I think it's pretty much safe to say that we pretty much have Cat 4 support once that SON data comes in.
I wouldn't pull Cat 4 just yet. I would say there's definitely enough support to upgrade to 125. at the
Oh,
4
yeah, for
o'clock
sure.
update, but I don't think there's enough to call 130 as of yet. So I could see them going 125, 941 millibars, but again, that 941 would be pending what this next drop is.
Yeah, we'll have to wait for
Let
that
me
sound. I definitely think that
let me do some
125 is gonna. Well, after you said that, Tim, definitely, yeah. This could either go 125, would be 110 knots, or NHC might go on the latter half and might go 115. We'll have to see what happens.
Well, here's what I'm going to tell you. Flight level on the weak side is 123 flight level. When you translate that down, when you do your thing, you're going to get 110 knots. That gives you 126 miles per hour on the weak side. That east and southeast side has always been weak. That west side, that's the strongest side. That's been the strongest side all night. That northwest side, that's a 114 SFMR unflagged, which is 131, and a 116 SFMR, which is 133. So I will very much say this is a Cat 4. They are going to go 130 miles an hour. There is, I don't think there's enough proof to go 135.
Well, which they wouldn't, because 135 doesn't exist.
Which that doesn't, it doesn't exist?
Not when you go miles per hour to knot conversion. No, it does not.
120, yeah, would be that. There's not enough proof for 130, sorry, for 140, and they don't go 135. So this is 130 miles per hour, and you will probably see that at the upcoming advisory. I would
say I would say 130 is plausible. I would say if that SOND comes in under 941, starts getting down to like the 940, high 939s, then yeah, I would agree this definitely has enough evidence to support 130 Cat 4. If it's not quite down
Well,
to that range.
the last SOND was 941, and that was 30 minutes ago.
Right. But this has been deepening a rate of about 2.5 millibars an hour. So if it keeps holding that trend, yeah, you could see this get down to the upper 930s. But again, we got to see what that SON has.
Well, the west eye wall is giving us, looks like a 961 with an 86 knot.
I wouldn't trust that.
I'm not going to trust that because it looks like they did a weird movement on that SOND. On that movement, so I'm not trusting that SOND just yet. I'm not gonna. Oh, that actually did not splash. Excuse me. So I'm gonna. You're gonna have to go to Tropical Atlantic to check that out. And this is what mission is this? This is mission 13. Current recon. Select an aircraft. 305. Go. Currently no active recon. What are you talking about?
If this is confirmed to be fixed at 940 millibars, this would make a pressure drop of 8 millibars per hour, I believe.
Tropical Atlantic is saying that there's no recon right now for some reason. That's weird. Let me check the live.
As we near the 4 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time advisory on Force 13 live. We are still live. We're going to be continuing live pretty much up until landfall. And you heard it there from our team as well as me here that we likely have solid support for a Category 4 powerful Hurricane Idalia continuing to rapidly intensify. Still only for or 4.5 hours away from landfall, and additional intensification does appear possible, if not likely. And in about the next, right around within this hour or so, our very own Nathan Foy should be returning back to us to take the landfall portion of this coverage.
That's been. He was saying that the highest flight level was in the east, and the highest SFMR would have been in the west. That's been this entire recon. The strongest SFMRs have been in the northwest west side, and the strongest flight level has been in the southeast east side. That's been the story of this entire recon. Which usually it's with the storms, it's the opposite. Usually the east side is the strongest. This side tonight it's been the opposite, with the west side being the strongest. So very interesting, if you ask me.
Yeah, this is going to be heading towards the Big Bend seagrass area. It looks like a lot of forest preserves are in the area where this could be making landfall, but that said, there are still a lot of small towns, albeit few and far in between, but a lot of small towns and a lot of establishments around the area, including condos at seaside locations. You should not be over in these areas if you're not professional.
Well, ADT has updated, and they have the CI number at 5.7, the Vmax of 107 knots. Raw T number of 6.0 now. There's a 6.0 raw T number on the ADT, Advanced Dvorak.
And that'd be a final T of 5.7, you said, right?
Yeah. Just the T was a 5.8.
Up.
And
it is out, and they have gone category 4, 941 millibars. I believe they have gone Cat 4.
They have gone Cat 4. It is official. They have gone Cat 4. And that means I'm gonna have to push out another emergency team. Actually, no, I don't. No, I don't not.
So you heard it there, folks. It is now official from NHC. Category 4 for Idalia now, an extremely powerful major hurricane on the Saffir-Simpson hurricane wind scale, with maximum sustained winds of 130 miles per hour and a pressure of 941 millibars. Idalia rapidly intensifies to a Category 4 hurricane. Catastrophic conditions expected this morning during landfall. Aircraft data from a United States Air Force Hunter hurricane indicates Idalia is now a Category 4 hurricane with 130 mile per hour winds with a central pressure of 941 millibars. Additional intensification is expected. A 50 mile per hour wind gust was reported at Clam Bayou Nature Park in Gulfport, Florida. 60 mile per hour wind gusts and 40 mile per hour sustained winds are reported by an automated weather station at the Albert Whitted Airport in St. Petersburg. The next update on Idalia will be the full 5 p.m. Eastern or 5 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time advisory package.
No. They did not go Cat 4.
Nope, they went 120.
They went 125. That was a fake. Someone posted that, and they ended up getting faked out. Fake account. The official NHC went 125.
Yep. So the official update from the 4 a.m. update continues. Catastrophic storm surge and destructive winds expected in the Florida Big Red region this morning when Idalia moves inland. As of the 4 a.m. update, data from the Air Force reconnaissance aircraft found 125 mile an hour winds with higher gusts. Pressure is dropping quickly. Estimated air pressure indicated by dropdown data from the Air Force Reserve is 941 millibars. NOAA buoy 42036 had a sustained wind report of 56 miles per hour, gusting to 82. And a Seaman station on Cedar Key measures sustained tropical storm force winds within the past hour with a gust of 47 miles per hour. If you're charting along with the rest of our team, as of 4 a.m., Idalia is at 28.9 degrees north, 84.1 degrees west, about 90 miles, 145 kilometers west-southwest of Cedar Key, Florida, 60 miles or 95 kilometers south of Tallahassee. Again, winds 125 miles per hour, pressure of 941 millibars, and moving north-northeast at 17 miles per hour. So movement speed has picked up a couple miles in the last 4 to 5 hours. And I believe we are now joined by our own Nathan Foy.
It could have gone either way. Nathan looks like is returning to us. I will say before Nathan does talk, it could have gone either way. The blending was getting you to 113 knots. It could have gone either way. There was support there for 125. There was support for 130. The sun did not come in time, so I think that may have been the reason why they did not go. There is 103 knot SFMR on coming out of the east side with the newest raw data file stuff. Still waiting on that eye drop sound. But
Yeah, that
over to you, Nathan. Welcome
that was
back.
very interesting to us. Real quick, that was very interesting to see that. Yeah, we all definitely got confused on that one for sure. But I
It
wonder
happens
where
to
that came
most
from.
of us. It was a fake account, but regardless, welcome back, Nathan.
Well, an extremely dangerous storm for the coast of Florida continues to intensify, and as you've heard from our team, who have done an extremely great job on the overnight hours, which are continuing at this point, 4 a.m. on the US East Coast, and this contains winds of 125 miles per hour and a pressure of 941 millibars on the NHC. We'll be updating our bottom bar shortly to reflect all of that new information. I know it's been a little bit out of date for a while, but we've been working with what we had. And quite a few other pieces of information will need to be updated on there as well, I'm sure. So I'm just getting... I would like to say that there is a team working on it behind the scenes, but honestly, it is me who is updating that right now. If you're just joining us, we hope you're finding our stream useful, and we please do support us and share the stream. We are running all the way up until landfall, which is coming up in a few hours. Now, in exactly how many hours, that is another interesting question. But considering how the forecast did change earlier on, that would suggest a landfall would now be quite a bit later. Oh no, actually, sorry. Still around the same time, around 8 a.m. is what we're looking at for this potential landfall time.
I will mention that it looks like that it does look like that the 3 a.m. it was still moving northward, and they had that. No, that's 2 a.m. So the update, positional update, now places the eye only 60 miles south of Tallahassee, but it was over 100 miles last hour.
I'm sorry?
I don't know. I'm trying to do I'm trying to do math here. I don't know what. My brain.
Just for some context off of radar, currently Idalia is 65 miles away from Cedar Key, 68 from Steinhatchee, which is to the north of Cedar Key.
I do have to break
70
in. We now have brand new tornado warning in Florida.
Oh.
Okay, yeah, this is off of one of the outer bands, east of Kissimmee. So,
Oh, that's gonna be
Okay.
Orlando
Never,
responsibility.
never
Yeah.
mind. It's it looks like it's about a
Oh yeah,
hundred.
right there.
It looks like it's about 105 miles south of Tallahassee. So it says that it is okay. That's
Yeah, going over some more information for the tornado warning. This tornado warning is going to be going into place for the cities of Harmony. This is going to be mainly across from rural areas of northeastern Osceola and southeastern Orange counties. This is in the Orlando area of responsibility, including portions of the Orlando metro. This is a pretty strong couplet, actually, from what is being scanned from the Melbourne radar right now. This is a tornado warning once again. I'm trying to wait for the polygon to update here. Here we go. Tornado warning for Christmas, Wedgefield, Bifflo, Lake Hart, and Harmony for southeastern Orange and north central Osceola counties. This goes until 4:30 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time. 4:05 a.m. A severe thunderstorm was possibly producing a tornado near Narcoossee, moving north at 35. Seek shelter immediately. Lowest floor, interior portion of your safe room, preferably a hallway, bathroom, or closet, as this possible tornado heads in your general direction.
Yeah.
so. Sorry.
Yeah, there is some decent rotation. Not very well defined. Well, it is kind of well defined, but it's kind of more weak rotation. That's kind of what the main theme is going to be with most of these tornadoes. But however, as we go further into as this Idalia comes further onto land, we could be seeing that tornado threat increasing. I wouldn't rule out a few stronger tornadoes in these bands as well.
So I think that the distances may have been messed up because they were pushing this out. So last hour it was 90 miles west southwest of Cedar Key. I'm going to assume that now that it is, because this is Cedar Key right here, and that is 60 miles, 65 miles west southwest of Cedar Key. So I'm assuming that's what they meant to put. And for Tallahassee, it looks like that Idalia is about 100 miles away. However, it is not moving due north anymore. It is now moving in a north-northeast direction. This is now moving in a north-northeast direction, so it looks like the eastern turn is beginning, and we will see where that will bring Idalia into. So yeah.
So that tornado warning active right now, and I don't know how many have we had in the overnight period. Have we had much activity? I don't know. Anyways, the catastrophic flash storm surge event is likely to transpire shortly. Up to 16 feet of storm surge is expected along the coast, as if they haven't changed that. Yep, up to 16 feet from the Wakulla Jefferson County line to Yankeetown, Florida. Full Cities live coverage continuing, and we're mainly looking at radar. Obviously no visible satellite imagery at this time, but let's take a look at some of the infrared as well to see how the storm is looking on there. Well, fairly impressive. sure looks like a Category 3 at this point.
There's a lot of vertical hot towers that have been firing up. They were firing up on the southwest side. Now it's firing up again on the west side. It's been the story. It's been the story all night of that west and northwest side being the strongest, and the southeast. For the SFMRs, and the southeast and east side being the strongest at flight level.
Yeah, big burst there not so long ago. And look at it, moving, steaming towards the northeast. And to be honest with you, when you look at that imagery, you gotta wonder that the landfall will probably be a little bit south of St. Mark's, and I would project, looking at that imagery, that we'll probably have a landfall near Keaton Beach. Or
As of right
maybe
now,
actually near Steinhatchee.
Yeah, based on the last cones, which is based on the last full advisory and the intermediate, it was having it come in to the southwest of Perry, which would be northwest of Steinhatchee. Now it's going to be interesting to see where it comes in once we get the next full advisory, which is going to be at 5 a.m., and that's going to be the last full advisory before landfall.
Yeah. There's a view right now at Steinhatchee. And you can't see very much, of course, with it being nighttime still, but it still looks fairly calm from what I can see. I imagine the calm will be interrupted quite quickly.
Could come in at Bonita Beach, which I'm pretty sure I've seen that name before up here in the Big Bend for a landfall. I believe it was Helene or Hermine sometime in the 2010s. So could you imagine that where Hermine came in way back, I don't know what year it was,
2016.
could be 2016 as a Cat 1, could be where Idalia comes in as a much stronger system, though.
I do want to add that there has been an update to the tornado watch in Central Florida. That is now been expanded to include Orange, Osceola, Seminole, and Volusia counties in Florida, and that is going to continue for about the next about just under 2 hours here until 6 o'clock a.m. And that's going to be for Central Florida as those outer bands are currently going across Central Florida right now.
I want to point out, Nathan, as well that that tornado warning is in the southeastern Orlando metro, basically southeast of Orlando, east of Kissimmee proper. Also, the presentation on Idalia continues to look absolutely stunning. And I know that we kind of got a little bit of a hiccup there with the fake Cat 4 call, but I think once we do approach the full 5 p.m. advisory, given that recon support, or given more further recon support, I definitely think we could be at that point relatively soon.
So the Appalachee Bay is Taylor, Jefferson, Wakula, and Franklin, all on the border, all there, and it looks like that Bonita Beach is in the easternmost of those counties, which is Taylor County, and so I believe is Fish Creek in Florida. Let me see what county Steinhatchee's in. Steinhatchee is in Taylor County. So regardless of where, if it comes in on any of those 4 counties, it comes in on the Appalachee Bay. Even if it seems to be a little more open gulf by, say, over by Steinhatchee, it's still considered to be a part of the Appalachee Bay, even though Steinhatchee has a little bay itself called Deadman Bay. Then you have the big Appalachee Bay right there. So it will be very interesting to see where it makes landfall. But the entire bay is definitely, going to get a direct impact from this system, and it's not going to be fun. 10 nautical miles it looked like on the last VDM. So we'll see what the next VDM has, but this has had a pinhole for a while.
I want to also point out, Nathan, that the circulations in the eastern side of Orlando have, for the time being, weakened to a point. However, there appears to be some weaker low-level circulations popping up to the east of Orlando right now, which could get tornado warned. There might be some undersampling of the velocities, given the fact that we're scanning a bunch of things at once. We're scanning Idalia, and we're also scanning other things as well. Could be the potential for tornadoes once again to increase over the next several hours from pretty much what I've been seeing. However, we are likely in store for a catastrophic landfall of Idalia.
And as you look at our multi-screen right now, you can also look at Typhoon Saola, which is still an impeccable, very powerful typhoon. And I don't know about whether it's still a Category 5 or not, but certainly has a good visible appearance. Yep, I would say that's still a Category 5 on infrared as well. So, two very dangerous storms in completely different parts of the world, and we haven't really given Saola anywhere near enough attention, thanks to Idalia's impending impact. So these are, in their own right, two major events that are currently going on opposite sides of the world.
We have recon data coming in right now of a new drop sonde indicating a pressure of 943 millibars with a 16 knot wind. Once again, that is 943 millibars with a 16 knot wind as of the latest sonde data coming out of recon.
Keeps 941. Well, I guess 942. So it went up 1 millibar. That's a win.
Also want to point out we have a brand new tornado warning as well for the cities of Wauchula, Sulphur Springs, and Lemon Grove, Florida.
The raw T number is now 5.9, and we're going to get a northeast to southwest pass.
I don't know if I was cut off there real quick, but I was switching between my tabs on my phone. But we have a brand new tornado warning in Florida for the cities of Wauchula, Zephyr Hills. This goes until 4:45 or 4:30, I believe, and is I think is an extension of our current tornado warning.
No, it's 2 right now.
Your most recent one, that's going to be for Hardy and Polk counties. And I believe, yeah, that's Patrick said that's going until 4:45. I'm sorry.
Alrighty, so that is in the Tampa area responsibility for Hardy and Polk counties near Lakeland area, I believe.
Yep. This is going to be near Wauchula in about 5 minutes. So if you're in Wauchula, you need to be taking cover right now. Also, if you are just east of Bowling Green, if you're in Sulphur Springs, you need to be taking cover right now. This could be...
Ooh, that actually might be on the
time.
ground.
Yes, do we have confirmation of CC? CC's drop?
We don't have a confirmation of a tornado debris signature, but given the fact that this is a environment that supports brief spin-up tornadoes, there could be the potential for debris being picked up that may not even be scanned on CC. once again, this is a new tornado warning for Hardy and Polk counties. If you're underneath this tornado warning near the Wakula and Lakeland area, you need to be seeking shelter immediately in an interior room on the lowest floor of a sturdy building. Use blankets and pillows to protect yourself from flying debris, and make sure to go to that most central portion of your safe room on the lowest floor. Like we've said before, most Florida homes do not have basements, so you want to get to the interiormost portion of your structure on the lowest floor center portion of your structure.
What we're going to be doing in about 20 minutes or so before the full advisory is we'll actually be switching streams because we're reaching our 12 hours on YouTube here and we want to preserve our coverage for the future.
Yeah.
So we will be starting another stream in about 20 minutes time, and it will be branded for the landfall of Idalia, so be on the lookout for that, and if you subscribe to our channel you'll see it straight away. And
Is there a way you can get that ready now to where it can just redirect people? Because I know we've redirected people for automated streams.
Oh, that's a good point. Yeah, we can do that. We can certainly. There'll be a slight outage, but we can certainly do that.
Look at me thinking with my brain.
I know. I didn't expect that since you sound very tired.
I mean, I'm screwing up my sleep schedule for another major.
I know.
It's been the 3 years of I's. Ida, Ian, and Idalia. I've messed up my sleep schedule for it.
I want to point out that given that 943 millibar reading with a 16 knot wind, that does translate and pretty much remain consistent with 941 millibars, perhaps even lower than that. But I don't know if we're gonna get this at 09Z, but I definitely think that we could get a Cat 4 call.
Wait, that might just be WSV3 radar, but I'm gonna check my radar scope just in case. Oh, hang on here. Interesting. Let me switch to Tampa radar. And not as visual, but
We have a new tornado warning. This is going to be for southeastern Citrus, west central Sumter, and central Hernando counties. In central Florida, this is going to be going until the top of the hour. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near Hernando County Airport, moving northeast at 35 miles an hour. And this is going to be including Brooksville, as well as south and north of Brooksville, as well as Hillendale. And this is going to be on top of those areas at around about 5 minutes. So if you are in Brooksville, South Brooksville, North Brooksville, or Hillendale, you need to be taking shelter right now. This is also going to include the following locations: Spring Lake, Garden Grove, Doubleton, Lake Lindsay, Suburban Acres, Inverness Highlands, Floral City, Istachata, Wahoo, and Croom. If you're in any of those areas, you need to be getting to the centermost portion of your home right now. You need to be protecting your head and neck from flying debris.
So 3 active tornado warnings at this point. That latest one, northeast of Tampa near Spring Hill.
New mesoscale discussion from the Storm Prediction Center. This concerns the active tornado watch. They do state that the risk of tornadoes is increasing off to the northeast as the center of Hurricane Idalia moves further inland or further towards inland areas, and therefore, as such, the tornado threat is likely to overspread across the northern and western Florida peninsula, going into the pre-dawn to early morning hours, and therefore will likely require a weather watch extension, a tornado watch extension up into portions of southern Georgia and into the Carolinas. That is what the latest mesoscale discussion currently details. And 3 tornado warnings are currently active as well. One of them, which appears to be heading straight for downtown Brooksville with a rotation couplet there, just south of downtown Brooksville, appears to be heading towards Brooksville east at this time.
I'll pull up the
Okay,
exact
so
map so the
that is
correct
not
photo.
an eye wall replacement cycle starting. That's just a feeder, a very large feeder band. Although it looks like it's trying to connect to the eye wall, so that's why I was confused.
Yep, no updates here on the Force 13 channel on our live stream. We'll be swapping streams in about 10 minutes, and I'm just starting to set that up now. NEC will have their full advisory in half an hour, and we'll get more information about their track forecast, their final full advisory before landfall.
Yeah.
We expect the landfall will occur at around 8 AM, possibly slightly earlier if it moves a little bit further east. It is quite pacey right now, and it's certainly on its way towards
17 miles an hour,
landfall.
I believe. I will say that I have updated the score on the T coast to be 6 hours, under 6 hours to landfall, so that is nearly
Given
worth.
the gradual expansion of the tornado threat and given the impending expiration of Tornado Watch 660, a new weather watch, likely a tornado watch, will be needed in the next hour or so to account for the observational and future trends.
I will mention that for those that are joining in our waking up, outside of Idalia, Franklin on the ATCF is now down to a category 2. So you'll see that at the next advisory. 11 is still a TD and is expected to stay a TD unless it has enough convection to become a TS.
We got some breaking news coming in from Recon right now. They have found 117 knot flight level winds and 108 knot SFMRs. I believe they have also found an extrapolated pressure in the 940s.
940.1 again. Also, yeah, the SFMRs are 106, 108, 108, and 104 in that northeast side, which was the weakest side most of the night. So now that those SFMRs are showing up, oh boy.
Appears
Yeah.
to support 125 miles per hour.
It looks like 86 and 85 knot SFMR on the southwest side. Southwest side might be coming weak.
Appears to still be a category 3 based off of this data. But I wouldn't be surprised if that pressure continues to drop steadily.
What else was I mentioning? Oh yeah, so 11L is only expected to be a tropical depression unless it gets enough convection. 94L is now invested. That was the area in the Cape Verdes, and that's at 60%. And also in the tropical weather outlook is another 10% area, and it's the remnants of Gert.
Oh no.
Gert is making a reappearance, ladies and gentlemen. That's
can't be serious.
Well, it looks like I am. Irwin is gone though, so there's nothing really out there, and that CPAC AOI is hanging on at 10% odds. Saola is still a Cat 5. Haikui is a mid-range tropical storm, around 50 miles an hour. 11W is now a tropical storm, thanks to ASCAT.
Oh.
And we do have those area of interests that we have marked in the WPAC, but their odds have not changed.
Tampa Bay radar confirms widespread values of 60 dBz in the northwest eye wall, therefore signaling an potentially very intense northwestern eye wall. And Tampa radar also confirms a full yellow to even slightly orange ring as well.
So in about 13 minutes, we're going to be doing a hot swap here. Our stream will end. It will throw you onto a replacement stream that we're setting up right now for the landfall of this storm. And that will take us all the way through the landfall. So in case you're wondering where the stream's going to go, it's on our YouTube channel. You'll get redirected there automatically, so that's good. Obviously, this is a really dangerous storm. But we're certainly not going to be abandoning anyone on this. And in fact, our coverage is going to step up a notch as we get close to that landfall. So we expect that dawn will bring some dangerous conditions along the coast near Cedar Key. We keep looking at that webcam every so often, and to be honest, it's still not showing anything crazy right now. However, let's go and look at Cedar Key because I think it's moonlit in the background, and maybe a little gap in the clouds. Can't be much of one because radar shows that there's a lot of rain in the area.
Nathan, radar velocities from Tallahassee radar are potentially sampling 120 to 125 mile per hour winds in the western eye wall at around 8,000 feet up.
Yeah, just taking a look at that shot there out of Cedar Key, Nathan. There was a band that just came through the Cedar Key area probably about 5 minutes ago. You can see some of the rain droplets that are blown across that webcam. Does look like the wave action is still fairly calm right now. So that storm surge has not started to roll in just yet.
Cedar Key?
Yep.
That's not what I'm seeing on both the Cedar Key cam and from the Severe Studios. The waves are coming in, crashing against the wall. And a matter of fact, some of the waves coming up the wall have actually kind of moved that gray Cadillac already, or at least rocked it back and forth. I think it's a Buick, actually, that's there, not a Cadillac. But the surge is starting to make its way into Cedar Key, though.
Yeah, it might be. We just can't see very much on this camera. Certainly getting a bit breezy though in that location.
Very much so. I'm gonna wait for this data to come in because I want to see the full southwest side before I want to see.
We do have a continuation to one of the tornado warnings that were issued. This one continues for the city of Briera in Florida on 4:45. I'll try to find which one this is real quick. Oh, and speaking of Nathan, we have a brand new tornado warning now in effect. This tornado warning is going to be for the cities of Buffalo and Geneva in Florida until 5 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time.
Where's that?
That is once again for Buffalo, Geneva, and Chalupa in Florida until 5 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time. I will be finding out more information on that shortly.
That tornado warning, Nathan, is east of Orlando, west of Titusville, so it is on the eastern side of the state.
Oh, that's that previous one.
Yeah, it looked like they allowed that warning to expire and just reissued it.
That is a totally new circulation. That is a quite intense. That is a totally new. That is in the far outer eastern convective bands, and that thing is tightening a little bit there south of Buffalo. If you are in Buffalo, you need to be seeking shelter immediately. That looks quite potent there.
Well, we are going to have what looks to be one more microwave for Idalia before landfall, and the microwave pass is going to be at 9:37 Z, so it's going to be at 5:37 Eastern. That's going to be in 1 hour's time. We'll probably get that imagery in probably an hour or two later, right near the landfall. And that microwave imagery will help us make the call on how strong it's going to be at landfall.
I do want to point out that
Should it hit? Should it hit? I need to mention, should it hit?
I do want to point out that the low-level mesocyclone or the low-level mesocyclonic rotation on that far eastern tornado warning, Nathan, has broadened out a little bit. However, is in line with a rotational signature there. So definitely some rotation heading towards the city of Beefalo right now. And if you are in the city of Beefalo, you need to be seeking shelter immediately in an interior room, lowest floor, sturdy building. Windows if you're in a car, mobile home, vehicle outdoors, move to the nearest substantial shelter, protect yourself from flying debris. And I do believe that we are likely to see dozens of tornado warnings issued throughout, basically from starting from here all the way until the afternoon period. And Cedar Key is still beginning to feel storm surge impacts. The latest advisory on TD11 is out, and they do state that this is a meandering system that is likely to only last a day or two more.
Southwest side is officially the weakest side of the storm now, but SFMRs over there are 86 knots. So the southwest side is officially now the weakest side of the storm, which is interesting. The northeast side has finally caught up to the rest of the storm, and we will see what that bodes for the rest of the storm. I will be back. My phone.
So we expect the NEC to update soon. We are still doing a phone-in as well on our Discord server. Let's see if we can talk to Alex right now. I know they've been waiting for quite a while. But we're obviously trying to cover all bases. Hello?
Hey,
Hi.
I talked to a guy in I can't remember, I think it was Keaton Beach about an hour or so ago, and he was in there in Keaton Beach, a guy named Bryce, and he he at the time all he was getting was storm surge. I don't know as of right now what he's getting, but that was just at the time. I mean, I don't know. Like right now,
It's going to happen very quickly, by the looks
yeah,
of things.
it's moving fast, and
Very.
right now I'm watching it on Doppler radar, and it's mad. Like it's probably the worst one I've seen. There's a lot of hail in it. Wait, what?
Hail.
Holy cow! Do you see it? The hail or whatever that blue is in there.
No. I don't.
Hold on. Mind if I screen share in here?
Okay, sure. If it allows you, I can't.
Yeah, it will.
Okay, good.
Okay, so watch it very close. You see it's fast. I'm sorry, I can't help that.
Yeah, it's just the strength of the eye wall there. It's just a very
That
powerful
right there.
eye wall.
Yeah,
But yeah,
there has been some readings off of the GR2 radars, Nathan. that there have been some hail readings on that western side, and that is mainly due to the fact that the western eye wall seems to be the strongest, even though now, from what it sounds like from recon data, the western eye wall may not be the strongest in terms of wind as of the last couple passes.
I have a guy that is from Florida, so he's literally used to all this all the time. But he's a big YouTuber, and I watch him all the time. And he owns a business, or well, he did own a business down there. I don't know if he still does anymore, but he's in Dade City. So I don't know if it's going to hit them pretty hard or what. Like, I can search it.
As we get closer towards landfall, we will sort of be homing in on where exactly it's going to make landfall, and Keaton Beach. I mean, that's one of the
It
places
looks
I have
like
down.
It looks like Dade City's kind of in the clear right now. It looks like just a lot of rain. But I could be wrong.
Well, obviously we have to think about the storm surge, but
yeah,
I mean they could get up to 8 feet of storm surge along the coast near there. Dade City being a little bit inland.
But yeah, I love this. I love Radar Omega a little bit better than GR2. I mean, I have them both, but Radar Omega, you can actually see, sort of, I guess you could say, what people are in the at least you can on the phone. I don't think you can on here, but you can see who's all in the storm, so to speak.
Well, yeah, I mean, each radar has their uses. I mean, if you want storm chaser information, Radar Omega is good. If you're like some of our team, where we like to go back through radar archives and look at these storms from previous radar imagery, GR2 is probably your go-to, or Radar Scope, depending on which subscription you have for that. But yeah, Dade City is on the eastern side, primarily going to be getting outer bands. Looking more like as Idalia keeps going on its landfall track, probably looking between Flint Rock Wildlife Management Area and Big Bend Hickory Mound Unit, just to the west of Perry and Hampton Springs, is probably where we're going to see the worst of it.
Alright, Tim, I've got to do this right now, so we're going
Go for
to be
it.
ending this stream, but we'll be moving over to another one on our YouTube channel, so don't panic. As soon as I press the end button, it should redirect you to our new stream, which we're covering for the landfall, so do bear with